Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. Today we're checking out the Emperor of Man. This is a full compilation of the Emperor of Man series by LUETIN that we checked out on the channel. Last episode we checked out, what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago now at this point? I don't know, something like that. But the very first episode we checked out back in January, right around when the channel started to blow up. It was one of the first series that was recommended to me. So big thank you to everyone who stuck it out that long and who continues to watch my videos and support me every day. You guys mean a lot to me. I appreciate it a lot. So yeah, without any further delay, let's get right into the Emperor of Man by LUETIN. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be checking out the Emperor of Man #1, The Rise of Humanity, Warhammer 40k, History/Lore by LUETIN09. Yes guys, this has been recommended to me a bunch by you guys, so I'm really excited to check it out this time around. I know it's a long series. There's about an hour and a half each episode. And there's, what, 3 to 4 episodes, I'm thinking? I'm not too sure. I guess we'll see. But no, I'm excited. You guys have been recommended it in a bunch. And, you know, I figure it's, you know, probably a good time to check it out, you know, and actually learn a little bit more about the Imperium in depth and, you know, kind of learn a bit more about their religion, I'm sure, and their culture, and kind of like how they got to the point of 40k is kind of what you guys have told me about what it is, you know? So I'm excited to check that out. As always, big thank you to the support on this channel. I appreciate the likes. I love the comments, the recommendations. That means the world to me. You know, so keep that coming for sure. I try to respond to as many comments as I can. Obviously, there's just so many that, you know, it's not always possible, unfortunately. So you know, I'm sorry for that. I'm really trying here. Okay, it's just hard to reply to them all, and you know, still get some stuff done during the day and whatnot. So I'm really trying to get back to all you guys, and I'm, you know, I feel bad I can't get to more of them, you know. So, you know, I appreciate you guys being patient with me and watching along with me, you know. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, yeah, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and yeah, let's get right into this video. As always, link to the video will be in the description down below. So go check that out. Give this video some love. As always, LUETIN deserves it. He makes really great videos from what I've seen, and yeah, I'm excited to check out more, so let's get right into this. Make sure that quality's good. Hell yeah. As always, pen and paper, it's an informative video. I'm gonna be writing stuff down.
There once was a man born in a forgotten time, created by a force of unknown origin. He would cross the ages knowing his one purpose.
Turn subtitles on for this
to lead
video.
Humanity as the greatest empire in the galaxy, the Imperium of Man. In this time, he would be known by only one name, the Emperor of Mankind.
Right. There's your boy.
This is LUETIN. I must first apologise for the length of time since the last project. The simplest explanation is it
We're watching it a little late.
time to compile amid many other things going on for me. So we now move on from the Eldar history and wade into one of the most important and complicated narratives in the universe of the 41st millennium. It is, of course, the rise of humanity and the Imperium. In the dark, never-ceasing war that is the future, humans have risen.
Love me a Mac, as you guys know.
A galaxy-spanning empire whose official title is the Imperium of Mankind.
Right.
The Imperium is the largest and most powerful political entity in the galaxy. It has been established for a period of some 10,000 years up to its present date in the age of Warhammer 40k. The lore and scripture around this period is massive. Despite this daunting task, though, I've decided to interpret it in one piece chronologically, splitting it into chapters so as to best enable you guys to get an understanding and a grasp of what it is all about.
Okay.
This is the third video in my Warhammer 40,000 lore series, and it seeks to create a foundation for all of the further videos which talk about the Imperium of Man.
Okay.
The Imperium of Man consists of the planets, systems, and forces throughout the galaxy which contain Imperial citizens and their derivatives. Not all humans are universally members of the Imperium.
As always, I like taking a look at these maps, especially when it has such a, a wide span on it. Because I'm not familiar exactly where all these planets are and whatnot, so it's cool just to see, like, visually kind of where they lay, Yeah, I got you. Okay, I'm looking at Cadia there. Yeah, you guys have mentioned that a bunch to me. Okay. Nice.
And as you would expect, there are rogue traders and those who choose to live on the legal fringes of the society.
Right.
The single most important figure within the Imperium is the aforementioned founder.
And you guys have explained rogue traders to me a little bit there. So I do know a little bit about them. They're kind of like privateers that are like sanctioned by the Imperium of Man in a sense, and they're kind of allowed to act freely as long as it benefits the Imperium. You know what I'm saying? But they can kind of do what they want. They have a lot more like legal kind of, freeway, I guess, to kind of like operate, if that's a way to interpret it. That's my understanding of them.
Of the society. The single most important figure within the Imperium is the aforementioned founder, savior, and ruler of this empire, known as the Emperor of Mankind.
Right.
He formed the Imperium some 10,000 years previous to the current established date in the universe of Warhammer 40,000 at the end of the 30th millennium. This occurred following an especially brutal period of societal disintegration during the last days of the Age of Strife.
Right.
In this video, I'll outline the political state that is the Imperium, as well as the history behind how humanity reached this point in the far future.
Okay.
As with anything though, the complexity and depth of the lore means I can't cover it in its fleshed entirety, so some tangents are going to have to remain for future videos, but I do my best to cover as much as possible which is relevant.
Okay.
The Emperor of Man sits as an extremely powerful figure within the Imperium. Make no mistake, he is the centre of humanity in the 41st millennium. So powerful a humanoid, he was arguably barely human to begin with, and he continues to protect mankind after his mortal wounding during the final battles of a period known as the Horus Heresy.
Right.
Were it not for his ever-present psychic voice reaching out, searching, protecting and planning, then the Imperium of Man would undoubtedly fall back into dark oblivion, and perhaps the light would be extinguished permanently. The Emperor was injured so badly after the heresy that he now exists only as a husk of a man within a stasis chamber called the Golden Throne. This allows him to live on eternally, as he has done for some past 10,000 years, whilst continually guiding mankind through psychic whispers.
That looks
the only
crazy.
catch with this is thousands of psykers are sacrificed every day using their essence and psychic power to keep him alive, as he is heavily protected and attended to back on the ancient homeworld of legend.
I just want to pause it real quick and just take a look at him. That looks crazy. I knew he was like a, at the time of 40k, obviously, he's just like described kind of as like a decaying kind of body, you know what I'm saying? But damn, that's a crazy way to look at it, you know what I'm saying? Like that. And it also is cool that it's LUETIN here, he calls it a stasis chamber, like a stasis pod, essentially. It's kind of what it is. It's not really a throne. It's more of a stasis chamber straight up at this point, I just think that's interesting.
Thousands of psykers are sacrificed every day using their essence and psychic power to keep him alive, as he is heavily protected and attended to back on the ancient homeworld of legend, Terra, or Old.
And obviously you gotta, like, axe 1,000 psykers a day to keep him going.
The galaxy now consists of many systems, planets, and trillions of citizens. All the while, the Imperial military and the many administrators of mankind, all of whom swear allegiance to the Emperor, all stand together against the nightmares of the galaxy to form what is humanity in the darkest of futures. Now we know that in this future we have access to highly advanced technology and face many voracious enemies wielding our own forces to then counter them. The important question in understanding the Imperium is, how did we get to this time? And to understand this, we need to look back at the extensive and dark history of humanity. There is a small clue as to the way in which the people that constitute humanity in the 41st millennium view their past. That is, the imperial two-headed eagle, the crest of the Imperium. It stands with its two heads, but with one eye closed. Blind,
Right.
or perhaps refusing to see the past. The other eye is open, looking to the future. The logic being that the past of humanity is too painful or dangerous to look back on, so we look forward, striving to be stronger and more powerful, as we have done for thousands of years.
That's an interesting concept.
There are distinct ages
I
of
haven't heard
humanity's
that one
history,
before. That's a
and
good
these
explanation.
tell the story of how we reached the time of the Imperium. 1 millennium equals 1,000 years. The Imperium has now been established for 10 millennia or 10,000 years. Humanity has existed for roughly 41,000 years. This timeline demonstrates the ages of man through this period, from our ancient history through to the age of the Imperium. We have the ancient history, the age of terror, the golden age of technology or the dark age of technology, the age of strife, the unification wars,
Right.
the Great Crusade and the fall of the Eldar, the Horus Heresy and the Great Scouring, followed by the final age of Imperium of man.
So I've only like touched on briefly, like really just 40k. I have not gone any further back than that, really, to my knowledge. Obviously some of it was briefly mentioned in Bricky's videos, with his timeline videos. He mentioned 30k some, but I only know brief tidbits about the age of strife and all that. I don't know extensively any of that, so it's cool that we're finally getting to check that out and see what humanity had going on for it during that time.
The ancient history tells of the dawn of mankind, but this period is largely one of animalistic evolution. The most significant event occurs around 7000 BC. This event marks the birth of the humanoid, who would become the Emperor of Mankind. His origins are something of a heated debate among the 40k community. There are several theories around this, and it's important to note that something I rarely see stated on forums or discussions around the origins of the Emperor is that quite simply no one knows the origins of the Emperor. It's all just speculation. Simply because one theory has had a vague reference at one time or another does not make it gospel. In fact, as I've repeated before, the crux of the matter with imperial history and lore in general is that very little should ever be considered official or canon. Such is the state of the loss of history, misinformation, and suppression of facts within the 40k universe. So essentially, the correct version is the version you want to believe. In a universe where history is stored over thousands of years, and in times of unimaginable devastation and strife, it's unlikely something could be considered a cold, hard fact, especially when you're talking about events that happened in ancient history in an age where accurate recording of information seems unlikely or even impossible to have survived. The first version of these events is the often widely accepted background, which states that in the ancient times, some humans carried a natural affinity or awareness of the warp. These were the earliest psychers. They would be village shamans or witch doctors in ancient communities. Their premonitions led them to understand that in the future, mankind would face the darkest of times. Their decided course of action would be to commit ritual suicide en masse, returning their souls and essence to the warp to then coalesce and be reborn as one supremely powerful psychic being. This being would then spend the future millennia living a Highlander-like existence, transitioning from identity to identity, sometimes taking on famous leaders in history to steer humanity in the right direction. And then upon reaching the Age of Strife, he would step into the Four to become the supreme leader of all humanity and unite us again throughout the galaxy. Now, some people take this as the most canon version of the Emperor's origin, but there are various others, including the one that I actually personally subscribe.
So yeah, that one sounds a little interesting to me. The fact that he's been around for forever in a sense. I don't know if I vibe with that one the most. Because I feel like he's definitely, well, maybe. I mean, if he's just like an immortal being that has always been there, but I mean, I think he was probably born from the warp at some point, or like, I don't know, some other theory. I don't think it's that one. Let's see what other theories
version of the Emperor's origin, but there are various others, including the one that I actually personally subscribe to. The shaman story is all very well and good, but it leaves me with some questions.
Yeah.
For example, if these shaman were some of the earliest humans with only a vague awareness of the warp, how could they have such powerful precognition
To bring him.
see the need
Yeah.
to create such a super being?
Yeah.
In addition to that, if they were truly the earliest stowings of psychos for humanity, then surely they would not have been especially powerful, and even with their powers combined, how could they summon humanity's greatest champion? No, not Captain Planet. So, those two things stand out for me. Also, their plan to commit mass suicide and then hope that they would all be reborn together seems pretty spurious. It seems to tick the boxes from an okay, I guess that's possible point of view, but it just doesn't make sense beyond that.
No, it's like a cult, you know,
Another
in a
theory
sense.
is that the Emperor was in fact one of the Old Ones.
I guess it's all technically a cult on crack, technically. But, like, that is, like, you know, ritualistic suicide. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's just such a stretch, you know, for him to come into being.
Another theory is that the Emperor was in fact one of the Old Ones.
Which, I'm sorry to pause again, but obviously, like, I know he has people, like, 1,000 psychers a day sacrificed to him nowadays. It's just like, I don't know. So I guess it does make sense. It's just like, I don't know. That one's far out, you know? I just don't know what to think about that.
Another theory
Let's hear
is that the
other
Emperor
theories.
was in fact one of the Old Ones, who you will remember were one of the most ancient super beings who created the Eldar, the Orcs, and even humanity. Yes, really. Go and look it up for those naysayers who think that they did not. This theory, again, at first is captivating, until you start to think about it more. And then you realise it doesn't really make any sense. The Old Ones were, as far as we are informed, not shapeshifters, but creatures of light and dark. There was a statement to the fact that just a single Old One escaped the brutal genocide of their race, but then was eventually killed at the birth of Slaanesh when the Eldar fell. If the Emperor was some other escaped Old One, it doesn't make logical sense that they would choose one race and then ultimately lead it. Although I suppose, devil's advocate, who's to say what would be going in the mind of this Old One after his entire race was extinguished? Maybe it had a crisis of conscience. Anything, I guess, is possible. And then not to mention also the fact that the Emperor would lead humanity to wage war on pretty much every other alien race, which wouldn't really serve any purpose within the context of an Old One's mission statement. They were originally life givers. They seeded planets with life to, create new races in the universe. And again, unless it had simply lost the plot and was operating on his own sort of mission plan.
Yeah.
There are some things that do fit this theory though, such as Old Ones being very powerful psychic creatures. They had extended precognition, they had very extensive, almost immortal long life, and they would have the ability to genetically manipulate humans. But all of this seems very soft and is only plausible at best. For me, this theory just doesn't really fit. So the last theory, and the one that I personally believe, is that the Emperor was neither the creation of some bizarre suicide pact or an Old One, rather something in between.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that in any ancient history nothing is quite as it's written, and that some reading between the lines is necessary. The most ancient of history available hints that the last remaining Old One floated around the galaxy, meddling and dabbling and trying to have some last impact.
Yeah, if out of those theories, I would definitely have to subscribe to Theory 3 myself. I mean, I feel like he's definitely not just an Old One, and I feel like, yeah, humans would just be, they're not, in ancient history, they just were not psychically like in tune enough, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think they were good enough at doing it. So I could definitely believe the fact that an Old One saw something in the future and essentially created him out of what they thought was necessity. Because the other races just, fell into depravity or couldn't do it themselves, you know what I'm saying? And humans were the best bet at that. I think that's probably the most likely theory in my mind, from what I've heard.
Godlike psychic power. He was within humanity throughout all of history, learning, sometimes guiding, mostly sitting in the shadows, until he was needed to take a course of action that would lead us into the Age of the Imperium. The last point worthy of mention is that the Emperor of Man would enforce a strictly secular society. In the early days of the Imperium, this would then enable humanity would identify with him as a man and not as a god. They wouldn't project any religious connotations onto him. Also, because throughout the thousands of years he spent on Earth, he would see the terrible devastation and fragmentation organized religion could cause. He believed that humanity could only achieve its full potential in a strictly secular state. However, even in the crusading period where the emperor would reunite the lost colonies of man, some people began to spread rumours that he was more than just a powerful man. These beliefs would run so strong it would even question some Hastatis to the faith, such as Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow, one of my favourite characters in the 40k and one of the few Space Marines from the Death Guard chapter not to be corrupted by chaos.
Oh.
Some citizens of the Imperium consider the Emperor's stance on faith even a test so as to distinguish those who can see the whole of the truth, that he is in fact the one true God of mankind.
Wow. That's interesting. So, yeah, I mean, it's given it a little bit more depth into like why people think he's a god, why people, think the way they do on him. Yeah, Theory 3. I'm going to have to go with Theory 3 on that for myself. You guys tell me what you think. You guys tell me what you think about that. So I guess it's just kind of accepted he has always been there, I'm assuming. Like he's kind of always just been present throughout humanity, just never really took like a forefront role, obviously, until he was needed to, in a sense. But I don't know, man. How could you not see that people would think you're a god if you're living for thousands of years and the normal human lifespan's what, like 80 years, right? So, like, it's kind of crazy. Well, I mean, we'll see, though. We'll see. I mean, Age of Terra, let's see here.
We would now reach the time known
I am liking this video, though. I want to say that now. I am liking this video. I'm just thinking about it hard, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think about what, like, I believe now, like what because it really is just choose what you kind of want to believe, and I think that's very interesting. So shit, let's see.
The Age of Terror. This was the period on
already
Earth
got a full
from the
page
first to the 15th millennia, that is the first 15,000 years on old Earth. A period of extreme technological expansion, from a pre-industrial era to that of fusion power and travel beyond our planet and even solar system.
Right.
Humanity would first colonize new worlds within our system, first on Mars and then the moons of Jupiter, before mankind would start to look at how we could travel beyond. To achieve this next goal, colossal starships were created for humanity to cross the voids between solar systems, and powerful engines at this time. These advanced fusion drives enabled very, very fast but still sublight travel. This meant in order to reach their destination, it could take anything as long as 10 generations of human lifespan to reach their destinations. Subsequently, trade and aid between human colonies was then extremely difficult and would lead to them being established almost as independent states. Very little is known of this period, as imperial records are fragmented and limited. That
looks a lot like, if you guys have ever played Mass Effect, that looks a lot like, kind of like the Citadel from Mass Effect. Obviously it's got, and then like I vibe with that hard. That looks fucking sweet. Like the ship design, like obviously 0G, so you can have land all around you in theory, right? Land. I fucking love the idea of like spaceships and like how they're designed and shit like that. Like shit like this, like I fucking love that, you know what I mean?
The Emperor during this time had no reason to interfere, and so would continue his own work and research back on Earth. Study and the improvement of man, all the while remaining in the shadows. During the period between the 1st and 15th millennium, various events of discovery and importance took place that would finally propel us to create our first interstellar confederation in the 15th millennium. One of the most important events of note would be during M4. Humanity would discover the warp and begin to research it. This is specifically relevant as it would have been one of the discoveries that would lead the Emperor to understanding the necessity of him coming into the fore.
Golden Age, Dark Age of Technology, okay.
As we reach the 15th millennium, humanity would enter a golden age of technology. This would be the highest point in mankind's technological achievements. It would last for some 10,000 years, and humanity continued its rise in technology, science and power, spreading and colonizing mankind all across the Milky Way galaxy. we could create our first galactic empire, ruled from Earth, the homeworld, and establish massive trade networks that further powered expansion and advancement. This earlier period in the Age of Technology has a subtitle known as the Stellar Exodus.
Okay.
This marks the time
That's cool.
when humanity made its first colonies on other worlds, and also beyond the solar system. These initial colonies were reached using the ships that were still only capable of sublight speeds and were restricted by this, as well as our developing but limited knowledge of building these vast scale ships.
Right.
When these ships reached their destination though, they would be then slowly deconstructed and their materials used to build the colonies. Some would become manufactorums capable of producing massive war machines, or then back then defensive machines, things such as Imperial Knights and even Titans, which the colonies would use to defend themselves against the dangers of the galaxy.
Nice.
In a comparable way to early colonies on Earth, this meant they had to...
So, also, I love the idea of breaking down your starship to basically make your colony, you know, like that's also a realistic concept, because you get there, what are you supposed to do? You got nothing, right? So, unless you're, you know, obviously they're going there with fuckloads of people, so I'm sure, you know, resource gathering would not be difficult, especially with their tech level at that time. Even though it's obviously old tech by this time, it's still advanced enough to get you to another system, you know what I'm saying? So it's, you know, but I think it's interesting too that, like, while those ships are traveling, generations go by, tech level back home gets better. Theoretically, man, they could be meeting you at that colony. There could be a human ship waiting there, you know? And they're like, hey guys, yeah, we've been waiting for you for 50 years and here you are, just on time, you know? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know? But that's just crazy to think about, you know, just how like time works in space, because it basically doesn't exist in a sense, you know? There's a lot of conspiracy theories that you can go like backwards in time and shit like that. I don't know. I don't want to fucking get into that. Like, physics is fucking crazy, and I'm not a physicist, and I don't claim to be any authority on it. So, but no, just like that shit is nuts to me, and I love learning about it.
And even Titans, which the colonies would use to defend themselves against the dangers of the galaxy. In a comparable way to early colonies on Earth, this meant they had to be self-sufficient, and due to the large timescales involved before anyone would likely reach out to them again, they would develop their own cultures and languages, largely influenced by the noble families established on these interstellar voyages, as well as physical elements on the new homeworld. The planet's characteristics would also shape the way in which their societies would evolve. Now, some 6,000 years later, around the period of Millennium 21, mankind now began a process of militarization. It is not known who or for what reason created this process or started it off, but along with our expansion and colonization of planets, we also began to expand and develop our weapons and forces.
Right.
Fragments of what was developed during this age of technology, such as Imperial Knights, Titans, Land Raider designs, and so on, would later be recovered by the Imperium far into the future. The largest proportion, however, would be lost to the tides of time, and we can only imagine or hope to continue recovering these lost and most powerful of technologies in the 41st millennium. Humanity had risen to a period of immense power through our technology, and whilst the Emperor of Man existed, he had not made himself known to mankind. He continued to bide his time, lying in the shadows, studying, planning, observing.
Okay, yeah, so he's just been watching all this play out still, not his problem yet, you know. I think that's interesting that he's just always been there in a sense, you know. Also in this time period, obviously, you know, their tech level didn't advance super quickly to the point where you know, like ships could be meeting them at those colonies, whatever, right? That obviously didn't happen, but in this time period, but like or in this lore, I guess I should say. You know, I'm assuming that happens when they actually fully understand the warp and what it is. But obviously then I'm sure with the warp comes danger, and I'm sure that's probably where a lot of this technology fall off starts to happen, you know. Let's see.
The very fact that the Emperor is one of the few who would live through this time and on into the Age of the Imperium, and this would then have far-reaching implications for humanity, as the Emperor would carry his knowledge and strength of this golden age into a time when none would recall it, and where it would be of critical importance to our survival. For the Emperor, he would use this knowledge of the Age of Technology to bring humanity back to a glimmer of what once had been.
They look sorry, they look kind of like mechs, but like smaller. You know what I'm saying? Like smaller. Obviously, the Warhound Titans we saw prior. These roughly look the same size, maybe a little smaller. I'm not sure. Like in terms of height, in terms of width, they look like way bulkier, like way more well armored than a scout class. But I could be wrong, right? I don't, you know, I don't have the knowledge to know that yet. I guess if somebody wants to let me know, like size wise, do these compare to like a scout class Titan? Like these look very fucking mean and sizable. I won't lie. Also, their armaments. Obviously, you have that. It looks like a melee weapon on his fist. So you have like what looks to be a chain gun of sorts, missile launcher on the top, like small cannons protruding from like the chest area. Looks crazy. Like it looks awesome.
Immensely powerful.
Also the heraldry. I love the heraldry.
As much as a Dreadnought would fight, but on a much larger scale. These ancient heroes have fought thousands of battles across millennia and stand ready to defend Imperial citizens and support Hastatis anywhere in the galaxy. After the Knights we have the Titans, and Titans are the epic war machines of the Imperium.
So they are, Titans are bigger. I guess that answers that question. Like, I'm guessing. I want to say like a Knight is probably like to the abdomen portion, right where the legs are, of this like Titan. I'm assuming. Somebody want to let me know, confirm that, but I'm pretty sure.
A Knight and the smallest Titan can be anything like 9-10 meters, but the big Titans can be anything up to 50 meters. They are gargantuan death machines. Many people believe that the Mechanicum were originally responsible for creating the Titans. This is not strictly correct. They do construct some Titans, but many they simply maintain. This is because the technology used to create Titans is very, very old, and like many things in the universe of Warhammer 40,000 for the Imperium, a lot of technology is merely maintained because of its complexity. Simpler devices are constructed, but this happens less and less. But the Mechanicum do create some Titans for the Imperium. Originally, the Mechanicus found versions that were completely autonomous, created in the Golden Age of technology. And the largest Titan so far discovered was upon the lost forge world of Charania. It was a completely autonomous war machine and was dubbed the Castigator class Titan. Its schematic was apparently also contained within a standard template construct on this planet, and it was far superior to any class of Titan utilized by the Adeptus Mechanicus or any other intelligent race in the galaxy.
That's kind of crazy.
This was so far the only known discovered Castigator class Titan, but it was subsequently destroyed by Imperial Grey Knights. Grey Knights are the secretive and unbreakable order of Hastatis warriors dedicated to the protection of the Imperium from the very darkest foes that humanity faces in the 41st millennium. Now, the portion of the STC database containing the data for the manufacture of the Castigator class Titan was also destroyed by the Mechanicus. It possessed AI, which is strictly outlawed and heretical within the Imperium. Secondly, it had somehow long ago been corrupted by living chaos energy, and for this reason it could obviously no longer be supported. Imperial records of this event, though, note that the cost of life and resources required to destroy this Titan monstrosity was severe. The key point here, though, is that mankind was developing machines in the Golden Age of technology that would never again be equaled. They could be merely copied, emulated, or used as a template to work from in the future. But our level of knowledge, our rules and guides on what could be created, due in part to events...
Not to pause again, but I it's interesting they, like, destroyed the schematics for that Titan, you know? You think they would have tried to adapt it so that you could still have... like a Principe command, obviously, and then with support staff on the side, but instead they just outright destroyed it. And I think that's interesting. Maybe the schematic itself, because I'm guessing these schematics are like prefabs, right? Essentially, and they don't really change those prefabs or don't really have the knowledge to change those prefabs. So if it's designed strictly for an AI, then it likely does not have crew space to accommodate, meaning that they can't configure it in any sort of way or meaningful way that would work. So that would kind of make sense. That's kind of what I'm assuming here. But yeah, like very, very sad that we don't get to see those.
But our level of knowledge, our rules and guides on what could be created, due in part to events that were yet to come, would very much limit humanity's advancement in the millennia that lay ahead. I mentioned a moment ago something called an STC. This denotes a device known as a standard template construct.
Right, yeah.
These are one of the single most valuable objects in the galaxy for the Imperium, and their importance was no less during the Age of Technology. So what is an STC? STC systems were advanced AI computers created during the Golden or Dark Age of Technology, and are said to have contained the sum total of human, scientific and technological knowledge.
Wow.
STCs were created when human interstellar civilization was at its technological peak. Their original purpose was to enable colonists to survive on the new worlds they arrived upon, as they could not carry securely the mass amount of knowledge gained by humanity at this time, and even if they could, they might not have people capable of understanding how to utilize this. The STC solved this problem. It enabled the colonies to access all of humanity's knowledge and display it in a way for them to be able to create anything they needed from the resources available and solve any issue that could arise for them on the new home worlds, no matter the geography,
That makes sense.
resource limitations or climate. This would enable them to build anything from a simple lasgun to a fortified bunker, massive war machines or an atmospheric processor. STC systems possess the ability to not just store information but also to produce new designs to meet changing circumstances. They are immensely powerful sources of information and power, and consequently the Imperium places a high value on obtaining these lost relics of ancient knowledge. Even though now, after many thousands of years had passed, most of the discovered STCs are damaged to the point they only contain fragments of their former stored information.
Okay.
The Imperial forces will still use any means or resources necessary to obtain an STC once it has been discovered, even if this means the sacrifice of legions of military or civilian Imperial citizens. From the Golden Age of Technology
It makes
into
sense,
the
though.
ages to come, these valuable systems will be lost or destroyed, so that now in the Age of the Imperium they have become beyond rare, almost just a legend. So the consequent discovery of remnants of any new technology from the Dark Age of Technology puts an STC's value to humanity beyond estimation. The little knowledge that has been recovered from damaged STC units is then utilised, copied and stored by the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who are based deep on the primary forge homeworld of Mars.
Yeah.
They believe that STCs are the most holy of artifacts and will seek and protect them at any cost. This little divergence is an important one because an STC recovery, no matter its state of repair, still remains as one of the most important objectives for Imperial forces in the 41st millennium. The holy grail of this quest, though, although unlikely, would be to recover an intact STC, thereby gifting the Imperium all of the stored knowledge of mankind from the Golden Age of Technology. If the Imperium were able to recover an STC of this standard, it would catapult the existing human society into becoming yet again one of the most advanced and significantly, if not the most powerful state in the galaxy.
Yeah. If you can start making that shit again, absolutely.
In part about the state of technology and development of the Imperium, in that much of the knowledge regarding tech is replicated or learned rather than invented and created. Although new tech does come along, it's not overtly specified why so little resources are put into research now. It could be speculated though, however, that mankind relied so strongly upon the Emperor in the last 10 millennia that now they believe only he is capable of directing mankind's advancement, and they solely focus on maintaining him and maintaining the state of Imperial affairs. So we return to our story, and at this time in the Golden Age of Technology, humanity continues to expand across the galaxy. Initially slowly, as the gigantic starships we crafted were incapable of using the warp to traverse space.
Yeah.
And as we learned previous, they took generations to reach their destination. They were essentially travelling worlds, similar to the Eldar craft world of the 41st millennium. When these ships reached their destination, they would slowly be deconstructed, and their materials could be used to create massive war machines such as the Imperial Knights and Titans, which the colony could use to defend themselves against the dangers of the galaxy. Dangers such as the Eldar and Orcs, who were first discovered in this period as a result of our reaching out beyond our own system to more regularly explore the galaxy. However, interestingly, during this time, humanity was actually considered more powerful than it is in the 41st millennium. This strength was mainly due to our technology
makes sense, though.
rather than actual physical forces, such as Hastatis, who did not exist in this age.
But the tech level was insanely high. Like, a lot of like the strength in 40k from what I've seen comes from just outright quantity, right? Like, we just have more than them or we don't. But when you're talking like how advanced everything seemed to be in this golden age of technology and just what an STC can do for you, yeah, I can definitely understand why they were seen as the big dogs, even though they were just getting on their feet.
Physical forces, such as Hastatis, who did not exist in this age. Science was humanity's primary religion, and the society of man perceived itself as having reached a time where no one could be a real challenge to us. To a degree, this was actually true, so much so that the Xenos races of Eldar and Orc actually signed non-aggression pacts with mankind, which seems bizarre from the Orc point of view. But
like, yeah, I wouldn't have thought that.
The discovery and use of interstellar drives, that is, an engine enabling cross-warp travel, now powered humanity's expansion and domination of the galaxy forward. A federated government was formed, enabling us to create a strong trade community and, most importantly, remain unified and powerful throughout our colonies spread across the galaxy, aiding and supporting where necessary with either materials, logistics or military. The exact form and nature of this federation is unknown from this time, as so much knowledge and history was lost. To speculate though, it seems likely that from the way in which humans would live at this time, the Federation would have focused more on discovery, science and working to better humanity, as well as supporting our widespread colonies. As the societies we had seeded across the galaxy grew stronger and more developed, most humans would live long, peaceful lives where menial actions were carried out by automation, leaving people time to indulge in their own lives and dedicate themselves to the glorious expansion of mankind. This golden age of peace bears a
So, in Stellaris terms, not to be like kind of that guy, but like in Stellaris terms, it sounds a lot like they were like fanatic materialist egalitarians in a sense. They basically, we want to research everything. We want to try to know as much as we can. We want to be the most knowledgeable race out there. At the same time, individual liberty is a thing you can do, a thing you can have. And if you do well, you can go enjoy your life straight up. That's the gist of it I'm getting from this explanation right now.
Glorious expansion of mankind. This golden age of peace bears a stark contrast to the unforgiving brutality of the 41st millennium, the Imperium where many citizens are now born into lives that are shorter, work-driven, and even hellish by comparison.
Yeah.
Back with our timeline though, and although navigators had now been discovered and enabled interstellar travel, psychers, that is humans with strong psychic ability, had for the longest time evaded or simply passed undetected. It would be in the age of technology where this new class of human would finally be identified.
Okay.
These psychers seemingly largely avoided the demonic possessions which had occurred for the old ones, Orc and Eldar. It is unclear why this would be, but again you may speculate that the Emperor had a role to play in guiding and shielding humanity through this time. As we know, he had always lain in the shadows, ensuring our safety and creating small influence until he felt it was necessary to come to the fore. Another possibility is that by comparison, the Orcs and Eldar with their more advanced psychic powers simply shone brighter. As we know, the demons of the warp are actually attracted to psychic power in real space, like moths to a lamp, and so they appeared amid the depths of the galaxy, a brighter beacon for the chaotic creatures to be attracted towards.
That makes sense.
Human psychers were very early in development, their powers were less attractive, they did not stand.
That makes a lot of sense, especially given the Eldar and obviously what happened with them. That makes a lot of sense. I can totally understand that explanation.
As the human psychers were very early in development, their powers were less attractive, they did not stand out so much. These psychic mutations were initially limited to only a few individuals per billion or so humans.
Jesus.
But toward the end of the age of technology, psychers would appear throughout the colonies more widespread than ever before, and some colonies who were advanced and open-minded, they could see the potential advantages brought by human psychers, and they were protected and allowed to develop and explore their abilities. However, on other, less advanced human colonies, they were often killed and hunted down as the people here feared rather than embraced their divergent powers, much of similar to witch hunts.
That makes sense.
As I hinted at earlier, one of the reasons during the Golden Age of technology that humanity was able to not only survive, but stretch itself out to colonize and conquer worlds in the galaxy, not to mention defending itself against aggressive Xenos, would be due to their reliance on AI and the machine creations of the time. However, as nearly all science fiction dictates, these primary sentient machines in the Human Galactic Federation would be known as the Men of Iron, and they would stereotypically turn on their creators and enter us into a cataclysmic war. An STC containing a template for the Men of Iron was discovered by Imperial forces on a Chaos-controlled world. It became apparent that much as the Castigator-class Titan, the Men of Iron here had also been corrupted by Chaos, and the AI of these creations was sentient. So we can perhaps speculate that the Men of Iron initially resented their human creators, but combined with this were also corrupted, possibly by Chaos, which at the time was relatively unknown to mankind, hence the lack of any documentation to support such speculation.
That makes
sense. It is, however, a possibility and stacks up with what we know of the corruptibility of human AI creations. Also, the intent of the dark forces of Chaos to obliterate humanity once it became aware of its existence. Regardless of the reason though, this war was one of the greatest disasters to befall humanity and would rage for centuries. The exact length of the war is not recorded. The conflict was eventually won by humanity, but at a great cost.
Right.
The damage caused by this conflict to interstellar human society was hugely destructive. We would lose masses of knowledge and technology, not to mention devastating humanity's economic strength and political unity. The war would begin the series of events that would lead into the collapse of the Federation of Humanity at the end of the Age of Technology.
Right.
As so often is the case, very little information exists from this time, largely due to the Imperium being so wary of a similar disaster happening again. And this is why, amongst the Imperium and mankind, you'll find only the simplest forms of AI. It is viewed as being exceptionally dangerous technology and is strictly outlawed.
Right.
A substitute is often to combine human and machine into mindless drone-like beings known as servitors. Servitors are
you guys explain that to me.
Servants,
Jesus.
lacking true self-awareness, and are created from the bodies of either condemned criminals who are unpleasantly lobotomized, or vat-grown humanoids whose bodies and brains are partially replaced with machine systems.
Jesus.
As a result of this catastrophic conflict between the Men of Iron and humanity in the Golden Age of technology, it is now considered one of the most severe crimes in Imperial society to develop a self-aware, artificially intelligent machine. It is just considered too dangerous to even consider. Around Millennium 23, the warp was taking hold of psychers and wreaking havoc on human colonies. Feudal night worlds were more conservative and less abiding of psychers, as we said previously, who had hunted them down. These would fare better than the others, who had adopted them more open-mindedly at the time. The knights in their semi-titan armour would battle massive warp entities and serve to protect the planet's human population, abiding to their strict code of feudal discipline and ability. Very often, they would be the bastions that protected mankind's worlds, and their importance cannot be underestimated at this time. As is often the case in history, it is not one, but a series of disasters that leads to total ruination, and this was no exception for the glorious empire humanity had established during the Dark Age of technology. Whilst it was struggling to recover from a collapse in its unity, as well as destruction of many of its resources and its ability to trade efficiently with other worlds, a new disaster would occur that would see the end of humanity's golden age and instead throw us further into near total annihilation. The race of man would never again reach this golden pinnacle of technological achievement.
Yeah. Age of Strife. Here we go. So I've heard a little bit about this, yeah. All of that prior to now, new information for me. I completely new. I have never heard of it, no idea. Age of Strife, I've heard a little bit about from you guys, and obviously again touched on a little bit in those Bricky videos and whatnot. So I know a little bit more about this. But yeah, let's see what we got here.
As we learned in ancient Eldar lore, it was at this time that the Eldar out in the galaxy would fall into near total destruction. These would be dark days indeed, as the Eldar were almost wiped out in a cataclysmic annihilation, as the chaos god Slaanesh was born into existence from the horrifically depraved mire that Eldar society had fallen into. This was a disaster for the Eldar, nearly extinguishing their light from the universe completely, but it didn't do humanity any favours either. The near destruction of the Eldar and birth of Slaanesh only came to mark the end of the Age of Strife. What caused it prior to these events was the ever-expanding sea of psychic energy known as the Warp.
Right.
For many millennia, this had been growing more and more powerful, fueled by the nightmarish depravity that was Eldar society. Around the end of Millennium 24 and the beginning of 25, mankind was still struggling to recover from the disastrous war against its Men of Iron and its far-reaching impact on the previously secure and strong human federation. With their galactic unity destroyed, as well as suffering from the inevitable wounds of war, material shortages, mass loss of life and destruction of infrastructure, we would now face a new problem. Warp travel was becoming increasingly difficult.
Right.
The warp's instability, caused in part by the Eldar's depraved psychic society, meant that many ships now would become lost and consumed by the warp as they were travelling through.
Jesus.
This was not an issue for the Eldar themselves, as they used their webways to travel, which were outside of that warp space. For humanity, though, it would be a severe problem, and its impact would deal the fatal blow to an already fragile empire. The losses and damage caused by the war with the Men of Iron, combined with now being...
I like how the Eldar just wipe their hands and they're like, it's not our problem.
...in the galaxy would ultimately return humanity to a pre-Dark Age of technology state, where only sublight travel was possible. This was a disaster.
Yeah, that would be
Trade
cataclysmic.
could no longer be conducted, as these journeys would now take generations to complete. Humanity was once again isolated, as it had been millennia before. The warp storms and the isolation they would create would last for over 5,000 years, and their effect on human society across the galaxy was catastrophic. Some planets with a significantly advanced human colony would survive into the future if they had the means to defend and support themselves. It's important to understand that when a system is set up with no established backup, its collapse has an immediate and profound impact.
Yeah.
This was the case with mankind's trade system. It had grown over time to enable many planets to survive solely on imports from other rich parts of the human federation. Without this infrastructure and no way to gain outside support, disaster was inevitable. Many would turn inwardly to the colony, consuming themselves from the inside out, first with barbaric civil war and later total anarchy, fighting over the scarce resources that remained. The final phase often led the significantly depleted population into a feudal system of warlords and barbarism. This chaos was repeated across the majority of human worlds in this period, even including Earth. At this time on Earth, large areas across the planet had become massive cities reaching for hundreds of miles, and having become adapted to a system where all activities were conducted by machines, Earth also now relied heavily on trade from colonized worlds to support the extremely high population count.
Right.
Additionally, much of the planet was no longer capable of food production and hadn't been for millennia. Hence the need for colonies and expansion in the first place. With the inability to travel and trade, Earth descended into a similar fate of the less advanced worlds. First panic and general disorder, then food riots, resource hoarding, and finally complete anarchy. A tribal warlord system was all that remained of the few survivors left on Earth, brutal warriors who battled out across the deserts and hives of the remnants of civilization. This whole situation might sound unbelievable that society could collapse so quickly and to such a severe degree, but it's worth considering that in this time human society had built itself up to be so strong in belief of its own invincibility that they simply did not and could not have anticipated the severity of the warp storms or how they would debilitate the trade and support systems that they had been relying upon.
Now, there's no way you can predict that either, though. I mean, like, if this has been working for tens of thousands of years at this point, and like tens of thousands of years to a human is a long fucking time. Like, that means it's always worked as far as we've known. Like, that's 20,000 years ago. We don't even know what happened 20,000 years ago. We have like, what? A couple thousand of recorded history, and it's barely even recorded. You know what I'm saying? 10,000 is insane. So I can totally see how this would be, like, in a sense, unforeseeable until obviously the Eldar fuck around too much and make it completely unusable. And then after that, yeah, if you're back to sublight travel and you're a galactic empire at that point, like, no, sublight travel is not going to cut it. Everywhere is going to fall. Everywhere is going to fall. Like that, it can't happen, you know?
Human history is littered with examples of sheer arrogance outweighing logic and reason, as well as blindly staring down dangerous facts in favour of belief in our own self-importance. The lack of planning when it comes to losing their infrastructure across human systems was an acute example
like Mad Max.
Of human arrogance. It would now seem as well that whatever had protected human psyches from demonic possession would now end. It's my speculation that, as previously stated, the Emperor was what provided this shielding, even though he was not known to humanity at this time. For he knew the power, importance and value of human psyches in the dark times that would lie ahead. Without this bubble of protection that had invisibly existed prior to this time, humanity's weak psyches would be consumed, possessed, and go completely insane, causing chaos among isolated, colonized worlds.
Second page.
This period of complete anarchy would last for some 5,000 years, and during this time, many colonies would forget their family out in the galaxy, as well as losing vast amounts of technology and knowledge. Only fragments of the glory of humanity would remain, preserved on the advanced worlds who were capable to survive this dark time. By the 28th millennium, almost all traces of civilization on Earth were gone. Instead, techno-barbarians battled one another over the scraps of the ancient human race.
That is Mad Max. Hey, nice.
Mars, however, was one of the few worlds to undergo a different process. After a brief period of anarchy, the tech priests...
So I just want to point out his music choices too for this video were great. I just want to say that right now. Like, he's like, it's very hard, especially for, like, you know, creators to find music to use. But I just want to say he did a really great job on it. Like, the music is fucking, it goes, and it keeps the story in tune, and it fits it well, and I think he did a really great job on it. I just want to give props to him because it's not an easy thing to do.
A different process. After a brief period of anarchy, the tech priests of the cult Mechanicus emerged victorious over the Psyker mutants, and then unified their homeworld. The priests visited Earth, but upon seeing its barren destruction, wrote it off as unsalvageable.
Wow.
They used any titans they had to help them in the future reunification of man. They would also be one of the few worlds to reach out and recolonize planets in this time. Using their knowledge of the warp, they chose moments of calm amid the storms of the time in the warp to travel through and establish new forge worlds. These were replicas of the tech homeworld of Mars and enabled them to continue support and recovery of the technology of man, as well as production of munitions and simpler war machines. But for humanity, its golden age was over. This dark age of technology had fallen apart catastrophically. Many of the weapons that once served mankind brought us to near destruction and turned lush, garden worlds into irradiated deserts. Mechanical factory worlds into dystopian nightmares, beautifully advanced and artistic colonies turned into barbaric, nightmarish hells devoid of all morality.
Yeah.
The age of strife was upon mankind, and only the further darkness of the future lay ahead. Roughly 5,000 years later, around the period of millennium 30 to 31, human society had reached a state of pitiful decay after cannibalizing itself for millennia. The Eldar had also reached the peak of their social decay, and so heralded the agonizing birth of the Chaos God Slaanesh, who would consume the majority of their population in one cataclysmic event that brought Eldar society to the brink of extinction. This horrific event, though, would have a positive outcome for mankind. It consumed all of that stored turbulent warp energy, so after thousands of years of instability, the warp returned to relative calm.
Well, that's
Interstellar
good.
communication and travel would once again be possible
Wow.
for the civilization of mankind.
See, but by that point, 5,000 years later, it's so hard to fathom 5,000 years of utter depravity, worlds falling apart. The ones that are left, it's hard to even think that they'd still be spacefaring by that point. You would really think that it would have devolved into more of like a high feudal society. It really would have just... what I think of is like if you look at like the Roman age, right, for example, and then you look at the Dark Age, what happened after the bubonic plague, for example, right? The world fell into a complete, well, the world. Europe, for example, fell into a complete dark age. So many technologies were lost. You know, knowledge of how to do things, how to build things was lost. And it took us roughly 800 to 900 years to figure out the things that the Romans were doing 1,500 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just one of those things that it's like, I could totally see it plausible, you know, like, but I guess obviously they did manage to retain some level of knowledge. At least somewhere did. Obviously, the Mechanicus is still the Mechanicus, and they never lost that knowledge. Or at least they didn't fall apart nearly as hard as Terra and the rest of humanity did.
So the Age of Strife was coming to an end, but before we move forward, we need to move back some 2,000 years to M28 to M30. Humanity had now come close to the brink of destruction itself. So many worlds had fallen into disarray, starvation, chaos, anarchy. Now was the time. This would be the time when the mysterious and powerful Psyker who had wandered amongst humanity for thousands of years would come to the fore to lead humanity from the edge of unsalvageable darkness back into the light and resume their place as a meaningful power in the galaxy. Earth had by now been reduced to a chemically irradiated barren wasteland, its population slaughtered, and all that remained were degenerate, feral nomads fighting for irrelevant territories. Insane wandering prophets and cyber-augmented techno-barbarians who lived for nothing other than to fight, created in the cradle of world-ending war.
Yeah.
Frail empires would rise and disintegrate as quickly and forgettably as they had risen. No tribe or faction had enough power or resources to make any meaningful stand, and so it went on, pathetic fighting over the remnants of a ravaged world. Out of this seemingly endless horror came a single man, a warlord like no other. His title in these early days is unknown, but we would know who he would rise to become: the Emperor of Man. He would first conquer and then rebuild humanity, leading it into the light, saving it from itself to form his autocracy, known as the Imperium of Mankind.
Wow.
Unlike so many before him, though, he had power not only as an unstoppable warrior, but in many other traits such as rational thinking, tactics, philosophy, economics, compassion, foresight, and perhaps most importantly, a genius of science, everything and more that would be required for a supreme leader. The Emperor, though, fought not for selfish personal gain or bloodlust of war like all the other scattered remnants of humanity left on Earth. He had selfless, higher goals to restore humanity spiritually, intellectually, and physically, to revert us to a time of strength and prosperity. These were the years of the Unification Wars.
Okay.
The Emperor had long held a facility deep in a range of mountains previously known as the Himalayas. This was his most significant stronghold and would later become the Imperial Palace.
Really?
Here he experimented with
That's interesting. I never actually knew that. So he stayed in the Himalayas all his life and kind of hid there. It was his main base of operations. Not hid there all his life, but you know what I mean. That's his main base, and later turned that into the palace. I think that's really interesting. I didn't know that's where they did it, was the Himalayan mountain range. That's cool.
As well as developing and constructing weapons and armor for his warriors. In the earliest days, he would physically and genetically augment some of the most powerful barbarians. These humanoids would become known as the Thunder Warriors. The very first of their kind and the most basic template for what would eventually become the Imperial Space Marines, the Hastatis, the greatest warriors in the galaxy. Under unsurmountable pressure from the Emperor's army of Thunder Warriors, the barbaric factions fell quickly, and humanity was united on Old Earth for the first time in centuries. This, however, would come at a terrible cost for the Thunder Warriors themselves, and is one of the least known, yet darkest events for mankind.
Really?
In order to unify Earth and bring humanity back on the path of advancement and strength, the Emperor had found it necessary to, in part, cleanse the savagery that had grown on the war-torn planet. This sadly meant the death of many arguable innocents during the Unification Wars, as well as the eradication of the last remaining religious church on Earth, known as the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor is known to have personally spoken to the last remaining priest before bringing in his new age of enforced secular rationalism and the ideology known as the Imperial Truth. This essentially tells that humanity are now those destined to be the rulers of the galaxy. The Eldar had their chance and failed, and now humanity are the best set to take their place as the dominant force. This ideology would soon be brought to all the scattered worlds of humanity in the long crusade that was yet to come. Now, the official version of things tells how the last battle of the Unification...
Sorry, I've just been writing a lot. There's a lot of information.
Ararat. This siege to cleanse the last of the techno-barbarians from the ruined wastes on Earth and finally bring it back to a time of peace and growth was said to be so brutal that waves of Thunder Warriors fell against the rocks and resistance were slain to a single man, the legendary warrior Arik Taranis, the Lightning Bearer. He would raise the banner of lightning to mark the end of the Unification Wars, setting in place the rule of the Emperor of Man, before he too would fall to fatal wounds suffered in this battle of legend.
Jesus.
As with many things, the official version is not the end of the story. The actuality of the event was darker and far more sinister. The Emperor knew that in order to restore peace, growth and a sense of civilization to his new and expanding empire, he would require a more stable and balanced force than the Thunder Warriors, who were essentially just adept brutes recruited from the wasteland, albeit clad in the earliest Imperial armor. In a necessary betrayal, the Emperor realized that in order to safeguard what he had achieved, his army of barbaric fighters could not exist past this time. It is believed that he actually ordered the many Thunder Warriors who had survived the final battle to be slaughtered by his elite guard, and possibly even some of the early proto-Hastatis, who were at this time far advanced beyond most of his standard force. This terrible secret has been concealed from the people of the Imperium for more than 10,000 years, and were it ever to be revealed, the consequences could be unimaginably disastrous. The Emperor, though, saw this necessary evil had to come to pass for the greater good, a sacrifice of the few to save the many who would come. The Thunder Warriors were built for war, and war alone, and would not be able to adapt to a time of peace, and could even have turned a vital tool into a dangerous, unstable threat that could unbalance all that he had achieved. In order for the next stage of his plans, he also required that humanity rally behind him as the sole and most powerful force.
Yeah, and then that just goes to show, like, man, what were you doing if you were trying to outlaw religion and not be seen as a god? It's like, bro, you're doing like everything you can to be seen as a god. You know what I'm saying? You just eliminated everybody. You're the only head of state, the only one. And since there's no religion, it kind of falls into one and the same, even in technocracy standards, right? If you're not only the leader of the country, but you're also the smartest one that there is, that's kind of one and the same, is it not? As, like, let's say a prophet, you know? So I just think that's interesting. Like, he couldn't foresee that one coming, you know?
Thunder Warriors was not the last act of betrayal, though, by the Emperor. He would then take the necessary glory that he had near single-handedly reunified Terra. This distortion of the truth, while hugely distasteful, does appear largely necessary to reunite the whole of humanity and create the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. Nonetheless, should the truth ever arise, it would at best split apart the Imperium and at worst destroy it. These choices by the Emperor are important to remember in the context of his character, as it can lead to certain logical speculations regarding future events. Some Thunder Warriors, though, would find fate on their side and escape this mass killing and live on as homeless unknowns, seeking out a miserable existence at the bottom of society. Honours forgotten, their deeds meaningless, all the while fearing constant discovery from the Imperium and certain death. This heartless betrayal was surely one of the darkest periods in Imperial history. They were never hunted, though, in any significant way. The Emperor believed them all dead, and besides, there were far more important tasks at hand, as the Emperor now gathered a team of gene wrights salvaged from the few remaining humans on Earth. These were men with practical knowledge of genetics to aid in his development of the new Astartes project.
Right.
Those Thunder Warriors who did escape were not like the Astartes of the 41st millennium. They were genetically unstable, and most significantly, they only had a minimally extended mortality beyond that of a regular human, unlike the Space Marines who can live on for thousands of years. The Emperor had been working for decades on his Astartes project, deep within his mountain facility. Here he would create the vital foundations that would springboard humanity into a new age. His experiments would create the 20 Space Marine legions, known as the Legiones Astartes, as well as 20 Primarchs to lead each legion. These 20 supreme leaders of the soon-to-come Space Marine legions were crafted by the Emperor using samples of his own arcane genetic code as the base. It is obviously unknown the depth of which the Emperor used his own DNA to create the Primarchs, but later findings through ancient Imperial records do hint that he spliced multiple DNA types together, even going so far as to introduce some animal DNA into the Primarchs. And this
that seems likely.
Why some such as Lehman Russ would display the wolf-like qualities, and why these would then become present throughout the Space Wolves Legion and Chapter.
Yeah.
It's difficult to speculate on the Emperor's true goals here, and even if he was successful in the mixing of DNA in this way, it seems highly experimental, and perhaps he himself was not sure of the final result. This period of intelligent design was hasty and somewhat improvised given the dire situation facing mankind. It needed to repopulate its military power in order to springboard and take stage fights forward to reconquer the colonies. Another point of speculation is how closely the Primarchs were imbued with spiritual elements and others such as unnaturally skillful charisma and so on.
Right.
In creating the Primarchs and even taking...
and that's the thing, they all look perfect. The Emperor looks perfect. The Primarchs, they look perfect. And if those are in his image, it's so hard not to I don't know, not see them as divine in that sense, it's just...
charisma and so on. Still though, in creating the Primarchs and even taking small elements of the Emperor's DNA, it imbued them with these demi-godlike characteristics. It also explains why at this time, the barely known forces of chaos would seek out and scatter the developing Primarchs before the Emperor's plans could grow into fruition. Little is known of this Primarch scattering event, but it has been suggested that the dawning forces of chaos felt this expanding power from humanity to threaten them, and in an effort to slow or negate it, they reached out into the mortal world to seize and scatter the fetal Primarchs across the galaxy. Each world they found themselves on would surely in time come to realise that they were far from normal, often finding themselves as a natural leader in command of the systems that would become their home. Later the Emperor would one by one discover and reunite the Primarchs with their legions, establishing one of the most powerful military forces the galaxy had ever seen. The Thunder Warriors, though, were undoubtedly the early prototypes for the Astartes project, which subsequently makes their untimely end all the more tragic, as their sacrifice was so great, yet the memory of them was totally obliterated.
Yeah.
The Astartes project would continue in a pragmatic manner. Each of the early legions at this time contained barely a few hundred marines. Their equipment was lightweight and somewhat improvised by comparison to later standards. They trained their minds and bodies to be the will, might, and rule of the Emperor. Time would pass and their numbers grew. Each legion was divided not only for organisational reasons but also for practical reasons. Because of their adapted genetics that were drawn from the Primarchs, some carried traits and psychological behaviours which would not have been found comfortable comparison with their sibling legions. This segregation also allowed them to focus their bonds to their brothers in their own legion, creating a near unbreakable kinship between Hastatis. If the newly created Hastatis would be the Emperor's scalpel, his gleaming pinnacle of human achievement, then the Thunder Warriors were certainly a mace used to bludgeon the remnants of humanity back into submission. The Thunder Warriors were genetically stronger though, tougher, and could even be stronger in battle than the newly created Hastatis, which is something
that's kind of crazy.
Often forget. They were a rough, brutal instrument, but ultimately a temporary solution to a violent problem. The Space Marines would serve not only as a weapon, but as beacons to mankind, a glimmer of what humanity could hope to be. The dark times to come, however, would show that this was a misplaced belief, that while the Space Marines were created to represent the pinnacle of human development, they ultimately proved as susceptible to the basic flaws of mankind as any other mortal. The Emperor's campaign on Earth would now come to a close. He began establishing the fundamental elements of a civilized, modernized society in government administration, economy and infrastructure. An important figure in this process was a man known as Malkador, the Sigillite. He had a vast knowledge of such matters and carried himself with the bearing of a priest. He was appointed to run the courts and palaces of the new empire, the right-hand man of the Emperor. Earth would turn from a place of desolation and horror to one of active production, rebuilding and planning. Some might call it coincidentally convenient, but at this time a vast shockwave would travel through the galaxy, the birth of Slaanesh. Humanity would have no idea of the significance of this, only that it cleared the storms from the warp that had isolated and ruined humanity's gloriously technologically advanced empire. Again though, we could speculate that the Emperor had foreseen these events and the necessity of preparing Earth for this time. On Mars, the humans of the cult Mechanicus, that is those who worship machines, would become aware of this unification on Earth, as information through distant communication and physical observations. They viewed this new emperor as a man in alignment with their own agenda. Mars, during the Dark Age of technology, had been a planet with a single purpose, a powerhouse of production for this age, consolidating ships and weapons, including the vast Titans, hundreds of feet.
So that explains it. So everything literally just comes from the Mechanicus. Earth had no starships, no nothing left, and they came from the Mechanicus because they were still functional. I understand now. That makes sense, and that also makes sense and puts into context the treaty between the Imperium and the Mechanicus forces, and why it just was so necessary, and why they are still friendly today with each other. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Gigantic bipedal war machines whose very presence could end conflicts before they began. Since the end of this age, cults had risen across the Mars, and the most prevalent of these was the Mechanicus, whose ideology included the veneration and acquisition of these ancient but highly advanced technologies from the period known as the Dark Age of technology. During the period of isolation known as the Age of Strife, Mars had undergone a similar societal collapse comparable to that of Earth. With all trade cut off, they had insufficient water and food to supply the populace. A civil war would follow, as well as the collapse of some planetary infrastructures that shielded their little remaining hydroponics and food production systems. This would lead to a further collapse of the already fragile supporting systems. The Techs, an established Mechanicum, decided the best way to survive this apocalypse would be to retreat into underground bunkers which had been mined out, creating vast cities below the surface. Little is known of this time, but evidently prior to their seclusion, the Mechanicum Techs were a cult who would bear a respect and drive to recover, protect and utilize the lost technologies of mankind. Upon their rise from the subterranean depths, they had in this time translated this over into a complete faith. The tech priests of the Mechanicum, along with their troops, would very quickly subdue the insane irradiated savages who remained on the surface and begin the process of rebuilding and redeveloping Mars to be completely self-sufficient. This, in combination with their access to some of the most powerful war machines ever forged in the galaxy, would without doubt leave the Mechanicus in a position of some power. To the cult of Mechanicus, who were now becoming aware of this emperor figure who had surfaced on Terra, a man of science and technology, this was obviously appealing to the Mechanicus, and some tech priests on Mars even began to suggest that the emperor was a man of such power as to rival their own machine god and fulfill an ancient prophecy in their faith of techno-mysticism.
Right.
Debates raged on Mars between the
Goddamn.
priesthood regarding how to treat this new development. All the while, the Emperor, bearing his power of immense foresight, would not be ignorant of the Mechanicum, and he slowly and steadily would begin to craft his new plans accordingly. Plans for a crusade on a galactic scale never before seen. Its purpose? To locate the lost Primarchs, to reunite the territories of humanity, forge a new Imperial Empire, and thrust the Imperium of Man into a position of complete dominance and power throughout the galaxy. The Emperor's plan was one of absolute submission. Anyone who stood against the Imperial truth would be cleansed and destroyed. The Mechanicum of Mars was one of the few exceptions. The Emperor knew that any battle to try and claim dominance over the cult Mechanicum would be hugely counterproductive. Even if he could claim victory over them, the cost to his new Astartes force would be severe and unjustified. So he planned instead to offer a rare alliance with the Council of Tech Priests. In offering them assistance in their own goals and acquisitions of new and lost tech throughout the galaxy, they would provide support, construction of war gear, and tech to Imperial forces. They also were one of the exceptional entities to be allowed to maintain a state of semi-independence within the Imperium, a fairly unique position. The Emperor would also provide a new group of navigators to enable the Mechanicum to travel through the warp again in search of fabled STC units.
Okay.
All of this suited the Mechanicum and Imperium in a symbiotic relationship, and an alliance was created.
The Great Crusade, okay.
And so we reach the beginning of Millennium 31. With Mars now allied to the Emperor's Imperium, the Legiones Astartes war machine had significantly expanded. The Mechanicum would provide the battle barges needed to transport the Space Marines throughout the galaxy. They also brought to the table the Titans, some of the most powerful war machines ever created.
Right.
Their very presence on approaching a humanoid system would often be enough to prevent a conflict. The shock and awe of facing such incomprehensible opponents would quickly lead a populace to understand they had no hope of preventing the Imperial Expeditionary Forces from achieving their goals. The crusade would initially be led by the Emperor himself, as he commanded a massive fleet of Astartes. As the crusade gathered pace and the Primarchs were recovered, these expeditionary fleets would number in the thousands. Before we talk about the crusade itself though, which I have tried to condense as much as possible, I want to first talk briefly on the Astartes or Space Marines.
Okay.
Now, a regular misconception about Space Marines is that because they wear near identical armour and were originally produced via a variation of cloning, or at least grown in a lab, that they somehow have no personality or little differentiation between them. It is also often assumed that Space Marines will blindly follow any commands given to the letter, no matter the consequences. After all, they are the superior, unquestioning warriors in the universe, right?
Well, that's not
Both
true.
of these myths is fundamentally wrong.
Yeah,
Each
we've
Space
seen
Marine
that.
is an individual person with their own character, traits, to an extent personal principles. There are many documented events in which these human elements would have a role to play in subsequent events.
Yeah.
Space Marines, although superhuman, are still human, and as such the Emperor deemed it necessary to have a senior position with whom Astartes could use as a point of reference to discuss matters of morality, to understand their purpose, their mission, and sometimes to give guidance beyond purely military matters during the Crusade and the expeditionary forces. Enter the Iterators.
Okay.
Imperial Iterators were the most persuasive of public speakers. They are masters of manipulating a crowd's opinion, and Iterators would counsel also Marines as they voyaged through the galaxy. But their role went beyond this and was critical at the inception of the Great Crusade. They were placed among the expeditionary forces to aid in reuniting humanity and turning lost human civilizations to the Imperial cause. The Emperor appointed them to spread the imperial truth. Truths such as the rejection of religious faith to enforce secular rule, and unnecessary wasteful squabbling over power and resources. These were all seen as significantly counterproductive and opposite to the objectives of the Imperium. The first Primarch to be reunited with the Imperial fleet was Horus of the Lunar Wolves.
He's literally got the Eye of Sauron adorning him, you know?
That he asked them to also tutor his captains and legionnaires. Horus believed that once the crusade was completed, there would be an end to the war, and that the Astartes would first need to find a peacetime vocation. The most famous iterator during the Great Crusade was primary iterator Kyril Sindaman, who served aboard Horus's flagship. Iterators are seen as the precursors to Imperial Guard commissars and Astartes chaplains.
Okay.
The iterators and then later the chaplains are an example of the more human services required by Space Marines. Documented records have shown that they have been regularly known to question ethics, purpose, and even their own morality, despite an Astartes essentially being immortal. They are destined to die in battle, as that is their true purpose. And despite this predefined fate, they are far from the emotionless drones that some would assume. They are a living embodiment of humanity, a distillation of spirit and mind. The Emperor's Great Crusade to reunify humanity had begun in earnest. This was an operation on a truly epic scale. Millions of troops, tens of thousands of ships forged by the Mars Mechanicum. This would be humanity's defining moment, to reach out and forge the greatest empire in the galaxy. The Imperial forces comprised soldiers, naval officers, and most importantly, the Astartes legions. They were configured and divided into expeditionary fleets supported by all manner of cruisers, transports, scout teams, dropships, and so on. Commanded by the Emperor and his war council, but also by individuals placed in charge of these expeditionary forces. It's important to remember that these forces were as much exploratory as they were tasked with an important mission. A great deal of time had passed during the Age of Strife, as well as incalculable quantities of data had been lost in the process. The Imperial forces simply didn't know exactly where all the colonies were, nor their status. Had they been destroyed in civil war, alien genocide, or perhaps the opposite and expanded to a degree where they would not need aid but instead submission? All of these were unknowns. Many locations could be estimated as to whether or not they had been colonized in the past. The Mechanicum could provide some information from past scripture as to where human colonies had been located, although more importantly, they wanted to know where we could find ancient and undiscovered technology. The expeditionary fleet would even initiate a search on the basis of myths and rumour. No stone was to be left unturned in the search for the lost civilizations of mankind.
Goddamn.
Before they embarked on their journey, though, one other
makes sense though.
Task
I mean, like again, like with the Mechanicus, there also like, who's to say like on any of these worlds? Because I'm sure the Emperor, in a sense, kind of knew at least the location of a lot of these human colonies that were sent out. So on his expeditions, on this Great Crusade, when he was reuniting all of them, I'm sure he rolled up to a lot of the worlds and it was just, there's nothing left at all. But, you know, you excavate the ruins on those worlds or you excavate the ruins on that world and, you know, who knows what you could find eventually, right? And I'm sure the Mechanicus probably have heydays, probably up until 40k still on these worlds that have been lost, trying to find shit, you know?
Was required. Although the warp storms had subsided, allowing travel once again across great distances, the navigator class from the past that would guide ships through the warp. This system, though, was far from perfect, and the Emperor had a greater plan. On Earth, the Emperor ordered construction of the Great Astronomical. Tech priests from Mars were drafted in to aid in this project, and its purpose would be to enable the Emperor to guide, oversee, and command his vast fleet, all from Terra. It created a system for him to focus, amplify, and broadcast psychic signals and energy. It would stand as an unchanging marker, a lighthouse for the navigators, a point of reference around which they could plan all their travels. This certainly was an important factor in the success of the Crusade, as it enabled the navigators to travel through the warp in great leaps and faster than they ever had done before. In addition to this, the Emperor would also create the astropaths. These were powerful psychers whose sole task would be in relaying communications from the fleet and later the established Imperium back to the ruling council on Terra. The vast distances involved meant that the astropaths would become the only communication link between Terra and the distant colonies. However, as with the Eldar, the risk of possession to the astropaths by warp demons consuming the psykers and thereby enabling them to travel into the material world was one that the Emperor was all too aware of, especially after his primarchs had been scattered throughout the galaxy. To this end, the astropaths would undergo an extreme and harsh process of toughening against the threat of warp entities.
Okay.
The Emperor himself would manipulate and reform their mind into a protective vessel, making them nearly immune to risks from the warp. This process, though, was agonizing and extremely dangerous. Many psykers were killed in the process or went completely insane. Even if they survived the process, a universal effect would see their optic nerves become damaged beyond repair. This meant all astropaths are blind. From the Imperial perspective, though, this was a necessary consequence as they continued to be an integral part of Imperial infrastructure. The Crusades had begun, and alongside Space Marines were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Imperial troops, humans who were salvaged from
like
the
they look angelic
and structured
amongst,
into an effective, albeit expendable fighting force.
The rest of the men.
This Imperial Guard was strengthened and resupplied as they reconnected and conquered lost human colonies. A secondary benefit was that in drafting local military forces into the expeditionary force, it removed these planets' ability to rebel effectively against the newly created Imperial outposts on each planet.
I need more paper. Okay, got some more paper.
Also, in these early days, taxes and tribute to the Imperium were not strictly required.
3 pages, run it back down.
Stationed on new colonies of the Imperium would often require supplies for the continuing crusade. Many systems and colonies would need help rebuilding or periods after generations of schooling by iterators to bring them in line and around to the Imperial truth and loyalty to the Imperium. Some worlds, though, who were self-sufficient had survived intact and would even welcome the arriving Imperial forces with open arms as long-awaited brothers, with glorious celebrations and immediate support, much to the satisfaction and pride of the expeditionary forces who were all too happy to welcome their brothers back to the Imperium. Such events were a blessing to behold, though, as many worlds were either barren wastes long since destroyed, with only rude remains to prove that anyone had ever existed there, or they were found to be locked in brutally tyrannical dictatorships and required sometimes days, often weeks of orbital and ground assault to subdue and conquer these false dictators.
Right.
Religious doctrine and faith were especially highlighted to be crushed on all worlds. The Emperor would never allow these practices to infringe or threaten the Imperium, as he was partly responsible and had even seen the effects these caused on humanity millennia ago in the first age of mankind. The Emperor also made an important choice that upon arrival to new worlds, any psykers discovered were told to expect transport back to Terra, courtesy of secretive black ships. Here, they would be tested on their journey back to Earth to their limit. They would endure nightmarish examination, some dying from the trials or executed for being just too unstable.
Jesus.
Others, though, ended up completely losing their minds in the process of these harsh examinations. The fate of these individuals was at the time unknown. It later transpired that if they were proven strong and capable enough in manipulating their psychic power, they would become stock for creating new astropaths by the Emperor. Any younger but highly powerful psykers were subsequently distributed to some of the Space Marine legions who had begun a Librarius program, creating special Hastatis who are capable of wielding immense psychic power.
Right.
Others, though, disappeared from record entirely, leading to supposition of secret organizations who even today are not fully disclosed. The Crusade continued for centuries, stretching out across the galaxy. Finally, the Primarchs were reunited with their legions and were duly given positions on the Crusade and Imperial War Council. The Primarch figures, though, were not suited to this level of administration. They were at their best out among their Marines leading campaigns. So it fell to the administrators of Man to run the day-to-day Crusade infrastructure.
Right.
One important figure arises again, that of Malcador the Sigillite, who would become a keystone in the execution of the Crusade and one of the most loyal and valuable members of the Imperial Council. The power of the Imperium had now reached its peak. There seemed to be little, if anything, that could threaten, damage, or destabilize the glory and power of the now reunited Imperium of Man. The crusade had in fact been so successful that after a chain of impressive victories, the Emperor decided he could fully return to Terra to continue managing his plans there and working on new secret projects. His Primarchs were surely more than capable of finishing the now simple task of scouting and securing any fringe colonies and bringing the crusade to a successful conclusion. After a specifically great victory on Ulanor, the Emperor selected the first Primarch and commander of the Lunar Wolves, known as Horus Lupercal, and bestowed upon him the title of War Master. This
biggest mistake he ever made.
Him as a leader of the Imperial military forces in lieu of the Emperor, and all other Primarchs and Imperial forces would follow the War Master's commands as if they were the Emperor's. Not all the other Primarchs seemed to be entirely comfortable, not only with this decision, but also with the Emperor's choice to leave them and return to Terra. Considering their strength of character, this seems somewhat surprising, but if anything it shows that their bond they shared with the Emperor was perhaps not rock solid, and some of them felt bewildered he should choose to leave them on the fringes of the galaxy when overall victory seems so near and so secure. Horus, whilst being a supreme master of military matters, was also less well known for being exceptionally tactful and charismatic. He would take time to speak to each of his brother Primarchs in turn. Understanding them as he did, he would employ his various skills of perception and charisma to appeal to their individual natures and reassure them that although the Emperor had granted him this glorious honour, it was the Brotherhood together who would achieve the ultimate victory.
And that's what you want out of a leader.
Quell some of the disquiet. But it was not only the Primarchs who felt bemused that the Emperor had abandoned them, and in time, this in combination with other unfortunate events would lead to the darkest of catastrophes. In fact, there have been many examples throughout human history where withholding information would lead to disaster, and this period for humanity would be no exception. The Emperor's decision to not make his Space Marines aware of the dark forces of chaos for their own benefit, in fact even to this day, the vast majority of the Imperial citizenship lives blissfully unaware of the darkness that lies in the Immaterium.
Jesus.
The Emperor's precise reasons for this are not crystal clear. Perhaps he felt that humans were too easily persuaded or tempted by the promises of quick, easy power. But whatever the reason, the consequences for the Primarchs and Space Marines to not be able to see this danger, as well as the Imperium, would be disastrous. The Hastate's legions had encountered vague clues and shrouded warnings on some lost human worlds they encountered. Whispers in the wind, apparent possession of Marines. Horus and his Lunar Wolves discovered direct evidence of some dark force when they encountered a lost but highly advanced human colony known as the Interrex in the later stages of the Expeditionary Crusade.
Okay.
As the fleet travelled to the Interrex homeworld, they engaged in extended peaceful negotiations. Again, this was an example of the Space Marines and notably Horus not giving preference to immediate combat, but in choosing a peaceful option. If this was viable to them, it was always preferable. Their mission of Imperial Truth was without question. It was the only resolution that would ever be acceptable to the fleet though. Now during this encounter, Garviel Loken, who was the Lunar Wolves' 10th captain and a member of the Mournival, was a close and under Imperial rule illegal clique of brothers, but one which Horus had allowed to exist so as to help advise him on matters of importance.
Okay.
Loken was among the War Master's party when they attended a reception with these Interrex during negotiations. He was drawn into a casual conversation with one of the Interrex guard, who admitted that the Interrex had learned to tread carefully with any newcomers to their people because they feared the taint of chaos with a K on these newcomers.
Right.
It becomes apparent that the Interrex colony had made dealings with the Xenos race, the Eldar, during the Age of Strife, and the Interrex explain how it is their understanding from what they could discern from the Eldar that chaos is a threat like no other, that it would not appear brutal or blunt at first, but subtly. They feared chaos deceptively approaching their space, posing as a friend, seeking to bleed its way into their confidences, and then destroy them mercilessly from the inside out. Loken was shaken at these unknown revelations, and the War Master Horus would later assure him that there is no fundamental evil in the galaxy, and that is the end of the matter.
Wow.
The seeds of suspicion are planted. Loken cannot shake this feeling that something, somewhere, is wrong, Before you'd have any opportunity to follow up and explore these doubts, a break-in occurs in one of the Intrex's most sacred museums, and a highly advanced blade known as an anatheme is stolen. At this time, despite Horus's pleas for restraint, negotiations would now collapse, and the Lunar Wolves and the advanced Intrex would fall into all-out conflict.
Jesus.
The Space Marines of Horus are ultimately victorious over the Intrex, but it's a victory Horus takes no pleasure in, as it's born out of misunderstanding and was a tragic, unnecessary conflict. These events, though, would become just a singular fragment in a deteriorating pattern of troubles that would haunt and gesticulate within
That
Horus,
was probably chaos that took that sword. Somebody probably took it.
Into his brother Primarchs, the Mournival, his and other legions. Unbeknownst to Horus, a sequence of events had been now initiated, and their cascade could not be prevented. So why are these events so important? Well, for one, it gives more insight into the fact that at the time it seems barely any Space Marines at any level of rank had any knowledge of chaos. And if they did, it was only the vaguest of suspicions, the kind that could easily be brushed off by speaking to, say, some iterators. They had no idea about the true nature or capabilities of the malevolent force known as chaos. By comparison, the Emperor understood all too well the dark forces that had very recently annihilated the Eldar and consumed so many human colonies throughout the Age of Strife. It seems strange that he would choose not to gift his Hastatis, and more importantly his Primarchs, with this information so that they could best protect against its darkness. But perhaps he feared that knowledge of the warp entities would do more harm than good, instead choosing ignorance as the best policy. However, a combination of time, doubt, rejection, jealousy, and greed brewing in corners of the Astartes legions would prove this to be an unwise decision.
Yeah. To be continued. Wow, is that part one? Wow. What a great video, honestly. Again, guys, great recommendation from you guys. The Emperor of Man, The Rise of Humanity, Part 1 by LUETIN09. Wow, that was a lot of information, so much information to write down and try to retain there, and I'm going to try my best, but that was really, really interesting. It definitely gave a lot of insight into how the Imperium came to be, obviously how the Emperor came to be himself, how he gives a little bit of explanation about why he's seen the way he is in the 40k universe. I thought that was super, super interesting, and I really can't thank you guys enough for that recommendation. That was great. Like, pretty much explained, and Luton too, like, good job on LUETIN09. Like, man, 8 years ago, this is a great video. Like, he was clearly pumping these things out like magic, you know. Like, I really can't get over how well of a, like, job he does at making these videos, putting all this information together, you know, in such an informative way. The music choices for this, and it really is a story. This was really more of a narrative piece more than it was like an information video. It just happened to have so much information loaded into it, but he really delivered it more as a narrative story than anything else, and I really, really enjoy that. I thought that was awesome. So wow, like, I'm again blown away. I really can't wait to watch part 2, and we're gonna have to check out part 2 sometime soon. Let me know if you guys want to see that. Yeah, guys, without any further delay, leave a like, leave your comments, your recommendations down below in the comments, as I just said. Oh my god. And subscribe if you want to see more content from you guys. I really, really appreciate it. You guys blow me away with the support on these videos, and you know, I really can't thank you enough for having you guys all watch. And you know, I just appreciate the support so much, you know, and it means so much to me. So yeah, guys, I thank you all for that. But yeah, without any further delay, this has been Centurion, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be checking out the Emperor of Man 2, Heresy in the Imperium, a Warhammer 40k lore/history by LUETIN09. Yes, guys, after the first part, I got so many recommendations from you guys to go check out the second part, check out the whole series, in fact. So I figure, yeah, why not? Let's go check that out. Obviously at the end of part 1 there, I'm pretty sure we ended off right before the Horus Heresy, if I recall. You know, which I don't know really anything about that, so Heresy in the Imperium Part 2, I'm assuming with Luton style. We're going to be learning a lot about it today, so I have a lot of paper in front of me here. obviously, because you know, the last episode I got 3 pages worth of writing front and back, pretty much. I think 3.5. I could be wrong. Front and back, and like he does such a good job of explaining everything and like making it engaging too. That's what I really like about him. He did it in a narrative sort of way, and man, it was engaging as hell. You know, I loved watching it, and I'm really excited to watch part 2 here. So big shout out to everybody who recommended I check this out, because you know, I wouldn't again know this series existed without you guys telling me. So a big thank you to all you guys doing that, letting me know. And yeah, everybody, I see you guys who have not subscribed too. If you guys are gonna keep watching the videos, just hit that subscribe button, you know? Just do yourself a favor, then you get a notification when I upload. And then you don't have to search it up, you know? I see you guys, but no, honestly, it helps the channel out a lot, and I really appreciate all the support. So thank you guys for everybody watching, tuning into these videos. It means a lot to me. Yeah, guys, without any further delay, I'm pretty excited to get right into this. Obviously, it's a looting video, so it's longer, but I don't mind that, because, man, this guy does a great job on making these videos and doing it in an engaging way that keeps you entertained. So, yeah, without any further delay, leave a like, leave your recommendations in the comments down below, and subscribe for more content from me. Without any further delay, let's get right into this, boys and girls. Captions on. Awesome. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There are my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my space marines, and they shall know no fear. The Emperor of mankind. Nice. Nice. Yeah, 31st millennium. That's right. So I do recall that the Horus Heresy obviously took place right at the start of the 30th, so 31st millennium, I guess, or maybe it happens a little bit after. But I know it happened pretty early on in the 30th millennium. So, or 31st millennium, yeah. But yeah, I don't really know a lot about what happened, and I'm especially interested in, I'm pretty sure he has it in here. Yeah, the Battle of Terra. I'm interested in the Battle of Terra, seeing what happened there, just like with the context and whatnot that we've gotten in the previous videos, you know? The Emperor's crusade to reunite humanity is a resounding success. Yes. I love this artwork. The Astartes Brotherhood stands stronger than ever. Wow. Humanity stands at a crossroads. Total victory and reunification of the human race is a near certainty. Nothing can stop us. Can it? Horus Heresy. Damn.
The 31st millennium of man would be one of the darkest and most destructive humanity had faced.
Right.
It would bring the newly established Imperium to its knees and deal wounds so severe it would never truly recover. I need to say that this section of Imperial law is vastly complex and heavily documented. Bearing that in mind, I'll be covering it in a briefer fashion, as specific events can be looked at later in time. However, the 31st millennium is one of the most important
David is better to be feared than loved. I
periods,
see that
as it
back
deals
there.
with the fall of humanity as a truly dominant power, and the
Right.
inception of the Imperium that would exist into the 41st millennium. The Horus Heresy. This was essentially a mutiny by several Primarchs and their Space Marine legions, a betrayal against the Emperor and the Imperium instigated by the War Master Horus Lupercal. Now, considering how much is written about these events, it actually takes place over a very short timescale in the general scheme of events in 40k, lasting for only about 7 years. As I already outlined, this rebellion ultimately was orchestrated by, at this time, the unknown forces of chaos. Yet there were many secondary factors, and arguably, even without the influence of chaos, it seems possible that these events could have taken place without dark suggestions from the warp, albeit likely to a lesser extent. The Emperor's return to Terra to establish new projects that, for whatever reason, he was unwilling to also share with even Horus or any of the Primarchs, left them feeling set aside and cast out from his circle of trust. This would lead to feelings of resent or in some outright anger and disgust. This was less though about ego or
One thing I do want to pause on and say is, damn, 7 years, eh? Sorry, I had my eyes down. I was writing a little bit there, just as some cliff notes right off the start. I think 7 years is such a fucking small time frame, and like obviously given the scale of obviously how long 40k takes place, 40,000 years, right? And even longer, obviously there's histories back there. So, you know, like the time span is so fucking huge, right? So 7 years for everything to go to shit and humanity to literally in the snap of the fingers galactically extinguish like that. I think that's so interesting, you know, and I think, you know, it's realistic in a sense, you know, it's like the same thing as the warp, basically becoming too unstable to travel with, right? That fucked trade routes. It made it so you could not communicate with any other world, you know? Like, but that happened for thousands of years, and this, in 7 years, technologies are lost, will never be recovered. Everything has gone to shit so quickly. It's just like, it's crazy to see, because even though like thousands of years passed, the Emperor was able to recover it all, and even make some. I don't think he made anything new, but he was able to recover many of the lost technologies, you know, from the prior ages, which is like, you know, awesome, right? But then there's just this gigantic loss after loss, and it's just 7 years, man. Wow,
or in
it's
some
crazy.
outright anger and disgust. This was less though about ego or pride than it was trust, although there is no doubt these emotions were an element in play. Primarchs, despite their demigod-like stature and ability, were fundamentally human at the core. It was more about their deep connection to the Emperor, and perhaps that they saw themselves not as equal, but at least on a similar level to him. His retreat to Earth and abandonment of them at this juncture certainly left them feeling consigned to the rest of humanity. These feelings were surely only fragments of doubt, not an outright stab to the heart, but nonetheless the seeds of mistrust were sown, and those chinks in the armour of the Imperium were exactly what the dark warp entities of chaos looked for. Another factor in the resentment and frustration felt by the Primarchs.
I love the look of the Mechanicus, man.
Space Marine Legion.
Like just the you know, the Mechanicus on the right there, and I guess would all these guys be Mechanicus or no? I guess they would be, wouldn't they? Yeah. Damn. I fucking love the look of them, man. They look crazy.
Would be the Council of Terror. This was a governing body charged with the administration and infrastructure control of the Crusade and
just similar
as a whole. It was controversial among the Hastatis as it comprised an all-human council. Primarchs and Space Marines alike were not given permission to sit with the Terror Council.
Interesting.
Their role was for that of war, and all military matters were handled by the War Master. One of the most primary council members was the previously mentioned Malcador the Sigillite. Malcador was no simple man though. he was a psyker of immense power and used these abilities to reach out into the vast realms of space. He was a close aide to the Emperor during Earth's unification wars and is said to have formed the Administratum of Terror.
Right.
So he is no mere
that.
administrator, but a vastly important figure, as important in fact as any Primarch. Some of the Emperor's sons, though, did not feel that the Imperium should be run by human bureaucrats, and so the Council of Terror would become another chip on the shoulder and a contributing factor to heresy. One last and specific act, though, would turn at least one Primarch away from the Emperor and continue to raise doubts in others: the disciplining of Lorgar. Lorgar was the Primarch of the Word-Bearers, or as they often referred to themselves, the Bearers of the Word. The word referred to is the Emperor's word. However, the Word-Bearers were almost fundamentalist in their beliefs. Lorgar believed with every fibre of him that the Emperor himself was a divine being.
Oh, what the hell? What? Come on, man. So these word bearers were corrupt off the get-go. Is that what it is? Is that literally what this means? Hold up, I just want to listen to that part again.
Or, as they often referred to themselves, the bearers of the word.
Right.
The word referred to is the Emperor's word. However, the word bearers were almost fundamentalist in their beliefs. Lorgar believed with every fibre of him that the Emperor himself was a divine being, one true god of mankind.
Yeah.
They believed this to the core.
So I didn't misunderstand that the first time. Okay.
As well as any they encountered during the expeditionary crusades.
Oh my god.
But the Emperor had long since outlawed any concept of belief and religion,
so what the hell?
A strictly secular rule of law in the imperial truth to create a constructively rationalist society. For the longest time, though, these religious emanations were suspected and tolerated by the Imperial Council, and even to an extent by the Emperor.
Really?
Eventually, however, the word-bearers came...
Isn't that extremely hypocritical? Because, like, in the last church, for example, we saw how he stomped that shit out, right? Although he was very, very, very patient with it, he did still stomp it out completely. He wanted it gone. So the fact that he's even allowing that is kind of nuts to me, you know? He's tolerating it. It's not like he likes it, but he's tolerating it. Why are you tolerating it suddenly, man? Like, you gotta be all in on that shit, you know? Like, these guys are way too literal, I'm thinking.
Council, and even to an extent by the Emperor. Eventually, however, the word-bearers came under closer scrutiny by the simple fact that by comparison to other legions they were unbearably slow with their conquest rate during the crusade. An investigation fleet was sent by the Imperial Council to establish what was causing this slow progress.
Right.
On arrival at some of the conquered worlds of the word-bearers, they found their answer. To the fleet commander's horror, they had discovered that the word-bearers had been spending years indoctrinating and converting the worlds to the illegal and false faith of the Imperium. This was a tediously slow process and took significantly longer than usual conquests, as was often so bloody due to the worlds initially resisting having an enforced faith. This egregious practice was considered an abject failure of duty by the Imperium and the Emperor himself. Worse still, it came to light that the word-bearers had been employing a standard practice to execute those who did not renounce their faith and accept that of the Imperium and Emperor as the divine faith, which only served to pour more fuel onto the flames of outrage. The Emperor was absolutely enraged by
did
this
not
notion.
tolerate this. Okay, so so when he actually found out to the extent of what was happening, he was like, fuck that. Okay, I think I see what happened to the word bearers now. Okay. All right. I just want that to be known also.
The Emperor was absolutely
cool miniature.
Enraged by this notion that he should be worshipped as a god, and the actions of the word-bearers in his name, slaughtering those who refused to accept the Emperor's divinity, stank of the religious excesses that had so often poisoned human history, and the Emperor had witnessed firsthand throughout the ages. So the word-bearers had not only broken his principal rules, but also wasted vast amounts of time and resources. All the worlds they had brought into the Imperium had to be purged in an extremely traumatic process, wasting more lives and more resources. To balance these incomprehensible actions, the Emperor would publicly humiliate Lorgar.
Oops.
To publicly reprimand a Primarch in front of his Space Marines and even present humans was an unprecedented act, and it cut Lorgar to the core. In one encounter, his faith was publicly ripped from him by the Emperor, and all the worlds they had conquered were to be purged. Lorgar was beside himself, as were all the word-bearers, to not only have their faith burned away, but to also know that all their years of efforts counted for naught was an unbearable burden to carry. It is said that the Emperor did not want
why? Now, I understand, I guess, in a sense, why they were created, but my question is just like, you would think that the Emperor would have a better grasp on these things, especially to the ability of Psyker that he is, or even just the level of administration at this point. You think an investigation would have been launched sooner after you're like, man, why is it taking you so long to do this one world? Like, bro, it should take you like a week. You know, like what the fuck's going on over there? But yeah, I can totally see how these guys totally despise the Emperor after this moment, I guess, in a sense, but they did it to themselves, goddammit. Like, what the fuck?
Terrible burden to carry. It is said that the Emperor did not want to break and ruin the word-bearers or Lorgar. He was not vindictive in that way. He wanted to merely set them back on the path to being an effective force for the Imperial mankind. To cure this corruption, the Emperor turned to the glorious Ultramarines and Robert Guilliman, known for his exceptional tact and unflinching loyalty to the Emperor. The Ultramarines were the word-bearers' mirror and shadow alike in so many ways and different in so many others. A living example of what the word-bearers had the potential to be. The Emperor ordered a task force comprised of Ultramarines, his elite personal bodyguards, and the Imperial Council Regent Malkador the Sigillite. Their mission? To raise the capital city of the planet Kur to the ground. A planet of high importance to the word-bearers, who considered its capital, Monarchia, the perfect city because of the citizens' intense religious devotion and the sheer number of cathedrals and monuments dedicated to the worship of the Emperor as the god of humanity. Following a temporary mass evacuation of bewildered human citizens who could not understand what crime they had committed, sent out distress signals to the word-bearers, who they considered to be angels.
Oh, wow.
The Ultramarines, though, continued their mission and engaged in the orbital destruction of Monarchia. The Wordbearers Legion arrived to answer...
So they just burned everybody there, right? Or did they just straight up evacuate people first? I guess it said they evacuated some, but like, goddamn. And this is just for the practice of believing, you know what I mean? But they wouldn't know any better if they just came under heel of, you know, they just came under heel of the word bearers, right? Then obviously, like, it could have been the Ultramarines, it could have been any other Astartes faction, right? Sub-faction, but it's just a shame, you know what I mean? Because, like, yeah, such a waste of resources and time, like, especially if these people consider, or the word bearers consider it the perfect city. You can see where that fucking animosity is gonna fucking fester, you know what I mean? So I can see what Luton means by this might have happened even without the influence of chaos, you know? They might have done it on their own, arguably.
So the distress cause of the planet, only to find to their utter confusion the Ultramarines in orbit. The word-bearers were ordered to assemble planet-side. 100,000 Marines were ordered within sight of the smouldering, blazed ruins of Monarchia, where the Emperor himself stood.
Sorry to pause again, but 100,000, like, obviously we know, like, the division of Space Marines now, it's in the thousands, but 100,000 in one legion is crazy, you know? I just think that's really cool. Like, you're just seeing, like, the old age numbers, you know?
Of the smouldering, razed ruins of Monarchia, where the Emperor himself stood. The word-bearers were forced, along with all others in attendance, including Lorgar, to kneel before him in the ashes of the city, which stood for all they had believed and done in the name of the Emperor and the Imperium. He explained to them in no uncertain terms that they had failed in duty, that their efforts had been futile, and wasted beliefs were an abhorrence.
Wow.
He was no god, no angel, no divine being, but a man. No such belief would be permitted in his Imperium. The Emperor departed, leaving a
Stop bathing yourself in a wreath of light then and wearing golden armor, you freak. Like, honestly, goddamn. Like, this guy looks like a fucking god. Why wouldn't you think he is? You know, like, I understand. Isn't it the case of, like, you perceive the Emperor how he wants you to perceive him? So then, bro, like, you're such a gaslighter. Like, honestly, fuck.
Primarch humiliated.
I'm just kidding, but, like, I think that's
humbled.
funny.
Lorgar was physically and psychologically numbed by the Emperor's actions. The razing of the city of Monarchia was a trauma almost too great for many of the word-bearers to cope with, and had it not been for their strength of genetics, they would have likely been mass suicides and insanity. Lorgar himself, though, fell into a deep melancholy that would burn harder and brighter within him as days turned to weeks, turned to months. Why is this sequence of events so important? In the future years of the Imperium, it was said that all that would later come to pass was born in this microcosm, that the mission and humiliation carried out here would be recalled as the catalyst of a galactic civil war. The ruination of the word-bearers is critical in understanding the next sequence of events. They were left reeling from the events on Kur, as well as the ritual humiliation and destruction of the Legion's faith. The fate of the word-bearers at this time is sketchy due to the destructive nature of this period and the events to follow. But it is known that they disappeared for a time, seemingly lost in a whirlwind of confusion, disillusionment, and even rage. The Emperor's hope that they would be set straight on the path of the Imperial truth was flawed, and their resentment hugely underestimated. Instead, they withdrew, wandering the galaxy, seeking, waiting for a light of clarity to guide them. It seems likely that Lorgar's fall began after Monarchia, that the dark powers of the warp reached out to him in his despair and offered him that which the Emperor had denied him, a divine power to believe in. It is not known whom these voices that counselled him were. It's possible, but entirely speculative, that as with Horus later, some of his closest officers such as Erebus, the word-bearer's first chaplain, would be the first to be corrupted and then begin the spread of darkness. What is certain, though, is that when the word-bearers reappeared to rejoin the Great Imperial Crusade, they appeared to be refocused as the Emperor had hoped. But this was far from the truth.
Please don't tell me they came back to the Crusade looking like that, because if they did, I'd be like, fuck, bro. What the fuck happened to you guys? You know, no, I'm sure they still look normal at that point, and this is probably like a future representation of what they will become. But could you imagine if they just showed up looking like that? You'd be like, holy fuck, kill it, you know?
The word-bearers now no longer serve the Emperor or humanity, and were the very first Space Marine Legion to fall to the darkness of chaos. The war between humanity and chaos would still not come until more of the Emperor's crusading forces had been seeded with dark betrayal. Horus Lupercal, favourite of the Emperor, War Master of the Crusade, would become the apex of these events. The real treachery would begin on a small planet named Davin. This world had been easily absorbed into the Imperium by Horus and his legion, the Lunar Wolves, some 60 years previously. The warrior people living there quickly realised they were outclassed and bowed to the powers of the Imperium. Horus was impressed with their realism, honour and strength. Spending time there, the Lunar Wolves brought away from Davin the concept of the Warrior Lodge, a close clique of senior brothers who would share their knowledge and opinions evenly without rank obstruction. The concept of lodges, guilds or clans within a legion or imperial force was strictly outlawed by the Emperor as something which could brew dangerous opinions and dissent, as evidently turned out to be the case. Horus decided that he knew better. Now, Erebus, the aforementioned first chaplain of the Word-Bearers, was at this point fully corrupted by chaos. He reported to the Lunar Wolves that Commander Temba, the governor of Davin, and his forces had turned renegade and dug themselves into a fortress on Davin's moon. Horus led an assault force to clear the moon and extract Temba personally. On the surface, his forces were confronted by the foul, reanimated remains of Tember's outpost, who had evidently succumbed to the chaos plague of Nurgle's rot, skewing them into horrific parodies of the human form. Horus slew the grossly altered Tember personally, but not before Tember managed to strike a blow to Horus using the advanced blade, the Anatheme. The Anatheme, you will recall, was the highly advanced blade stolen decades previous by Erebus from the people known as the Interrex. The weapons appeared to be semi-sentient, as the Interrex claimed the weapons could be instructed to recognize a particular person, which gave them the ability to mortally wound that person. The Interrex did not know how to produce these weapons, but had confiscated them from a Xenos race known as the Kinebrak. It seems clear that Erebus orchestrated the whole sequence of events on Davin's moon, and potentially worse, had already been corrupted by chaos even prior to his theft of the Anatheme from the Interrex years before. The distorted, chaos-riddled Tember had been instructed to speak Horus Lupercal's name to the blade. This meant that upon striking the greatest Primarch of the Imperium, it would wound him in such a way as to be beyond even his demi-godlike powers of healing. The fate of the Anatheme would still have importance in the years to come.
So this blade kind of mortally wounded him in a sense, from what I'm understanding. Like, or at least gave him a wound of which he would not recover from in the coming battle, and that could have affected things greatly.
As to be beyond even his demi-godlike powers of healing. The fate of the Anatheme would still have importance in the years to come. Horus was taken back to his ship, the Vengeful Spirit, where apothecaries frustratingly determined his wound could not be healed naturally or otherwise. Horus's Mournival, his lodge of closest officers, took him in their despair to the Serpent Lodge on Davin, where Erebus assured them he knew how to heal the Warmaster in a special spiritual ceremony. This was, of course, all part of Erebus's plan. During this ritual, Horus's spirit would be transferred into the warp along with Erebus, disguised as one of the Warmaster's closest friends, Hastur Sejanus, captain of the 4th Company. This out-of-body experience showed Horus a terrifying vision of the future, which unbeknownst to him were caused by his very actions, bringing the Imperium into an age of repressive, violent and superstitious regime where the Emperor and some of the most loyal Primarchs were worshipped as divine beings by the fanatical and ignorant masses of humanity. The Chaos Gods portrayed themselves as the victims of the Emperor's psychic might, who had been suppressed throughout the ages and had no interest themselves in controlling the material world. Horus, already having grown jealous.
See, that seems like such a cope answer to that. Like, come on, Horus, you gotta be a little bit wiser than that. You know, some demonic entities like, we got no interest in the material world. It's just this one guy. It's his fault. You know, no, like, come on now. But no, on a serious note, like, that could be pretty traumatizing to you, you know, being in an out-of-body experience. You just suffered a mortal wound, and now you're being shown this potential future from some fucking warp entity. And you have no idea whether it's telling the truth, whether it's not telling the truth, but you just have an overwhelming sense that it's real. But then you directly are the cause of why it's real, and man, you know, I just think it's really interesting, you know. But man, Horus needs to not take deals from strangers, especially warp beasts, you know.
Deeply resentful of the perceived.
But I guess he was like, I should say, like, disguised. You know what I'm saying? He was disguised as somebody he trusted, so I can understand that. But like, bro, the whole thing was weird. But that's not to say he even knew what was going on to begin with. If he was like really fucked up from that wound, man, he could have just been placed in there, and he's like, what the fuck? What's going on?
Treatment at
the more likely what happened.
And was one of many of the Astartes legions afraid of the concept of a peace wherein all for which they had fought would be turned over to weak-willed mortal men, whilst his legions were cast aside and left as peacekeepers without a purpose. These were the Emperor's wishes. For you see, the Astartes were always a tool to save humanity and bring power back to mankind, not just to subjugate it. Horus, in his weakened and embittered state, was very suggestible and would accept this twisted and misunderstood prophecy. But there was one thing Erebus had not counted on. Horus's brother, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, a legion and chapter who had widely embraced psychers and their unique powers, had continued to study the forbidden arts of warp manipulation and sorcerous powers. The cyclopean giant of Magnus appeared within Horus's vision, revealing Erebus's true identity and begging Horus not to fall in to the temptations of chaos. It was all in vain though. Horus had by now already decided that if anyone deserved to be worshipped as a god, then it was he. The godlike warp demons of chaos healed Horus's wounds and between them made a deal. In exchange for the immense power he would gain, as well as ruling power over the mortal galaxy, he would deliver to them the Emperor, who the dark chaos gods feared most, as they knew he alone stood with enough power to potentially destroy them. Although Horus
that would be pretty scary for them. As a chaos god, you're like, some fucking bitch basic human has the ability to destroy me. Like, I could see how that would be fucking terrifying in a sense for something that looks like that, you know?
Although Horus had always been an immensely skillful military leader, his true genius was in the manipulation of others. This was often remarked upon by his brother Primarchs, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists, once noting to Garviel Loken, who you remember was the Lunar Wolves captain. And
I just want to say, I think I'm an Imperial Fists fanboy. I think I like them a lot. You know, their shields, their color schemes, everything. I don't know. I enjoyed them. I enjoy them a lot.
Fists once noting to Garviel Loken, who you remember was the Lunar Wolves captain and a member of the Mournival, that Horus had Loken put forward a campaign of war so his character would be more well known as a peacemaker than a warmonger. Dawn said, "You understand what Horus had you do this morning? He had primed the Mournival to back him, Loken. He is cultivating the air of a peacemaker, for that plays well across the worlds of the Imperium. This morning he wanted someone other than himself to suggest unleashing the legions for war." This skill of manipulation would be especially important now. It was one thing for the Chaos Aberrations to turn a few men and even a Primarch, but to turn legions and still more Primarchs, the strongest willed and most loyal of the Emperor's forces to Chaos? How would this be possible? Well, it would in part because Horus did not declare himself outright as a disciple of Chaos, nor would he follow immediately the darkest of their practices. As had been the case until now, the game being played
so he just kept it a secret
and deception.
Yeah.
Horus began implementing throughout the legions the concept of the Mournival, that he had allowed first within the Lunar Wolves. The Mournival Lodge enabled officers to group together in secret and lay the seeds of discontent and mutiny. Horus would also capitalize on the current negative feelings among some of his fellow Primarchs, and then the refracted disillusionment among some of the legions. Lorgar and the Word Bearers had already turned to Chaos following their world-shattering humiliation by the Emperor. Horus would engage legions of Hastatis, Imperial troops, and even several Mars Titan legions with the principal concept that Horus now perceived the Emperor, powerful as he was, did not deserve the unreserved praise and recognition of.
So I just want to say too, and I think that's so sweet that there's fucking Chaos Titans, you know what I mean? In a sense, that's fucking sweet to me. Like this 30k sounds like it would be very, very interesting. Like, I don't know, is there models for 30k? Like, is there a tabletop version of 30k, or is it usually only like the most modern 40k that they like allow units for? You know what I'm saying? That's interesting, because I haven't looked into the rules or anything for the tabletop, you know, and I'm just wondering, because it would be very, very like cool to see like units of this time period. But obviously, you know, there's not much. Well, there's a ton of lore on it, I shouldn't say, but it's obviously with the sense of keeping modern and updating the game and whatnot. So I can understand if it doesn't allow for that. But man, this is interesting. I think it's really cool. Like, it's not cool, obviously. It's fucking devastating that he got Titans on his side, but everybody was susceptible to these ideas, you know, that he was spreading. And all it took was just a little bit of critical thinking amongst like some higher ranked Space Marines. And then they're like, yeah, this is kind of bullshit. You know? Next thing you know, there's a rebellion on your hands. Jesus.
Titan legions, with the principal concept that Horus now perceived the Emperor, powerful as he was, did not deserve the unreserved praise and recognition of the human race. More Hastati's legions would now join the traitors, Angron and the World Eaters, Mortarion and his Death Guard, Fulgrim and the Emperor's children were among the first to side with the War Master. Others would later fall, including the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, and lastly, the Thousand Sons. It had become clear that the Primarchs were far from the perfect demi-godlike human form they were perceived to be. Although technically each Primarch was physically and mentally godlike compared to a standard human, they still bore all of humanity's virtues as well as their flaws such as ego, greed, envy, arrogance, rage, and more besides. These superhuman warriors were meant to be the saviours of mankind, but instead they could be the downfall of everything that had been salvaged and achieved. The Thousand Sons Legion would be a particularly tragic story. Their Primarch Magnus the Red, who you remember had attempted to prevent Horus from falling to darkness whilst experiencing his out-of-body experience to the warp on Davin. Magnus and the Thousand Sons Legion had begun to use psychic powers and warp sorcery as part of their legion's general practices. This was actually outlawed by the Emperor, who was cautious of using psychic power in only controlled services. It's surprising they chose this path to break with Imperial law. However, it seems that they actually bore a natural affinity for such practices, and as with many things, likely started out small before becoming more widespread. In time, many Space Marine legions and chapters would use sanctioned psychers in the new librarian branch of the forces, but in these early days there was no regulation or established command. As a consequence, many of the Thousand Sons Marines would suffer whole body deterioration, as they would eventually become consumed by the warp powers, unable to control or prevent this. It was for this reason that Magnus the Red was able to travel into the warp and see Horus in his most dire of situations. Magnus, after this incident, was so grief-stricken that rather than physically travel to Earth and speak to the Emperor, which now in hindsight would have been the far better choice, he chose to use his psychic power to reach out and speak to the Emperor himself at the Imperial Palace on Terra. But this would shatter all the psychic wards the Emperor had placed on the palace and severely damage the project being secretly worked on by the Emperor. This itself was connected to the psychic paths of the Webway, the gateways used by the Eldar, and previously the Old Ones.
Jesus.
This choice by Magnus was catastrophic and a rash miscalculation. His psychic assault on the Imperial Palace, his panic and frustration and anger and trauma gave free rein to the warp and its evil inhabitants to invade Terra. Millions of psychers died instantly as their attuned minds were burned out or demons tore them apart. Warp storms consumed entire settlements, shockwaves flattened structures around the world. Having strictly outlawed Magnus's use of sorcery and refusing to believe that Horus, his most trusted son, would betray him, the Emperor concluded wrongly for the traitor to be Magnus and the Thousand Sons. This error would be yet another travesty of judgment among the many during this whole sorry period.
So shit.
The Emperor ordered Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to engage and destroy Magnus and the Thousand Sons.
But again, what a vast miscalculation, like, my bro. Like, you can't just be doing that, especially if you know better, if you know you're not supposed to be. Like, if the Emperor is telling you, yeah, do not under any circumstance use your psyker abilities around my fucking planet, you know? And then he goes and does it. Like, bro, it's probably a reason for it, you know? God damn. So this is what gave way to the assault on Terra, I'm guessing. Or at least one of them.
But Magnus, now defeated physically and mentally, cast out by his father, they were turned away from the Imperium and into traps to entice them into the darkness of chaos. Horus was all too aware that there were some Primarchs and legions too loyalist to ever be persuaded away from the Imperium, such as the Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, Blood and Dark Angels. Horus would instead send these legions far away to the far reaches of the Empire on missions designed to keep them busy, while the traitors would descend on Earth to destroy the Imperium and, most critically, the Emperor himself. As we outlined earlier, there would now take place many events which would lead some further astray and for the Emperor to become more aware that something was extremely wrong in the Imperium. These can be covered in more detail later. Magnus of the Thousand Suns was, for the Emperor as far as he was aware, a lone corrupter, distorted by his unlicensed use of the warp. This, of course, was sadly the extreme opposite of the actual situation, but the extreme destruction and loss of life on Earth after it had been contained, as well as the damage to the Emperor's ongoing Gateway project, would be enough to cloud his judgment.
Damn.
Horus, though, would now move up to expand upon the early seeds of betrayal in the following campaigns of the Isstvan system. Horus would order the virus bombing of Isstvan III, a planet that had declared itself separate from the Imperium. Many loyalist marines from traitor legions were actually planetside when Horus and the orbital navy performed exterminatus on the planet, killing all 12 billion inhabitants, including the space marines from multiple legions.
Yeah.
Horus watched from orbit.
That would be an oof.
Let the galaxy burn.
Shit, dog. Yeah, that's smart though. Send the loyalist, Astartes planet side, and then just exterminatus the planet. Effective, smart. If you're gonna rebel, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Kill everybody that's gonna fight you right off the bat.
Bombs laid waste to the planet, devouring any organic material they encountered, disintegrating humans and seeping into the suits and armor of any Astartes.
Damn.
The storms of the virus raged until the planet was nothing more than a barren desert. The few remaining loyalist space marines would eventually be butchered by their brothers until Horus ordered an orbital bombardment until nothing remained alive on the surface of Isstvan III. Enter Captain Garrow of the 7th Company Death Guard Legion. Nathaniel Garrow is one of my favourite heroes of the Horus Heresy and perhaps all of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, namely because he was fundamentally responsible for saving the Imperium. His unwavering loyalty and strength of character, which apparently went beyond even some of the Primarchs. He is also a legendary character of the age because of what he would become later after the period of heresy, but again, that is another story. Garrow bore witness to the massacre on Isstvan III and was quick to understand the real horror not only of this specific event but what was happening at large. Realising that he would have to escape not only the fleet of the War Master, the sons of Horus, previously the Lunar Wolves, and the Emperor's children, but also his own legion, they would make a warp jump aboard an old fleet ship, the Eisenstein. Without having time to chart its route or destination, this left them then marooned, as well as being subject to multiple attacks from the warp by the dark forces of chaos and the specific deity Nurgle, who had corrupted and mutated his own Death Guard Legion. Despite all this, they survived and proceeded to detonate their ship's core in the vain hope of attracting a ship to come and rescue them. Luckily for the crew, they succeeded, and the vessel approaching turned out to be an Imperial Fists Astartes barge containing none other than the Primarch Rogol Dorn himself.
Oh, wow.
Trying to convince Dorn of Horus and the other legions' betrayal, though, was a near impossible task. The suggestion sent him into such a fit of rage he nearly executed Garrow on the spot, and would have been doomed to failure were it not for the Remembrancers. The Remembrancers were an order of historians, journalists and civilians from Earth at the time who were sent along with the expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade. Their function was to chronicle deeds, events and generally record the history so that we could then hold that for the future Imperium of Man. Remembrancers were generally seen as very reliable sources of information, especially those who had any psychic capabilities if they were psychers and could actually record information information simply by visualizing that, by seeing it. And when Rogol Dawn could actually see the events that had unfolded, he had no choice but to accept them. Returning to Terra, Dawn would...
So he almost didn't believe, well, not almost, he didn't believe that Horus would turn traitor like that, and he almost fucking killed Nathaniel? I forget how you pronounce it already. Pretty sure it's just Nathaniel, but yeah, he almost fucking butchered him there on the spot. Man, it would be so traumatizing to know that your war leader like that, your war master, is fucking just gone traitor and just butchered how many billions and Astartes forces on a planet, and he's actually just like gonna keep going. You wouldn't believe it, you know? You think, man, this guy's trying to fuck with me, you know? But, wow, you know.
Speak to the Emperor, and finally the betrayal and heresy would come into the light. Garrow, though, in immense frustration despite all his efforts, was not able to speak to the Emperor himself, but was stationed on the lunar colony along with the remaining loyalist Death Guard and Imperial Navy crew of the Eisenstein. The Imperial forces on Earth considered their presence too dangerous to allow them to roam freely. Horus Lupercal had now extinguished the last shreds of loyalty from the 3 legions under his command, who were now complete in their misguided transition to chaos. His next target in the campaign was Istvan V. Here, he would establish a command post and reinforce his position. The Emperor, now in a fit of despair and rage at the actions of Horus, commanded 7 legions of Astartes to attack and subdue the traitors, and subsequently return them to Terra to face their actions. However, unbeknownst to the Emperor, at least half of these legions had already been deceived and strayed from loyalty to the Imperium.
Wow.
They had not yet made their stance clear, but represented a dangerous deception to the Imperium. The first wave of attacks to Istvan V were carried out by the Loyalist legions, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, and the Iron Hands. Horus had already been passed information of their landing sites, and this would cost them horrific losses at this initial contact. Worse would come though. The 4 remaining legions to attack were no longer loyal to the Imperium. The Night Lords, Wordbearers, Iron Warriors, and Alpha Legion descended to attack in a brutal combined assault, slaughtering the remnants of the 3 Imperial legions.
Jesus.
This event would be known from here on as the Istvan V Drop Site Massacre.
Ugh.
Things looked dark for the Imperium. The strongest legions were still tasked to the fringes of the galaxy, and there seemed little to stand between Horus and his now 7-strong fleet of Astartes legions. Not to mention the further forces of corrupted Imperial Navy, the victorious Dark Mechanicum, who were fighting the Schism of Mars, a civil war between factions on Mars loyal to the Imperium and Horus, and now successfully they had won their campaign there. The traitor legions on Horus would assault and destroy many loyal Imperial bastions as they travelled towards Terra, taking years to do so in the process. By now, the Warmaster had amassed a massive army comprising multiple groups including Titans, Astartes and advanced war gear, corrupted Imperial forces, and even cultists from worlds who could spread discord and disrupt Imperial worlds through terrorism or cult activity.
Damn.
The Wordbearers especially revelled in this, often finding that their worlds, previously they converted to the divinity of the Emperor, were more than willing, within a fairly short space of time, to worship them again as gods or angels, and were a great asset to factor into their battle tactics and use where appropriate these expendable, gullible souls to support their forces.
Jeez.
Fortunately for the Imperium, one thing was
though.
slowing down Horus and his legions: logistics. Despite acquiring a massive force, Horus found he was unable to move it efficiently around given the limitations of the warp vessels in his fleet, and this did buy the Loyalist side some time. There is one other unmentioned force Horus found available to him, that of the warp demons themselves. However, interestingly at this time, despite many Space Marine legions pledging themselves to Horus and to Chaos, they still viewed these creatures as dangerous warp phenomena and opposite to their principles. This shows that at the time it's believable
they had no idea.
that many of the Space Marines aligned to Horus were perhaps not entirely aware of what it was they were signing up for, and had perceived this more as a political rebellion to impose a new order to the Imperium, rather than the truth of the matter, which was that they were in fact surrendering it to a true fall into a hellish reality and a foul darkness that later awaited them all. This would also be in part down to the
I think that's very interesting that most of them did not know that chaos was involved and still viewed warp entities as evil, like beings, you know what I'm saying? Not evil, but just like bad, you know, bad beings. Like, why would you ever, like, you know, align with those kind of things? And they had no idea. It was just purely a political thing for them, you know, in a sense. Which I think that's really interesting. And fuck, like, this is such an interesting time period, you know? There's just so much going on, and I'm sure, like, he's not even getting to all of it. Like, there's so many different stories going on at this point, too, I'm sure. Like, fuck.
Awaited them all.
Actually, curiosity, how many books are in the 30K universe? I want to say, man, let me take a guess here. I'm going to say between 30 and 40. That's my official guess for the 30K universe. Let me know how close I was. 30 to 40.
This would also be in part down to the previous decisions to instigate a rule of ignorance over such matters, meaning many Hastati's warriors genuinely had no real knowledge of what chaos was or what it represented. Although it has to be said that this was rapidly changing and faster among some legions than others. Matters overall were made worse by the sheer amount of confusion reigning at this time. The warp had been disturbed, making warp travel again difficult. As outlined, this was both a positive and a negative for both sides concerned. It also made communication difficult, meaning some worlds could not be warned, and meant that many did not know the truth of the matter, or who indeed they...
I just want to pause and view that ship real quick. That's an amazing looking ship. Wow. You know, if I knew it wasn't a war vessel, man, that would look like an amazing pleasure craft. That's all I'm saying. Like, look at that. That's beautiful. You got like viewing bays and shit up there. Have a nice dining room there, man. Fuck, that'd be like a luxury fucking tour right there, you know? No, I know it's a war vessel, but like, no, it's a beautiful looking ship, and I love the design a lot. You can see all the portholes for like guns and shit too, and I think that's awesome. It's like cannons almost. They like broadside.
They could trust. Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, had been stationed on Terra for some years now after his return with Nathaniel Garrow, and barely rested in his activities to prepare an insurmountable defence of Terra. However, his task was made all the more difficult by the warp storms which prevented ease of reinforcement as well as communication. In addition, Mars now failed to repel the Dark Mechanicum and had fallen to the War Master's forces, and as such had to be continually blockaded and prevented from launching its own attacks to Earth. As far as the Emperor, Malkador and Imperial Fists were concerned, the spearhead on Isfahan V had been a catastrophic failure. Other legions, such as the Ultramarines, were now completely isolated and out of contact, and so they could do nothing but watch the galaxy burn around them, as Horus himself had stated he would as he oversaw the virus bombing of Isfahan III. Despite this period often being documented as clear-cut, death guard against blood angels and so on, it was far more chaotic than this. Although battles and confrontations would occur, it was not as simple as the War Master declaring, "X Legion is now under my command." A legion comprised thousands of Space Marines.
Yeah, no, that's just not true, because each Space Marine, although they have a loyalty to their legion, they also have a loyalty to the Emperor in a sense, right? And they're their own person, so I'm sure when a lot of them found out that this was happening, I'm sure a lot of infighting occurred. It probably just was not capable of being on a mass scale, or if it was, then you would... I'm sure that's where you see chapters of certain legions existing still, even if they potentially were traitor, maybe. Maybe that's wrong, though. I don't know. Or maybe they were just simply like amalgamated into other chapters after the Horus Heresy. That's probably more plausible, I should say.
Would occur, it was not as simple as the War Master declaring, "X Legion is now under my command." A legion comprised thousands of Space Marines, and they would rarely be all stationed in one location at once.
Yeah.
Consequently, this fragmentation meant many could return from stationing elsewhere to find to their horror the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
As outlined
They'd be like, what the fuck is going on, guys?
Can appear to be mechanical machines of war.
They're not.
They are just as complex as any human in their thoughts, decisions and moralities. Hence, why Horus saw it necessary to slaughter so many loyalists from the legions he would call his own on Isstvan III. This meant that many smaller groups of Marines, when returning to communication with their legion, would either meet a bloody fate at the hands of their brothers should they refuse to convert to the War Master's cause, or instead they would flee to form fragmented groups of rare Marines known as Black Shields.
Oh, okay.
Now, just to diverge very quickly, Black Shields are a rare form of Hastatis who have fully severed themselves from their parent legion or chapter, but who still remain loyal to the Imperium.
That's awesome.
In this early time, however, only some of them...
I really vibe with that armor set and that color scheme, because they're all just different amount, like, they still have, like, some heraldry, but they're clearly not with that anymore, you know, but they still have some of that color scheme to them. I think that's really fucking cool. These guys look awesome to me, I'm not gonna lie.
The Marines would obscure their shoulder plates. Others would wear their legion colors and heraldry, proudly believing themselves to be the purest warriors, uncorrupted by the darkness and the last remnants of their previous but now ruined glory.
I see.
Later in time, though, all these rogue Hastatis would black out their armor to remain anonymous, as their legion loyalty became a deep shame and irrelevant to their personal missions.
I see.
Black Shield Space Marines would later become the fabled Death Watch Marines, who dedicate themselves to endlessly battling Xenos using unorthodox methods and allying with fellow Black Shields whose prior legion heritage is irrelevant and often best unspoken of. It is uncommon for the Black Shield to reveal more than bare details other than his name, basic training experiences, and so on. They fight in the name of the Imperium but remain in a state of self-imposed exile. The Death Watch Black Shield Marines would also fight in a manner divergent to normal Marines. They will willingly sacrifice themselves when necessary or take on objectives that others would consider a death sentence. In many ways, their lives seem to be a form of penance, carrying the shame and weight of sin thrown down by their legions upon their shoulders, but all the while remaining staunchly loyal to the Emperor. Horus continued his unending campaign of betrayal now, in a bizarre parody of the Imperial Crusade. Each world over which the War Master's shadow fell, a simple choice was given: total submission and surrender, or total destruction and a lifetime of slavery, and ultimately a miserable death.
Yeah.
This campaign was also certainly one of fear-mongering and compliance for sibling worlds in a given system. For any world marked for destruction and genocide was never fully extinguished in this manner. It would conveniently allow those survivors who had not simply lost their minds from witnessing the horrors unleashed by the Dark Hastatis could convey their experience to other neighbouring worlds, and thereby assuring their near immediate surrender to the War Master's fleet.
Yeah.
In this sense, these near-total annihilation attacks on planets by the War Master were not true exterminatus, as was seen on Isstvan III. Rather, they were a clever and brutal propaganda tool to yet again demonstrate Horus's adept ability in the art of war he had perfected through the years of the Imperial Crusades.
It's interesting to see this complete change in Horus, where he thought, like, you know, fighting was pointless. He didn't see the point in it, diplomacy first kind of thing, and now he's just, like, utterly, like, you're with me or you're going to fucking burn. Like, literally, you know? It's just interesting to see that corruption take place on him, and his anger towards his father, I guess, in a sense. Even though he's the one causing this, and again, man, it's like, how do you not see that you're the one causing this? You know, you're meant to destroy the Sith, not join them. Like, literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's just a tragic tale, I guess. You know, it is a clever tool that he's like not completely annihilating planets though, but leaving survivors to go and, you know, tell tales of what happened here. You know, because it does just mean like the submission of everybody, because they're so terrified of you. It's like having 100 Dread and Crusader Kings, for Christ's sake. You know.
By now, some 9 of the 20 Space Marine legions were under the command of Horus. An interesting but specifically relevant aside to this is to mention the 2nd and 11th Space Marine Legions. They would have all records of their existence destroyed, and no history or explanation given as to their origin, actions, or fate. The complete and utter erasure of all records of the 2nd and 11th Legions is considered by Imperial historians as the most successful edict of obliteration ever carried out.
Damn.
However, fragments of information do exist through quoted literature or documents, and it seems that these two legions' records were eradicated prior to the Horus Heresy.
Oh.
We have no way of knowing for sure what happened to the erased two legions, but it seems likely they were precursors to the events of the heresy.
That makes sense.
The Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, is recorded as stating that Space Marines had been previously tasked with fighting one another when speaking to Caspar Horsaw, who questioned him. The unprecedented, like Astartes fighting Astartes, like the route being called to sanction another legion. That? No. That is not unprecedented. This gives credence to the possibility that the Space Wolves are the Emperor's preferred execution legion, as they have been later tasked with the destruction of the Thousand Sons and Magnus the Red.
That's true.
Another quote stated that the wolves will be loosed again. This small fragment suggests it is not the first time they'd faced such a mission. Malkador the Sigillite and Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists would also shed some fragmented light on this history. Malkador would say, Horus has 3 of his brother legions with him. You have your fists and 13 others. Would that it were 15, mused Dawn. Do not even think it, my friend, warned Malkador. They are lost to us forever. I know, said Dawn. A conversation between Primarch Rogel Dawn and Malkador the Sigillite, and this leads us to speculate that a great darkness caused them to be lost prior to heresy. But the most telling of all would be part of Horus's vision during his out-of-body experience on Davin, where he would have, among other delusions, a reminiscence back in time to the DNA laboratories of the Emperor.
Okay.
We know that the warp creatures had originally scattered the Primarchs, so it seems entirely likely that this vision was at least in part accurate. Horus would describe that. He stopped by the tank with 11 stenciled upon it. The 11th Primarch, feeling the untapped glories that might have lain ahead for what grew within, but knowing that they would never come to pass.
Oh.
This could suggest that Chaos wanted to demonstrate to Horus that he was not the first to be corrupted, and that where previously they had failed and subsequently were destroyed by the Emperor, he would succeed. These glimpses are interesting, but do beg the question, if such a fate had befallen the 2nd and 11th Legions, why was the Emperor not more cautious to allow such darkness to encroach and infect his Astartes again? On the other hand, perhaps it was precisely these earlier corruptions which led the Emperor to his course of outlawing knowledge of chaos, the old adage,
that's also
what you don't
true,
know can't hurt you. Additionally, perhaps the fact that if indeed these 2 now erased legions were corrupted and then crushed by the Space Wolves, could this have lulled the Emperor into a false sense of security, believing any further corruptions to be also surmountable? We could speculate that the Chaos Gods perhaps even allowed these legions to be destroyed prior to the Horus Heresy so as to deliberately misdirect the Emperor into believing them to be weaker or less capable a force than they actually were.
That's true, and then even by default of doing that, because like this, the time is not of the essence for a fucking Chaos God. It never has been, right? So it's a couple more years, but also it just weakens your enemy's force regardless, right? If they're fighting each other and killing each other. I mean, that's just a benefit for you. I mean, if your only goal is to spread infighting amongst another race, let's say, then even if your backside loses at the end of the day, they still killed each other, and that's your goal, right? So, like, you know, it's grim, but it's totally true. Like,
into believing them to be weaker or less capable a force than they actually were. There is no definitive answer, this is all supposition, but the possibilities and ramifications are particular.
All the notes I just wrote, I put potentially beside it. Potentially killed by the Space Wolves, potentially the first to be corrupted by Chaos, potentially reason for not spreading knowledge of chaos, you know, things like that. I'm just writing some cliff notes down. Everything's potential with these guys.
Intriguing. Whatever the reasons for these prior events and the consequences they would carry, one thing was now certain. Horus's fleet seemed unstoppable as it approached Terra. Rogel Dawn and Malkador the Sigillite were receiving the fragmented survivors from the Isfahan 5 massacre at this time and begun to realise the grim reality of what they were facing. They hurriedly attempted to contact the Space Wolves and White Scars, who, as they were about to return to Terra, were now engaged by the traitors of the Alpha Legion. This made retreat difficult, but the White Scars were able to break free to return to Terra, with the Wolves vowing to follow them on once they had eradicated the Alpha Legion's force. The Ultramarines similarly had been engaged on the planet of Calth against the Wordbearers. Robert Guilliman and the Ultramarines received reinforcements from their vast legion to form one of the greatest forces in the Imperium now left standing, and they would repel the shattered Wordbearers and set course for Terra after receiving their communication from Malkador. However, Guilliman realised all too well they would likely arrive too late to make a significant difference, as had been Horus's original intention on posting them as far from Earth as was possible without it raising suspicion. Now the race was really on, as nearly all the Space Marine legions, loyalist and traitor alike, headed for Holy Terra to determine the final battle for supremacy of the galaxy. Despite all their best efforts, only the White Scars, Blood Angels and Imperial Fists were able to reach Terra before the traitor legions arrived.
Hold on, I want to hear that again. White Scars. I'm just writing that down. Blood Angels.
And Imperial Fists were able to reach Terra before the traitor legions arrived. The Loyalists were also supported with 3 Mechanicus Titan legions and millions of Imperial Guard soldiers. Their objective was less to defeat the traitors. That task was not in anybody's mind. Their sole task was simple and twofold. They must protect the Emperor at all costs, and they must survive long enough for reinforcements from the remaining Loyalist legions who were still en route to Terra.
Damn.
The Battle of Terra began as expected, with mass orbital bombardments from both the surface to orbit and vice versa. Luna, the Imperial Naval Station, also launched massive attacks with its huge orbital defense system, which sustained the traitors with heavy losses, but sadly not heavy enough to make any significant impact. Horus would destroy first the lunar defences and then the ground defense systems on Earth. It was now open to attack. The first drop pods landed on Terra, carrying the corrupted hellish Chaos Marines who battled the Loyalists for every step of ground.
And not obviously just in 40k, but bro, like orbital bombardment, and then you just see fucking drop pods coming from the sky. Like, I'd shit, because they can land wherever they want. There's no limiting factor when you're orbitally landing where you land. You have no idea. It's impossible to prepare for it, you know, in a sense. Man, it would just be such a terrifying fucking prospect.
Carrying the corrupted hellish Chaos Marines who battled the Loyalists.
Obviously, Chaos Marines would be more terrifying.
In securing the docking ports planetside, the traitors were able to reinforce with thousands more Marines, along with the corrupted Dark Mechanicum Titans. Cultists also practiced their invocations, which brought demons large and small out from the warp and into reality, unleashing their horrors on the Loyalists, both Hastatis and Imperial Guard alike. The forces of chaos assaulted the Imperial Palace relentlessly, some being led on by the Primarch, now turned demon Prince Angron of the World Eaters. But each time they attacked, the Blood Angels led by their Primarch Sanguinius would repel them. The White Scars Legion attempted to draw the Dark Forces away from the palace, but each time would be forced into submission, retreating back into the relative shelter of the palaces. Horus, frustrated at this point, and all too aware he was running out of time, ordered one of the Titan legions to demolish entire sections of the Imperial Wall. Despite grievous losses, the Titans, led by the infamous Imperator-class battle titan Disarray, smashed breaches in the Imperial Palace's defences, which the traitors then flooded through. Jakati Khan, Primarch of the White Scars, decided at this time on a change in tactic. Instead of trying to repel the seemingly endless forces of Chaos Marines, he swept a lightning raid to the Lion's Gate spaceport, catching the traitors at the port completely off guard. They were able to secure it quickly and reactivate the orbital defences, which began immediately destroying all descending traitor drop pods and landing transports. In a single action, they had cut the reinforcements of the traitors in half and dealt a substantial blow. They also tried to secure the second main port known as the Eternity Wall, but were unsuccessful as the Chaos forces had now reinforced their positions. The battle at the main palace was not going well now either, and the Loyalists had been pushed back to the Eternity Gate, the sole point of entry into the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace. The Marines, the Blood Angels and Imperial Fists were to hold back the attacking Chaos forces, while the remaining Loyalists made it through the gate to safety. Sanguinius, the Blood Angels Primarch, would now face a terrifying prospect as he flew against a greater demon of Khorne, clashing together head-on as they battled in the air, flying above the mortal forces in a ferocious and blurring battle of godlike ability.
Jesus.
Sanguinius would ultimately be victorious, breaking the demonic creature and throwing its shattered body to the howling heretics below. The Warp Gate project the Emperor had secretly been working on resided in this chamber, and it now risked becoming their undoing. Initially, it required only a small portion of the Emperor's psychic attention, but after the damage wrought by Magnus of the Thousand Suns in attempting to reach the Emperor, it subsequently was damaged so badly that it required a significantly higher proportion of the Emperor's powers to keep it closed. Combined with the fact that the forces of Chaos were fighting to use this portal, it became an immense burden to maintain it safely. The Emperor now called on Malcador the Sigillite, informing him that he was required to take his place on the psychic amplifier known as the Golden Throne. This provided the psychic shielding needed to protect the new human-built sections of the webway, which had been the Emperor's secret project and was intended to be the final gift to humanity before the Horus Heresy had begun. The Emperor's original choice of his replacement on the artifact had been Magnus the Red, but now Malcador was the only legitimate successor, being one of the few human remaining psykers with enough strength to carry out the duty. In the final days of the siege, the Emperor ordered Malcador to summon 12 men of character, skill and determination. These would be tested and trained to become an elite group of investigators intended to root out treachery across the Imperium and in the centuries to come to prevent any event like the Horus Heresy from occurring again. This would become the earliest stirrings of the Inquisition and also later the highly secretive chapter known as the Grey Knights. The Emperor also told Malcador to steel himself as he would need to prepare to make an unbearable sacrifice. Malcador would return from his mission to recruit the foundation of the Inquisition. Using his powerful psychic subterfuge, Malcador and his new recruits were able to pass unscathed through the battle lines and come before the Emperor within the inner gates of the Imperial Palace. Malcador brought before the Emperor his 12 men to be judged for their suitability, and the Emperor saw that Malcador had chosen wisely. Of the 12, 4 were mortal lords and administrators of the Imperium, possessing an inquisitive nature and unyielding strength of mind. The other 8 were Space Marines, whose abilities were as peerless as their dedication to the Emperor. Some Marines were from legions that had abandoned the Emperor in favour of Horus's dark promises, but these battle brothers had never lost their staunch loyalty and had fought the heresy for...
I think that's the wisest choice. Like, these guys are proving, if they're still fighting for you, their legions betrayed you, and they're still here shedding blood on your behalf and praising your name. I think that's the best choice. Like, make them Grey Knights, make them the example, you know? I think that's a really, really wise choice. And also keeping humans as well in there as well. Like, because it just goes to show, like, we're all still human, you know? Don't get that out of your mind. Don't think you're better than them. We're all still human in a sense. Obviously, that's not what comes to be, but... And obviously, just basic level humans can still possess psyker abilities and still be great administrative tools, right? Still have great administrative minds. So the fact that he's not discarding that, I think, is a great
Were
choice.
from legions that had abandoned the Emperor in favor of Horus's
I'm really enjoying this
promises,
battle, Terra.
But these battle brothers had never lost their staunch loyalty and had fought the heresy from within in many ways, and they were the truest expression of the Imperium and carried an even stronger will than their Lord Primarchs. Malcador the Sigillite ascended to the Golden Throne, replacing the Emperor who stood before his loyal captains, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists and Sanguinius of the Blood Angels. Malcador could no longer physically speak, his mind consumed by the concentration he had to bring to bear in order to control the tempest of psychic forces consuming him. The Emperor directed the attention of the two Primarchs, the demigods of mankind, to look upon this mere mortal. Malcador, a powerful Psyker, but not an Astartes, not a Primarch, just a man.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
Emperor declared to them, "Behold, the greatest sacrifice of our age. Malcador the Sigillite is no more. Henceforth he shall always and only ever be Malcador the hero." Malcador would only be able to withstand this psychic assault on him for a few hours. Powerful as he was but a fraction of the power of the Emperor, and his body, mind and soul would be consumed in a matter of hours. Malcador the Sigillite was a true hero of humanity, saving it from total destruction on numerous occasions, ultimately sacrificing himself for the will of his friend, the Emperor.
Wow.
After 55 days, the Siege of Terror had kept the enemy at the gates, but only just. Both sides knew the defeat of the Imperium was near, and all that was required was the defence or destruction of the Eternity Gate. Horus, knowing this, and that he must complete the siege before the arrival of the Loyalist reinforcements from the other Space Marine legions, prepared to teleport to the surface from his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, to lead this final assault in person.
Okay.
The Wordbearer's first chaplain and prime traitor Erebus broke the news to Horus that their demonic allies in the Warp had informed them the Dark Angels and Space Wolf legions were now nearing Terra, and the vast force of Ultramarines were only a short distance away by now. Hearing this news, Horus despaired. All seemed lost. He needed more time to break the most secure enclave of the Imperial Palace, and the massive Imperial reinforcements were only hours away. Horus decided on a dangerous gamble. Dropping the shields of his flagship, he opened the gateway for the Loyalists to board his vessel.
Oh.
The Emperor would not waste this opportunity and teleported aboard the Vengeful Spirit with his elite personal guard, the Legio Custodes. The Primarch Sanguinius and Rogel Dawn, several companies of Imperial Fists and Blood Angels, veteran Marines in the assault. Finding themselves though scattered now throughout the ship, they fought a series of close-quarter battles against hardened Chaos Marines to reach the bridge of the ship and Horus. Sanguinius, the Blood Angel's Primarch, reached his brother Horus first, and the Warmaster attempted to turn his previously oldest and closest friend among the other Primarchs to Chaos one last time. When Sanguinius refused to be corrupted, Horus attacked. Wounded from his many battles on Terra and the battle with the Greater Demon, Sanguinius proved to be easily no match for Horus, who was now at the peak of his demonic power, bearing multiple marks of chaos. Horus strangled to death the angel with cruel ease. An alternate version of this event recorded in the Imperial records has Sanguinius cutting a small hole in Horus's Terminator armour before he died. This chink in the armour would aid in the Emperor's battle against Horus.
I see.
When the Emperor entered the bridge, he saw the winged corpse of the angelic Sanguinius lying at Horus's feet. Horus engaged the Emperor, calling him foolish for refusing the power that Chaos offered. Horus proclaimed that if the Emperor would kneel before him, he would spare his life. The Emperor knew well the ancient trap that had snared Horus, and the Emperor told the corrupted Primarch that he was the deluded slave of Chaos, not its master, for no mortal could ever truly claim to be more than a simple pawn of the ruinous powers. Snarling with frustration, Horus hurled bolts of demonic lightning at the Emperor, who nullified them before they touched him. The Emperor and Horus would engage one another in the throne room of the massive battle barge, a combat of both physical skill and psychic force in nature. The Emperor was unquestionably the most skilled and powerful warrior, but his love for his sons could not bring himself to bear his full strength against Horus, his first son. The Emperor would deflect multiple barrages with his lightning claw, but Horus was possessed, relentless, and sliced open the Emperor's chest armour. He then proceeded to sever the tendons in the right wrist, disarming the Emperor. An enraged psychic blast from the War Master seared the flesh from the Emperor's face, destroying one of his eyes, tearing the broken Emperor's right arm from his socket.
Jesus.
Horus raised his father's broken ragdoll body high over his head to throw him down, breaking his body. The vicious and casual brutality of the War Master's act galvanized the now broken Emperor as he awoke to what awaited mankind under the rule of Horus and the Chaos Gods. Realizing at last that his favoured son was wholly lost to the corruption of chaos, the Emperor gathered his full psychic power.
So, respectfully to the Emperor here, but he had to get his planet bombarded. How many worlds fucking burned? How many billions dead? His own forces turned against him, and he's now getting his ass beat by Horus to realize that, yeah, he's gone to chaos entirely. Bro, like, I could have told you that instantly. I think people did, like, try to tell you that instantly. Goddamn, man.
Lost to the corruption of chaos, the Emperor gathered his full psychic power, bringing it through his body and into the Immaterium, unleashing a lance of pure energy that pierced the gloating Horus's psychic defenses. The Emperor, in a white-hot rage, pierced his very being with psychic power. Before Horus died, the Chaos powers would abandon him. And as he looked his father in the eye, shedding a single tear, realizing his unforgivable betrayal, begging his father to forgive him. The Emperor saw regret in his fallen son's eyes, but the Emperor also knew that the Dark Gods could attempt to possess Horus again, and that this time he would not be there to stop them if they did. Forcing all compassion from his mind for the sake of humanity, the Emperor tore his soul apart, not banishing or casting it to some dark realm, but erasing it from reality, destroying Horus utterly. His essence burned from existence in both the physical world and the Immaterium, so that Chaos could not resurrect Horus, their claim on his soul a bitter blow to the Dark Gods, who would scream a terrible psychic scream in their rage and frustration.
Damn.
The destruction of Horus's soul sent a psychic shockwave surging across the solar system, casting the demons of chaos back into the warp, and spreading a mass panic among the traitor legions and other traitor forces on the surface of Terra, who felt in fractions of seconds the weakening power and loss of the chaos mark upon them. It became clear to the traitors their leader had been defeated. In this moment, a terrible berserker fury, later to become known as the Black Rage, encompassed the Blood Angels. From the moment of their Primarch Sanguinius' death, they went out surging forth to scatter the attackers, slashing in all directions, howling vengeance upon them. The already retreating traitor legions ran for their lives, screaming in terror from the frenzied Blood Angels. A screaming retreat soon turned to an apocalyptic bloodbath. Thousands upon thousands of Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Chaos Titans, fell attempting to flee. Any who fell behind were obliterated by the Blood Angels. Many of them would be later found still wandering around in an insane rage, smashing the broken Chaos Space Marines to pieces with apparently little conscience, thought or control. The ground before the Imperial Palaces was now awash with blood of traitors and heretics. Meanwhile, the Imperial Fist's Primarch Rogel Dawn finally found his way to the corrupted Starship's bridge, only to discover his brother Sanguinius and the shattered and broken body of the Emperor, who was now, despite his near immortal powers, on the very real verge of death. His remaining psychic energy spent in the defense of the Golden Throne and subsequent battle with Horus. The Emperor whispered instructions to Dawn, ordering him to transport him to the device known as the Golden Throne in the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace. If there was any chance to save the Emperor's life, Dawn would of course do so, without question. Returning to the Golden Throne Room deep in the Imperial Palace, Dawn and the frail body of the Emperor arrived just as Malkador was beginning to fail. His body had been consumed by the immeasurably powerful psychic storms that were now visibly lashing his body. As the tech priests hastily adapted the throne to be able to support the Emperor, Malcador was disconnected. Within minutes of this though, his husk of a body would turn to dust, blowing across the stone floor. But not before he reached out with the very last of his life energy and transferred it to the Emperor, giving him that last injection of power needed to survive for the moments until he could be transferred to the Golden Throne. This last act of Malcador was another blessing from the Sigillite, as the Imperial attendants would come to the realization that they could do this many times over, and so began the almost endless task of locating and bringing Psykers to Holy Terror, to have the honour of being sacrificed and transferred their energy to the Emperor to keep his spirit alive, and also to keep the door of the raging Imperial webway shut. This last energy from Malcador would allow the Emperor to speak his final commands, to continue the fight to free humanity from the forces of chaos, as well as the ignorance that continued to assail it. At these final words he would be silent, his body now entombed within the mechanisms of the Golden Throne, his body shattered but his spirit remaining forever strong. He would command the Imperium through his psychic hints and emanations, interpreted and carried out by the High Lords of Terror. Far from a broken shell, the Emperor would continue to support the Imperium, protecting them by shielding the webway, keeping the beacon of light, the Astronomicon used by Imperial navigators, shining in the darkness, and some say the Emperor still now battles the forces of chaos on their own plane of existence, keeping the worst and most insidious demons from entering the material world or infecting the minds of suggestible men. Humanity had survived the darkest time, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Hundreds of worlds stood destroyed or still now infected by the insanity of chaos. Half the Imperial forces had turned traitor and now began to retreat into the dark depths of the galaxy or the Eye of Terror itself. Many previously prosperous worlds were now considered unsavable, and consequently Imperial fleets would arrive to perform...
So I imagine this must have been like devastation on a level not seen before. At least again when the warp became too unstable to travel. At least worlds were obviously destroyed in that time period, but it wasn't intentional. You know what I mean? You didn't show up and just start blowing up worlds with the intent of utterly destroying them to the point where they're not recoverable anymore. Yeah, this would have been devastating on the worlds that remained after all that. This would have been devastating.
Worlds were now considered unsavable, and consequently Imperial fleets would arrive to perform exterminatus on these damned worlds, destroying all life on the planet, reducing it to an orbital.
There's traitor worlds now.
The Imperium itself, despite the Emperor's best wishes, would struggle to maintain the sense of bright order once enjoyed during the Crusades. Now it would enter a difficult period, in many ways not too far removed from the 21st century, where states of repression and ignorance were often widespread and caused many of the problems they would face. The Imperium operated on a new level of suppression of its citizens, and in many ways it's hard to really find fault with this rationale. Given the severe blow to their military power, the Lords of Terror and remaining Primarchs needed to hold everything together amidst a crumbling empire. A still angry and battling traitor force who was still present throughout the galaxy and Imperial systems. Worse still was that the Xenos forces such as the Orc, Eldar and later Tyranids would seize on this opportunity to exploit humanity in its weakened state and would descend to ravage Imperial worlds that were unable to be successfully defended during this time.
Yeah.
Despite all this, the Imperium of Man would stand strong, and whilst far from the perfect empire the Emperor had sought to create, it would still represent humanity's best hope for survival. They were not cut off and isolated as they had been during the Age of Strife, and in some respects would regain much of their strength in the coming 10,000 years.
Right. The Great Scouring and Reformation.
Now at the end of the Horus Heresy, the Imperium of Man was far from what you would call secure, but it had taken back control of the offensive and the traitor legions. These were now fleeing with gathering haste from the territories of mankind. The primary source of strength for the Imperium now lay with the Ultramarines Legion. They were in a relatively unique position of having unintentionally suffered very little damage from the heresy, being ordered to a posting far from the activities of Horus and his traitor fleet. Arriving too late to have any real impact on the final battles of Terra, Robert Guilliman found to his horror and frustration that the Emperor had already been wounded beyond repair and uncountable swathes of Marines killed in defence of the Imperial palaces. The Loyalist legions had suffered immense casualties, be it on Isfahan, Terra, or any of the myriad engagements between, and that is to speak nothing of the appalling losses suffered by the millions of Imperial Guard and Mechanicum, in addition to the many worlds that were totally lost or also destroyed at this point. One saving grace for the Imperium was that the Ultramarines had been excluded from the campaign due to their significantly larger size than most other legions. Horus feared the Ultramarines especially, as they were some of the most tactically able, the most uncorruptible, and most importantly, their overwhelming weight of numbers. Many legions in the time of the Crusade recruited from the territories that they marshalled. The Ultramarines, through sheer fortune, had gathered a force of somewhere in the region of 250,000 space marines, compared to a more average 100,000 of the other strongest legions in this period. Although size could vary from anything like 50 to 150,000, the size of a legion was determined often by external factors, and there were no strict rules about its limitations. It was more a case of the number of incoming new recruits, the inevitable battle losses, the availability of potential recruits, and the administrative skills of the Primarch and his officers. Guilliman was a great organiser and always pragmatic in his approach. Also, by coincidence, the system in which the Ultramarines were situated happened to have an especially plentiful supply of suitable new recruits, who were excellent stock for genetic adaptation into Astartes. The size of the Ultramarines was particularly important at this time, as the traitor legions had themselves suffered massive losses and were now without their primary leader, Horus. Disorganised, fearful, and in some cases overcome with guilt and regret. This disorganisation enabled Guilliman to capitalise on the situation, spreading his Ultramarine force far and wide across the Imperium, enabling the other Loyalist legions to consolidate their forces and in some cases restock from any new recruits who were already in the program of conversion to full Astartes. They were speeded through their training. The traitors, on the other hand, had little opportunity for this, as the Ultramarines would block any attempt they would make to try and secure supplies or new recruits for their damaged legions. Not to mention being continually harassed and assaulted by the Black Guard Death Watch, fighting now with renewed vigour. Some sought supreme vengeance, for as they saw it, the destruction of their once proud legions, and moreover the beloved Emperor himself. They wasted no time in immediately executing any corrupted traitors they found, and would assist planets in crushing human cultists where they sprang forth. The newly established Inquisition at the command of the Emperor prior to his battle with Horus enabled the Imperium to have a fully established force to keep a watchful eye over any signs of taint of chaos with the same caution and paranoia that the Interrex civilization had approached it with many years during the negotiations of Horus and the Lunar Wolves. This Inquisition would later be supported by the Grey Knights. The Grey Knights are a highly secretive wing of the Imperial Space Marine forces dedicated to the sole task of locating and eliminating the taint of dark corruption and battling the Imperium's most lethal and foul enemies. This period now would become known as the Great Scouring, and the Ultramarines, along with the other recovering Loyalist legions, would carry out the Emperor's last passing words to the letter. Although many traitor Marines fled in disarray, it became apparent in the years to come that some had established defensive bastions on distant worlds. It would take decades to cause enough damage to the legions of the Night Lords, the Alpha Legion and the Iron Warriors before they too would retreat to the abhorrent safety of the Eye of Terror. After this period of cleansing, the Imperium needed to take stock of its situation and plan for the future. This period would be referred to as the Reformation. The Dark Forces had for the most part been vanquished, but the problem facing the Loyalists now was how to proceed. A plan was required before they could attend the task at hand, namely rebuilding, expanding and protecting the Imperial Empire. Robert had firmly taken a leading command in these matters, and it would be he who provided the blueprints for the Imperial forces for the next 10 millennia. As Robert saw it, the main cause of the heresy was less emotional than some of his brothers would have you believe. Mankind would always be unstable, and this instability needed to be accounted for. Therefore, placing a legion of Space Marines in the hands of one man, no matter how godlike that man was, could inevitably lead to problems. The War Master had been able to command many legions, each comprising hundreds of thousands of superhuman warriors. Guilliman saw that this was a dangerous position to allow anyone other than the Emperor himself to hold, knowing the truth now that Primarchs were just as susceptible to persuasion as a mortal human.
That's smart.
It would be irresponsible to allow the existing structure of the Astartes legions to continue. Guilliman would now separate the establishments of the Imperial military, creating and encouraging rivalries between them. In so doing, he hoped this would mean that they were less likely to be persuaded by one another should heresy occur again, and make it far more difficult for any one section to mobilize and carry out a significant campaign before it could be crushed.
Right.
Prior to the end of the heresy, the Imperium had been overseen by the Council of Terror. These individuals managed the day-to-day running of the Imperium, but had been resented by the Primarchs for being mere mortals, as they were refused from partaking in these activities themselves. As the Emperor had instructed Malcador to find a new group of highly trusted, loyal and mentally strong individuals, some of these figures would now replace the Council of Terror to take their place as the High Lords of Terror.
Right.
These figures would rule the Empire of Man for the many thousand of years to come. The High Lords would use the psychic whispers of the Emperor and interpret these to carry out his will and organise and manage the Imperium. The most significant change was also the most obvious. The Space Marine legions had clearly caused the majority of the damage, and it was their immense size that was the root of the problem. And so Guilliman would enact the second founding of the Space Marines. 7 years after the death of Horus and the final traitors had largely fled from the systems of the Imperium, the remaining loyalist legions would now be divided up from their hundreds of thousands of Marines into smaller 1,000 men strong chapters. The Legiones Astartes would now be known as the Adeptus Astartes. It was not a universally agreed plan though. Rogor Dorn and Leman Russ would object strongly to their beloved legions being essentially disbanded. But Khan and Korax of the White Scars and Raven Guard would side with Guilliman.
Right.
The newly appointed High Lords of Terror also concurred with Guilliman that it was necessary to change to the system, and so this resolution would pass. Guilliman would also, in addition to these overall organisational changes, implement a new code of conduct for the Space Marines to follow, his fabled Codex Astartes. This laid out the rules and guidelines on proper organisation, tactics and order of battle for a Space Marine chapter. It also laid down strict rules to avoid the dangerous orders that came to pass during the heresy, such as the Divinian Lodge practice, which Horus enabled and subsequently would lay the seeds of betrayal within the legions.
Right.
Needless to say, this is strictly
a lot of big
illegal
changes,
within
yeah.
modern Astartes chapters. The Codex, for many other chapters of Marines, was a helpful guide on structure and practice.
Also, I want to say, sorry I'm not talking a lot. There's a lot of information I'm trying to retain, and I'm trying to follow along and not pause a lot, because I'm finding this really interesting, and I'm just learning so much here, and it's like, wow, I think it's really interesting that the Council of 12, the 12 that were picked, replaced that Council on Terra there in a sense. And even the mortal men, obviously, it said they lasted for thousands of years, ruled for thousands of years. I'm sure they, put some mechanical parts in there and extended their lifespan a bit. But obviously the Astartes now obviously have a seat on the council as well, which is interesting,
The Codex, for many other chapters of Marines, was a helpful guide on structure and practice, but for the Ultramarines, it represented the gospel word as laid down by their Primarch, and it would soon become a sacred tome for the Ultramarines, who would follow it as a strict and almost fanatical code by which they live their lives, as would the many sibling chapters who were created from the vast wealth of manpower that the Ultramarines and their superior gene seed would provide. Despite Guilliman's pride in his codex, some chapters like the Blood Angels, Dark Angels and Space Wolves adopted the codex's guidelines only in part, as a sign of their continuing disagreement with the choices being made. And additionally, perhaps the fact that Guilliman was allowed to dictate the future structure of the Astartes when he had played very little actual role in the defence of Terra during the heresy. Putting
I
their
can see how that would
grievances
make them
aside, though, it
salty.
was clear to any looking in objectively that no other Primarch than Guilliman was better suited to this task than he. The Emperor's vision of a human civilization free from superstitious cults and irrational plans was far from successful. For all the amazing achievements of the Emperor, he would be ultimately defeated not by a supremely powerful alien race or a godlike demon from the warp. Instead, he was defeated by the simple fact that mankind was fundamentally flawed.
Yeah.
And how tragic that despite the Emperor having learned so much from his thousands of years
got a fucking
observing
cybernetic
humanity, this was not enough to prevent it retracing its fatal errors time and time again. The age of the Imperium is now one of bureaucracy, of tyrants and unreason, an era of slow growth and repression. Humanity has frustratingly regressed back into religious beliefs while the Emperor sits immobile, unable to guide and enact his true will. His thoughts we can only glimpse at and are largely unknown. The immortal superbeing whose remaining psychic power still extends over 1 million worlds is now a ruined husk. His mortal body, to all definitions, destroyed. Although the Imperium had succeeded in preventing total annihilation from the forces of Horus and the Warp and Chaos, the cost of that conflict was unquantifiable. The ultimate loss was not that of life or territory, but the failure to establish the secular and stable empire the Emperor had hoped to create.
Yeah. Age of the Imperium of Man.
The Horus heresy was ended. Primarch Guilliman and the Ultramarines had secured the territories of the Imperium of Man, and the remaining Imperial forces had consolidated and restructured for the future and the security of the Empire. The age of the Imperium of Man would now begin, at the end of the 31st millennium. The light and hope of the glorious Crusade era was now gone forever. Without the Emperor to lead humanity directly, the immeasurable threats to the galaxy presented to human life led the High Lords of Terror to create an imperial administration that was increasingly authoritarian, highly bureaucratic and generally dismissive and uncaring towards individual human lives as long as its structure and authority was maintained. Religion also would begin to resurge as an important tool of social control. The Emperor's preferred original rationalist truth was sidelined by the growing imperial cult, believing, as once the Wordbearers Legion had, that the Emperor was a divine being and the saviour of mankind.
Which is so ironic, because they literally got so shafted for believing that in the first place, and then they rebelled because of it, in a sense. And then after all is said and done with, their word basically became law anyway, you know? It's just so crazy to see. Wow, you know, it's just ironic.
Only the latter would be an accurate statement. For many people, this point in time would be the end of our story. But there's more.
Yeah.
Despite things seeming more stable now, this would not last. An extreme and horrific attack would now come barely 500 years after the inception of the High Lords of Terror by the Officio Assassinorum. This was the highly secretive and lethal assassins wing of the Imperial forces. On the orders of the Grand Master of Assassins, the High Lords were slain to a single man. A retribution force of Space Marines was dispatched to the Assassin's Temple, and despite suffering near total casualties, they were able to complete their objective and kill the Grand Master of the Assassin's Order. The Imperium would now descend into near anarchy for a period of years while a new High Council was screened and established.
Damn.
Another small aside now on the fates of the remaining Primarchs. This is one issue that is hugely frustrating, that despite the survival of many of the Primarchs through the darkest of times, many would now disappear or die, and in the overall perspective of things, often barely befitting their weight and importance. This is one bone of contention I have with the lore, as to me it seems these unique characters were essentially just written out of history as a matter of convenience. It's very frustrating. To satisfy your curiosity though, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists would die in the last 31st millennium fighting to defend against the First Black Crusade. These were crusades launched from the Eye of Terror by the traitor legions into the Imperium. Roboute Guilliman would be fatally wounded during the Battle of Thessala in 121 Millennium 31, when he encountered one of the traitor Primarchs Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, who had risen to become a demon prince of Slaanesh. Fulgrim cut Guilliman's neck with a poisonous sword that some say resembled an anatheme sword, which was used to wound Horus on the moon of Davin at the inception of the Horus heresy. Vulcan of the Salamanders disappeared. He was seemingly disillusioned and broken after his legion's devastating losses during the heresy. He vowed to return in the end times. However, he would appear some 1500 years later, where he would defend the Imperial world Caldera against an Orc invasion. He would then return to Holy Terra and berate the High Lords of Terra for their petty squabblings.
Wow.
Vulcan would restate his return was only temporary and he was destined to appear in another time. He would later be recorded as killed battling an Orc warboss. The Salamanders, though, still hunt for him, believing he will return to them should they acquire the 9 artifacts of Vulcan. Jagate Khan of the White Scars...
So he's definitely the most, what's the word? I don't want to say strawman, but he's definitely the most convenient of heroes, let's say, you know. Because he's just going to kind of show up when you need him, you know, which is kind of interesting. I can see what LUETIN means. Like, they're kind of just, like, written out, or it's done for convenience, yeah. And it doesn't really make sense, you know? I mean, I'm sure they have, like, books in their own way that explain all that, but it's a shame, you know?
An Orc warboss. The Salamanders, though, still hunt for him, believing he will return to them should they acquire the 9 artifacts of Vulcan. Jagate Khan of the White Scars disappeared through a Dark Eldar warp portal whilst he was pursuing those savage Xenos after a raid on the White Scars' homeworld. Rumours that he was captured whilst lost in the twisting paths of the Dark Eldar section of the Webway. Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels returned to his homeworld of Caliban to find it in ruins and some of his marines tainted by chaos. Whilst battling them, the Dark Chaos gods unleashed a massive warp storm upon the planet, consuming the majority of structures save the Dark Angel's own fortress. But when the storms abated, the Lion was nowhere to be found. The Dark Angels hold amongst their number many rumours about where he is and how one day return to them. Korax of the Raven Guard wanted to repopulate his legion after the Isfahan 5 massacre. He sought to accelerate the growth of his legion by obtaining a sample of the pure Primarch DNA from Terra that the Emperor had used to create his sons. The Emperor psychically implanted the memory of the ancient laboratory in his mind to allow Korax to carry out this mission, and the needed genetic material was obtained. Now though, infiltrators within the Raven Guard from the chaos-tainted Alpha Legion used a demonic essence to corrupt this pure Primarch DNA sample, causing many newly created Raven Guard to become distorted, abhorrent mutants. Korax would become so ashamed, guilt-stricken and disillusioned with himself that he isolated himself away for a whole year, begging the Emperor's spirit for forgiveness, before he would ultimately fly alone straight into the Eye of Terror to wreak revenge on the traitors. Leland Russ of the Space Wolves is one of the Primarchs whose disappearance appears to be voluntary. The Space Wolves hold a legend that says Russ went on a quest to find a means to cure the Emperor with the fruit from the mystical Tree of Life. But the truth is likely to be far more complex. Others have said that Russ travelled into the Eye of Terror to lead his lost 13th Company against Magnus the Red and the Thousand Sons Traitor Legion. Still, other legends hold that Russ was dying and that he shall return to when the Imperium most needs him, the period called the Wolf Time, to lead the Wolves of Fenris once more. With the
so it seems like a lot of them just ended up disappearing, which is kind of weird, you know. I really wish we got like a more conclusive end to them, or if they were at least involved more, because it seems really weird to just have them disappear for thousands of years and just reappear when it's convenient. I get it's sci-fi, but like still, that one's a little weird to me. You know what I mean?
Of Fenris once more. With the Primarchs gone, the Chapter Masters would take command and the High Lords of Terror would truly become now the rulers of the Imperium. Thankfully though, this poor and horrific start to the Imperium would now be replaced by 3 millennia of strength and stability from the period of M32 to M35. The Imperium was able to re-establish roots with most of its major colonies, as well as securing and bringing into the Imperium many new colonies not reached during the Crusades, who proved to be immeasurably valuable. As an added bonus, Imperial forces were able to secure an incredibly rare and well-preserved STC from the Dark Age of technology, which further boosted the development of new technology. This also served to demonstrate to the Mechanicum of Mars that the Imperium was still a worthwhile ally and deserving of their continued partnership without even the Emperor. Despite the carnage and appalling threats occurring in the universe, a great many worlds within the Imperium see none of this in their lifetime, and some worlds have the good fortune to actually live in relative peace. In fact, many Imperial systems actually have very little interaction with the structure or forces of the Imperium. To many citizens, the prospect of actually seeing a fabled space marine of the Imperium, these semi-godlike figures, is a lifelong dream, and one that very few people actually get to experience. The Space Marines are not posted to all planets, there are simply just too few of them now for this to be feasible. Instead, they maintain a presence on the most threatened or precarious of systems, defending the Imperium against the worst Xenos concentrations or assisting the Inquisition to seek out and destroy any signs of corruption. They also continue the search for the STCs, the holy grails of the Imperium, relics of immeasurable value.
Right.
The safety of the Imperium is maintained through fact-finding missions and reports from psychers across light years of space. The Adeptus Administratum maintain a highest level of information possible so that all Imperial forces can focus their diminished resources on the most likely locations at risk. Frustratingly though, and almost unbelievably, the Imperium would now sanction religion, as many Imperial cults had risen, dedicating to the worship of the Emperor as the god of mankind. The majority of these would become unified into a centralized religious body known as the Ecclesiarchy. This powerful church gained momentum until the 32nd millennium, where it became the official state religion of the Imperium and the title of Adeptus Ministorum. Centuries later, Ecclesiarch Venerus II receives a seat amongst the High Lords of Terror, and after 300 standard years, the seat reserved for the Ecclesiarch is made a permanent addition to the ranks of the High Lords of Terror.
Damn.
Given that the Lords are meant to infer the
years is not that
Emperor's
long.
psychic whispers and wishes, these actions make you question how little they are actually able to communicate with the Emperor, or perhaps how much they choose to ignore, given the fact that the Emperor flew into a near rage when he discovered the actions of the Word-Bearers during the Great Crusade.
Yeah,
Should
they
the
just
Emperor
ignoring
return
him.
to the Imperium reincarnated, which is entirely feasible, those pledged to any Imperial religion or who took a hand in its establishment would be wise to expect a harsh judgment from the Emperor, who despised all forms of religion and saw them as nothing but a problem for the advancement of humanity. The Imperium of Man would stand until its current date of the 41st millennium, and despite its often counterproductive bureaucracy, it continues to function and maintain a strong fighting force within the galaxy. Member worlds generally govern themselves as long as they recognise the authority of the Emperor and his appropriate civil servants and support the state religion, the Imperial cult.
Right.
Which places the Emperor as the divine being, the true god of mankind. Every world of the Imperium pays also the Imperial taxes levied on them, but not in monetary form. They pay in men and materials, known as the Imperial Tithe. The Imperial Tithe supports the overall economy of the Imperium by redistributing...
It's interesting that it's only money. It's only men and resources. You know, like they don't concern themselves with money of any other kind, because that's all that matters is men and resources.
Not in monetary form. They pay in men and materials, known as the Imperial Tithe. The Imperial Tithe supports the overall economy of the Imperium by redistributing resources where needed, supporting one region by drawing resources from more peaceful sectors. The Imperium promotes the development of a neo-feudal political system, which the High Lords of Terror and the Inquisition have decided to be the most stable form of human government.
Interesting.
This essentially means that a ruling class or powerful family oversee the needs of the planet. This intense need for political stability and the growing military demands upon the imperial system have created a repressive state, and the belief in the divine emperor has only reduced scientific progress to a minimum.
Right.
Ancient technology from the Unification Wars and Crusades, or even the Dark Age of technology, are merely maintained and are rarely pushed forward. This stagnation has led to many to describe this period leading on from the dawn of the 40th millennium as the time of ending for mankind. It must be said, though, that with the admittedly often repressive and regularly harsh regime of the Imperium, the protection it provides, mankind as a whole would have been consumed by the seemingly endless dangers that threaten it. Without the Emperor, there would be no Imperium of Man, and without the Imperium and mankind's faith in the Emperor, the human race would have surely become extinct long ago.
I'm guessing it's clearly a Tyranid.
Still, despite all of this, you could in many ways argue that even with all the flaws and failings, the Emperor had achieved most of the goals he had set in order to make mankind a stable and powerful force within the galaxy. Or did he? At first glance, the forging of the Imperium of Man and the Imperial Truth during the Great Crusade seems to be a great contradiction. If the Emperor, who had lived for many thousands of years and who, due to his own extreme psychic power, knew intimately the realm of the warp and the creatures therein, why would he propagate a system designed to only support rationalism and science? It seems feasible to speculate that the Emperor had plans that reached far beyond the Crusades and the creation of the Imperium, and that these had barely even begun to pass.
Right.
In that sense, the Imperium and the Legiones Astartes was a catastrophic failure. We can speculate that the Emperor's overall goal was the total destruction of the Chaos Gods and those dark forces that would threaten mankind.
That
the
makes
Emperor
sense.
had fair reason to turn humanity to a secular society, having witnessed many times over the will of men transforming a faith based on the tenets of loving your fellow man and respect for one another into bloody creeds of appalling violence, repression, murder, and wholesale genocide. These actions, as with the Eldar, would actually strengthen the Chaos Gods. So the Emperor perceived that religion and faith was something that had no benefit in his current aspirations. In a sense, he was correct when you look at the facts on paper, and also when you consider the Wordbearers Legion and how it would take them significantly longer than any other Astartes Legion when converting the worlds they found to the divine cult of the Emperor.
Right.
The Emperor had decided that during the Age of Strife, it was time for him to come to the fore and take control of the situation. He feared that unless all of mankind was united, it would eventually be consumed by the nightmares facing the galaxy, including Chaos and other Xenos races. By enforcing the Imperial Truth on every colony of humanity in the galaxy, the Emperor had hoped to forge a belief in rational thinking and science so strong that the warp creatures of chaos who lived off the dark energy and negative emotions of humanity would become permanently weakened to the point that they might even dissolve from the warp. The only problem with this plan would be that the dark forces were far from weak when the Emperor brought his plan to its inception. They were at the height of their power, feasting off the perverse fall of the Eldar Empire. So from the beginning, Chaos sought to destroy his plans, or at the very least significantly disrupt them. Ultimately, as it would play out, they would be successful to this end. When looking at this period as a whole, it would be fair conclusion to say that the Emperor deeply underestimated humanity's basic need for at least a proportion of society to believe in something larger than itself, beyond the sterile confines of science and technology.
Yeah, because by doing that, he totally left it open for debate for what comes after he's not there, right? Like, obviously, the Imperial cults are fucking crazy, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say it. That might be heresy, but they're pretty nuts, you know what I'm saying? In reality, like, I don't know, I'm surprised he couldn't foresee what would have happened had he not been there, or if he isn't there. If that was his ultimate goal, was to protect humanity, right? It's just weird he couldn't foresee what would have happened, you know?
Something larger than itself, beyond the sterile confines of science and technology. In many ways, the grim comedy of the whole affair is that the Emperor rigidly maintained that he should never be worshipped as a divine being, but as just a man, albeit an unbelievably powerful man.
Right.
His questionable judgment in laying the foundations of the Imperium and later the Crusades proved his own proclamations that he was indeed just a man, capable of miscalculations as any mortal human. Yet despite this, he still would end up becoming worshipped as a divine being. You could call the whole series of events a tragedy, especially in the sense that legions of religious worshippers and pilgrims of the Imperium could never understand the irony of worshipping a man who had, over the course of millennia, done everything in his power to extinguish religion from the human race. To rub salt into the wound though, it is especially contentious that the binding factor in holding the Imperium together after the heresy was in part of course the Ultramarines, but also, significantly, religious faith in the Emperor himself.
Yeah.
Added to this though, humanity's religious faith in the godlike Emperor would actually empower his psychic form in the warp and enable him to combat chaos on their own plane, as well as continuing to guide and protect humanity in the material world through the Astronomicon and his ever-guiding light.
Wow.
Which all seems ultimately ironic that for all of the Emperor's efforts to destroy organized religion, it would ultimately become his saving grace.
Yeah,
Though the
literally.
price for the survival of the Imperium and humanity had been at a level beyond comprehension and a cost far greater than the Emperor hoped humanity would have had to bear, a new version of the Imperial truth had become predominant among the million worlds of mankind. A truth that lies at the heart of the Imperial Creed. A simple truth that strengthens all from the weakest human citizen to the most powerful superhuman Hastatis. The Emperor protects.
My ears. Wow. Wow, that's a cool one. Wow. That looks awesome. Wow. That was a strong finish, I'm not gonna lie. That was a very strong finish. Wow, guys, that was the Emperor of Man, Heresy in the Imperium, Warhammer 40k lore/history by LUETIN09. Part 2, take me back to that, thank you. Yeah, wow, guys, I really enjoyed that. I thought that was fantastic. Luton does such a fantastic job of delivering all this information in a narrative sort of format, and man, it just keeps you entertained the entire time. I really, you know, I didn't know that much about the heresy going into this, so I thought a lot of that was super interesting. But yeah, the irony does not escape me of the entire situation. Like, wow, you know, the Emperor, he really shot himself in the foot there a few times. And by a few times, I mean a lot. I mean, damn, you know, and especially what he did to the word bearers there. And essentially their religion, what they were preaching to begin with, essentially coming to pass anyways. You know, god damn, it was so counterproductive. And the fact that it's his saving grace in the end of it all, that people believe in him, that gives him the ability to fight in the warp like that. Man, what irony. But no, I love that video. I thought Luton did a fantastic job. And yeah, guys, let me know if you want me to check out part 3, because fuck, I think this is a really good series. I'm really enjoying this so far. Sorry I wasn't talking for a lot of it there. Again, I got 3.5 pages front back, and I wrote a lot smaller that time. So let me tell you, that was a very informative video, and I really liked it, man. Like, get so much knowledge from these videos, and I really can't thank Luton enough for making them, putting them together, because man, they really help people like me out, you know, and I can see why you guys recommend them so much. So yeah, guys, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, comment down below, let me know your recommendations, and subscribe if you want to see more content from me. I see you guys who haven't subbed yet. Subscribe if you want to see more from me, guys. It really helps the channel out, and I really appreciate y'all for it. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, this has been Centurion, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be checking out the Emperor of Man 3, The Imperial Lie, Warhammer 40k lore/history by LUETIN09. Yes guys, big thank you to everyone who's been following along on this series. I love seeing the recommendations and the suggestions in between, and I also like how we've been segmenting these Emperor of Man videos, you know, just to, again, to get extra context in there in between. I think it's been working really, really well. I loved Luetin's previous video on the Horus Heresy. That was sweet. So much information gained there. He does such a great job explaining everything, keeping it in a conducive manner, and, you know, keeping you engaged too. That's the biggest thing. He makes longer videos, 2-hour long videos, and man, he keeps you engaged pretty much the whole damn time, and it's awesome. Like his use of music in it, his cadence, his rhythm. I really enjoy Luetin's videos a lot, so big thank you to him. The Imperial Lie, I've been told part 3 is largely about a work that we have seen here on the channel, The Last Church. Go check that out if you haven't. I fucking love The Last Church. I thought that was a fantastic piece of well, animation, and obviously the story too, right? Story is an amazing story, and the fan work animation was great. I love that. And I'm really excited to see how Luetin's, because Luetin always is very informative about his videos, so I assume he's going to break The Last Church down quite a bit and actually tell us the more specifics. And I've been thinking about a lot of the concepts for, well, since I've seen it, right, obviously. And so it'd be cool to see like a more in-depth video on it kind of thing, basically just explaining it, you know. Yeah, I think it's, I'm really excited to see what he's got to say, obviously, you know me. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big shout out to our members, Oliver Hastati and our Triari Paralyzed Tortoise. Big thank you to you, man. I appreciate it a lot. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, let's get right into this. I'm excited here, boys. Let's just make sure that quality is best it can go. Yep. And our narrated captions on. As always, informative video. Do have pen and paper. I will be writing stuff down. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. I have to say it every time I see it, you know? The Emperor, hold on, let's just see here. The Emperor will damn your species, denying humanity its birthright as the chosen children of the gods. He wages war against divinity, shrouding your species in ignorance. I will damn you all. Ingetho the Ascended, Demon Prince of Chaos, okay. The Emperor is not only loathed for his treacheries against the gods, he is endemic to the human life. Oh. Anemic? Anemic, I think. To all human life, wow. The Emperor of Man, Part 3. Wow. Damn. Holy shit. I just want to say that intro went very fucking hard for like no reason, you know? Goddamn. Well, not no reason, obviously. Again, if we're going to be talking about The Last Church, the concepts talked about in The Last Church, from a demon god's point of view, the Emperor trying to erase all religion, as we saw in The Last Church, he's talking to the last priest. Man, you know, I can kind of see why they might think that, you know. That doesn't make them right. They're still demon princes, but, you know, interesting point of view, I guess, you know. As always, classic picture. I love seeing that. Nice. Bayonet on the Bolta was pretty sick. Wow. See, like this intro, man, like Luetin does such a great job. Like, wow. Chapter 11, the last priest on Earth. Yeah, okay.
In the darkest period for mankind, one man would come to the fore. He would unite the tattered remnants of humanity and would rise to become the leader of all. His wisdom and strength unrivaled, his mere presence inspired loyalty. Any other names are all now lost to the mists of time. He is now known only as the Emperor of Man. Thousands of human worlds have been ruined by the warp storms amid the aftermath of the Great War versus the Men of Iron. Human survivors remaining on these planets of anarchy lived in fear of scavengers, raiders, blood-crazed cannibals, and on many worlds the fear of nightmarish demonic incursion. They feared, as their primitive ancestors once had, more than anything, the night. The darkness.
Nice.
The darkness promised only
Fallout New Vegas callback there. I like
screaming death, extremes of violence.
Those are the fiends.
Across many planets, though, including Terra, not all lived in squalor. Some had forged noble houses or settlements who were able to support large defensive forces. Hulking warriors forged in global wars, as
Super
mankind
mutants,
fought as
okay.
it had done many thousands of years before for territory, resources, and the safety of its own people. On Terra itself, many had begun to see a new army marching, an army of thundering giants. Clad in magnificent and powerful armour, they had crushed and swept away any who stood against them, for none could resist their power. War ravaged the planet, and most importantly, old tyrants, dictators and despots were exterminated, and those citizens who remained would pledge to the singular service of this military campaign's architect. The Emperor would stand triumphant on his home, the world of mankind's origin. The death and conflict here would slowly come to a close, for there was no one left to conquer, and more importantly, no one left to question the validity of this imposing golden figure of a man.
Exactly, and to that guy's, or to Luton's point, but in the last church animation we saw, obviously, when it was describing the priest's life, it was very interesting to see, because he basically was trying to find somewhere that did not have the Emperor's flag, and he basically couldn't do it, right? That was the whole point, right? He couldn't fucking do it. So then he joined that military afterwards, right? Or that rebellion, I guess, and it was, you know, we obviously know how that went, and you know, so it's just interesting to see, like, yeah, he's expanded, he's taken over everything, like, what happens now, you know?
Uriah Olather was a simple man, now an old man, a priest by virtue of personal experience, not wholly indoctrination. A man who had long ago seen this army of giants marching against those who had once favoured the night, for it shadowed their evil deeds, but now they feared it as much as those they had hunted. The end of these dark times should have been something for celebration, to rejoice and be thankful for, not for Uriah. His services had once been popular, but no longer. Along with the victory of this powerful army came a wave of disbelief and ridicule for those who believed, those who had faith. Where people once had fear and sought divine protection, now they feared no more. His congregation had dwindled and then all but ceased, yet he remained.
I'm really liking this. I'm expecting Luton's gonna blow my mind here. Like he's probably gonna, I don't know if he's just gonna sum up the story or if he's actually gonna explain certain concepts of it. If he explains certain concepts of it, which, like, I'm assuming he will, because it's Luton, and man, I love his explanations, and I'm really excited to see what he actually has to say on it, you know? Like I want an expert's opinion, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Uriah waited for his midnight service, once popular, now rarely attended. Small flames licking the walls as the rain steadily drummed against the roof and the wind lashed against the walls of the church. He heard voices outside. Worshippers finally. No, guests, but unwelcome ones. As the door swung open, he would see darkened figures lit only by the occasional flashes of lightning outside. He didn't feel fear, but he did feel a troubling sense of unease. These were not men of faith, they were men of violence. As Uriah tried his best to welcome them, the hooded figure who stepped forth into the church sternly declined and closed the door to his companions outside. Uriah introduced himself as Uriah Olather, the last priest of the Church of the Lightning Stone. The strange man explained that his name was unimportant, but that he could be referred to as Revelation. They would briefly discuss the artistry of the church and...
Revelation, so there's some differences there, so I'm sure he's probably describing the book itself, and perhaps there was some changes, because obviously the name is a little bit different. I think the intro was a little bit different. I don't think the priest, in the animation at least, saw the Thunder Warriors outside before the Emperor entered, right? He just thought the Emperor was like alone in a sense by himself, and that's like what prompted the whole conversation, right? But then obviously, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it. I'm assuming everybody here has seen it. So like, I don't know, skip ahead a couple seconds if you want to like not spoil it till we're going again. But yeah, obviously at the end when he comes out and then there's Thunder Warriors out there, I think only then does he realize, after he's been told it's the Emperor, right? But obviously the name that the Emperor, it wasn't Revelation, I don't believe, was it? It was like Apocalypse. Friend Apocalypse's, yeah. That's right. So Revelation's different.
Share wine. The strange figure wore clothes much like any other, but his were immaculate. He wore a robe of crimson red and a silver ring with a strange marking upon it. A device even. Revelation had already explained to Uriah that the reason he visited tonight was so as to be able to view this church of his, the last church on Terra, and that history would soon consign these places of worship as relics of the past. He questioned Uriah as to why he still chose to remain. Why did he not want to join with so many others who had heard of this emperor and his crusade to extinguish all forms of religion, spirituality and mysticism, to erase the misplaced beliefs in the supernatural? Uriah was defiant. His beliefs were his own and his faith was unmovable. He cared not even if the forces of the emperor came here to tear down and destroy his church. No warmongering despot could shift his strength of belief. Revelation called him obstinate. Uriah called it faith. Mocking him, Revelation stated, "A willing belief in the unbelievable without proof?" Uriah fired back, "What makes faith so powerful is that it requires no proof. Belief is enough." "I see now why the Emperor wants rid of it," said Revelation. "You call faith powerful. I call it dangerous."
Yeah.
Think of what people in the grip of faith
line.
have done in the past, all the atrocities committed down the centuries by people of faith. Politics has slain its thousands, but religion has slain its millions. If it were not abundantly clear by this point, the darkened figure who had entered the Church of the Lightning Stone was indeed the Emperor himself, setting foot in the last church on Earth to challenge the last priest and test his beliefs. The absurdity of his arguments clear for any to see, given what was to come in the following millennia. From the Emperor would come the Crusades that would crush any who opposed them. In fact, any who were found to have religious beliefs that could not be convinced otherwise or serve some useful purpose were simply slaughtered. And this was before the time of the heresy, where millions would die in the wars of those without faith and those who were consumed by it. Revelation would apologize for his overtly confrontational tone. Uriah accepted, and instead would see more of his church. Revelation would listen to Uriah tell its history. Revelation, the Emperor, would continue to challenge Uriah when he revealed the church's most holy artifact, the Lightning Stone itself. Why is it holy? He would ask.
So I just want to say too, in that like brief sum up there of like the intro period of the last church, he was confrontational, yes, but from what I saw, just from that animation, he didn't seem like he wasn't like on purpose trying to be like a dick. You know what I'm saying? Like he was, but he wasn't. He was prodding for sure, but it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna spit in your eyes, old man, and your religion. It wasn't like they like were really like blow to blowing each other like that. You know what I'm saying? It was more like they were just conversing in a sense, right? But he was definitely poking a little bit, but he did obviously apologize, and the tone was still kept light for the most part. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think you would really get that from that explanation, but that is a sum up of it. That is basically what happens. Yes. The Lightning Stone
itself. Why is it holy? He would ask. Was it deposited by your god? A man martyred here? A young girl received some revelation? Uriah would describe how an old man, thousands of years before, deaf and blind, had taken shelter from a storm below the stone, only for it to be struck by lightning, and curing his ailments, it was said to have had healing properties. The townspeople would build a church around this holy stone. The Emperor, examining the stone, stated, without showing any special interest or emotion, hematite from a banded ironstone formation, exposed by a landslip most likely. That would explain the lightning strike. I'm not being malicious, I'm explaining to you how such a thing could have happened, without any intervention of godly power. The conversations here between the Emperor and Uriah bear a strong similarity to conversations his Primarch sons would have later in time, where they would repeat his cold and indoctrinated beliefs that all could be explained with science. Magnus the Red, prior to the turning of so many of the legions to chaos, spoke of the warp and its entities. Because they're nonsense, brother, gods and demons and sprites and witches, you should listen to yourselves. We call it the ocean. It is a product of galactic harmonics, something to be explored. Some of its manifestations seem to be of a sentient kind, at least in outline, but that is not how things are, the way our minds make it appear, what they conjure to help us understand it. We must do our best to make sense of the vortices, and so what do we cling to? The old figures and archetypes once we used when we were scrabbling around in the dirt. Magnus apparently perceived the warp and its entities early on.
I don't want to pause. That's a very good take on it, to be completely honest. That's not bad, you know? Even with all their power, their wealth of knowledge, they're still clinging to that belief, you know? Wow. Interesting way to put it.
Magnus apparently perceived the warp and its entities early on as nothing to be taken any more seriously than the material realm. Easily explained rationally because his views were dictated by the Emperor. Views that placed many of the Emperor's finest in highly dangerous positions of corrupting manipulation.
Wow.
But we see these strongly.
So, and then you can totally see why they didn't take the threat seriously at first, and why just so many Primarchs were actually corruptible to chaos. Because if they're just trying to explain it rationally, the warp is... There's nothing rational necessarily about the warp at all, you know what I mean? It really can't be explained in a sense. Nobody really knows what's going on there. So, yeah, that's kind of a blunder, I think. That's a very big blunder by the Emperor. And obviously, I think it's kind of accepted that, like, not telling the Primarchs at a minimum that chaos was a thing in an effort to try to, like, prevent the spread of it, obviously. And I've considered that. I just don't know if it's valid necessarily, like over just telling them it exists and telling them to fucking be careful so that shit like that doesn't happen, like the Horus Heresy, you know? Interesting.
Emperor's finest in highly dangerous positions of corrupting manipulation, yet we see these strongly held principles of the Emperor being pushed onto Uriah. The Emperor, at least through his words, appears to fully reject the idea of spiritual beings by explaining away the Lightning Stone as mere natural events. He goes on to explain to Uriah that this is normal for humans, that a man, especially an already religious man, might perceive that such elemental energy, even if it did have healing properties, would often be seen by your mortal human as something of a divine nature. But that this was something humans do all the time, that they project spirits or fears and dread onto that which they cannot see, onto the darkness or the night, to sounds and senses that we cannot be sure of. That we fear the unknown as much as we place our faith in it.
Fucking jet addicts, man.
The tone and detail with how the Emperor explains Uriah's fixation on the Lightning Stone being something of divine power somewhat mirrors that of Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, years later. And it's easy for us to see how the Emperor had imbued these preconceived perceptions into his Primarch sons and his legions. If we take, for example, the traitor Hastatis of the Word-Bearers, even in the earliest days of the heresy, they would, in the presence of a demon who had shown them powerfully disturbing visions, still display levels of disbelief and flippancy. The Emperor had so carefully taught them into not being so easily able to accept such things at face value, to dismiss out of hand that they could possibly be the truth. Yet in time their ignorance would be their Achilles' heel, and would lead them to become open to accepting what is known to the creatures of the warp as the primordial truth. Argyltal didn't reach for his weapon, instead he laughed. "You are an insane creature. This is the respect you show to a messenger of the gods? What did you expect? That the word-bearers would kneel and accept everything you said as divine mandate? We're done with kneeling, Ingerthal." The resistance of the word-bearers to the demon would of course be short-lived. They already stepped way over the line by this point, but it does demonstrate that, as we know, the transitions and confrontations for many in the traitor legions were not simply about instant corruption, promises of power, or being just casually rolled over by the entities that reside in the Immaterium. We well know that there was bitter, fanatical fighting, not just between the established legions during the heresy, but also internally among brothers in their own legions.
Yeah, and that's what I find very interesting is, what are they called? The Black Chapters or something like, I forget what they're called. They're basically like the loyalists of traitor legions, which, you know, Initially, they kept some of their heraldry, but now they just wear darkened armor. I think those guys look fucking super sick. And it also, to an extent, allows for some degree of customization, I'm sure, too. To some degree, obviously. Which I think is cool, you know? Because obviously you could, based on design of them or whatever, you could be like, oh, this guy's from there, this guy's from that, you know? And then you just have an amalgamation of this force. I think that's very interesting. But I don't know if in the tabletop, for example, there's actually, what's the word, like figurines, like armies based just on them. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm sure it's just like the case of you might have one or two of those units. You wouldn't have like an entire army based around that kind of thing. But I don't know. I've not really looked into the tabletop much, but somebody let me know. Hypocrisy.
The Emperor spoke with Uriah, who was more and more aggravated by the poking and questioning of this revelation, whoever he was. If I'm adversarial, it is because it infuriates me to see the blinkered willfulness of those who live their lives enslaved to such fantastical notions as are contained in that book and others like it. That damnable piece of thunder in your hands, that book, is 9 centuries worth of agglomerated texts and assembled, rewritten, translated and twisted to fit the needs of hundreds of mostly anonymous and unknown authors. What basis is that to take guidance for your life? If a man claimed his dead grandfather was speaking to him, he would be locked up in an asylum. But if he were to claim the voice of God was speaking to him, his fellow clerics might well make him into a saint. Clearly, there is safety in numbers when it comes to hearing voices. Uriah spat back at this abrasive figure that had invaded his sanctum. This is my faith you're talking about. Show some damned respect.
Wow.
Why
So, yeah, again, obviously they did joust a lot there, but again, in the animation we saw, they weren't like ripping each other apart. Like the Emperor was definitely poking, making great points, and he was going off like this at some points, but he was keeping the tone respectful, I think is the thing. And I don't think you get that respectful tone from the way Luetin's explaining it, but maybe it wasn't meant to be respectful. Maybe it was meant to be just purely like bias, I guess. I don't know. And maybe obviously the book gives off that tone. I'm sure the book, because obviously you can't read with what's the word? Unless you have unless the book specifically states the context that he's speaking in, it's very hard for like you to imagine how exactly he's like speaking. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things.
Faded his sanctum. This is my faith you're talking about. Show some damned respect. Why should I? Said Revelation. Why does your faith require special treatment? It's not robust enough to stand some questioning? Why should you and your faith be singled out for special treatment? I have seen God, hissed Uriah. If you have had such experience, you may believe it was real, but do not expect me or anyone else to give it credence, Uriah. Just because you believe a thing to be true does not make it so. Uriah maintained his account of having seen and felt God himself and would reference his youth. Where by now the thunder armies of the Emperor had already subdued most of Terra, yet the young Uriah decided he would attempt to find corners of the world not yet conquered by this so-called Emperor with his eagled banners. Yet everywhere he travelled he found only towns and people that were already subdued, giving praise for the Emperor, albeit seemingly with a hollow sense of loyalty. It would not be until years later when he would travel to the land of the Frank and there find a people who had murdered their appointed governor of the Emperor. The townspeople wanted no part of this so-called Emperor's rule, and a hastily organised civilian militia slaughtered the appointed soldiers in their barracks. Iconography of the Emperor was torn down, and the streets became full of happy songs, dancing children, and joyous people at their newly found self-determined freedom. Uriah explained how the mood was optimistic, positive, and confident. More towns heard the uprising and allied themselves with this stance against the tyrannical Emperor figure.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just literally the one city, I guess, in a sense, that rebelled and thought they were going to do something. I didn't know they actually had other allied settlements that joined up with that as well. That just makes it a little bit more... it's believable, though. Like, you would totally see that happen. It just makes it a lot more fucked about what does eventually
When it was
happen,
said
I
and
guess.
done, they would have anything like 40 to 50,000 men and women ready to fight and defend their position that they owed nothing to this emperor and would not be made to bow down to his threats of violence.
50,000 people
Uriel
is not
explained
even
how this
that
had been
much,
his
man.
dream of an adventure.
Like, I'm sure at this time it
discovering
is,
these
but
people
fuck.
willing to stand up to the giant soldiers of the emperor that he had previously seen march across the world and dominate humanity. Word was spreading that the army of thunder and lightning was marching upon them, and so they would set out to meet it. Their jubilant spirits soared high as they left their homes and towns, locals and children gifting them tokens and keepsakes, filling them with pride and an ever-renewed sense of purpose that ultimately would not last for long. Despite the fact that as they stood ready to face down the Emperor's warriors, they outnumbered them 10.
Sorry to pause, I find history very interesting. That looks like a picture from the Civil War. Which is very interesting.
To 1, their ranks revved up to a fever pitch of enthusiasm by many rousing speeches. But as the first charge went forward and the Emperor's giants stood motionless, a moment of concern crossed the minds and the faces of the rebels. And only when they had crossed half the battlefield did the Emperor's solid wall of giant warriors open fire. The result was instantaneous shock and horror.
Like ridiculous, you know what I mean?
Their cannon-like rifles
unorganized mass,
tearing limbs from torsos, bodies exploding from the inside out in showers of blood and flesh, mentally shattered individuals crawling around in screaming horror, men and women split in half, ruined corpses, sobbing, miserable parodies of human form crawling through the shredded remains of their fellow rebels. Some simply lay or sat confused and stunned from the devastation caused by the first bolts of fire. Whatever these warriors of the Emperor were, they were not men, they were monsters.
See, that's not even true though. Listen, if that was another human force and they had any sort of organized training and you got 50,000 motherfuckers running down a hill at you, all they have to do is set up their support weaponry and do the exact same thing those guys did. You guys were just unprepared and stupid about it. Like, you don't go to match a superior force in open combat. You just don't do that. You know what I mean? I get at this point in time, they are just like, again, without the Emperor, humanity was a complete loss, quite literally at this point. Again, like Mad Max people, quite literally, to my knowledge. So yeah, it makes sense. It totally makes sense why they attacked the way they did, how unorganized they were, why they had that sense of belief. But goddamn, dude, like, saying they're monsters just because they obliterated you because you guys are just bad, like, yeah, no, like, you know what I mean? Now, obviously what happens after when they're executing the surrendered and stuff, yes, that's pretty monstrous, I won't lie, that's bad, very bad, but like, you can't call them monsters just because you fucking, again, got evaporated. Like, you just get better, I don't know.
Uriel recalls falling over bodies split down the middle as if their whole side had been simply ripped clean away. Others heavily wounded were crawling around, begging for mercy, men and women alike staggering in confusion and fear, finally understanding what it is that they had dared to face, perhaps wondering why on earth they had thought that they could win against such warriors. Why had they put themselves in this position?
Yeah, it's
People
silly.
began to hastily surrender, knowing the prospect of winning the day was an impossibility. The armoured giant warriors ignored their cries.
Yeah, see,
and pleas,
that's
marching
monstrous.
into the blood-soaked battlefield, hacking and brutalizing the severely injured and stunned survivors alike. They began to engage the remaining force that was attempting to disengage from the horror. This was no longer anything that could be called a battle. It was a slaughter by butchers.
Yeah.
Before the carnage had ceased...
See, the problem is also, though, and I can see why the Emperor would not try to take prisoners in this case, or at least the Thunder Warriors. You have to look at it from the perspective of if you let this rout succeed, you know, if you let this routing enemy force leave back to its homes, what are they going to do? You just martyred 10,000, 15,000 people in the span of 30 seconds. They're going to reform again, likely, because now their family's dead. You might have killed a loved one. You basically just martyred a bunch of people, and that's going to give way to more revolt and more bloodshed. Again, if they chose to, and this would have been arguably smarter, maybe arguably not. If they chose to, for example, use the walls of their city, defend around that, and let the Thunder Warriors come to them, they probably could have actually sustained a few casualties on the Thunder Warriors rather than engage in an open field where they literally don't have a chance in hell. The problem with that being is then the Thunder Warriors, obviously you're allowing your homes to be burnt, raided, pillaged, whatever have you, right? Because you brought the fight to your home at that point. I don't know. It's silly rebellion to begin with, man, but like, fuck.
Urya fled as fast as he could, leaving the screaming, tormented wailing.
You can't just let them run away, because they're going to just keep fighting.
One of the damned must have experienced some extraordinary act of suffering, and their cries were carried high and far across the wind. By the end of it, the massed rebel force was slaughtered within the hour. Tens of thousands of men and women, what was left of them, lay strewn across the battlefield, crushed, ruined, annihilated. Urya had escaped and lay crying and wounded in the darkness of the night. Seeing a golden face as he lay in his agony was speaking to him. Why do you deny me? Accept me.
Yeah.
You know that I'm the only truth and the only way.
This was the funniest shit to me, dude, because like I was reading the comments of the last church. Who was it? I forget who posted the comment. But it's just like, why do you see me as a god, says the Emperor. And then it's just like him in a fucking golden light with a wreath on his head, fucking like, you know, golden armor. Like, you know, like speaking ethereally. Like, bro, you're giving off fucking very godly vibes right now. How do you not realize that? To anybody, like, and this is apparently a student of history, you know, he knows everything. He's been there since the dawn of fucking time, allegedly, right? So it's like, you know all this about religion, so why are you appearing as if you're a fucking god if you're not trying to be one? Like, what the fuck? And you don't want people to see you as one. Why are you going out of your way to appear as one to this poor fucking guy, you know, whose people you just massacred? Like, bro, what? I don't know. I just thought that was funny.
This was his apparent personally experienced vision of God. Revelation, the Emperor, immediately dismisses this as just another instance of humans perceiving what they need to see because of their own mortality, struggling, fighting for life, or seeing some kind of vision to explain away the worthlessness of their own life. But Urya could not be swayed, and he described how after his vision he fell into a sleep only to awaken, miraculously healed. The shrapnel embedded near to his neck and spine was gone, and he decided as a result of this vision that he needed to travel home. However, upon reaching his hometown, he found that his family had been all but slaughtered and destroyed. His former life was gone, and this was when he would turn to becoming a priest of the Church of the Lightning Stone. Urya explained how he'd wanted to serve God, to spread the word of his church, but the Emperor's forces all but prevented him from spreading his word anywhere, instead spreading their own truth in reason and disregarding any belief of the supernatural. Urya finally voiced his understanding that he knew why Revelation was here to speak with him, that he was here to offer Urya to join the new ways, but he was still not convinced. The Emperor would try a different approach by describing historical accounts of atrocities committed in the name of religion. Urya was still not persuaded. Revelation explained that the tales were universal and typify religious behaviour that has been recurring since the beginning of human history. The record of human experience shows that where religion is strong, it causes cruel, intense beliefs and produces intense hostility. Only when faith loses its force can a society hope to become humane. They would argue back and forth, Urya maintaining that much of a religion's
and there's points so like for and against that, you know what I mean? I personally, I stand on the, like, I don't stand on the fence. Like, for me, it's the case of, like, listen, as long as your faith does not harm anyone else, I think you should be allowed to believe in it. I think everybody should have their own path to salvation, you know? If you believe that you have a path to salvation, I believe that not allowing somebody to take it, as long as it does not harm somebody else, because obviously there are a lot of religions on Earth, and especially the Emperor loves to describe such atrocities. There are many religions on Earth that do unfortunately cause the harm of others directly, and that's the path to salvation. I think those religions are barbaric. Frankly, that's just my opinion on it. No offense to, you know, anybody out there, but that's just my thoughts. You know, I don't think martyrdom should be gained through death and through self-sacrifice. Quite literally, in that sense, I don't believe that. You know what I mean? I think that's crazy. You know, simple as, you know. But if you believe that, like, you know, if you believe that like helping people, doing the right thing, if you want to believe and set your life accordingly to a set of codes, which genuinely do make you a better person for the most part, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, most tenets in most religion I can see, it's not bad. Like, there's nothing in there that's distinctly bad. It's the case of powerful people interpreting it their way and then doing wrong things in the name of God, right? Or in the name of their God. So it's all about interpretation. It's all about the leadership. That's, yeah, I don't want to get too deep into religion and whatnot there, but that's like some of my problems with the Bible, for example, right? Is like, obviously, as the Emperor even says, right? This isn't a complete lie. Like, yeah, it's been changed throughout history to suit certain needs by certain people. That's not incorrect. Does that mean the entire thing should be discounted? I don't think so. I just think it's important to recognize that did happen at times, and that did happen, and that you should recognize in your text when that happened and why. You know, that's not to say that it should be discounted. That's just to say that, you know, it should be recognized, you know, at a minimum. Again, I don't want to get too deep into it, but
not meant to be taken literally. The Emperor exclaiming that this is surely the whole point, that people will pick and choose, and the subsequent confusion that will inevitably arise from such selective reading amounts to an entirely personal interpretation. Worse, those that do take the texts absolutely literally would usually create misery and death, believing the words in the text to be the absolute truth, set in stone, to be unquestioned and strictly executed.
That's the problem, yeah. Like Emperor, again, not to go back to Christianity on that, but yeah, obviously the Inquisitions. The Inquisitions are the biggest example of that. Hearsay, completely most of it. 90%, 95% of the people who, you know, obviously died during the Inquisition, they were not doing anything wrong. They weren't even fucking non-believers, probably, you know? They probably were good Catholics, and fucking neighbor just said they were a witch, and that's what happened, you know? Or neighbor said, oh yeah, I saw a different religious symbol in their household. Like, it's crazy shit, you know what I'm saying? And obviously when the Spanish and the Portuguese obviously went to, you know, the New World, and they started doing that there on a mass scale, a scale not seen in Spain or in Europe anywhere, but a mass scale. It was, you know, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible, because even after they converted a lot of native communities, obviously they continued to inquisit them. So like anybody practicing in secret, not even people practicing in secret, it could have been you had one or two families practicing in secret, but the whole fucking tribe, you bet your ass, is getting punished for that, you know? It's crazy shit like that, you know? That's what I have a problem with. And unfortunately, in the modern day, not for Christianity, but in the modern day, that does still happen, unfortunately, in some places of the world.
Strictly executed.
Things like that, I should say.
The Emperor would recount more ancient histories, from human sacrifices to wartime horrors committed in the name of religion. Bloody wars where thousands would die. Uriah dismissed this as ancient ways long since forgotten, to which the Emperor balked. He pivoted to a more recent event, describing death camps and eugenics committed by Cardinal Tang only 30 years previous to their current time. Uriah had had enough. You fixate on the blood and the death revelation. You forget all the good that can be achieved from faith.
That's the thing.
If you think religion is a force for good, Uriah, then you're not seeing the superstitious savagery that pervades the history of our world, said Revelation. It's true that just before the descent of Old Night, religion gradually lost its power over life, but like the worst kind of poison, it lingered and fostered division amongst the people of the world that endured. Without belief in gods, divisions blur with passing ages. New generations adapt to new times, mingle, intermarry, and forget ancient wounds. It is only belief in gods and divine entities that keeps them alien to one another, and anything that divides people breeds inhumanity. Religion is the canker in mankind's heart that serves such an ugly purpose.
See, and that's not incorrect, is the thing. Anything that divides people obviously is going to cause obviously is going to cause division by byproduct of that, right? Religion has always been a topic of contention, because humans, you know, believing in different religions are always going to be at each other's throats. in a sense. That's what he's saying. I don't necessarily believe that to be true. There are plenty of religions that, you know, if you don't believe in their God, they're still accepting of you. You know what I'm saying? There are religions like that. There's, you know, obviously at the end of the day, the ultimate goal of any religion, I believe, is to convert people to that religion, right? Like you're trying to convert. So yes and no, but again, like science isn't a religion as much as people want it to be, you know. I think having something to believe in can do a person really, really well. It adds a lot of meaning to a human that otherwise a sentient being might not have otherwise, you know. Because obviously you got to think like we're sentient, right? We know we're on Earth. We know our scale on the universe in a sense. We don't even, but we know that we're fucking minuscule. We're nothing, right? In a sense. So it's like what, you know, for some people, what keeps you going, right? You have to have something to believe in. And that doesn't even necessarily, it means that it has to be a religious belief. It could be belief in yourself, belief in your family. It could be belief in just about anything, but you need to have something to believe in, you know? And I believe having tenets or codes, do no harm unto other, for example. That's a great one. Why would you want to do harm unto other? You know, that shouldn't serve you any purpose. You shouldn't be gaining anything from that, right? You know, things like that. Like it's a good way to live your life in a sense, in theory, right? In theory, again, I believe that people should be able to believe what they want to believe. I don't think stifling any form of belief leads to anything good, because it typically doesn't, as we've seen historically. So, you know, it's just one of those things.
Enough, snapped Uria. I've heard enough. Yes, people have done things terrible to one another in the name of their gods, but they've done terrible things to one another without the recourse to their beliefs.
Yeah.
An acceptance of gods and an afterlife is a vital part of what makes us who we are.
Plenty of wars have been fought not over religion.
What do you suggest takes its place? In my many years as a priest, I have ministered to many dying people, and the emotional benefits of religion's power to console them and those left behind cannot be underestimated. There is a flaw in your logic, Uria, said Revelation. Religion's power to console gives it absolutely no more credence or validity. It might very well be a comfort to a dying man to believe that he'll go to some bountiful paradise of endless joy, but even as he dies with a wonderful smile on his face, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things as far as the truth of the matter is concerned.
And that might be true, but is it not better that somebody should be able to die at a minimum happy and know that their life had purpose and that they fulfilled that purpose? You know what I'm saying? Like the best thing, the best counter I can think of to the Emperor's argument would be, because he says, you know, politics are in the thousands, religions in the millions. That's not necessarily true at all. You know, biggest example of that in our recent modern history would be the Soviet Union, obviously, or communist China, for example. You know, mostly any communist nation, really, when you think about it. Stalin starved fucking 50 million of his own people. You know, he didn't need the Nazis to kill his people for him, even though they did. It obviously was terrible, but he killed more of his own people than the Nazis ever did. More civilians, more children. So you can't really, you know, you can't really. And they were a state without religion. Religion was banned in communist countries. It typically is, you know, or at minimum they have a state religion. But I think in the Soviet Union, they didn't really promote religious growth at all. You know, it wasn't really a thing. They stifled all of it. So yeah, like that's an example right there of like a society going way too far with it. It doesn't lead to anything good. It only builds animosity in a sense, to me, right? In my opinion.
Maybe not, said Uria. But when my time comes, I will die with my god's name on my lips.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know?
There are multiple aspects to read from the discussion between the Emperor and Uria. For one, it's fairly staggering that the Emperor has the gall to recount the many accounts of religious atrocity as examples of why it's such a flawed and dangerous concept for humanity, and that for this, and also other reasons, it's why mankind is better off without it. He makes these statements immediately after he has just sat and listened to Uria recount his own tale of facing down the Emperor's army of giant superhuman warriors versus a force of what can only be read as being a fairly large yet seemingly primarily civilian force of angry townspeople. that the Emperor's warriors proceed to not only engage with maximum levels of aggression, but then continue to engage in one of the most inhuman slaughters, brutalizing and committing horrors best not even thought of, and not against a defiant, powerful warlord and his army of trained soldiers. No, they destroyed with no mercy a mob of crying, stunned people who knew that they were defeated as the first shots were fired.
Then you should not have even risen up against it. You can't show up. Listen, there's a difference between protesting, right, and raising up your arms, quite literally, which is what they did. They rose up arms, and trying to meet an open field, an army, right, a government army. That's different, okay? That is different. Like, if you're gonna do it, you gotta be smart about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, at that point, you are militants. You know, you might not consider yourself such. You might consider yourself, oh, we're just townspeople. The second you raise up an arm, you're a militant. That's what you are, you know? Now, that's not to say, like, for example, I believe that a citizenry should be armed. You know what I mean? I do believe that. I have no qualms against that at all. But there's a difference between a civilian being armed and raising up arms, right? There is a very fine, like, difference in that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, like, they kind of did it to themselves. Again, if you're going to protest, that's one thing. If you're going to, but the second you start, like, because it literally says they killed the guards in their barracks. They weren't peaceful about this. They openly committed bloodshed instantly. So you can't call yourself just simple townsfolk after that. You know what I mean?
You can barely imagine a more inhuman situation. Why this level of violence and display of pure, unfettered aggression was necessary has no explanation. And as they knelt begging for mercy, the Emperor allowed his giant warriors to let their bloodlust run rampant as these monsters often literally crushed under their heavy armoured boots anything that moved, until the ground was nothing more than a hellscape, a wasteland of horror. You'd be forgiven for mistaking them for the worshippers of the blood god, for on this day they surely imbued Khorne with a refreshing burst of power.
Yeah.
You can only see these events as shockingly hypocritical on behalf of the Emperor. Within almost the same breath, he begins explaining how it is religion that is the terrible enemy of mankind because, through its most extreme beliefs, it can on occasion cause humans to commit terrible atrocities.
See, but I'm sorry to keep pausing through this, but that's where the Emperor is kind of a hypocrite in a sense. You know, because he doesn't explain it, really. He doesn't... Even when he tries to justify his own means, he justifies it through tearing down religion. He says, yes, I did that, but religion did that. And it's like, but you didn't justify. And I think the priest does a really good job, like, in a sense of saying, like, okay, like, you know, you have your belief, I have mine. You're focusing only on the bloodshed, not the good that it can do, you know. And he's right. The Emperor really is not. He is only focusing on the bad, not the good. And in the same breath, he's shitty on it, but isn't justifying his own use of spilling blood. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting, especially, again, because they were surrendered. There's no reason to kill, in a sense, surrendered combatants, especially when you have the means to contain them, which I'm sure at this point they certainly did, right? Usually you would intern prisoners of war, right? And then judge them on a scale of, did they do anything terrible, right? Obviously, the average soldier, if you're just an average soldier doing your job, you're probably fine. You know, if you were a fucking, like, Nazi war criminal and you're out there in Auschwitz, yeah, that's different, right? But, you know, hopefully I don't get demonetized for saying that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's different, you know, than being a soldier and just wanting to serve your country and doing the best that you can. You know, that's obviously much different.
Why Uriah doesn't counter the Emperor with this astonishing level of hypocrisy is frustrating, yet it also highlights to us that the Emperor is operating from a position that is hardly objective or rational. They are simply his talking points to achieve his own agenda, that of removing the very idea of structured religion and spirituality from the human consciousness. As Uriah had now essentially turned his back on redemption and returned to his prayers, a golden light would rise from behind him. He turned to face redemption, but was only able to exclaim, "You! Now do you fully understand the futility of what you do here?" said the golden giant. Uriah finally understood. seeing the golden face that he'd seen long ago in his memories as he was near to death, after the horrific battle against the Emperor's warriors. "You are the Emperor." The Emperor tells Uriah it is time to go, and they start to leave the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor begins to explain that the artistry within the church is much like humanity, that it is only meant to exist in the light, not reside in the darkness, that only when suffocating shadows of religion are gone will it be able to see again its true brilliance.
The second fall of humanity is heralded. That was an interesting retelling of it.
Uriah passed through his church as he moved to leave and join the Emperor for whatever fate awaited him. The Emperor all the while telling of how it was that he would create an imperium that would make this church appear like a pauper's hovel in comparison. Uriah transitioned quickly from feelings of regret and that his life had been a misguided lie to a renewed sense of self-belief and strength in his faith, even as confused as it had been. Uriah, in this moment, had a realization. One that the Emperor seemed unable to grasp. For the Emperor had made many mistakes through his past and would make many more in the future.
Yeah.
The Emperor is not infallible, flawless, or as perfect as the vision he projects to his followers. Perhaps it's the nature of his origin that makes the Emperor seemingly unable to grasp the necessity for religion having a place in the human spirit.
Yeah.
Uriah had allowed the warmth and love of his God to fill the emptiness within him when he needed it most. This was what made faith powerful, that it required no proof, only
Exactly.
belief. Its
That's
power
the thing.
was in that it needed no understanding at all.
Yeah.
He would follow the Emperor out into the tempest that his church had kept shut out until now. But as the Emperor stepped outside, the howling gale blew in, extinguishing his candles. As he stepped out into the thrashing rain and darkness, lightning illuminated the hundreds of armoured statues outside the church, the Emperor's warriors. They stepped forward and proceeded to put fire to the church and throw in grenades for good measure. The Emperor watched it burn. Uriah protested, but it was in vain. The Emperor knew exactly what he was doing and exactly what his plans for humanity were. His Imperium had no place whatsoever for gods and spirituality. Uriah argued with the Emperor over his vision for the future, declaring him a madman as the Emperor laid out his plans to conquer the galaxy. The warriors standing in their presence were only the precursors, he explained. The warriors he was forging would be the generals and lead the greatest crusade to every corner of the galaxy.
Wow.
Uriah protested. Didn't you just tell me of the bloody slaughters perpetuated by crusaders? Doesn't that make you no better than the holy men you were telling me about? The difference is...
And he literally calls it the Crusades.
Right, replied the
Yeah.
Emperor.
See,
Spoken
and there it is. There it is, right there. Not to pause, but I know I am right. That's the exact basis that you're saying makes religion bad. That is the exact thing that you are proclaiming is the evil thing here, you know? I'm right, you know? I'm saying it because I'm right. That's every fucking prophet, dude. That is every prophet that has ever stood on this earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, or anybody perceived as a prophet, I should say, for anybody who does not believe, right? That's the thing. Like, that's the big difference there. Yeah, dude. Fuck. Very, very interesting explanation.
Came Uriah.
Making me think a lot.
Head. You misunderstand, Uriah. I've seen the narrow survival path that is all that stands between humanity and extinction. This is the way it must begin. This was when Uriah would finally see the truth of the Emperor and tell him that to deny humanity a thing would only make them crave it more so. And if he were successful, to be wary that his followers do not mistake him for a god lest they begin to worship him. Uriah could see through the gold and the blinding light now. This was not a god, for he could see the burning ambition and the white-hot core of violence in the heart of the Emperor. I wish only the best for my people, promised the Emperor. I think you do, but I will not be a part of it, said Uriah. With that, Uriah would turn and walk back into the burning church. He walked straight into the blaze as the flames closed around him. Outside, the warriors watched the church until it collapsed. By morning, only smouldering ruins remained. The Emperor turned away, saying only, "Come, we have a galaxy to conquer." The only sound to be heard was the chiming of an old and broken clock.
Wow. And that was a good reference. I didn't pick up on it initially when we first watched The Last Church there, but that's the again, direct reference to 60 Seconds to Midnight, you know what I'm saying? Or 60 Minutes to Midnight, whatever it is, the Doomsday Clock that we have IRL. It's a direct reference to that. I didn't think about that when I first watched it, but yeah, like totally true. Thank you for whoever commented that. Let me know that.
The small clock in this story I've omitted until the end as it has a specific relevance and really a tale all of its own. Urya had owned a small bronze clock, described as having a cracked glass face and clean, delicate hands made of gold with inlaid mother of pearl. Its cogs never turned and its pendulums never swung. He'd stolen this in his youth, where he travelled the earth looking for whatever kind of youthful adventure he could come across, and he'd stolen this timepiece from a silver palace in the mountains of Europa. He recalled how as he had fled this palace, the craftsman who curated the many strange timepieces kept there called screaming after him that the clock was counting down to doomsday and would chime when the last days of mankind's existence were at hand. Urya at the time youthfully laughed off these eccentric craftsmen's bizarre calls and would gift the clock later to his father. But after Urya returned to their home to find his family essentially destroyed, he retrieved the clock, bringing it to the Church of the Lightning Stone, where it would make no sound since that day. Urya had always dreaded hearing its chimes, and he would never have to hear it chime again. The chiming of the clock as the Emperor walks away from extinguishing the last church on Earth is meant to herald the doom of mankind. But why? What is its significance?
Yeah.
It's clearly symbolic as the last church is burned to the ground and the last priest on Earth has engaged with the Emperor. Each gave one another the chance to side with each other's presented opinion. Instead, they both choose to go their own separate ways. The Emperor with his plans for galactic secular domination, the last priest on Earth finally realizing that it is not the existence of a god in the physical sense that is the true power of faith, but having belief is enough, and nothing would make him regret that. This clock, though, appears again in the most unlikely of places. Many years later, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, would be overcome with a powerful vision, a vision of things that could never be. Worlds on fire, battlegrounds of Hastatis he saw slaughtering each other with blades and fists. Landscapes riddled with scars and corruption, battlefields fought at a microscopic level where only bacteria and viruses remained. As he looked through the putrid, nightmarish landscapes, he would find his eyes focus in on something he recognized more clearly, the markings of the Lunar Wolves and Horus Lupercal. He shouted, but they could not hear him. He would see fragmented and mixed visions of friends and foes, blades striking fatal blows, a strange temple with pillars of fire, and a black pool that appeared as dark as oil. A powerful figure broke through the fractured pieces to coalesce. It was Horus. Magnus inspected it more closely. This thing, it was not Horus. "What are you?" demanded Magnus. "You are not my brother." "Not yet, but soon," answered the monster with a maddening grin. "My brother would unleash unleash this madness. Then you don't know him, for it is happening right now. The pawns of the primordial annihilator are already in motion, setting the traps of pride, vanity and anger to ensnare the egos of the knights required to topple the king." "You lie," said Magnus. "Do I?" laughed Horus. "Horus Lupercal will betray you all. He will set the Imperium ablaze in his quest for power. Nothing will survive. All will become a nuclear cauldron of chaos, from the supermassive heart of the galaxy to the guttering stars in its halo."
Jesus.
"Where will this miraculous transformation take place?" asked Magnus, fighting to keep the growing horror from his voice. "On a little moon," giggled the monster, "in the Davin system." "Even if I believe you, why tell me? Because it has already begun. Because I enjoy your torment, and because it's too late to stop this," said Horus.
Wow.
"We'll see about that," promised Magnus.
Oh, he was right.
Magnus opened his eye, and the Horus monster was gone. Araman and the Terminator guards surrounded him, their faces filled with dread. "My lord," cried Araman, "what happened?" Magnus shrugged off any help and climbed to his feet. He could already feel the sands of time moving across the face of the galaxy, and he had a brief, last flash of a vision, of a chiming bronze timepiece with a cracked glass face and mother-of-pearl hands.
Wow.
The vision of Magnus couldn't be clearer.
Interesting.
The meddling form of Horus is very clearly Tzeentch, especially as it is appearing before Magnus the Red. Tzeentch, the meddling god of change, twisting and manipulating. Magnus could not have known the meaning of seeing the chiming ancient clock. It's really just the mischievously twisted playfulness of Tzeentch at work. And questions remain on who the craftsman back on Terra really was and how he foresaw the accuracy of the clock and its chiming. The two instances are very much connected though. The Emperor himself had a choice. Why did he never warn anyone, not even his prized sons the Primarchs, are the dangers of the spirits, the entities and gods that resided in the warp.
Yeah.
His turning away from the Church of the Lightning Stone on Terra as its smouldering remains and all they symbolise were left to ruin was a definitive moment where the Emperor set humanity on a path that rejected totally religion and spirituality and followed only the Emperor's imperial truth.
And you can totally see how that would just spill into religion instantly. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, dude.
The Emperor had a choice: to bestow his knowledge of the Chaos Gods and the warp to his sons, but forbid them from ever attempting to make any kind of dealings with what inhabited the Immaterium. Now, if he had chosen to do this, you could argue that he would have armed them with the knowledge to know of the manipulating and pervasive nature of chaos and better enable them to avoid its temptations and its corrupting allure. Yet, with that said, has it not been shown time and time again that forbidding anyone in humanity to not open that box that's marked "Do Not Open" is a recipe for disaster?
Yeah.
And I believe this was really the position the Emperor found himself in. If he had forbidden his Primarchs from ever exploring and interacting with these beings or explaining to them the true nature of chaos and his plans for humanity, he ran the risk of them being unable to resist the forbidden fruit. It's the oldest tale of humanity, always needing that thing which you can never have. Making something off limits only makes it far more desirable. It's human nature. So instead, the Emperor opted for his only real alternative: to say nothing and hope for the best. Yet this came with its own problems.
That's
the Emperor, via the Imperial Truth, did his best to stave off any kind of dangers that might arise from chaos, yet this was nowhere near enough. Not to mention the fact that, as would later be discovered, the Emperor had not only chosen to selectively impart wisdom to his Primarch sons, but that he had carefully misled and actively deceived them. Under the crushing weight of so many miscalculations on the part of the Emperor, the growing apathy and diminishing sense of respect felt by Horus could only lead to one thing:
the Imperial Truth. Wow.
The Emperor's vision for humanity was one of progression, forward-thinking rationalism, a return to science and logic, as well as a powerful sense that humanity were the ones who were best placed to take on the role as the most powerful race in the galaxy. The Eldar had their chance and failed. The remaining Xenos were abhorrent savages. As the Emperor began his galactic crusade, he decreed that his imperial truth be brought to all the worlds of mankind, essentially by any means necessary, peaceful if possible, by force otherwise. The hypocrisy of the Emperor, given his self-righteous rantings against religion, is blinding. His primary criticisms against religion were that it caused ignorance and horrific bloodshed when humans interpreted things wrongly or with an extreme perception of the teachings from their religion of choice.
Which is exactly what he's doing.
On so many occasions, the Emperor shows almost no regard whatsoever for human life.
Yeah.
Far from being a benevolent leader who cares for its human species, because remember, after all, the Space Marine Legions were meant to be a tool to bring about the rise of humanity, not a permanent, ever-present military force that would last for tens of thousands of years. In one sense, the Emperor's grand plans seem to have barely got off the ground before it all came crashing down. Despite his crusade in many ways being a success, the whole vision and mission on behalf of the Emperor in the end was a catastrophic failure. An empire in flames, mass slaughter across so many worlds, return to the darkness of spirituality, persecution, and worst of all, the Emperor in the end left humanity in a position arguably little better off than when he had begun. It's clear.
I think arguably even worse. I mean, you got to look at what the Imperium in general, what the Mechanicus does to people, does to dissidents, does to its own citizenry. And it does it in the name of the Emperor in a religious context. So, yeah, I'd say that's kind of worse in a sense, because not only is it contained to one planet like it was on Terra, but now it's galactic wide, you know? So there's arguments that he left it off almost worse in a sense. Almost worse, yeah. Yeah, in ways better, but worse in others, let's say, in my opinion.
To all, the Emperor is no ordinary man. Exactly what the Emperor is and just how much power and knowledge he had is always something of a grey area. We know that the Emperor is and was a perpetual, and this has been established in one way or another since the very beginning of Warhammer 40,000. And it's fairly obvious though, when you think about the fact that he's existed since the earliest times, no matter which origin story you subscribe to. and I am far more open to the shaman sacrifice origin than I had been. However, I still do like the idea that the Emperor is somehow a creation of some final old one. But full disclosure, there is basically zero evidence for that. It's simply a fun thought out loud of mine. Questionable as well if a single old one could create such a...
You guys told me too, sorry to pause in the middle of there, but you guys told me too that Luton does actually change his opinion on that. But I haven't watched any of his newer videos. I've only started to scratch the surface on some of his older ones, obviously. So some of you guys have let me know that. Yeah, I'm not sure what he believes now, but obviously his old one's idea does have credence to me.
Fun thought out loud of mine. Questionable as well if a single old one could create such a powerful being whilst on the run. The shaman sacrifice though works equally well if you get into the details of it. Really though, the heart of the matter is that the Emperor is an immensely powerful individual. Brand new information. Where we come to the unclear and hazy aspect is just how is he a perpetual compared to others, say Vulcan Primarch of the Salamanders? And this is where we risk going off into pretty heavy tangents that deals with the area of the Emperor's dealings with the Chaos Gods and his acquisition of knowledge to create the Primarchs. The long and short of it is that I do not believe the Emperor to be a perpetual in a sense of how it is often described. The perpetuals are just kind of magical entities who somehow come back to life and are basically immortal. If anything, the descriptions often touted for perpetuals are extremely vague, misleading with very little reference, and this also ties into the very notion of the primordial truth. The original explanation for the Emperor following this shaman account was that the warp was a peaceful and calm realm, a mirror of our material space that existed on another plane of existence. It was a neutral and peaceful livestream of spiritual energy. In the early days of mankind, the warp and the creatures within it had not come to any positions of power. Remembering that the warp itself functions not through some sense of religious worship, but simply by being filled with the natural psychic resonant forces, at this time by more passive plants and animals. The activities of others in the galaxy would undoubtedly have begun to fill the warp with more and more troubling energies. But it was with the ever-growing souls of mankind and their obsessive, guilt-ridden negative energies where the warp really began to fill. On Earth,
yeah, and that's... in one of my very first Warhammer reactions, I believe on Bricky's video, I want to say. Yeah, one of you guys told me that like it can't be like described just how benign like the warp was, like it's not necessarily bad. It's just that it has been filled throughout the thousands and thousands of years. It has been filled with so much negative energy that it is the way that it is now, and that it has given way for these chaos gods to rise to prominence because of all that negative energy, especially all the negative psyker energy. Obviously, a lot of that came from the Eldar, as we know, right? And then eventually the Dark Eldar too. But yeah, it's just interesting to hear that,
ridden negative energies where the warp really began to fill. On Earth, the primitive humans had developed a relationship with the warp that they did not initially understand, but over time would begin to realize how to use it. Those who understood this best were tribal shamans who could tap into the warp and use its energy to help heal and provide for their tribes. You could also be reborn from the warp and carried forward into new human vessels, and in many ways you can see how these shamans were indeed the first perpetuals. Because they never truly died, they would be reincarnated. And this is depending on how strict you want to be with your definitions. However, as mankind grew and the disturbances in the warp became more powerful and more aggressive, and this was before even the Chaos Gods, the shamans began to discover that they were unable to be so easily renewed by reincarnation. The warp was unstable, it was becoming just more challenging, and sometimes spirits would be lost. Fearing that as time had passed this would herald the end of their kind, they decided after many years of discussion to en masse commit suicide, and as they did so, their kind would be gone forever from the earth. Yet they would be reborn as one individual, the Emperor of Man. He would not only bear the combined powers of the many thousands of psychically attuned shamans, but also begin to remember their wealth of group knowledge. He remembered that in his rebirth he was imbued with their collective strength so that he might live forever, never again having to return to the warp, which would in the days of the future prove to be far too hostile and too dangerous to allow him to be reincarnated were he ever to die. This original understanding for me is one reason why the concept of killing the Emperor so he can be reborn is a fundamentally terrible idea, but that should probably remain a separate discussion. For us, though, the important information from this version of Earth's ancient history is the idea of the Emperor as a perpetual, that this was gifted to him by the collective reincarnation of the shamans of Old Earth. Now, remembering this, we return to the Emperor standing
it's a very interesting idea.
Stone. From his own perspective as a perpetual, he cannot fathom the importance or the need some humans have for faith, nor does he subscribe to the concept of the primordial truth, a truth that at this point he surely well knows. The Emperor is not a god in the sense of a god being all-knowing and all-seeing. He is an astonishingly powerful individual to be sure, but he makes a catalogue of misjudgments. He also proclaims to be working for the betterment of humanity as he describes to Uriah outside the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor looked down at him and said, "Some things are best left forgotten." "Then I hope you've foreseen the consequences of a world bereft of religion," said Uriah. "I have," replied the Emperor. "It is my dream. An imperium of man that exists without recourse to gods, a united galaxy with terror at its heart." "A united galaxy?" said Uriah, averting his gaze from his blazing church as he finally grasped the scale of the Emperor's ambition. Indeed, now that unity has been achieved on Terra, it is time to reclaim humanity's lost empire among the stars.
Sorry, you know me, guys. I like looking at these maps. Holy Terra, Throne World, Luna, Civilized / Death World, Armageddon. Oh, wow. Sol, okay. So obviously Sol, that's the star, and then those are the planets around the star. Wow. Venus, Industrial World, Mercury, a mining world, Jupiter, gas mining world, Artifact 9, Kappa Mu. I don't know what that is, but very interesting. You can literally see Sol there, and then you can see like, wow, that's cool. Sorry, you guys know me. I like looking at these star maps. I presume, said Uriah. Of course, nothing of such grand scale can be achieved without a singular vision at its heart, least of all the reconquest of the galaxy. You are a madman, said Uriah. Uriah knew he wanted nothing to do with anything this man had to offer, no matter how noble or lofty his ambitions may be. I hope in the name of all that is holy, you're right, said Uriah, but I dread the future you're forging for humanity. And as we heard before, the Emperor replied, I wish only the best for my people. I think you do, but I'll be no part of it, said Uriah. There's a large part of wisdom on behalf of Uriah in his final conversation with the Emperor. The Emperor also reveals himself to be a hypocrite and far from wishing the best for his people. He's singularly focused on executing his vision for humanity by any means and any cost necessary. Exactly.
Even if that means the slaughter of innocents, then so be it. However,
which makes him no better.
Uriah's words may have resonated with the Emperor somewhat, because for as much as the Emperor had declared that his Imperium would operate from a secular position of science, logic and reasoning, there was a strong sense of practices that ran through the Imperium that had more than a flavour of spirituality to them. The terrifyingly powerful presence of his warriors on many worlds were enough to make its inhabitants be awed into thinking they were being visited by some powerful spirits or holy figures. Of course, the iterators would arrive to tell them about the imperial truth and how they needed to follow a secular order, but as much as this was true, it still required a sense of faith. Maybe not faith in the spiritual sense, but faith in the Emperor. And this is really where you get into the muddy territory of defining faith or defining gods and defining spirituality. Where are the lines drawn? Is unquestioning faith in your leader significantly different than unquestioning faith in your god?
Not at
all.
The
Emperor, it seems, knew that he could never fully extinguish the desire for humanity to be awed by things that they did not understand, that they had a need to place their faith in beings beyond their comprehension, and through the belief of the imperial truth, preaching it as a priest conducts a sermon, the Emperor managed to turn his truth into a faith. And just as Uriah had predicted, it was not long before the Emperor's arguably mixed messaging on imposing a secular rule, yet simultaneously himself appearing as a glowing light of golden godlike purity with a shimmering halo and unbelievable power.
And that's where you get the whole concept of like a quite literal god emperor come from. Obviously throughout history we've had a few god emperors. What was it? Xerxes, obviously Persian Empire, in the days of the Hellenic Wars there. Obviously, he saw himself as a god emperor, quote unquote, right? It's such a mixed bag, especially if you're trying to extinguish religion. You can't appear as both head of state and head of church. You know what I'm saying? But the church, like later the ecclesiarchy, I guess, I guess it did exist at this time, right? They were saying believe in the Emperor's word, believe in the Emperor's word, and then that over time, I guess, became the literal believe in the Emperor. You know what I mean? Interesting.
In the light of golden godlike purity with a shimmering halo and unbelievable power, it doesn't take a genius to realize that quite quickly some of the faithful are going to be more faithful than others.
Exactly.
And yet again, the Emperor, for all of his apparent foresight and power, could not foresee his own Astartes, first some of them worshipping him, and then slowly sliding into betrayal and finally outright rebellion.
The real imperial truth?
The real
Nice.
imperial truth is that the Emperor's war and religion was not singularly about moving humanity from the darkness into the light. The Emperor surely knew that humanity would face as yet unseen horrors. He had at the very least some awareness of these things from his encounters with the Void Dragon, and he knew very much about the gods of chaos. His suppression of religion seems in part on the same track as his ban on any AI development. He knew that the consequences for allowing either could be potentially catastrophic. And it's worth just highlighting something I see far too often incorrectly described. The Emperor didn't oppose religion because he thought that somehow this would diminish the powers of chaos. Why would it? For starters, chaos doesn't work like that. The warp doesn't work like that. The warp is a realm of resonating spiritual energy that mirrors real space, the materium. The warp being the immaterium. So praying to your gods is not going to have some direct, huge effect.
No.
And so neither would be removing that. What the warp thrives on and is fueled by is human emotions, ambitions, and desires. This is why on Chaos ships you don't have huge prayer chambers. You might instead find humans or screaming, lashed astropaths to the foul interior walls of their ships, carving demonic runes into their flesh, branding them, cutting them, and allowing their psychic energy and souls to be consumed, their emotions pouring into the immaterium, until their bodies are disintegrating, riddled with black stinking cancers and foul liquids.
What's that? They fucking blood eagle that poor guy? Like, what is that supposed to be? Like, god damn it, dude.
These are disintegrating, riddled with black stinking cancers and foul liquids pouring from their orifices. When it comes to interacting with the warp, it's very much a case of actions speak louder than words. And if that means flaying the skin off of so many humans that are captured onto your ship until the deck is literally awash with blood and your entire room is strung up with skins lashed all around the place, then that's exactly what you're going to do if you want to be able to communicate with your demon spirit in the warp.
Damn.
And that is, by the way, an actual example. The Emperor sought to eradicate religion and spiritual superstition because he feared what he already knew, that the forces of chaos lay waiting out among the stars. This is why his arguments to Uria were so hollow. He had little in the way of sincerity for his specious beliefs. The Emperor knew from his own experience what awaited humanity, and a society open to the concepts of religion and spiritual beings would be far more easily tempted than one who operated from a position of logic and reasoning. Cults and religious sects could empower the beings of the Immaterium not through their worship, but by their associated actions. And a society open to worship could easily be manipulated into worshipping a cult or organized religion that was not openly worshipping one of the gods of chaos.
So then it begs the question, why not have your own religion, your own Terra religion? Why not keep that religion, that last church, and why not make that your state religion in a sense, you know? Because it's better than the alternative, which is don't allow belief and then allow people to practice in secret. Don't allow them, but they will practice in secret regardless, you know what I'm saying? Or even out in the open like the word bearers did, and then you're punishing them for it, you know? It's awkward, you know? It's
being a cult or organized religion that was not openly worshipping one of the gods of chaos. It may not have even been aware that it was, but this is how chaos operates: manipulation and half-truths. The Emperor had two choices before him, the path of the light and the path of the dark. No matter his agreements in principle with the gods of chaos, he had chosen the path of light for humanity, and he did not want to end up in a situation where his imperial truth could be surreptitiously replaced by the primordial truth. The terrors of the past had grown in the shadow of superstition and false belief. If the human future was to survive its rebirth, it could not tolerate the delusions of the past. The arguably greatest deception the Emperor ever imposed on humanity was the imperial truth. The truth that was, of course, in fact, a lie.
Yeah. The imperial lie and the primordial truth.
The Emperor knew this was all a lie. He had known this since before the unification, from before the Age of Strife, before the fall of mankind during the Dark Age of technology. The lie being that the spirits, gods, entities, call them whatever you will, but do not deny their existence beyond our realm of perception. It is simply enough, after all, to believe. Some would have it that the imperial truth was never a lie. Mock these fools. Shun them. For they would entangle themselves and yourself in blinkered fallacious arguments and word-splitting games until you both were drowning in self-consuming ignorance, dragged down under the weight of their self-imposed obfuscation. These architects of confusion are to be dismissed and ignored. The primordial truth was simple and clear. The realm of humanity at one time would have called it hell, or the underworld. It was creation's shadow. It was the layer behind the stars. It was chaos, and it was real. To accept the primordial truth is to live in harmonic union with the powers of chaos. It is to accept reality, to embrace power over terror. Without the gods, humanity will die, piece by piece, under the predation of aliens that lay claim to the galaxy. Those who remain will die as the Eldar died, in agony, unable to see the primordial truth before their very eyes. This is fate. It is written in the stars.
Damn. That's pretty hard, you know?
I feel it's worth reminding everyone at this point that the Emperor, if we're using people's preferred shaman analogy for his inception, was originally produced out of a fear that the warp would become dramatically more hostile, which it ultimately would. That without the shaman's intervention, the human race would be consumed by the spiritual psychic creatures of the warp. Given the origins, it's not surprising that the Emperor would choose the path of light for humanity, as opposed to the path of darkness. At the same time, this image of him as a benevolent protector seems fundamentally misplaced. The Emperor is ruthless, and more than willing to achieve his plans by whatever means. An entirely fallible individual as well. Those worshippers of the Emperor, the most loyal and the most faithful, would have you believe that everything that comes to pass is part of the Emperor's grand plan, or at the very least workable around his long-term intentions.
Right.
It's difficult to see how that can be true. If anything, the Emperor's persistent declarations that he was just a man, despite all of the evidence of his great powers, seems significantly disingenuous. Yet one feature of him seems certainly true when it comes to assertions, that being his judgment. The Emperor displayed an arrogance that has perhaps always been present in him since his birth, assuming that he could triumph permanently over the gods of the Chaos realm. The Emperor knew of the primordial truth from the very beginning. He had already visited the gods of Chaos millennia before his unification wars, and had begun enforcing his declaration that all his followers obey the imperial truth. Some would say that this was part of the Emperor's grand plan, or that he had some miraculous plan of ascension for humanity. Maybe that he planned in the fullness of time to either starve, destroy, or permanently protect humanity from the gods of the warp. Anything is possible, and we currently have nowhere near enough information to make that determination. But anyone who would at this point put their unquestioning faith in the Emperor should seriously take some time to re-examine the facts of the matter.
Yeah.
The Emperor operates from the
That's
position
what I've been
of
saying,
just
man.
taking whatever action is necessary.
Call me a heretic,
Unfortunately,
but
sometimes that means getting your hands dirty, the end justifying the means and so forth. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But does the desperation of humanity warrant the casual slaughter of so many innocents? Humanity never asked for the Emperor. They were subjected to his campaigns of brutal violence, subjugated. Any resistance to the Emperor's order was met with sickening violence.
Yeah.
During the Crusades, the Emperor saw much success and many resolutions without a shot being fired. But there was also more where this was not the case.
And that's why that's initially why I called the Emperor a hypocrite anyway, right? Or initially, because it's like he started these crusades. Not only is he using the same namesake, but he's doing quite literally the same thing, which is join us or die. You know, join us, accept our rule, accept our truth, or die. Quite literally. And obviously he did that across all of Terra, and then later across all the galaxy, across all the human worlds at least. So it's like, man, you're kind of a hypocrite there, you know? Like, it's just my opinion, yeah. It's massive hypocrisy.
If the Emperor's abhorrent war crimes on Terra were anything to go by, it was no small misstep. I've often heard it said that the situation that occurred with the Interrex was not one of the Emperor's making. Yet I ask myself, wasn't it? The Interrex, one of the few empires of humanity to survive the Age of Strife, seemingly intact and in an advanced state of technology, its warriors wearing similar armour to Hastati's and proving more than just a challenge for multiple legions. They had working STC systems. They should have been a bounty and a prize for not just the Emperor, but for humanity. In another time, the Intrex could have potentially been far superior saviours of humanity. They already seemed to have an established rational order of logic and science and reasoning about their culture. The Emperor's forces in the Crusades, when you really look at it, not so much. Perhaps if they had had some way to know what was coming their way, they could have been more adequately prepared and mounted their own crusade, even becoming more successful than the Emperor's forces. It's unlikely, but it's just worth remembering that the Intrex were there and they were doing just fine. They didn't ask for or want to be part of the Imperium or the Imperial Truth. Horus already turning away from the Emperor instigated the war with the Intrex, and it's not entirely without the influence of chaos that things ended up how they did. But again, Horus turning away from the light does not leave the Emperor blameless. Given what we know now, it seems the Emperor simply made a terrible miscalculation in not bestowing his Primarchs with the truth of the events that had taken place up to the point of his crusade. Now you can perhaps understand the Emperor's desire to reduce and outlaw religion so as to not give the Chaos Gods an easy win by laying open the...
See, and I think that if the Primarchs knew about it, maybe they would have been disappointed in their father, the Emperor, right? Maybe they would have even hated what he did to get there, but I don't think any of them, with the knowledge that they had, would have ever betrayed him in that sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they would have definitely had animosity against him, but I really don't think that they would turn traitor. I really don't think so. Maybe that's a hot take, but
reduce and outlaw religion so as to not give the Chaos Gods an easy win by laying open the likelihood of some forms of worship and the associated acts that would strengthen them in the warp. It's even understandable that the Emperor simply wanted a path away from this kind of superstition and to try to get back to the way things were for humanity during the Golden Age. The Emperor wants to return mankind to its place of power, its zenith of understanding and rationalism. In his efforts to achieve this, it's entirely possible that he was just trying to get there too quickly and taking shortcuts to achieve what he could have done with a longer, more steady conquest.
Yeah.
And there may have been in actuality no perfect solution to all of this. The Emperor was doing the best he could under impossibly difficult circumstances. And something I've often heard as well is if the Emperor survived through the Golden Age and had these genetic laboratories and so on, why did he not keep an STC or two to boost humanity back to the Golden Age? This is a very good question, because from how STCs are portrayed, it certainly would have been a quick fix for regaining the lost technology and bringing humanity back from the edge of annihilation. Why the Emperor seemingly did not have any kind of complete STC stored away or in his possession is of course unknowable for us, but we could make a few speculations. As I discussed before in my previous narrative,
that is weird.
STCs,
you would really think he'd be
being
packing a ton of those, wouldn't he?
Grail. Perhaps in actuality, STCs are just not all they're cracked up to be. It seems beyond strange that if they were these holy grails of all human knowledge, that the Emperor would not have thought to himself, I'd better get myself one of these, just in case. Now another possibility, maybe they were rarer than descriptions would have us believe. The war with the Men of Iron, from what we've learned, doesn't sound as if it just exploded overnight. So if things were turning bad again, you might imagine the Emperor would see the writing was on the wall and secure an STC. The other rationale could be that, as I've said, the Emperor is far more capable of making mistakes, and his ability to foresee the future is nowhere near as powerful as we're led to believe. Or perhaps he does get very clear visions.
And that could be part of the whole Imperial truth as well, the fact that he is all-knowing. Because that's what we're told, he knows it's going to happen, you know, he's seen all this. What if he's just an A-class bullshitter, dude? That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if he just bullshits and he's really, really good at it, you know? Like, that's possible. He's like, yes, that's my dream. I know this is going to happen. It's going to happen the way I thought it does. And then when he's right, it's like, see, I told you so. But man, it was just really nothing more than an educated guess, really, you know? You know, when you go to like, like those fucking like, you know, those like healing fairs or whatever the fuck they are. Like, I'll place these healing hands on you. Like, it's like that, you know what I mean? I knew it was going to happen. You're not blind anymore. Yes.
Nowhere near as powerful as we're led to believe. Or perhaps he does get very clear visions, but only of very specific events.
Except he can actually heal people, which is kind of weird.
The whole heresy and the Horus battle with the Emperor was all part of his master plans. So if you are to assume he knew all, he would have known Horus would betray him and allow events to play out as they did. Perhaps for some greater purpose we are yet to see. We could assume that perhaps the Chaos Gods extended their powers to blind or to cover things from the Emperor. We know that very powerful psychic manipulation is possible to hide the truth of things. It's been used on many occasions by both loyalists and traitors, hiding ships, fleets, entire moons. Some
True.
consider that the Emperor is far more powerful than any can imagine, that all of his actions are according to a grand plan that he's forged over millennia, and that he will still lead humanity to the light out of the darkness.
See, that's
That he
the
will
cult
bring the
behavior.
reascension of mankind.
That right there.
How this would be achieved, however, remains entirely unclear.
Exactly.
Some speculate that his plan was to lead all of mankind into the webway, out of the grasp of chaos, yet this is more than off the table after it was breached and the war in the webway fought, with it finally being sealed as the Emperor is permanently interred on the Golden Throne. If all I have said has not convinced you, then perhaps the Emperor himself will have to speak for me. Because when all is said and done, the Emperor could see he had failed humanity. He even admitted it. It's why he was forced to create the Order of the Grey Knights and the Inquisition. And the Emperor described the Grey Knights thusly: one unbreakable shield against the coming darkness, one last blade forged in defiance of fate. Let them be my legacy to the galaxy I conquered, and my final gift to the species I failed. Now, the words of the Emperor here always strike me as especially troubling.
Interesting.
It's
See,
not
I
his
didn't know he
admission of
admitted
failure
it.
that bothers me.
Yeah.
It's the words "forged in defiance of fate."
He
It
knows
suggests
it's
that
gonna
the
happen.
Emperor seemingly knew that this was destined to pass, that it was inevitable. Perhaps
That's
he could
interesting.
see all that was to come after all. He could see what was coming, yet was unable to alter the path, ultimately resigning himself to admitting failure. He had tried to alter humanity's fate, but failed. Which returns us once again to chaotic demons speaking the primordial truth, the inescapable truth. The Eldar failed when their test came, but humanity still had the choice to make. That humanity needed to open itself to chaos, as much as chaos needed the more powerfully resonating souls of humanity to fuel it in the immaterium. The Emperor had already spoken about how dangerously narrow the path of humanity was when he spoke with Uriah, the Church of the Lightning Stone, in their final words. "Didn't you just tell me of the bloody slaughters perpetuated by crusaders?" said Uriah. "Doesn't that make you no better than the holy men you were telling me about?" "The difference is, I know I am right," said the Emperor.
Crazy.
Spoken like a true autocrat, the Emperor shook his head. "You misunderstand, Uriah. I've seen the narrow survival path that is all that stands between humanity and extinction, and this is the way it must begin." It certainly seems that before his legions of Hastatis had even been completed, or his Primarchs, the Emperor knew that the path they were walking was an extremely narrow one, which had a very limited chance of success. His final acts, much like his other decisions, seemed to be that of a man making the best choices he could given the cards he was holding at the time, trying his best to put right what once went wrong. The primordial truth, though, is a troubling issue. In one sense, it's the simple admission that the Chaos Gods and their realm exist. I personally feel it runs much deeper than that. The impression I have had from the demons who have mentioned it is that it's much more than just an admission of existence. It's about humanity being open to accepting what the Eldar could not, that we cannot exist or survive without its help, that like it or not, the destiny of mankind and the immaterium are inexorably linked. It's a symbiotic relationship that began at the dawn of man. Perhaps the
That's
Emperor
true.
could foresee the end times through his immense psychic power, and what he saw he could not accept. It set him inevitably
Love
on the
that
path
scene.
to save humanity from the darkness.
Wow.
As he described it, humanity was never meant for darkness. Only in the light can it achieve its full potential. When the suffocating shadows of a religion that teaches us not to question is gone from this world, we will see its true brilliance. In these words, I think we can understand the Emperor's vision. He did not want humanity to fall into the grasp of the Chaos Gods. He had seen mankind at the highest point in its existence, and he had seen it fall. But he knew that no other race in the galaxy deserved to rule more than man. He was obsessed with making his vision a reality, no matter what the cost. This approach unfortunately imbued itself into humanity, where the ruthless achieve your goals by any cost approach would become fundamental to the Imperium's operation. Not forgetting, of course, the Emperor's perhaps unintended consequence of forbidding religion, which would later ironically become one of its most powerful strengths.
That's
The
true
Emperor
too.
had feared that religious worship and faith would risk destroying humanity by making it susceptible to the beliefs and corruptions of the Immaterium, when in actuality the faith and unquestioning belief in the God Emperor of mankind would become its most powerful weapon. Lorgar, it seems, had been right all along. Religious worship of the Emperor provided a far surer way to bind humanity together than rational thinking and science. The imperial truth would be eroded and people turned to faith. This would ultimately lead to the imperial cult, replacing the Emperor's imperial truth, and the Adeptus Ministorum, the ecclesiarchy, would become a powerful component of the Imperium.
Yeah.
Ultimately though, while the worship of the Emperor enabled humanity to wield a powerfully binding force that was an anathema to the forces seeking to corrupt humanity, mankind's relapse into state religious worship would in time return it to a decaying, ignorant and superstitious society of ever more extreme positions, where tyrannical leaders and the abandonment of scientific progress halted humanity's advancement dead. Was this the Emperor's vision after all? Not the darkness of chaos, but the darkness of mankind's own inability to disconnect itself from superstition and faith. Such things had left Uriah worshipping a rock in the Church of the Lightning Stone. Perhaps humanity during the golden age of mankind's greatest achievement was not their zenith levels of technology after all. Their greatest achievement was simply that they had reached a time where they were able to step out of the darkness, to abandon religion, spirituality, superstition, mysticism, and faith. They allowed themselves to ascend into a world of pure rationalism, science, logic, and order. Belief in the imperial truth in the modern age of the Imperium was now a literal death sentence.
Yeah.
Any heretics who opposed the worship of the Emperor of Man must be purged from society.
Wow.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
What a great explanation, man. Obviously, we gotta watch this out. Wow. Nice. The primordial truth uncovered the lie of the Emperor, but for the Primarchs and the Hastatis, there was a deeper, more hidden truth. That the Emperor was not their only father. What does that mean? God damn, really? Wow. Wow, guys, what a great video again by LUETIN09, the Emperor of Man 3, the Imperial Eye, Warhammer 40k lore/history. Luton, as always, fantastic job of explaining. I really liked his last church breakdown there. Obviously, again, it was nice to hear somebody that knows a little bit more about the lore and about the specifics in Warhammer kind of break it down and just explain it a little bit better. I thought that was fantastic. Luton, as always, does a great job with these types of videos. He makes some of the most, from what I've seen, some of the most informative Warhammer videos out there, and wow, I really love to see that. You know, big shout out to everybody who recommend part 3 here and in the series in general, guys. I'm really enjoying it so far, and hopefully you guys are too, because, wow, you know, we got to check out part 4 sometime there. Big shout out to our members, our Hastati and our Triari, Paralyzed Tortoise. Big shout out to you, man. I appreciate you. You guys motivate me to make more content for you every single day. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, subscribe for more content, and leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Yeah, guys, we could be at over 1,000 subscribers right now. If all of you non-subs decided to press that subscribe button and join, I see you guys watching my videos, watching multiple of my videos, but you haven't subscribed yet. It's very weird, you know? You should do that. You should press that subscribe button. But yeah, guys, join the Discord if you want to get into more discussions. You know, we got quite a few members in the Discord now. It is growing every single day. I love to see that. So go join the Discord, be part of our discussions. You can talk to everyone else and myself as well. And it's really good to interact with you guys on a more personal level there. So yeah, big shout out to the Discord. Go join that. But yeah, guys, without any further delay, this has been Centurion, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be checking out 40k, The Emperor of Man 4, A Self-Fulfilling Prophecy, Warhammer 40k lore/history by LUETIN09. Yes guys, it's been a couple weeks at least since we checked out the last Emperor of Man video, which was basically Luetin's retelling of the novel The Last Church, which obviously there were some key differences between the narrated video, which we checked out by the way, go watch that video if you haven't, and the novel, which I thought that was very cool. Obviously the name changes, the tone of voice, I think too. The way Luetin described it, the Emperor seemed a lot more aggressive, a lot more like forthright about it, and I got the feeling in the narrated version, or not the narrated, the animated version I should say, that he was a dick, don't get me wrong, but he basically went there with the intent to like learn still, you know what I'm saying? He didn't want to he wanted to convert. He didn't want to like do it by like oppressive means, but he wanted to still convert him to his side, versus in the novel it felt like he was a lot more oppressive about it, you know. I don't know, that's just the feeling I got. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe like, you know, that's just my assumptions of it, but that's just from what I've heard, that's from what I've felt. So maybe again I'm completely wrong, but somebody let me know your opinions about that. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for The Emperor of Man 4, A Self-Fulfilling Prophecy. Now I believe this is going to be probably the story of how the emperor takes the throne, essentially, how the ecclesiarchy basically comes to power, how the religion comes to power, how we start to see all these elements kind of merge, and then there's what's his face. And I thought this was a really good time to check this video out, finally, watching the if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device. Now I know some of you guys were telling me that the lore was updated since then, because like obviously new stuff has come out since then, and it's an older series, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device, but it's still, regardless, I think to at least learn the lore, figure it out fully. This is an hour long, 40-minute long video, so we're not going to beat around the bush. We're going to get right into this. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Come join our Discord. And also, a big thank you to our members, the Hastati and our Triari out there, Paralyzed Tortoise. Big thank you to you, sir. I appreciate you. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. And with that, guys, yeah, let's get right into this video. As always, Luetin lore video, I will be writing stuff down if you see me doing that. Oh, premium miniature painting.
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. Audible provides a great service for members that I personally use, and why I highly recommend it. It's also one of the best ways to make huge savings on Warhammer audiobooks. Today we're returning to discuss The Emperor of Man, and as part of that I'm considering the details within the audio-only short first...
I've been considering getting Audible for the longest time, guys. It's just I like having a paper book, but also the convenience of audiobooks cannot be overstated. So I might honestly use his link. If you guys plan on getting Audible, go use his link, audible.com/Luetin.
And as part of that, I'm considering the details within the audio-only short First Lord of the Imperium. If you've never heard this before, I greatly recommend it, but due to its short nature, you might want to consider purchasing this through Audible, as premium members get a 30% discount on audiobooks, and this is generally my preferred option for shorter stories. As an Audible premium member, you receive 1 credit every month for any title across their entire premium selection, and these are obviously best used on full-length audiobooks. Most
That's a great deal.
Narratives are, for example, over 10 hours
30
long.
days for free.
Many of you in my audience are already using Audible, but if you're yet to trial it, you can start today with a free 30-day Audible trial and get full access to thousands of audiobooks, originals, and podcasts also included in the
podcasts
catalog. Just visit audible.com.
That's so much extra value.
And for those in the US, you can also text Luetin to 500-500. Details of my other upcoming selections till the end of this year follow at the end of the video.
Honestly, though, I didn't know Audible actually had podcasts on it. That's pretty cool. That's actually cool. I didn't know that. Obviously, I have, not obviously, but I use Spotify typically for my podcasts. But the fact that as an audiobook service, you can also get certain podcasts on there. Pretty cool shit. That's all I'm saying. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. We're gonna turn subtitles on as always, just make sure that quality's the best it can be. The Imperium may last 100 years or 1,000 or 10,000, but it will fall, it will fall. The shining path is lost to us. Now we rage against the dying of the light, the Emperor of Man. Rage against the dying of the light. That's a popular... that reminds me of a very popular, like, real-life phrase. Oh, what's it called? It was in Interstellar, that movie. Rage against the dying of the light or something like that. I forget how it goes. It reminds me of that phrase. The Emperor of Mankind, Part 4. Damn. That goes pretty hard.
Time seems to pass by so quickly, and I feel like I somehow have not spoken of anything heresy era for a long time, which is seemingly pretty accurate, as it has in fact been 2 years since we last considered the story of the Emperor of Mankind.
Obviously,
in my last
we didn't have to wait,
Emperor,
2 years,
we considered
but...
the interpretations of the Emperor via
you guys
the
did.
last church, in relation to faith and religion and how it sits in a wider context of humanity, plus of course his attempt to eradicate religion from human culture by outlawing all mythical and superstitious belief and worship within the Imperium. This of course later unfolds in the wider timeline of 40k to become wildly ironic, and his actions in seeking eradication of all religion from humanity finally look to be something, if not near to, then fully hypocritical.
Yes.
As the story of the
yes,
birth of the
definitely.
Imperium and heresy have further unfolded alongside
100%.
the future developments of the Imperium in the distant Imperium of M41, we see that humanity, having fallen back on religion, has moved from being backward-looking and against everything the Emperor stood for to now become so important to its very survival. We even begin to see the unbelievable possibility of the Lord Commander of the Imperium questioning both the nature of the Emperor and the importance of religion. It's always difficult to decide a specific area for discussion when talking about the Emperor, because anything you touch upon inevitably will just lead to further questions, interpretations and speculations.
That makes sense.
Because despite all that has been revealed, the true nature of the Emperor, his intentions and his ultimate goals, in truth,
some of these guys look crazy.
Confident the theorizing.
I just want to say some of the illustrations, like him, not Gilliman obviously, but fucking this dude here. Like, this whole scene looks nuts. Somebody tell me what that unit would be called. Like, what is that guy right there with the fucking chainsword and the fucking the good Lord's book fucking open on his on his back there as a banner. It's fucking it's interesting looking, that's for sure. I feel like he's not like meant to last long out there, that's for sure, but maybe. Either way. Decide a specific will just lead to further questions, interpretations and speculations. And this is because, despite all that has been revealed, the true nature of the Emperor, his intentions and his ultimate goals, in truth, no matter how confident the theorizing, remain entirely unknowable. And I'm going to restate that many times through this video. Right. Now you might think to yourself, hold on now, aren't I the law orator here, the researcher, and I'm supposed to reveal to you my grand interpretations, lay it all out for you, and say, gather around now, friends, I've arranged all the puzzle pieces, and I'm going to let you in on the big secret that you're not meant to know. Now, I could do that, of course, but it would all be a lie, because I've spent many years reading, rereading details, saving relevant quotes and excerpts from novels, shorts, novellas, and all the material that together should bring us firm conclusions. Yet despite this, beyond some vague lean... And I want to like give credence to that, like the good work that Luton does. I'm sure for the community as a whole, delving through all this lore and putting it into these videos, which are super comprehensive, give so much insight. Again, I want to give just like, you know, good work, man, to the work he does. You know, because like holy shit. I can't imagine how much time it must take to put together an hour, 40-minute long video about lore when you're researching, you're, you know, putting together a script. It takes a long ass time. So, you know, props to him, recognition deserved, you know.
Leaving relevant quotes and excerpts from novels, shorts, novellas, and all the material that together should bring us firm conclusions. Yet despite this, beyond some vague leanings toward possibilities, which I will get to at the end, the true nature and the core objective for the Emperor remains still completely inexplicable, but I still maintain that anything else is pure guesswork. Now, despite this, I will, by the end of today, try and arrange for you where I think we are at. But that is not the same as laying everything out and saying, I know how it goes, because that isn't the case. Now, are there theories? For sure. There's speculations, guesses, interpretations, and I could probably do videos for an entire year speaking about only the Emperor, because every single sliver of information gives you such minuscule amounts of insight that you feel like you're never truly getting anywhere. And even when they are more clear, usually something misdirecting or contradictory comes along. Not to mention, at this point, you often can't tell if it's a truth, a half-truth, a brazen lie, or perhaps just a misinterpretation of something said or done.
That's so true. And obviously with the time span that we're talking about, well, from the time of the Horus Heresy to 40k, 10,000 years roughly, right? Which is a long ass time, you know. The only people living that long are, you know, Mechanicus maybe, certain, well, not even precepts. I don't think a precept is lasting 10,000 years, that's for certain. So like, yeah, like really just certain Space Marines, maybe certain chapter masters, maybe certain Primarchs, if they're still alive, but I don't imagine, I'm pretty sure not many are alive. They're pretty much all gone or, you know, corrupted at this point, I'm pretty sure. Maybe that's wrong. Somebody let me know. But yeah, well, I guess actually, well, Gilliman is alive, is he? Maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, fuck, man.
And lie, or perhaps
so much is like
interpretation of something
hard to tell,
done.
You know.
Despite all we know about the Emperor, he remains a figure that, unless you're willing to trust his intentions on faith alone, like Malkador, his true nature and intentions are really just as much a mystery as they always have been. Compounding this is the fact that, as you know, I try my best.
Like, sorry, but to my original point, 10,000 years have passed. Like, you know, who the fuck is gonna know what happened? You know, to my original point, I didn't really finish that off. I just kind of like got lost in thought there. Either way, but yeah, no one's gonna know what the fuck is going on. Who the fuck is telling the truth? All you have is that Tirzan or whatever his name is. The fucking that Necron guy, the collector, and like he just like bullshits sometimes, you know. He just absolutely does bullshit sometimes, so it's interesting.
Hey, like
my cat wants
his true nature and intentions are really just as much a mystery as they always have been. Compounding this is the fact that, as you know, I try my best to, generally speaking, operate primarily on the details that we do know and offer my interpretations of the verse and its adjacent themes. I always try to flag when something is pure speculation or not, and clarify things which, generally speaking, appear to be accepted when they probably shouldn't be. Plus, as I've stated many times before, it remains my opinion, and as I've noted also before has been stated by multiple core 40k authors, that in the verse of 40k, the very concept...
Hold on, I gotta pick this guy up 1 second. This is who he is. Ugh. Loaf, he just wants attention. I'll put him on my lap and he'll be better.
The canon itself is a fallacy, and those are not even my words. The very nature, the very landscape of 40k bucks against the idea of having such sanctioned, standardized constraints almost by the definition of the parameters it operates within. And this is a fact which for many is a cause of much annoyance for the people who enjoy ticking boxes and tidying things away neatly. The funny thing, of course, is that in many ways, as I've said, my life would be a lot easier if everything was neatly sorted and labelled and marked, but on the other hand, also far less interesting. I think a good reference would be, as John French said in the afterword of Mortis.
That's true, and also to that, his point there, it would be one thing if everything was laid out for you about the Emperor. You knew what was true, you knew what wasn't, but also the fact that there are so many brazen lies in just the lore of 40k, just based upon the character who's telling the story just lying outright, and it's the only lore you kind of have about it, but it's kind of like a bullshit lie, or maybe you have a story down the line that contradicted that completely, it keeps it very interesting. It gives you the ability to change things up, because again, with the time span of 40 or 10,000 years, and obviously even before that you have the Age of Strife and all that too. We're talking massive spans of time, so nobody really knows the truth. It keeps it very interesting. I like that about 40k.
Marked, but on the other hand, also far less interesting. I think a good reference would be, as John French said in the afterword of Mortis, speaking to the idea of current authors still sowing the seeds for future revelations in the 40k verse. He said, "It is more plausible that the stories of the future would not match reality. The people of that time, if they know anything of the Horus heresy, don't know fact. They know stories that have grown and twisted and merged from multiple people and events. How was the Inquisition formed? Who was Moriana? Who was Olanius, the Pious? Who saved who and how? How did the belief in the God Emperor take hold in a broken, formerly secular society? Reality is not clean, and neither are stories. So an unclean, broken society. This is the galaxy of 40k. It's not about things being tidy and clean and easily defined. It's the shattered, twisted remnants of information scattered across an ever-changing reality that actively attempts to distort, twist and manipulate information and facts. The very dimensions of the galaxy itself are actively working against those within it. And even if you only were to consider the Heresy series, it's still over 60 novels.
Yeah.
We, as those outside the verse.
And again, props to you guys who have read that entire Horus Heresy book set, because goddamn, 60 is insane. Holy shit.
Series. It's still over 60 novels.
Wow.
We, as those outside the verse, are then left to somehow try and pick apart the confusing, knotted and ragged threads of a destroyed but rich tapestry and decide for ourselves just what pattern they were originally supposed to form. After some time, I've often thought how you end up starting to feel like Ol P himself. You have memories of events, conversations, things you thought you knew for sure, things that happened, references you read. But then you stop and you consider, wait, were these real? Or were they just badly stored memories, corrupted details of discussions that you in one moment discarded but simultaneously remembered, albeit incorrectly, and then later recalled and blurred that memory with some other piece of information?
That's
Sounds
true.
Dramatic and absurd, yet I have regularly had conversations with people and or read comments who are as confused as this. Such as the...
Yeah, that happens to people all the time. People blank shit out and then remember parts of it and then consider those parts to be truth when they don't consider the whole thing, right? That happens all the time, I feel like, so yeah, that's, to see that happen in 40k, again, when you're talking with people that are living thousands of years, yeah, I could see that be a thing, especially with the war weariness that certain Astartes experience. The Black Templars, for example, the whole idea behind them seeing more clearly, remembering more clearly in the heat of battle rather than outside of it. I think that's a really cool interpretation of that.
And or read comments who are as confused as this. Such is the nature of the narrative that forms the 40k verse. So pity the authors who are required to do continuity checks. As I've so often said, 40k as a fiction begins to mirror itself more and more with its increasing difficulty to keep the actual reality of things clean and certain, if it ever were. And then you have the Emperor, which somehow always starts off feeling easy, and then when you start to get into it, becomes migraine-inducingly vague, and when you actually reference his recounting, his visions, supposed memories, pearls of inexplicable reference and philosophical wisdom, contemplation, even when he isn't being vague, you can rarely tell if he's lying right to somebody's face, constructing some house of lies to imprison them within, or if he's telling the truth in such an unbelievably assertive fashion that any individual cannot decide if it were even the truth or not.
Right,
this is
yeah.
the case all too often when the Emperor speaks. With
Nobody knows what the fuck he's like, if he's
really sure if he's being true.
That's the thing, like, yeah, nobody knows if he's like for real or not, or if he's just like a mega bullshitter. Because like the Emperor really is just a mastermind manipulator at the end of the day. Like, he's everything at once, you know? He is this imposing figure. He is this leader of men, but he's also just a manipulator at the same time, right? He can get everyone to join his side, typically just by speaking. Not everyone, obviously, and that's, you know, we see why, for sure. Because people find out that he is a bullshitter, and then amplified with their own personal problems with him, right? Like, you bullshit way too much, my man. Like, you know, that's the problem. So that's my opinion on it, at least. Perhaps that's a wrong opinion, perhaps that's a hot take, but...
Often when the Emperor speaks with his closest aides and companions, you're never really sure if he's being truthful or setting them up with some web of intentional misdirection. Most of the time, his deepest seeming revelations precede an event that results in a horrifying end for said individual, and so his revelations are some method of preparing them for this fact. Consider Custodes Ra or Malcador himself. This is of course why I presumed he often referred to himself as revelation. It's occurred multiple times.
I see.
Uria in the Church of the Lightning Stone, Magnus, Malcador himself. The Emperor's choice of being revelation among so many other names, I always assumed to be something of an amusement likely to the Emperor himself, knowing his astonishing levels of arrogance, in the sense that he has seemingly never truly revealed his honest intentions to anyone, or not that we've seen anyway in a pure sense, and even when it appears to have occurred, its authenticity or entirety are questionable at best. Whenever a character is speaking with the Emperor candidly, it always feels like someone doing a deal with the devil, where you're trying to figure out what are the extremely important pieces of information that he's not telling you and that will likely cost you your soul in very short order. The Emperor's choice of revelation also seems applicable as an ironic reference to the Book of Revelation itself. And we know that there is a current attempt in the 40k verse to connect the events between it and the history of ancient Earth. And the fact that the Emperor is believed to have existed in this time, although, as I note, this usually occurs through dreams and singular accounts that I consider still personally questionable. You have Ol P, for example, a long remembrance of himself and the Emperor destroying the Tower of Babel. In this same lucid...
That's very interesting, like, yeah. And we've talked about, like, the fact, well, not even we, like, Lutin's talked about the fact, I believe in the first video, The Emperor Man Part 1, it's theorized that, yeah, he's always been around. He's always had a presence on Earth, or on Terra, I should say, but he never really rose to prominence. He never really did anything. So obviously when we see recountings of times when perhaps he did do something, that's very interesting. I would like to know more about those times. I wonder if there's a specific video where it, like, you know, talks about the time, like, I don't know, biggest influences throughout history, you know, in a sense for the Emperor. I don't know.
Himself and the Emperor.
Be an interesting video idea.
Of Babel,
specifically.
Babel. In this same lucid vision, Ol also references the use of dark, powerful knowledge, laying waste to cities, the Enuncia, till they were nothing but ash and salt. This obviously is a reference to the destruction of Sodom, and Lot's wife, who looked back upon the city during its annihilation when told not to, and turned to a pillar of salt. So yes, we've come so far in the storytelling of 40k that its newest novels are now making biblical references, which means we really are getting dragged even further down into the cultural and philosophical rabbit hole.
Yeah.
My personal thinking was always that the Emperor calling himself Revelation was an entirely deliberate biblical reference, simply based on the fact that it's hardly subtle, and therefore fits entirely for the Emperor, because for as mystical and vague as he is in gifting information towards his ultimate goals, his execution of symbolism and metaphors generally leaves a lot to be desired.
That's very true. He's not straightforward.
1,000 Marines,
unless he is
10 or 100,000. I probably should let the Emperor's clumsy cultural winks and nods pass by. I'm far more irritated when a planetary battle is talking about having cost hundreds of thousands of guardsmen's lives, but I'm not going to rant about that yet again, or how the fact that hive cities, even with a tiny percentage of conscription, would form guard forces in the millions.
Right.
Let's put a pin in that. So in referencing himself as Revelation, while interpretations and acceptance vary, overall it is predominantly seen as presenting an apocalyptic hope for humanity, or for true believers anyway. And I think however you may choose to interpret his actions and goals, you'd be hard-pressed to come up with a more appropriate title for the Emperor of Mankind than one which alludes to an apocalyptic last hope, but only for the souls who look to him.
What is truth?
The most difficult detail for us to unravel in the puzzle of the Emperor is of course his ultimate aim. At face value, everything we know of him points toward him being a benevolent saviour for humanity. He is after all the God Emperor of mankind, the all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful, immortal, moving silently down through the centuries, living many secret lives, struggling to reach the time when those who remain will battle to the last. And I would have done that with a Sean Connery voice, except that so eventually, after being Highlander for a bit, the Emperor emerged out of the destruction and chaos and ruin of humanity's own making to lead us onto an all-new time of chaos and ruin. That is to say, the true path of our eternal glory and enlightenment. But somewhere along the way, let's just say, mistakes were made.
Yeah, and the Emperor's own arrogance, I think it's very interesting. In his own arrogance, because he was trying to avoid the Age of Strife. He was trying to avoid all these things, but in his own arrogance, he literally brought it back. And he almost brought it back worse. Because now the focus of humanity, the main focus of humanity for survival's sake, is this all-encompassing religion, which is just insanely fucking brutal, you know? This insane myth of the Emperor, this insane glory. Like, people don't have faith in themselves, they have faith in the Emperor. And at the end of the day, I think that's exactly the opposite of what the Emperor wanted. He wanted humanity to survive without him, be able to thrive without him. And now they are reliant on him to keep them going, in a sense. That's, you know, heresy.
But somewhere along the way, let's just say, mistakes were made, and now humanity exists on the edge of destruction yet again, over 10,000 years. If only things had been different, if only the Primarchs, the Emperor's beloved sons, had not turned away from him, but of course for the foul corruption of chaos. The damned demon gods of the warp twisted and infected the minds of his sons. For the longest time we believed, and in my opinion the matter is not yet settled, that the gods themselves reached out from the warp and scattered the Primarchs, and in so doing whispered the initial corrupting doubts to some of their number, which makes more sense to me than an embittered companion of the Emperor stealing them somehow and then dispersing them somehow. The early seeds of corruption were sown. These incepted doubts by the Chaos Gods inspired those in the future to throw off their shackles of loyalty to the Emperor and instead align themselves with the ruinous powers, along with several
famous
instigators to push things along the way. But so much of what we thought were true now lies in doubt. Was it the gods of chaos, or did enraged, trusted companions of the Emperor attempt to separate him from his Primarchs in a futile attempt to disrupt this course? This has been precisely what I've been trying to get people to understand about 40k for so long. Things are only true until they aren't. One person's account, opinion, perspective, reference, anecdote
is only one person's opinion.
Weight in contextual evidence.
Yeah.
When I myself talk about 40k lore, I often try to walk a line between imagining myself in the verse and how that would shape my perspective and opinion, as opposed to purely being an outside observer. This means that I tend to view snapshots of information, stories told, and so on through a very skeptical lens, because we simply cannot verify said person's authenticity.
Right.
You're relying on the author to be sincere through what a character is telling you at a meta level. And very often in 40k, this is demonstrably proven to be inaccurate.
Right, and that's like, again, what I like about like George R.R. Martin's like Game of Thrones, you know what I'm saying? Like people will like lie. Like characters have motivation to lie. They're not just gonna, you know, he doesn't just lay everything out for you to just like plainly figure out, you know. There's got to be some secrecy behind it. Because you only get certain characters' perspectives in that story, for example, right? So you're only seeing what they see, you know, you're only hearing what they hear. And you're only receiving what they hear from other characters as they hear it. You're not able to read the thoughts of that other character, you know, what they're thinking necessarily. So I think that's, you know, it's a good way to put it, you know, because you don't know who's lying, right? And it keeps the story interesting. It keeps it, you know, it keeps that element of surprise to the verse, and you can always make more content on it, you know. You can always go back, you can change things, you can have a different person's perspective who was there, see it and put it in a different light completely. I love that about it, you know.
And very often in 40k,
very interesting about 40k,
proven to be inaccurate. And this often, again, annoys people, and it has done so with the development of certain details in the heresy. Some things that were previously believed to be known events get distorted. Things Horus has said, Ol-P taking a stand but actually not, scattering of the Primarchs but then maybe not. You get the idea. Why is this important to understand that narratives operate on several levels? It's important because, as I
can understand why that would annoy people, but at the same time, I think that's a good way to do it. It allows you to, because again, you have to think about the obviously in scale, right? Like Game of Thrones is not nearly as like huge as 40k. So yeah, like I think people have to be open to that idea. I think when you're getting into 40k, you have to expect that you're not just going to be getting the full opinion. Or I should say you're only getting a character's opinion. You're not getting like the full insight necessarily on everything. I think that's interesting. I can understand why people are annoyed by that, but I kind of like that about it, you know?
Important to understand that narratives operate on several levels. It's important because, as I've often referenced before, narratives as complex as 40k are often telling you details and interpretations within wider contexts, usually through an invisible narrator who describes what's happening and how characters are feeling, what they observe,
right,
and so on. When a new narrative opens, it's rarely a character speaking, it's an invisible narrator. And so we, as the external viewer, are therefore not necessarily always able to see things in their complete form. You feel like you do, but that's only if you just accept everything as it appears to be, and some people do really get defensive about this kind of thing. It says X happened, or a character did X or felt X, therefore, because it says so, it must be true. Now again, being skeptical about something doesn't equate to meaning that literally anything goes, and the verse is just a free-for-all. It simply means we have to be cautious about how much weight we give to certain things. Because usually there's some truth in most things, unless it's just...
Like, again, you'd have to... If there's other books about that specific topic or subject, it kind of encourages you to maybe read or look into those other books about the same thing, because maybe there's a reference to it there as like a side plot or something, and it shows it from this character's perspective, and then from that you can base another opinion. That's I think that's interesting. I think that's a great way to do storytelling. That's just my opinion about it. Again, on such a massive scale. It's one thing if you're working small scale universes, but this is a huge, massive, fucking everlasting like universe, and that's not necessarily true. But when you're writing books, when you're writing narrations, when you're doing animations, when you're trying to fill the context and lore of this fucking universe, it's a ton. It's a universe scale, right? That's the thing. It's immense.
And the verse is just a free-for-all. It simply means we have to be cautious about how much weight we give to certain things. because usually there's some truth in most things unless it's a just full blatant lie. Now, not wanting to get overtly technical, but like so many narratives, it's helpful to think of 40k in terms of diegesis. Now, all this means is that the narrator tells the story. It's how it's presented to us. Diegetic elements are part of said world, whereas non-diegetic refers to elements outside of the world. In a movie, it might be a sound we as the audience can hear, but characters inside the movie cannot. In fictional narratives, it's helpful to understand the structure because diegesis has 3 levels. There is the extra diegetic level, and you might want to think of this as the highest level surrounding everything, as this is the level of the narrator. They're telling the story. Next we go into a verse at the intra-diegetic or just diegetic level. This is the world of the characters, their spoken interactions, their internal thoughts, their physical actions. And then you have inside of this the meta-diegetic level. This is where characters will tell or present a story within a story. For example, a spoken anecdote, a dream shared, a vision. Why is this important? To me, it's important because I always think of each level being less reliable from the position of an external viewer. And I want to note this is my personal opinion now, not something established or set in stone. I always see the highest level, that of the extra diegetic, as being the most reliable, the author themselves, the individual least likely to lie or misrepresent something deliberately. So for example, if a narrative tells us Horus walked down the darkened corridor, it was cold and damp, I feel pretty confident that I can trust the corridor was cold and dark and damp. If Horus was telling us himself or speaking to another character at a diegetic level that the corridor was dark, it felt cold and damp, we can trust this fairly confidently. But what other factors might be affecting his perception too? He's within the fictional verse, maybe what he sees and feels is being distorted. Then at the meta level, if someone was merely retelling this, well then you're getting into things like bias, personal agenda, distortion of reality, poor memory, the list goes on. So the point I'm trying to make is simply that when we consume something fictional, but most especially thinking of the 40k verse, it's just important to understand things are operating at different levels of reliability, in my opinion anyway. Would you trust something a demon said in 40k? Probably not, exactly. It's a demon, and when it's telling you things at a meta level, you know it has all manner of potential contamination issues with the validity. Reasons to lie, yeah. Hastati's recounting something is going to be more reliable than a demon, you'd think. But my point is only that we should be cautious at the meta level, and especially within 40k, because we cannot know what other factors are or were at play in distorting that account. But I hope what I just noted helps, to see how the path and narrative for the Emperor that has been told was already far from being solid. When did he gain his power? What was his plan? How did he work with Malcador? How powerful is his foresight? The Primarchs were flawed, yes, but intentionally or through lack of foresight, some were twisted and corrupted to turn against the Emperor. But was it truly the gods of chaos who orchestrated it? Was it the Emperor himself? Is the Emperor truly benevolent, loving father, or a cold, calculating entity as far removed from humanity as the Hastatis and Primarchs and demon gods themselves? Many have noted it's hard to say underneath the Emperor. It's a good point. Behind the psychic veil of power and beauty. John Grammaticus, Corax, Ra, Guilliman, many have seen momentary glimpses of something beneath the veil of his power. Oh, so really? Much more cold, much more inhuman. In Deliverance Lost, Corax notes, "Is this your true face?" "I have no such thing," replied the Emperor. "I have worn a million faces over the millennia, according to need or whim." "I remember this one," said Corax, dimly recalling a dream he had glimpsed when overcome by his wounds in the crashing Thunderhawk. "This was how you appeared to me when I was born within my pod." "Yes, it is strange that you should remember that," said the Emperor, his expression becoming sterner. It's very clear that the Emperor hates for anyone to see through to his true self. But why? As I noted at the end of episode...
So that even gives credence to the idea that the Emperor is part Old One. If he's like not even technically human, but he's using the benefit of humanity to his benefit in a sense, if that makes any sort of logic, I guess. Maybe that's incorrect. Maybe that's a hot take again. I'm sure he'll explain a bit more. But yeah, that's just an idea. Yeah, because if people are having momentary glimpses of something behind that psychic veil, because again, he is a high-level psyker. He's being perceived only as people want him to be perceived. So it makes sense that he's just an amazing human as they perceive him, right? But that's not actually what he is. And in certain times, maybe people have seen through that. That's interesting.
For anyone to see through to his true self. But why? As I noted at the end of episode 3 in this Emperor series, the primordial truth uncovered the greatest lie of the Emperor. The greatest cost of this lie seems to have been the Imperium imploding into the heresy as unwitting Hastati's legions are caught off guard and are thrown into absolute chaos. The galaxy burns, and Kauth. As I noted though, there is this deeper, hidden, but I admit speculative truth for the Primarchs and Hastatis that he is possibly not their singular father. What I meant by this was our discovery in Vengeful Spirit, the well-known discovery through Horus, that the Emperor visited the world of Moloch, where it is known there is a portal to the Warp, long before the Great Crusade itself. Now, as I said, this is far from a new revelation. It's formed the core of discussions for years about the origins of the Emperor and just what he has done in the past or his personal agenda. Now, we'll note in some ways it's actually largely irrelevant because whatever he achieved by visiting Moloch, we know how he ended up, and so much time has passed that any repercussions have already played out. In a real sense, what matters is the modern progression of events in M41 and just what occurs there. Historically though, and specifically in regard to the Emperor himself, it's still interesting and important to consider. This reference to the Emperor's visit to Moloch is something people have often discussed and leveraged to bolster speculations about the Emperor, theories, intentions. It's very important to remember though that there exists little evidence that suggests to us exactly what the Emperor did during this visit. We really only have a reference from Horus, which is likely an opinion and considerably biased, and a perpetual
I would say so.
who is seemingly more reliable, but also very thin with her information, and so not particularly helpful. We're left instead to infer for ourselves, likely very deliberately, what occurred, which has inevitably led to widespread disagreement. Like I said though, ultimately it is somewhat irrelevant at this point.
Okay.
Generally, it is presumed that the Emperor travelled to Moloch and went into the Warp, for this was the only reason for his coming there. But it is wholly speculative that he made a deal with the Chaos Gods. There are vague allusions to him having stolen from the Dark Gods, so many presume this is suggestive of having gained knowledge, which presumably would be in exchange for something or the promise of something. Although I would argue power and psychic strength of other powers might equally have been gained as well. We know the Chaos Gods grant this to their champions, Mortarion, Fulgrim, Horus, etc. Now, any potential deal or theft might also explain why during the Crusade the Emperor is so urgent to complete his goals. For someone who is so powerful and such a perfectionist, he accepts the degradation of Space Marine genetics just so they can churn out as many as possible to get the Crusade concluded. Now, we do know that the Emperor is just frustrated with humanity. He wants to push it forward, and that's one of the thrusting goals that we are aware of. He just wants...
Yeah, like if he... The idea that he potentially made... the idea that he potentially made a deal with... the Chaos Gods during that time. That's new to me. That's new information. Very interesting. Let me know what you guys think about that one. That one's kind of rough, and it would explain why he's so rushed with everything too, when he is, usually a perfectionist, as LUETIN says.
He wants to push it forward, and that's one of the thrusting goals that we are aware of. He just wants to move things forward and get on with it. But throughout the entire sequence of events until the end of the heresy, even before Horus turns, there is this immense sense of urgency on behalf of the Emperor, where he's cutting corners and just really pushing the envelope as much as possible, which makes us question if he were not working against some invisible imposed time constraint or some other form of impending deadline. And there is in fact a small sliver of evidence toward this, although it's thin, but it's where Malcador actually says the war began before we were ready. It's never wise to put too much weight into a singular statement, but it is Malcador, and he is speaking specifically of his and the Emperor's plans. Like I say, many have grown to accept the Emperor's speculative bargain with the Chaos Gods as a near enough certainty now within the 40k lore, but it's anything but, it's merely implied. The Emperor may have made a deal he later broke with the Chaos Gods, deceiving them and promising something he had no intention of delivering, or he may have promised them something in the form of a terrible unknown sacrifice for humanity. is entirely unknown, for it's just as plausible that the Emperor not honouring such agreements are in fact what caused the apocalyptic descent of corruption that caused the Horus Heresy.
Right.
This tends to be the view of other perpetuals who are known to the Emperor, Ol P being the most notable, who outright made a point of telling the Emperor that his actions may well be what brings the doom of mankind, and that he's just better off staying out of all of it. So this is one possibility, that in attempting to save humanity, the Emperor has in fact forced certain realities to become true, and perhaps entirely unintentionally. This is a very common principle within time, that if you, for example, saw a glimpse of the future, you may feel compelled to try and avoid it, stop something happening by taking actions, but those actions could then inadvertently cause the future you saw, and you'd actually have been better off by doing nothing at all.
Yeah, you know, honestly, that's a really good point. A game that does that really well, the first game, Life is Strange. Life is Strange 1, I think, is a fantastic game. Beautiful game. What they did with the series is kind of not my favorite, let's just say. But the first game is fucking, I think, very, very good. And it deals with the concept of time. Is it better to just do nothing, you know, at the risk of what could potentially happen if you do something and try to change that outcome, because time is a bitch and it'll come back to bite you in the ass. So the Emperor kind of did the same thing here. He perhaps saw a vision, saw a glimpse of something, and in an effort to try to prevent it, it was the very thing that caused it, and he could have done that completely unintentionally at the same time, you know? Very interesting concept.
Except the very fact that you saw the future at all means at that point you probably have already been affected and set on a changed path. This is the whole issue related to time travel and cause and effect and meddling in things and altering the course of stuff. But this is why I continue to maintain that time is an important factor in the 40k verse. I wish it weren't, but I think it is. Horus being shown a vision of the future, real or not, it affects him in a way that changes his actions. And I'm not going to go off on another time rant here and now, but suffice to say a lot of time travel narratives deal with this issue. Oh, okay, just quickly then.
Okay. The self-fulfilling prophecy.
Now, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here, but my personal opinion is that it's fairly clearly established by now that the Emperor is far from the all-seeing individual he is perceived to be.
Yeah.
He can see into the future, certainly. He is wise, and he understands humans better than they know themselves, and he is powerful compared to nearly all others in the galaxy, but he is far from being perfect, and neither are his visions and associated plans.
Yeah.
He references this heavily when speaking to many of his companions, a prime example being when he's speaking to Custodes Ra in Master of Mankind. Where you stand now, the Emperor said, is the present. Do you see the top of the cliff? Of course, sire, says Ra. That is the future. You see it, you know what it is. Now reach it. Ra hesitated. Now? Climb, Custodian. You question the nature of my foresight. I am granting you an answer. Ra moved to the rock face, looking over the stone, finding his first grips. He tested them, finding them strong, even against the weight of his armor. The weaker ones he avoided. Less than 10 heartbeats had passed when a rock cracked and crumbled in his gauntleted hand. Ra skidded, arresting his fall by clutching at the stone. Another gave way, sending him the last few meters to the rocky ground in a breathy cloud of white dust. You looked for places to safely grip, said the Emperor. Yet you have already stumbled. You did not know the stone was weak. It looked strong. The Emperor smiled, and it was by far the most unpleasant sight Ra had ever witnessed. Emotion painted across a human face, as false as the grotesques at any masquerade.
Right.
Yes, the Emperor agreed. It did. And you only learned the truth too late. The Emperor then gives Ra another example of seeing a distant shore.
And we've heard this one before, and I think we've heard this distant shore one before as well. These are great analogies, just exactly what the Emperor feels when he is trying to look into the future. I think I've actually talked about this with a few of our members, and yeah, it's a very interesting concept. I love this analogy, both of these analogies. Yeah, we've talked about them a little bit. I think that's awesome.
The Emperor then gives Ra another example of seeing a distant shore and trying to get across to there. Curiously, While speaking, the Emperor's eyes glaze over as if he's either lived this moment or considered it deeply many times. He tells Ra of all the things that could go wrong during the crossing, eventualities that were unpredictable, from the ship being poorly built to sea monsters devouring the vessel. And the Emperor describes how each passing moment is rich with 100,000 possible pathways, minute after minute, possibility upon possibility, path after path, all variables you're unable to see from where you stand at this moment. The Emperor reached out as if he could crush the coast in his golden gauntlet. His expression was cold in its pale ferocity. I can see the coast, Ra. I know what awaits me there, but I cannot see all the infinite vicissitudes between here and there. That is foresight, Ra. To know 1 trillion possible futures, and to be left to guess at the infinite ways of arriving at each one, to map out even one possible eventuality, taking into account every decision that every living being will make that will impact upon the others around it, would take all the lifetimes I've already lived. The only way to know anything for certain, and he trailed off, gesturing to the distant shore, is to reach the other side, said Ra. Now, if you were to believe the Emperor, you come away with the sense that he is unable to see clearly the future, which fits with what we know of 40k, as even the most powerful Eldar seers cannot see the future clearly, as it were. They see more like possibilities, moments in the future, but not necessarily what implicitly happens between then and now. It also, yet again, depends on what sort of time principles you're operating on, and this is where you could splinter off into talking about multiple timelines and so forth. One quick thing to note, multiple timelines does not necessarily mean that every decision possible creates a split into a new timeline, but it may do, or it may not. But truly...
So let me know, somebody in the comments, is there any, like, extended, how you say, I'm sure not, because there's already so much there. Like, who's got the time for it? Is there any, like, extended lore, extended universes kind of like that? Like, where, you know, there's, like, what if scenarios, I guess. I know, like, Star Wars, for example, does like that. Like, certain comic books, like, what if scenarios. What if this didn't happen? What if that happened instead? Is there anything like that in 40k? Just to, like, you know, not just as, like not as serious, but, like, just as, like, kind of, like, fun interpretations. Is there anything like that? Somebody let me know.
Possible creates a split into a new timeline, but it may do or it may not. But truly, this is something for another day. The point is that the Emperor may well be operating on the principle of being a self-fulfilling prophecy, which he regularly fails to note when giving examples of his inability to clearly see how to successfully get from A to B. He sees a potential future vision, but not what occurs in between. Through his actions to prepare for said future, he ends up creating the vision he saw, meaning had he not had the future vision, he may not have taken those actions and therefore not created that reality. An example being, maybe if he saw a vision of the future where the galaxy is in flames, burning, worlds being slaughtered, he may consider the need to try and save humanity, yet in so doing, create the very forces which cause the galaxy to be consumed by the fires of war. Now, that's a clumsy example, but it's the basic principle. Now, a self-fulfilling prophecy is a specific type of causal loop, and it need not happen purely from psychic precognition. It could simply occur via access to knowledge or some other gained awareness of the future. It's also worth noting that not all SFPs, self-fulfilling prophecies, are true causal loops. A prediction of something that alters your behavior does not necessarily equate to being a causal loop. That's just normal cause and effect. Like if someone told you that wearing a headband while playing sports ball on the weekend would ensure you to score a goal, and so you wear one and you score a goal, the fact that you did is unrelated. There's no loop because it's just something someone randomly determined. Even if you had ignored the advice, you may well have still scored. These kind of non-looped SFPs can go in both directions, in the sense that if someone said to you, well, if you didn't do something, then X would happen. Well, if it happened as they told you, this is not necessarily suggestive of it being a causal loop. It's just like saying to someone, it's going to rain tomorrow. If you don't take an umbrella, you're going to get wet. Well, that may be true and predictive, but it's not a causal loop. The key thing when it comes to an SFP causal loop is that there needs to be some means by which one entity has access to information beyond our four-dimensional verse, namely a future vision. That vision or extra information that causes actions that would in all reasonable likelihood not have occurred were it not for that vision. It could be also some other information. You find a book from the future or whatever. This is what causes the loop, because without the vision you would not have taken the steps to either attempt to avoid or deliberately create it, and thereby not enable the vision in the first place that caused those actions. This is of course another of my irritations with time stuff, interesting as it is, because it tends to screw everything up. And things like SFPs can often stray into territory like predestination paradoxes, backwards causation. Go watch my Dark Origins series for more on that stuff if you like it. The core underpinning idea though of a self-fulfilling prophecy is not actually just knowledge. As I've said before, what is knowing? SFP causal loops are more about belief than they are about knowledge. So, example, if you had a truly powerful dream of some inexplicable event, like say, saving a family member from drowning in a lake that your family regularly visit and swim in, but to which you rarely attended, but the vision is so clear you can't shake off the feeling there's something to it, and later somebody tells you, hey, we're heading up to the lake this weekend, you feel compelled to go, maybe just out of curiosity more than anything, but at the back of your mind you have this sense within you, this small shred of belief that what you felt was so strong, you feel like it's going to happen. At the lake, some of your family are sitting and standing out on a jetty, you feel more tense than usual because of your dream, then somebody startles you, you spin around knocking the person behind you off, and the surprise causes them to hit their head on the deck as they fall in, quickly they're struggling, you jump in to save them from drowning. Now, most SFP, because of their nature, for people in our normal world where we don't have psychers running around all over the place, it's extremely unlikely, and if they occurred, very inexplicable. I don't know if I would classify maybe very strong deja vu within that category, but perhaps. Importantly though, in this example, it's not the knowledge of the dream that's important. Like I said, we all have dreams about things that may or may not happen. It's the person who had the dream's unshakable feeling, their belief, that causes them to take an action they ordinarily may not have, and by doing so they end up in a position they otherwise likely would not have been, thereby creating the SFP. As I say, in our everyday reality this kind of thing is not at all commonplace, it's more just a theoretical musing on the nature of such things. But within something like the
and all this is theoretical, obviously, and I know why Luetin's explaining this. He's explaining it like, I think just like to give credence, to the opinions of the Emperor, what we hear, right? Because again, what we hear is not necessarily the truth. So it's good he's doing this. He's explaining like the logic behind the reasoning and just why you can't really just take everything at its face value.
This stuff becomes far more
I find his explanation of all this very interesting.
Like demons of the warp, alien seers, bizarre entities like the Emperor of Mankind. To go any further, we'd have to start talking about closed time loops, backwards causation, eternalism, origins of information, paradoxes, various other philosophical ideas, all very interesting, but not for today. Now, in relation to the Emperor, the most important thing for me is, what does this tell us about the Emperor's intentions? Well, most importantly, it tells us that he has likely caused much of what has occurred, directly or indirectly, and it also tells us that he's likely playing a very long game. Side reference, much like Star Wars, this concept of someone to bring balance to the Force in the sense of, but when specifically is that going to occur, feels very similar to the concept of the Emperor saving humanity. Everybody obviously presumes the Emperor was trying to save humanity prior to the Horus Heresy. Everybody presumes this was his grand plan, and that he failed. Except, what if it weren't? What if this were all part of his vision still, and that he knew from the beginning he would be interred on the Golden Throne?
That's interesting.
That heresy was not the point at which he would save humanity, and that this is all par for the course. I believe there is a very real possibility that this is the case, and that in fact the Emperor's ultimate vision, based on the concept of a self-fulfilling prophecy, may still come to pass.
Because you would think he would see that along the way. If it is how he described it, you'd think like he'd see the end. You might not know everything, but he would see that like that's a potential, and if that happens, he would know he's going to go down. So maybe knowing he's going to go down, he knew like that wasn't the ultimate end. That's an interesting idea. Let me know what you guys think about that one.
Based on the concept of a self-fulfilling prophecy may still come to pass. There are, though, many unknowns still remaining, but there are indicators that the Emperor knew of what was to come. For example, the Golden Throne was prepared from the beginning to accommodate massive amounts of psychers to be sacrificed. So why would the Emperor design and prepare the device to do so, if he had every intention of just leaving into the
That's
web
true.
or using Magnus to help with the Golden Throne?
That's very
Initially,
true.
The Golden Throne didn't even require the Emperor to be on it all the time. So why, when initially they set up the Golden Throne and the Sisters of Silence bring a load of Psykers to be sacrificed to the Golden Throne, the Sisters note how, even in that first instance, the Psykers being sacrificed only occupy one of 10 alcoves for the thousands that they have brought there, meaning potentially it's going to be 10,000 in the future. But the Sister of Silence rationalizes and consoles herself with the fact that this is only going to be necessary for one day. Of course, that's a lie. It was going to happen for the next 10,000 years. So again, why would the Emperor design and prepare the device to do so if this wasn't going to be necessary, if he hadn't foresaw this was going to be the case?
Yeah, because why would you just build it like that and build it extra like that? Oh, just in case. That's an interesting concept. Like, I feel like that wouldn't be something you would just toss in there if you knew there wasn't purpose behind it, you know?
This wasn't going to be necessary if he hadn't foresaw this was going to be the case. Was it just a precaution? Was it future-proofing? Or perhaps the Emperor's vision thousands of years previous was of himself sitting atop a golden throne with thousands of Psykers fueling him daily.
Moloch.
Horus and some of the other traitor Primarchs, Fulgrim, Mortarion, were upon the planet of Dwell. Horus has discovered some of the population have been placed into cryogenic capsules. 1,000 generations according to Horus. He states to his brothers how everything these people knew is preserved and blended with the hundreds of remembrancers and iterators who came to this world after Guilliman restored it to the Imperium. Horus explains he came to Dwell because he had become aware of gaps in his memories, time that he could not account for. And Primarchs have perfect memories. They recall every moment of every second, every day, from the moment they became self-aware, and so to have gaps in their memory was extremely unusual and disturbing. With so much having happened and the Crusade being taking all of their attention, this was not something Horus had been apparently aware of until now. But when he heard Robert Guilliman describing the library constructed by the Ultramarines' highest epistolary that had rivaled the more solistic of Dwell's repository of the dead, he realized he had an opportunity to fill the voids in his memory. So evidently, this world contains these shared memories of remembrancers, iterators, and many thousands of individuals more spanning the last millennia. Fulgrim makes an offhand dismissive comment, but Horus presses him to recall every moment. Does he recall all of his battles? Fulgrim confirms, of course, all of it. So Horus asks him, so what of Moloch? To which Fulgrim realizes he too struggles to recall the nature of Moloch. This is less an erasure of memory by the Emperor than it is a manipulation. He has likely additionally psychically distorted their memory so that these gaps were not so apparent. He hasn't just purely erased, he's also bothered to try and cover it up. Huge gaps would be too obvious, so this obfuscation is designed to make them less noticeable. In fact, they start to realize the logs of the Crusade state several Primarchs and the Emperor travelled to Moloch, and it was a compliant world, no battle, no bloodshed. The populace were meticulous in their record-keeping and well-remembered terror, welcomed the Crusaders' unification. So why, Horus wonders, did they remain there, as the ship's logs state, for 111 days? And interesting. Left, the Emperor deployed heavy defensive forces, including 3 Titanicus cohorts, Imperial Army regiments, and Hastati's Legion detachments. The reason as to why they are there is a mystery, and this is where Horus reveals his discovery. The Iterator in stasis they stand around Varfell specialized in the early history of the Emperor himself.
So that's fucked. 111 days for a Primarch. Yeah, that's crazy to not remember. And also the Emperor deploying such forces, 3 Titanicum divisions. That's not a small amount of force, as well as Astartes forces. Several Primarchs deployed to that planet as well. No battle to be fought. That's awful suspicious. And the fact that, again, he's covered it up, the events there. That's even more suspicious, you know? Wow.
They stand around Varfell, specialized in the early history of the Emperor himself, the Unification Wars, the myths and legends surrounding the Emperor, and how he took the throne of Old Earth. Not only this, but his remembrance is blended with the memories of those on Dwell, some of which go back to presumably before the disturbances of Old Night, that is, the Age of Strife.
Right.
Horus's masterstroke here is that some of those who exist in stasis on Dwell originate from Moloch, and have memories from the ancient times before the Crusade ever began, before the Hastatis or the Primarchs were even created. But
Wow.
most importantly of all, some of these settlers remember the visitation of the Emperor's first expedition to Moloch. Horus reveals that the Emperor travelled to the planet of Moloch centuries, or most likely millennia, prior to the unification wars on Earth.
Interesting.
And his ship was left on Moloch, meaning he used it only one way, but returned still to Terra.
Somehow.
This detail. He says how there were cannibalized ship structures left there. What Horus says next seems something of a leap though. Horus states that whatever the Emperor found there made him into a god, or as near makes no difference. And many people see this as a problematic statement. Horus seems to jump suddenly to making this wild assumption, when one could just presume the Emperor used either the warp or potentially the webway to return to Terra. There's nothing that suggests he suddenly had godlike powers where he could just blink across the galaxy. But similarly, the warp and the webway, these are just also a possibility. There's no real evidence for either of these things. We don't really know what happened. The larger question is about the Dark Gods. Did they give the Emperor power or just knowledge? This is more difficult. What's also worth considering is that, as Fulgrim realizes, the power to distort the memories, not just on the Primarchs, but of 3 entire legions of Hastatis, and you start to get the sense here that Fulgrim is perhaps for the very first time realizing the true level of power held by the Emperor, and that it is by orders of magnitude far superior to anything the Primarchs wield. Now, this whole discovery leads into questions
like that's kind of crazy. 3 legions worth of Astartes mind wiped in a sense.
Say, well, why didn't the Emperor appear?
Mind blurred, I guess, is a better word.
In human history. Why not during the Dark Age of technology and so forth? And the thing is, that's always a possibility, but with caveats related to how much knowledge we have about him, we just don't know. The figure known as Ol P, another perpetual, has shed light on this, as have other perpetuals. From what we are shown through their arguably biased and perhaps misrecalled memories, but either way, they're all we effectively have to go on, the Emperor is seemingly not as powerful as he would later become in these ancient times. Just why he became more powerful remains a mystery. This feeds into speculation, as Horus suggests that this trip to Moloch is why he became powerful. Now, as I say, this really is quite the split in the audience of the 40k verse around these details, because Horus also tells us how at the dawn of the Great Diaspora, the Emperor travelled here in humble guise and found the gateway to a realm of immortal gods. He offered them things only a god in waiting could offer, and they trusted him. They gave him a measure of their power, and with that power, he wrought the science to unlock the mysteries of creation. This is a very well-known quote in the 40k verse, and is often surprisingly still debated now, because despite it having been many years, we still are no really further forward in understanding some of these details. Horus goes on also to explain how the Emperor had no intention of honouring his debt to the gods. He turned on them, taking their gifts, blending them with his gene craft to give birth to demigods, the Primarchs.
That's interesting.
The Emperor condemns the warp as unnatural, but only so no other dare wield it. The blood of the immaterial realm flows in my veins, it flows in all our veins, for as I am the Emperor's son, you are the sons of Horus, and the secret of our genesis was unlocked upon Moloch. The gateway to that power is in Lupercalia, far beneath the mountain rock, sealed away from the light by a jealous god who knew that someday one of his sons would seek to surpass his deeds. And of course, this all depends on if you want to just accept Horus's version of events.
Right.
The diaspora, by the way, is a scattering of ancient people from their homeland. Likely what this is referencing is humanity's first attempts at settling the stars, and what that means is that the Emperor likely travelled to Moloch in a non-warp vessel, meaning this is why it was crewed by perpetuals, as they were the only crew able to live through such a lengthy voyage.
Right.
We also hear from another ancient perpetual, Olivia Soreka, who accompanied the Emperor on his long voyage. He leaves her behind to protect the warp portal gateway on Moloch, and she describes in a first-hand account how the Emperor emerged changed from the portal. In her eyes, he appeared to have aged at least a century, but what was for her just a moment. Later, when Horus goes to Moloch, he goes there not for information, not to make a bargain or some clever deal, but for power. He needs to be empowered by the gods. His desire is to be as powerful as the Emperor so that he might defeat him. Some have questioned why did the Emperor in all his power not just seal the warp portal if it was so dangerous. Well, Olivia also considers later how she knew that he couldn't do it. After what he had taken from the realm beyond, it would be suicide for him to draw so near to those whose power he'd stolen. We also don't know precisely who created this portal to the warp realm. Sometimes it's been speculated it was the Old Ones, sometimes speculated even the Necron. Honestly, we don't really know. The description of it being sort of black, irregular, smooth stone, it's pretty vague.
Right.
Now, the Emperor gaining power here on Moloch is likely one of the most controversial aspects of the 40k verse.
That makes sense.
Of 40k, there remain
I was going to say, this whole story here sounds wild. Like, crazy to comprehend. The Emperor, before the age of unification on Terra, traveled there in a sublight speed vessel, potentially, crewed by perpetuals, crashed there, or landed there, and then was granted some power because there's a warp portal on Moloch. And they believe, Horus believes he was granted that power by the Dark Gods. And then the other telling is that he kind of stole it and then was preparing for war with the Dark Gods. Am I getting that correctly? Somebody let me know. This is a lot to comprehend. This is a lot to take in right now. Somebody let me know.
Controversial aspects of the 40k verse. Like so much of 40k, there remain questions about past issues, such as if the Emperor gained power here, how could he have dealt with issues like Catan shards in the past, the Void Dragon? Yet we should also consider, if the Emperor is so powerful, why did he need to travel to Moloch in a ship at all? Many seem to presume that he can just blink teleport around wherever he wants to, although there's little to no evidence of this.
Right.
Then, of course, there's the famous deal with the Chaos Gods, the information he gained to create the Primarchs. But again, this is extremely vague. Horus is pretty specific about it in manners of speaking, but again, do you want to take his word for it? How much is he inferring? How much is he guessing? Just what was
Yeah, Horus is not a reliable
only the Chaos Gods
source, per se.
By the time we get to the period of unification,
I'm sure Horus isn't lying, but he's definitely not telling the truth. He's a biased character for sure. We see that. Yeah, it's probably like if I had to guess, like a 70% bias to truth mix. If I had to guess.
The Emperor needed that only the Chaos Gods could provide. By the time we get to the period of unification, the Emperor had the vast resources of scientists and soon the Mechanicum working for him, yet he needed also to go to the Chaos Gods to provide the knowledge for the Primarchs. Somehow this seems unlikely, but again, this is something that is incredibly discussed and raked over so much. Some people speculate that he needed the Chaos Gods to provide souls for his Primarchs. Some people say it was just very complex genetic stuff and so on and so on. But here's really the question. If the Emperor so desperately needed this detail of how to create the Primarchs, why didn't he also bother to get other information that was equally difficult, that would have enabled him to successfully create, say, the Black Carapace, which ended up being incredibly difficult and apparently nearly failed the Astartes project? So why didn't he get that too? Really, here's my final thought on Moloch. And note from here, these are obviously my opinions, and primarily I'm of the view that people just get way too caught up on this whole thing. And overall, given the descriptions, even if you wanted to just put Horus's stuff all to one side, it's very difficult for anybody to really say that the Emperor didn't gain something from travelling to Moloch and entering the warp. It certainly seems, from the various scattered references throughout the heresy later, that those beings of the warp feel like they were wronged by the Emperor and they've got an axe to grind. This is not brand new information. What I think people seem to get most twisted up about is the blunt statement of things like the Emperor got his powers from Moloch, meaning like he was just an ordinary person, and then when he went to Moloch,
I think that's bullshit. That's not true.
That's not the case.
Yeah,
I think, as nearly always is the case with people seeking,
I don't think anybody was
determined.
I don't think the average opinion would take that case. Like, he was definitely a powerful individual before he went there, but it's like, what did he gain extra on top of that, right? I'd hope that it wasn't of a massive debate, like, oh, he was just a guy before he went to Moloch. No, I don't think that. I don't think anybody would be arguing that one, right?
I think, as nearly always is the case with people seeking things to be determined definitively once and for all, they get very tunnel visioned, and as a consequence kind of end up missing the point entirely. It's very clear to us that the Emperor was already a powerful psyker before Moloch. We know this, there's lots of references, lots of anecdotes, lots of spoken meta character references about it. He likely didn't gain all his power there. But I always think, why could he not simply have become a bit more powerful and also have done a deal? Why is it always spoken of in terms of it has to have been he got all of his powers or a deal? That's what I tend to see a lot. I think in actuality, he probably gained a little of both. But even this is really besides the point. Because the point of it all, regardless of whatever the Emperor needed and came away with, his actions accordingly triggered the Chaos Gods to begin to move against him. I think that's clear, and that, for me, is the critical thing. Because tick-tock, and that, my friends, is the point.
Wow.
It's not about how much power did the Emperor get from...
To pause, I love that illustration. That looks crazy. Just a bunch of guards holding out against, like, Nurgle himself. That's fucking nuts.
Moloch, that is mostly irrelevant. Is the fact that he went there at all and came away with some measure of something and triggered a ticking clock. A deadline to where we see the outbreak of war between the Hastatis and the Imperium itself to happen ahead of schedule. The clock in the Church of the Lightning Stone, the clock of the eternal gods of darkness, the clock which, as I noted in part 3, is seen not only during the Last Church, but also appears in Thousand Suns, where Magnus is given a vision of the future, where the galaxy is in flames. Magnus, another example also of a self-fulfilling prophecy. When he comes out of his vision, he has this momentary sliver of sight of the same clock in the Last Church, chiming the doom of mankind. And I think it's pretty clear that this is the whole point of the Emperor's story. It's about his hubris, it's about the Emperor seeking to save humanity from disaster, set himself and the Imperium on course for disaster. He started the clock that would chime the doom of mankind, and when the outbreak of the heresy began amid a collapsing of planned events that Malcador references in First Lord of the Imperium, their time was up.
Right. First Lord of the Imperium.
First Lord of the Imperium. Now, before we go further, there are a few things to clear away immediately. The first is that as an audio short and not a short story, this small but quite important narrative gets overlooked by many. Almost always when I bring it up, most people have not even heard of it, which is very surprising. But just a recommendation from me, listen to more audio shorts put out by Black Library. You never know what you might be missing out on. The second is to reference anybody suggesting that anything that isn't a main novel, i.e. the Heresy series or any other large full-length novel, is not to be taken seriously or as part of the main verse, as it were. This, as far as I can tell, is nonsense.
Yeah,
and purely
that's
the opinion of individuals.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, everything that exists in the 40k verse, including the codex,
is lore,
supplementary material, comics, anything else that's controlled and approved through GW, and therefore are all applicable and equally valid because they're all signed off on, they're all part of the same verse. So be it an audio short, a short story, a novella, it's all approved.
And it's a different retelling of perhaps the same event of someone that's there, you know, or it's an individual story within that universe, and it's giving more context. I don't see how people are arguing that doesn't have any credence to the actual lore. Like, yeah, of course it does. It literally is lore. Like, it's being written, you know, it's stories signed off by the people who made it. So yes, of course it's true. Like, true as Warhammer gets, right? I don't know who's arguing that, but goddamn.
The same verse. So be it an audio short, a short story, a novella, it's all approved and part of the verse. So, First Lord of the Imperium. The setting of this short is that the heresy is already broken out, and it is looking grim and severe for the loyalists. They speak about numbers from Beta Garmin coming in, but the actual date is unspecific, remembering the core of the heresy actually took place over an astonishingly short period of time. Malcador is on Terra at the Imperial Palace and has been called to the side of his personal astropath, and initially appears to be simply comforting a dying aide. He's reminiscing to comfort and dispel her fears. Or is he? This is again what people tend to presume. But in truth, what this feels like is less Malcador putting her mind at ease. That only comes at the end. It seems more that Malcador is offloading some of the things that are of a great burden to him upon the only person he can, a trusted close confidant who is literally about to die and will never reveal his words to anyone. Malcador, for example, reveals in First Lord that he is truly ancient. Malcador states that he is in fact 6,718
Jesus.
years, 241 days old. This means if we are to believe him, and again, in this context we have no reason not to, because why would he choose to randomly invent details just for this dying woman, especially one who already knows likely more about him than any other barring a select few? Why? There's no good reason at all for him to invent details that she actually finds shocking and pretty devastating. It's hardly putting her at ease. So the argument that he's telling her what she needs to hear to feel at peace or whatever, it's nonsense.
Yeah.
And based on this assertion of his age, we can speculate that Malcador was born or originated in the early centuries of M24. This is interestingly just prior to the Age of Strife, and to put that in perspective, we currently exist in the time period of 021 M3. The astropath is known as Sybil Nyasta, and she voices a theory that many have speculated, that Malcador is being kept alive by the Emperor's psychic power, that this is what sustains him. Malcador explains no, this is quite wrong, in fact, it's actually backwards. Malcador explains to us that he is the last of his order, the last Sigillite, and more curiously, Malcador explains that the Emperor was not the Emperor until he met Malcador. Before he knew Malcador, the Emperor was, quote, only the greatest of many warlords of old Earth.
Interesting.
A different name. And this is a detail confirmed by Erda later in Saturnine, that the Emperor was known by a different name in the ancient times, although the Emperor himself has said as much many times that he had
we knew that.
But again, it's slightly working towards corroborating generally what Malcador is saying. Malcador also reveals that the Imperial Aquila is not a symbol purely of the Imperium and the Emperor. He explains that the Emperor has almost pure, focused tunnel vision on his goal, on his ultimate desire for humanity, which of course we know, and that this focus is so strong that he often forgets to look to the mistakes of the past and not recall the lessons learned. Malcador tells us that the Sigillite Order, by contrast, was created to remember human history, to remember humanity, to preserve. Of course, this is referencing the long period of the Age of Strife, and perhaps even before that, as he is the last of his order. It's suggestive that the Sigillite Order has been going on for a very long period of time. Malcador explains that without himself, the reunification of Terra would have been impossible. That's a pretty big statement to make.
I see.
And he explains that therefore, our future is built on its past. Malcador showed the Emperor why all others have fallen, thus allowing him to build on the stability of Malcador's revelations.
I see.
Now this is actually all pretty...
So he is basically a historian in a sense, and he gave the Emperor the knowledge to see where everyone else has failed. And the Emperor would not be the Emperor of an empire without Malcador. And we always knew he was like a great administrative capability, a great administrative mind. He really is the backbone of the Imperium in that sense. But wow, to know that. So he's really the framework of everything we see in 40k, Malcador the Sigillite. I see. Maybe that's like overstating him, but he really seems like the framework, the infrastructure, everything. It seems like him, man. You know, maybe I'm wrong. The logistical capabilities. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody let me know.
In some respects, not particularly helpful beyond us understanding that Malcador has seemingly provided levels of invaluable counsel to the Emperor and enabled him with knowledge and visions that he himself did not hold, or at least in Malcador's mind, that's the case. Malcador, even during the heresy, is of the position that the Imperium cannot hold, but reveals that the Imperium was not designed for the post-humans, but for mankind, ordinary humans, not the Hastatis and the Primarchs. This has, of course, been abundantly clear and the premise of the Emperor's plan from the outset. After all, the High Lords of Terra, etc., etc. The Hastatis are the tools to protect humanity, but it is humanity itself that ought govern. In practice, that hasn't worked out especially well. And again, High Lords of Terra, Vandir, the shambles of Ulchmar, painfully rectified by Guilliman on his return, the list of human leaders in the Imperium proving themselves hopelessly flawed and easily corruptible is endless. And a small tangent just to note that despite all the pretense of the Emperor and the clarity that his creations existed only so as to achieve brief, immediate goals before being promptly and bloodily consigned to history, all in all this has proven to be something of a bizarre miscalculation now 10 millennia down the line. The Emperor also does not seem to view the Primarchs as his loyal and loving sons, but as objects, things, tools to achieve a task, and then be discarded. There's likely a reason why each of them was so specifically different and had very different traits and characteristics. It's because they're there to fulfill a specific role and then be thrown away, just as he did when he slaughtered the Thunder Warriors. In fact, with regularity, the Emperor refers to his Primarchs as it, and only calls them son if they are in his direct presence or he has need to speak to them in such a manner. Otherwise, he refers to them in extremely disconnected, cold, emotionless terms.
Wow.
Now again, some speculate this is just part of the Emperor's grand misdirections, but I can't think for the life of me why it would be necessary, because usually when he refers to them as being less than human, he's speaking with close aides, people he can theoretically trust, so that seems to undermine such ideas. Also, Guilliman, when speaking with the Emperor in M41, reveals to us that the Emperor seemed different, cold, not as he remembered, not at all like a father. This is likely because the Emperor, so drained from 10,000 years on the Golden Throne, no longer has the ability, the power to maintain his illusions, and it's why he walks away deeply troubled.
I see. So he can't actually maintain the illusion that, like, yeah, he is a good, like, father. He was there for them, because those are just memories that he's feeding them, right? But now he's drained to the point where it's just like that's breaking down, and he's just like, holy shit, like he's getting mind fucked by it all. Wow. And it's why Guilliman walks away deeply troubled. That's fucked up.
Seen the truth of things, and again, as others have captured glimpses of before. Quite simply,
it's very fucked up.
Were never meant to exist for 10,000 years.
No.
The fact that they have no restrained lifespan is not because they were designed to outsit eternity, not because they were supposed to shepherd humanity. It was simply easier for the Emperor and Malcador to create warriors with no lifespan because of the nature of what they had to achieve in the Crusade. Crossing the galaxy was no task that could be achieved in ordinary human lifespans, warp travel or not.
Right.
This simple fact ended up creating the oddity that is the Imperium of Mankind. It's really a freakish creation. It's not by design, but happenstance. The Imperium of Mankind was never meant to exist as it does in M41.
No.
Malcador says quite clearly in this story that he can see Sybil is not afraid to die, so he is not at all reassuring her with the information that he will impart. She is in actuality terrified that the Imperium will fail and that too many errors and mistakes have occurred already, plus Horus is closing in on Terra, the doom of all beckons. But Malcador appears unshaken. He tells her, "Believe me when I say this, Sybil Nyasta. This was always intended to be the final act of the Crusade. We wanted the Primarchs to turn against one another, against their father. Be assured, we maneuvered each of them from the moment of their rediscovery, pitting them against one another, stoking their brotherly rivalries with unequal favour. It was not difficult, no more so than positioning pieces on a Cheops board, which is, curiously, a chess variant played in the Dune verse." Malcador also notes that those who could not be managed, well, they would never reach the endgame. This is possibly suggestive of the missing Primarchs erased from all records, but it could also be referencing traitor Primarchs. Malcador says, "You fear that the Emperor cannot control his sons, and yet I tell you that this war is the method of that control. The Primarchs have no more free will than we gave them."
Interesting.
Can it be true? And Malcador exclaims how his failure was in underestimating the true enemy, that the ruinous powers emboldened their champions, and the war began before they were ready. He talks about how every toll of the bell gives pause to question, was it a death they intended, or another innocent soul they may have saved, and that this is his burden to bear, and that he does so that the Emperor may concentrate on the final battle to come. In his final words, Malcador tells her to fall, and he will catch you. This I swear, give yourself to him, of course meaning the Emperor. As the dawn comes, Sybil lies dead. Malcador contemplates his further thoughts through a bitter and frustrated tone. He considers how the Emperor promised it wouldn't be like this. But most critically he says, "I lied to them to spare their sorrow, even as I envy their mortality, and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart."
So he was telling truths there, but then also lies. Oh yeah, this was all meant to happen in a sense. And maybe Malcador sort of believes that, sort of doesn't. It's hard to say, because, like, is this the Emperor's grand plan? Like, is this mass suffering really what he intended at the start? And am I there to be the shepherd of all that? Like, really? Or was this just a miscalculation, a fuck up along the way, and our plans didn't come to fruition? And he has to contemplate which one it is and deal with the choices and the weight of that. Wow.
Swallowing his grief and loneliness, he lays her hands on her in the sign of the Aquila. Now this short is a difficult one. It's clearly intended to be. Many people dismiss Malcador's revelations, as I noted earlier, but it is the nature of 40k. Information and details are fractured, and even without this revelation, you can largely piece together what is happening. The real difficulty comes in knowing what the overall plan would be precisely. The one thing I feel sure of is that the Emperor wanted to or needed the heresy to happen. It's pretty clear, as Malcador notes, that the Primarchs have all been positioned to agitate and create jealous doubts between them. You see this throughout the heresy, where the Emperor hardly is acting like a father figure, and there's many times where you just think, what the hell, why didn't he just appease and calm down that situation? Instead, he allows these frustrations and jealousies to fester under the surface. But as Malcador notes, perhaps the timing of their plan was off, and this threw things into disarray. Also, it seems plausible that individuals like Magnus were not meant to turn to the Dark Gods, as we believe Magnus was meant to be, if not the power, then the controller of the Golden Throne in whatever role that was going to ultimately play. Again, remembering that before the end of the heresy, the Emperor was able to leave the throne for periods of time. This didn't cause disaster or stop the Astronomicon from working. Again, because the Emperor, remember, he was so powerful that he can control these things at a distance. It's only after the heresy that the Emperor is weakened, and so then must remain on the Golden Throne, aided by continual psychic sacrifice. Now, a small tangent.
Versus if that was Magnus.
Heresy, we see how Magnus is baited with visions of himself being the corpse on the throne by the dark powers to attempt to turn him. Of course, he resists this for the most part, and we know this is another attempt at creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, which kind of is what happens. Although again, just as with the temptation of Horus, how accurate was this vision of the future? Was it the future or just one possible future? And then, like I said, of course, ultimately it does become another self-fulfilling prophecy because of Magnus and another causal loop. This is what makes the end period of the heresy and the Emperor's ultimate goals to us so difficult, because many of the things he planned for appeared to be with a different outcome in mind entirely, but then also not things that he really voiced. A very obvious line of thinking that many people, including me, have considered is, could the Emperor's positioning on the Golden Throne be intentional? Is he trying to achieve ascension to godhood via the now galactic religion of the Imperium? Was this his goal all along? This is, like I say, not a new idea by any means, but it's difficult to see why that would be necessary, given that essentially the Emperor was already a god by any definition up until his battle with Horus, and even in the aftermath for that matter. There's just too much we don't know. So we cannot say what Malcador is lying about also in reference to the First Lord, because we do not know exactly what the Emperor promised Malcador. Also where he says, I lie to spare them their sorrow. What is he referencing here? Saying them could mean a lot of things, but it's most likely mortal humans or maybe Primarchs. I think it's fair to assume that as he's just spoken to this loyal astropath, he is more likely speaking about having to lie to those close members of the Imperial service about how things are going in the heresy or the plan overall. But this also does not necessarily mean that what he is saying, generally speaking, is a lie. There's always a foundation of truth to most lies anyway, after all. But here's the thing, if you were to just take these things at their most simplistic face value, the whole thing makes no sense. We're meant to believe that Malcador told her this grand tale about how the Emperor and Malcador basically wanted to bring down the Astartes because this was their whole plan, and she's meant to be comforted by this horrifying revelation. Why even bother? He could have just said, don't worry, Sybil, this is all part of our plan, we will all surely emerge victorious. But no, he tells her this was part of our plan, but now it's all gone tits up. That's a strange way to reassure somebody on their death.
Yeah.
It's hardly textbook.
It was supposed to happen, but it's not happening the way we planned.
Not understanding it's a lie.
Right.
The whole point of this exchange is that he gives her a harsh truth. That yes, she can feel reassured that this was part of a plan Malcador and the Emperor forged.
Just not the right one.
But also that it's not going exactly as planned. He's reassuring her by giving her actual truth. The lie is that the Emperor will not be there to catch her. Only darkness and the nightmare of the warp await. And it is this which is what is breaking Malcador's heart. Now play devil's advocate and say, well, okay, what if this whole thing was just a lie and the only reason he told her all of this was to save her from the far worse truth that the Emperor and Malcador do not have a grand saving vision for humanity at all, and that their best laid plans lay in ruin now. Everything's gone catastrophically wrong, and at this point they're completely winging it and hoping that they haven't inadvertently caused the doom of all humanity to total extinction and eternal misery in a version of hell.
Which is kind of what they've done.
That's actually a possibility. But personally, I just don't see it. It's too bleak even by 40k standards, and it's also not really what the story of 40k and the Emperor is about. It also somewhat sets up the Emperor as being an incompetent, bumbling fool. Not to mention, it would also give this short the equivalent of an "it was all a dream" ending. It would be like those Star Trek episodes where everybody dies, and at the end they're like, haha, not really. I just think the premise of Malcador laying out all this stuff, and then saying, actually, it was all a lie, however you want to cut it, it just doesn't work for me. The much more telling revelation is when Malcador says, "You promised me it wouldn't be like this," in reference, of course, to himself and the Emperor. I think if anything, this is what helps the most to confirm what he just revealed, because again, otherwise it doesn't make any sense that the Emperor and Malcador had planned things with a grandiose scheme, but that the Emperor perhaps promised things wouldn't be as catastrophic as they ended up being. That fits perfectly. Why would he say that to himself if that wasn't the case? It wouldn't make any sense. Also, when Malcador tells Sybil that the war began before we were ready. As I noted earlier, I believe this to be a reference to the Chaos Gods pressuring them, perhaps having realised just what the Emperor was up to, or just part of some larger timeline and wanting to close things down now as quickly as possible. And that fits within, generally speaking, the wider picture of what we know. And beyond this, of course, in the wider sense, there remain many other heavy questions about figures like the King in Yellow, now believed to be Constantine Valdor. We know this via the Eisenhorn, Raven, Bequin novels. This is of course talking about the Cognate, and we learned that the King seeks to obtain the true name of the Emperor in order to obtain power over him. Precisely why and for what reason is unknown. We also know he has an army of winged space marines, possibly even Custodes like in Stasis, but again, this is strange considering how Custodes are essentially genetically engineered to be loyal to the Emperor. But if it were possible for Valdor and his circle of the Eight able to overcome this, it's believable that they could be rightly outraged by the Emperor's actions and his plans if they were able to kind of get their heads straight, as it were. There of course exist possibilities that they retain information which also give greater context to their actions, and that's certainly a heavy topic for another day, and likely when there's also more information to go on, because right now sparse is an understatement. The point is, there is a lot that supports Malcador's explanations to Sybil. I believe that most of what Malcador said here is the truth, or at least from a certain point of view. Because, like I say, the alternative makes no sense. Then at the end also when he says, "I lied to spare them their sorrow, even as I envy their mortality." Malcador's heart breaks for the fact that any who die are not being saved by the Emperor, but they're falling into the horror of the warp. That is what he laments. It's why he also speaks about the death of innocence being his burden to bear. And that is why he lies to her, and he tells her the Emperor will catch her to spare her the sorrow of knowing she, and importantly, all others who are dying, are about to be sent straight to hell. Lastly, Malcador
that's fucked.
Because he truly believed in the Emperor, and that they were going to be able to save the majority of humanity from a dark fate, to secure humanity in the webway, and thereby guide them into a new age of existence. But for Malcador, the writing is now on the wall. It's clear this will not come to pass, hence him saying, it wasn't supposed to be like this.
I see. So Malcador saw the truth at the end. He saw the writing on the wall.
So to state the exceedingly obvious, when considering the Emperor of Man, we must assume he is playing the long game, perhaps the longest game, for he has walked across millennia and the true scope of his vision remains unknowable in terms of how he perceives time itself. I sometimes heretically question if the Emperor, not unlike demons, has something of the ability to see time from the eternalist viewpoint, whereby he sees past, present and future together, and he sometimes gets visions of the future, enabling him to adjust his plans, but the certainty of such future events, as we've discussed, may not excuse difficulties faced in the present, which to be quite honest, somewhat conflicts with that concept of time. But perhaps it's somewhere within that view, or perhaps it's somewhere where there are future possibilities. We've been shown glimpses of the past that suggest it was as far back as the ancient time on Earth that he decided his true path, waiting for an ideal time until a situation presented itself. He would wait, passing through human history, observing, learning, and undoubtedly manipulating.
Let's see.
I think the most disturbing and perhaps most telling aspect is when the Emperor chose to emerge as a force for humanity. Not during the Golden Age, prior to the cybernetic revolt. He appears after this, when humanity is at its weakest. Not when it was necessary, but when he needed it. That being when humanity can put up arguably the least resistance to his plans, and when the necessary tools are at his disposal.
Right.
Which gives me, to be honest, a deep sense of unease as to his true intentions, coupled with the fact that so often when those who know him well capture a brief glimpse of the truth inside, they...
Because he didn't come when, like, we needed him. He did come after everything had gone to shit, and only when he could take ultimate advantage of it. That's a completely valid point, yeah. He's not the most benevolent, I don't think. He's definitely not a benevolent force in my mind. Like, that's for sure.
He seemed not comforted, warmed, heartened, curious, but shocked, horrified even. And that's of great concern. Malcador says that the Emperor was not the Emperor until he met him. But this does not mean to say the Emperor was not aware he needed to and would also meet Malcador. We see many further glimpses of the Emperor-Malcador's relationship. Example, in the short The Board is Set, where the Emperor prepares Malcador for his most critical role for humanity. And by the way, that's the core aspect of that story. There's some other stuff in there, but people get carried away with it. The Emperor's continued deception has left a galaxy racked by war, tearing itself apart. The Empire of Humanity, the Imperium, is holding itself together, but with ultimately near to no forward direction. Was this the Emperor's grand vision, or is it merely a pause? Has he, through his lies and arrogance, doomed humanity itself to a slow death via attrition? As Aragorn rightly observed, we fight to silence anyone that dares draw breath and whisper a different opinion from ours. We fight because the Emperor wants every world in his hands. For each time I wage war against worlds that threaten the Imperium's advance, there comes another time when I'm told to conquer peaceful worlds that wish only to be left alone. I am told to destroy whole civilizations and call it liberation. I am told to demand millions of men and women from these new worlds to make them take up arms in the Emperor's hordes, and I'm told to call this a tithe or recruitment because we are too scared of the truth. The truth Angron is speaking to, of course, is that the Emperor, like any tyrannical dictator, has enslaved humanity to his will, his unbreakable singular vision that must be executed and followed at all costs on pain of death. And this would then be continued for another 10,000 years under the banner of the all-powerful Imperium, the God Emperor of mankind. Again, was this the Emperor's grand vision? To emulate the despots, dictators and freakish cults of the barbaric wastelands of Earth in the aftermath of the Age of Strife? Or was it for all of humanity to exist in a stagnating, dying pool of despair? The Emperor all along has operated on the principle of going all in on his vision for the future. There was never going to be any half measure in his Imperium, his future for humanity. And that's not my speculation, it's very clear from the beginning when Ol P decided to turn away from the Emperor for this very reason, that the Emperor would allow no compromise, no adaptation, ever. This is later supported by accounts of other perpetuals. The Emperor demands absolute loyalty, absolute devotion and sacrifice, or suffer his unconstrained wrath. The Emperor will destroy and lay waste to entire civilizations across the galaxy that I've often argued, if only they were stronger, retained a little more from the dark age of technology, may well have been able to actually resist the Imperium. And what an interesting galaxy things have turned out to be then. If of course they were also able to resist the Emperor, but that's entirely another matter. As things stand, there is far too much which remains out of reach to us. The most critical being to discover just what the Emperor's overall plan was. Because for someone who set out with an agenda of forming a civilization, a culture based not on myth, religion or superstition, as somebody not wanting to be seen as a god, he surely went far out of his way to do just about everything possible
to be seen as a god,
while telling everybody continually that
he isn't one. And
if that isn't the
I say that all the time
of how to form a religion, I don't know what is.
Literally.
So I think it's safe to say the Emperor doth protest too much. I mean, he literally made a Primarch who looked like an angel.
Yeah.
Things got so confusing that even one of his own Primarchs couldn't tell which way was up. As always, the Emperor appears as subtle as a sledgehammer to the face.
Pretty
Just a heads
much.
up, if you don't want to be seen as a god, don't walk around as a giant dressed in gold, performing miracles and laying waste to entire civilizations.
Literally.
Knives aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. We tend to let our imaginations run away with us. Like I said from the beginning,
But even
the
seeing
Emperor's
that,
man
like, holy
is
shit.
nothing if not single-minded, arrogant, and unshakable in his vision. He decided upon this path long ago. We have scant few perpetuals to corroborate anything of the ancient times, but they seem to have no major stake in lying. So although their accounts are scant, we can probably trust them. The only question is if they even remember things accurately over 30 or 40,000 years. What we've been told is that upon the ancient Earth, the Emperor was not as powerful as he would become, although it was also told that he was always stronger than the others, than the other perpetuals, the other early psychers of humanity, if you will. And this is fairly important, because slightly more powerful is quite a step from erasing the memories of legions of Hastatis, and physically being a guiding beacon for all humanity across the galaxy, and all of the other insane things the Emperor can achieve by the period of M30.
That's true.
We might well consider, okay, this is a very long time, and just as we see other psychers emerging in human history over this time, perhaps the Emperor simply became more and more powerful. However, several things stick in my mind. Firstly, that doesn't seem to have happened with other perpetuals, and also Horus states that the Emperor travelled to Moloch potentially several millennia previous, and that's just his guess. It could have been even earlier. We know that he travelled there with perpetuals, and I also presume this to have occurred prior to the Age of Strife, which occurred in M25. Now, Malcador himself has stated in the early years of M31 that he is 6,718 years old, placing his birth, or however he came into being, around M24, the millennia just prior to the Age of Strife. Additionally, I've always had a difficult time discarding how Malcador explains so clearly in First Lord where the woman he is consoling on her deathbed presumes his extended age is due to his close association with the Emperor, the Emperor's powers gifting Malcador life beyond that of a human, and Malcador laughs and says, no, you have it backwards. The Emperor was not the Emperor until he met me. So he's suggesting here that something significant occurred between the Emperor and Malcador early on in their companionship. Now, who knows when that is, but it's very plausible that this could have occurred within, let's say, the first 1,000 years of Malcador's lifetime, well within the scope for the Emperor to then travel to Malcador.
It's crazy to think that Malcador is like, he predates the Age of Strife. That's crazy to think about. Like he actually saw that go down. He saw the unification of Terra. And yeah, he's the one that laid the foundation. What is it, I wonder, that links them so tightly together? It's very compelling, you know?
Moloch, because let's just go back over this. How did the Emperor know he needed to travel to Moloch again? Did he just know off the top of his head that this place was there?
Very specific.
How did he acquire that knowledge? Now, possibly he would have had access to records through the time he lived through, but it's also possible that somebody told him of what lay there in the depths, the ancient discoveries of human civilization, post-Dark Age of technology. Say somebody who belonged to an order whose entire purpose was to remember critical information.
Right.
Malcador says, for the longest time, he was only the greatest of warlords of old Earth. They knew him by a different name. Malcador talks of the Aquila's symbolism and how its blindness is not always representative of a lack of sight. In this, I believe he is alluding to things that they do not wish to see, or more importantly, do not wish to acknowledge. He states the Emperor does not dwell upon the past. His attention's always focused on his vision for mankind's destiny. He doesn't want to talk about the untoward things that they maybe did in order to get to here. I believe in my current headspace that Malcador provided the Emperor.
So I wonder if the period after the heresy in the Emperor's mind, assuming he knew everything was going to happen and it's happening how he necessarily wanted it to, if this is just another stepping stone on the path to humanity's destiny, this is what has to happen. This age of decay and attrition, you know, it's just another stepping stone. It's an acceptable loss kind of thing. Because the Emperor, when he's proven like he's willing to do that type of shit, he's proven time and time again he's willing to do that type of shit. So yeah, wow.
I believe in my
Interesting thought.
headspace that Malkador provided the Emperor with the knowledge of Moloch so that the Emperor and other Perpetuals would travel there with the express purpose of gaining whatever it is he brought away, which I believe to be probably both knowledge and power. Malkador and the Emperor then began planning their grand scheme to guide humanity into a new age within the webway, as the Emperor has been pretty clear about, and thereby enable us to become a truly all-powerful psychic race and sever our connection to the warp, which the Eldar failed to do. Sometimes the Emperor sounds a little bit more like headed in a Necron direction, but regardless, the big point is what happens with the heresy and the Astartes, and this is really where things become difficult.
Right.
In one respect, it's reasonable for us to perhaps assume, okay, perhaps instead of one almighty extermination event similar to the Thunder Warriors, the Astartes engage in a more staggered destruction. The Emperor would not have the forces to destroy the combined power of the Astartes, or I presume so anyway. So perhaps alternatively
turning
to
them
a
on
large
each other.
slaughter, some would have had some use in the interim, like Magnus, Dorn, Guilliman, whereas the more unstable, unreliable Primarchs would be twisted into darkness, ultimately destroyed. Except this doesn't work, because Guilliman has had several attempts at killing Mortarion, Fulgrim, and has been readily slapped down to the ground every single time. In fact, one of the few things that saved him was a form of religious intervention on behalf of the Sororitas. So this concept of the Astartes just fighting to the death and basically extinguishing each other, sort of as Malkador states or alludes to, I feel like there is something in there, but the precise details are kind of unknowable. Also, something that never comes up with the Emperor's grand plans. What happens to all the Mechanicus? I have a feeling they're not going to be too thrilled at the concept of having to leave Mars, leave all their cogs, oils, incense and giant robot toys behind.
Yeah.
So is the Emperor's plan to really have a huge civil war, and then after that have another civil war? It's hard to really put together in a reasonably logical way once you actually start to think about it. This is in fact perhaps why the Emperor's plan has never been fully revealed, because the more you put the puzzle pieces together, you start to realise
how flawed it is.
Way too many pieces to make any kind of coherent picture. You've got maybe one corner that sort of looks like something, but the rest is just bits of possible things. Now, do I think that the remaining Astartes and Primarchs would have to eventually be destroyed? Yes, absolutely. It's clear repeatedly that no matter what he says at a surface level, the Emperor has got no care for his creations. They're just tools to complete a task and be discarded. He doesn't consider them human even. Because later down the line, if humanity eventually became so psychically developed, what would then be the need for the throne and Magnus and the Primarchs and the Astartes? Also, of course, there would be no need for navigators, astropaths, and so on.
True.
If we take Malkador at his word, which for the most part I feel you can, the heresy was planned to some degree, it was schemed to occur. But if that were true, it's also difficult to see how the Emperor's plan could have worked at all. Was his plan to usher most of humanity into the webway, then slam the door shut, put up some kind of psychic bubble around the throne room and gateway, just let everything outside annihilate itself, which it probably wouldn't? Again, to a degree, that kind of seems like the Necron's plans. Go to sleep, let everybody destroy themselves via entropy and awaken to a lovely clean galaxy? In truth, the Emperor of Man seems something of a nightmarish being, but only in the sense that he exists in my mind as the ultimate distillation of a species. When people see through to the core of the Emperor, I always imagine they're seeing something like humanity in its most raw, terrifying form. Or another possibility is, of course,
willing to do anything.
If we take any number of wildly speculative origin stories, most of those lean toward the Emperor being something not entirely human by any measure of definition.
Yeah,
really,
I agree with that.
To get into more philosophical terminology because we start to think about things.
And as I said, I don't think the Emperor is a human. I don't think he has, again, the people that I've seen through that facade, they see something that is not human. They see something that makes a Primarch even uneasy. What is that? What could that be? What could that uneasiness come through? Something that's so psychically capable, it's going to manipulate you at any cost, and it's going to infer memories on you or blur other ones. Crazy, Even when he said, oh yeah, you saw my face in your gestation pod to that one Primarch. shocking you should remember that. And he said it seriously, you know, like that's interesting.
Really, this starts to get into more philosophical terminology, because we start to think about things like, okay, what makes us human? How do you define this? Is a psyker still human? Is a custodes and Hastati? What is it that's different between a human and a not? Why does that matter? Why does the Emperor care so much about the difference of what makes a human and what doesn't? Why does he care about that? Is it just purely our eternal survival? The more you pull at this thread, the more it starts to become difficult to place just what it is he's so invested in.
Yeah.
And that in itself is pretty troubling. And this is perhaps why you have figures like P, John Grammaticus, who have taken this position that the Emperor should be stopped and that humanity should be allowed to take its own course. Of course, with P, that wasn't really his opinion for the longest time and worth discussing another time. But in my mind, the Emperor is more of a tragic figure, so consumed by his own belief, his own purity of vision, his own hubris mostly, that he's unable to see clearly at all that he's very likely doing far more harm than good.
Right.
Even if his intentions are positive, pure, and he really believes he can achieve what seems impossible. A small tangent. In many ways, I see the Emperor not dissimilarly to Davros in Doctor Who Genesis of the Daleks.
Oh.
I'm sorry to throw in such a wild tangent reference, but I really see
that's okay.
I'm not talking about Davros in the new show.
What a throwback.
In this classic serial Genesis of the Daleks. Because Davros, like the Emperor, also seems to have this maniacal obsession to see his species
Love
survive.
Doctor Who, by the
Not
way.
like
It's been years since I've seen Doctor Who. Now to have my own Doctor Who tangent. Years since I've seen Doctor Who. I'd love to rewatch that series, though, guys. Maybe we should rewatch the series on the channel. Let me know if you guys want to see that. I'd totally watch Doctor Who on the channel.
Have this maniacal obsession to see his species
Years since
survive.
I've seen it.
Not
I don't
like
remember it the
Emperor.
best.
He was looking only at the big picture. He saw the perpetuation of his race via the Daleks, also partly himself.
A weakness that will make you give me the knowledge to change the future. You are afflicted with a conscience.
And the Daleks were to be the ultimate genetic evolutionary form, kind of like what the Emperor is looking toward. So to Davros, this becomes the only important thing at all.
I allowed this charade to be played out for one reason only. To find those men who were truly loyal to me, and to discover those who would betray me. I will go on. Exterminate! Exterminate!
Wow.
You must stop them!
He will sacrifice everything, even all the souls
Fucking Doctor
of his
Who, man.
civilization
Wow.
in the current
Classics.
time to see his ultimate form be perpetuated into the future. Because in his mind, all of the things in the current time no longer mattered. He was looking at the much bigger picture. Another thought is that the Emperor understood the impossibility of his task and was trying to just walk a line. I've often thought perhaps the reason his goals were not clear is because he was just trying to play the odds, knowing the unpredictable nature of humanity, and that maybe he thought, well, if this doesn't work, I've sown enough seeds in the minds of all that maybe things will go
something
in a
will
different direction
work.
that still will help to protect humanity. Say,
Right.
for example, turning the entire galaxy into a hyper-religious state that spends all their efforts worshipping the Emperor, so much so that it becomes an immense power in its own right. If we think about the Emperor's goals in the most basic terms, his plan was to unite humanity and lead it to a newly evolved state, secure from the most dire threats. Except
Right.
if that were true, then why in the hell did he wait until after the golden age of humanity, as I said before, to get involved and sort things out? By all accounts, humanity was actually smashing it in the golden age, but instead he opted for, no, I'm going to let everything turn to absolute ruin and then start from scratch. As I said, something seriously doesn't add up here.
No.
And as many have suggested before, for the Emperor, it might have been a plan to just, save a few functional STCs somewhere, just store them away in a big underground safe in a mountain range, just in case, just on the off chance they're needed. Let's play it safe. This, of course, though, is not the point. The Emperor is meant to be a flawed figure, just like the rest of humanity, and so when he asserts that he is just a man, just a human, not a god, I believe he's actually being honest in how he sees himself. For the humans who look upon him and see this godlike being of immense power,
They're only
He
able to
knows he's
see what
flawed.
appears to be, not what he truly is.
Interesting.
The vision he projects is what in part enables him to marshal such respect and awe among humanity, and it's only for those who see through this to what lies beneath do they see the true face, and as John Grammaticus would say, a bloodthirsty bastard. The Emperor's plan, to my mind, however you want to approach it, could never have worked, for the simple reason of humanity. The Emperor had some early success, but even before they were setting out on the crusade, the Imperium was already failing. The hypocrisy was just far too clear to see before things even began. This is illustrated perfectly in Valdor Birth of the Imperium. Kandawire wants to put Valdor on trial for the slaughter of the Thunder Warriors because, despite what the Emperor had promised, that humans themselves would play a strong, actual part in the new Imperium, she quickly discovers that this is not the case. Kandawire remembers stories from her father about Earth as it was. This is what she's built herself around. And so she knows firsthand that humanity was ruled differently in the past. But she begins to see that the Emperor is no different than any of the other warlords and autocrats. In the end, she is vanquished for no other reason than attempting to fulfill her role as the head of Terra's Arbites. Instead, she's told to ignore the outright massacre of the Thunder Warriors and is exiled to live in a small desert camp home, spared execution by the grossly hypocritical Imperial Custodes who sanction her for attempting to carry out the job they assigned her in the first place.
Interesting.
And the would only spiral downhill from here. But it was truly this undermining of the civilian government so early on that exposed and betrayed the truth of the Imperium, that it was purely to be the Emperor's autocracy. This may have been more palatable had he clearly laid out his plans to anybody.
So they completely stifled the civilian politicians like right away. So he appointed them, made them like roles just to prop them up on Terra, but then the instant they're just like, wait a second, you're completely overriding any civilian function, like this isn't for everyone, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, be banished now. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
Any time. But apparently no, this was too dangerous or unnecessary. The Emperor's plan failed not because of Horus or Erebus or any of the Primarchs, not because of humanity, not because of chaos. The Emperor failed because he placed himself at the center of everything. Because he believed in his almighty hubris that only he could be the salvation of humanity, and he couldn't bear to share the burden, not even with his most close companions and allies, instead speaking forever in vague riddles and metaphors and stories and tales and all this other crap. His arrogance was his most human flaw, and ironically the Eldar's flaw as well, both so highly advanced, both so certain of themselves that they were perhaps unable to even contemplate the possibility of failure, the possibility that perhaps it was they who were the main problem. In short, when you lay it all out, everything the Emperor did from start to finish was either one of the most deep, carefully laid, visionary plans conceived ever, so much so that because of such visionary levels of genius, even now, we still cannot see how it was all meant to work.
Right.
Or perhaps, far more likely, the Emperor had this vision of where he needed to get to, what he needed to achieve, and was thereafter, for the most part, winging it all the way, trying to paper over the cracks as they appeared and hoping somehow it was all going to work out. The final and far more disturbing plan is that this continues on as some kind of unseen master plan that involves him dragging humanity into the state of miserable decay as it has been for some 10,000 years. Meanwhile, the Emperor has not come close to completing his goals still, and that this remains just another piece in his grandiose galactic puzzle. Primarch Guilliman has not shared his insight with the Emperor for us. That would have been nice, beyond the fact of course that the Emperor was not how the Primarch remembered him and that this greatly disturbed him.
Right.
I feel we're unlikely to glean a significant amount of new information from the ongoing heresy, but there are still some aspects to dive in on regarding the Emperor, past and future. Much like Moloch, regardless of how it turned out, the Emperor's grand plan, as far as we're able to understand, as presented, appears to have failed. The only question now is, was this part of a far longer, grander plan that perhaps the Emperor himself was not even able to fully understand the scale and scope of? Will he now, as a figure of powerful worship within the Imperium, empower humanity further? There are signs of this already within the Imperium, as Lord Guilliman is discovering himself. Important questions remain to unravel further. Like, what of the Cognitae? And perhaps who knows what even still of the Cabal, perhaps? What of the Great Rift or Blackstone, of the Necrons' moves in the galaxy, and the Anari? What of the state of the ecclesiarchy in the Imperium? Could the Emperor be reborn, as many factions of the Inquisition believe? Could he become more powerful than all of Chaos combined? Through the power of the Imperium's God-Emperor religion, permanently fueling and empowering the Emperor to fight an eternal war in the warp, to become, as so many have speculated, the positive god of light in the warp, to become that which he had always intended, and enable humanity to be led into a new age, a perhaps continued war, but also evolution and enlightenment.
I see.
I think a short quote from Mortis best
That's an
summarizes
interesting
the Emperor in his entirety, where in the ancient past,
theory for sure.
speaking with Ol P, the Emperor is arguing that in the interests of humanity in its far distant future, he should secure some dark, extremely powerful knowledge. The Emperor says, "Take this knowledge, and the fate changes. Leave it, and it unravels. It is a simple choice." "There are no simple choices," said Ol. "But there are," said the Emperor. "It's just the consequences that are complicated."
Let's see. Wow. As always, the outro's going very hard. Wow.
So now let's talk about my next selection for you on Audible. I decided that it would be good to give everybody time to work through a trilogy that I completed relatively recently, and overall the series I'm talking about is the updated Dark Imperium, Plague War and Godblight series.
Ooh.
Now there's a whole variety of twists and turns across these three audiobooks, and the story delves into a plethora of topics. There's many different perspectives presented and a huge amount of discussion to be had. Of course, the Heresy series is one that people always want to gravitate to, but because I really enjoyed this trilogy overall, I think it's a very valuable series also in understanding where things stand right now for humanity and the Imperium in M41. I also thought it would be best to complete this trilogy through the remaining months of this year, and then I'll make an overview of the entire series later along the line, but I'll still be recommending other additional options to listen to in upcoming months. I know so many of you have contributed thoughts to me about why you enjoy Audible as a service before now, and it's one that I continue to enjoy. Remember, if you're new to all of this, you can get involved today by starting your 30-day Audible trial with Premium Plus. This gets you a free audiobook as well as full access to thousands of originals, audiobooks and podcasts.
Such value.
Access to the Plus catalogue, all are included with your membership, so you can download and stream all you want, no credits needed. Visit audible.com/LUETIN, or for those in the US, text LUETIN to 500 500. And as always, very big thanks to all of you for supporting me here on the channel. So as always, I'll see you in the next one.
Awesome. And again, guys, go use code LUETIN at audible.com. If you intend on using Audible, go support him. He definitely deserves it.
So as always, I'll see you in the next one.
Well, guys, that was 40k, The Emperor of Man 4, a self-fulfilling prophecy Warhammer 40k lore/history by LUETIN09. Yes, guys, I thought that was a fantastic video. Just the concepts that LUETIN got in there. What is true in Warhammer? What isn't? These ideas about the Emperor himself. this dark side to him that we see constantly. What is his plan? Is it an utter failure? What is his actual motivations? All these were such interesting questions, and man, some of it, I know I wasn't reacting, saying a lot during some of those parts. Man, my brain was just kind of blown there for a little bit. I was trying to understand it, conceptualize it. It's a lot to go through, man. That's a big concept, you know, a lot of these concepts. Wow. Again, and what he said about Malkador too, you guys are gonna have to give me your opinions and all that, because like, do you think Malkador like just sees that as like, yeah, the writing on the wall, it was flawed, it was a fuck up, you know, we tried our best but we didn't succeed kind of thing? Let me know your guys' thoughts on all that, because this is a really interesting video, and I'm definitely gonna look at the comments, and I want to see your guys' explanations for it. So yeah, if you enjoy the video, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big shout out to our members, the Hastati and our Triaria out there, Paralyzed Tortoise. I appreciate you. You guys inspire me to do more content for you guys every single day. Come join our Discord. I appreciate seeing you guys there. So come on down, join the Discord, be a part of our Legion today. And yeah, guys, without any further delay, this has been Centurion, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another video. Today we are checking out the Emperor of Mankind. This is part 5, guys, the last episode that Luton has released, to my knowledge. This is Abandon Him in M41, Warhammer 40k lore / history, by of course the man himself, LUETIN09. This has been a really cool series to check out on the channel. I've loved every single episode of it. Props to Luton for obviously releasing these types of videos. They are fantastic, and they are great to learn more of the lore about 40k in a very condensed, not condensed per se, they're very long videos, but a condensed format, very lore specific topics on like very specific things. Luton does a fantastic job at explaining that in the Warhammer community space. From what I've seen, every video I've seen from him has been a complete banger, so I expect the same thing from this. Obviously he does have some opinionated things in his videos as well, but he makes completely sure to tell you when something is opinion, and that's like, again, another thing I respect about Luton. You don't always have to agree with him, but you do find yourself agreeing with a lot of what he says, because it's not a bad take at all. Like, he's usually got some merit to the things he says. Obviously, part 4 was, I believe, a retelling of the Last Church, along with some dark truths about the Emperor, you know, and Abandon Him in M41, man. I could maybe see it, you know. Does the Emperor truly care about humanity? Is he still fighting on this plane of existence for us? You know, is he still the hero or the champion of humanity at this point, or is it Guilliman, you know? It's hard to say now. Like, I don't know. We've obviously seen Guilliman be imbued with definitely some power, seemingly, in the modern 40k universe. So it's interesting to see, you know, and I'm excited to check this video out. So of course, if you guys enjoy the video, make sure you leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and of course leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big shout out to all of our members, all of our Hastati and our Principes, Dagenhart, Fear, and Hobbit. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. And with that, guys, should we get right into this video? Let's make sure captions are on. Captions on. Quality is great. Let's get right into this video, guys. Very nice. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Alright, let's see here. The Perpetuals could have stopped this long before it ever started, but oh no, you knew what he was like. Right at the start of it, you went along with it, helped him build the murderers. You acted far too late, and this was John Grammaticus to Erda. Okay. Speaking of which, yeah, I need paper. What am I doing? This is amateur hour over here. Holy shit. Paper. Gotta get some baller shots of the Emperor in there, of course. I understand.
Emerging from the decaying ashes of mankind's technological zenith came a figure
The only way or his way.
to reunite and stabilize and empower humanity across the coming 10,000 years. This new empire would be ruled by the somewhat disconcerting figure known only to the vast majority of humans as the Emperor of Mankind. A man, a being, who preached to his followers and those yet to submit to his will a benevolent tone, but who subjugated any who resisted with often merciless, unrelenting brutality.
Oh, very merciless.
Sometimes even including the complete extermination of tribes, ideologies, religions, and worlds who were deemed too difficult to convert.
Sometimes? I feel like sometimes might be an understatement. You gotta figure, like, on the grand scheme of things here, the grand scale of it all. Sometimes might be like 1 in like 100, but like when you're doing thousands, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Hundreds of thousands? It's hard to say. I feel like that stacks up quite a bit. It's a little bit more than sometimes. It's relatively often when you think about it, right?
Ideologies, religions, and worlds who were deemed too difficult to convert. This was the will of the Emperor, and so it would be that humanity prostrated itself to his wishes, many with glassy-eyed rapture, unquestioning loyalty, while others a begrudging acceptance that would steadily soften over generations. Those who would become his most loyal followers were suggestible or eager for a new way forward, readily committed to his teachings, vision, and authority. Once again, as his campaign swept through the galaxy, any who questioned this would either be forcibly converted or won over by some grandiose display of power and wisdom.
Yeah.
In the Arctic Crusade, those who could not be convinced held no place in the new order. Entire towns, cities, worlds, and civilizations were crushed beneath the boots of his gene-crafted transhuman warriors.
This is also a classic battle scene.
In one of the most devastating human conflicts, the Horus Heresy, humanity would almost destroy itself once again, and the Emperor would then be set upon the Golden Throne, where he would remain for 10,000 years to the period of the contemporary Imperium. In its aftermath came an exponential rise in various cults of spiritual devotion to the Emperor, eventually consolidating into what would become the Imperial cult. But
This is a pretty good sum up so far.
As small groups of followers who believed through his logic and actions that he was more than just a man, more than just a powerful human psyker.
Right.
And this, stacked against his protestations of being no more than a man, surely proved his divinity. Of course, in this instance, the Emperor did not come out saying, "All right then, I am the Messiah." No, he continued to deny that he was anything other than a mere ordinary human, no matter how incomprehensible this was. But was it intentional misdirection or not? This remains an open question, but much of it hangs on the consideration around the intentions of the Emperor, something I have already extensively discussed in this series.
Oh, very extensively.
Was it a master plan? Was it a backup to something that he and Malkador concocted and just went badly awry? Or was it everything the Emperor had always hated about humanity, but seemingly we as a species could not help ourselves in repeating? That is to say, ever gravitating back towards spiritual worship, especially in the darkened horror and the ambiguous ignorance of reality in the far future of M41.
Very
With
true.
all that in mind, I wanted today to dive...
Like, and that's the big thing too, is ignorance, I think, too. Like, no one was ever really told what chaos was, at least, you know, until after the heresy, right? They kind of figured it out themselves after a point when fucking demons started showing up on their worlds. But, you know, no one was ever really explained what they were by the Emperor. Like, the Emperor never talked about it to really anyone. And a few individuals knew, surely, but on a grand scale, it was never known. So, like, how do you cope with, like, the knowledge that, like, demons exist, hell is basically just real, and all this shit's out there? Well, you have to have a spirituality of your own, in a sense. And this guy who unified the galaxy, who never died after, what, thousands of years? Tens of thousands of years, obviously. At least, you know, obviously, yeah, you're going to put your faith in him. This being of pure light and golden armor that can just appear however he wants, ruins everything in seconds if he wants to. He's an extremely powerful psyker. You know, obviously we see him bring an entire legion of space marines to their knees, you know, with Lorgar's legion. It's just like, it's crazy shit, you know. So of course you're going to place your divinity in this type of person. And you know, again, I recommend go check out the other Emperor of Man reactions, obviously, if you have not seen them, because man, Luton does a fantastic job on these. Go give these videos some love also, because he deserves it. Wow.
Our future of M41. With all that in mind, I wanted today to dive into something I've occasionally touched on before, that being, what if we didn't have or choose to follow the Emperor? Now, admittedly, the concept of choosing to follow the Emperor or not was not really a choice in most situations that occurred throughout Imperial history. I am still very much open-minded as to exactly what the Emperor is and his intentions. I think you have to be when we consider how unreliable and fragmented the information around him is. I know some people do not think that to be the case, and that in some recent material we have a more definitive view of the Emperor than ever before, which is very reasonable, but as you know, I feel that most of what we know about his early life
is unreliable,
obfuscated or unreliable enough, given that it's told to us through the viewpoints of those.
And see, that's the thing, like, Luton is he's very open about when he's stating his opinion. I love that about him so much, because like he's not just like mixing in fact with his own opinion. He's very clearly saying, this is like, you know, my problem with it. That's great. That's props to him for that. I agree with him, because again, like, you're talking about history from an unreliable narrator standpoint. That happened so long ago. Nobody realistically in that setting knows for sure. Nobody knows. Nobody has an idea, except for maybe some perpetuals, right? But you know, you're not going to get a reliable tone. So just where the Emperor came from, Luton gets into this quite a bit in his previous videos here about this. He's not sure. Is he an old one? Like, what exactly is he? Is he human? Is he really human? Hard to say. Like, it's true. Like, you have no idea. And again, this because he doesn't seem human. Nothing about him seems human to me. Nothing about exactly what he is, the physical embodiment of him, could be human in a realistic sense, right? It's just hard to imagine. And obviously, due to, like, you know, psychers existing obviously in early human history, maybe it's possible they conjured up a being like this, but I don't know. It's hard to say.
Obfuscated or unreliable enough, given that it's told to us through the viewpoints of those who, even if they seem to have retained absolute clarity in their memory from their own time with the Emperor, this is still not enough for me. Because one thing we know about human memory is that it's easily damaged, confused, manipulated, just misremembered. There are many instances, not least with the Primarchs and their clarity of memory, also the Perpetuals who struggled to recall their lifetimes having occurred over such massive periods of time, even as long as 45,000 years in the case of wondering if it was something that really happened or just a memory of a dream or projected memory from the Emperor, for example. 40k is filled with misdirection and unreliable narrators. And I would throw in here a quote from Dan Abnett himself recently in an interview talking about the next Siege of Terror book, The End of the Death Part 2, where he said, quote, "This is a snapshot of what really happened, where the myth grew from," talking about the Emperor. What the myth becomes is probably more important to Warhammer, as that's what people have come to believe 10,000 years later. But this is a moment of being there at ground zero and seeing these things as they actually play out from numerous perspectives. It almost tells you too many versions.
I see.
I find it strange, quite honestly, that when one character we have never met before suddenly rattles off a recalled memory about the Emperor or an opinion of him, people are very quick to cling to these things as absolutes, and very little in 40k is rock solid and above scrutiny. Certainly one person's account of having lived alongside the Emperor or some lucid memory from many thousands of years in the past is not what I personally consider solid evidence. My perspective is that individual recollections are interesting, very worthy of furthering a narrative, and definitely worth discussion around, but far from being enough to solidify anything as being close to certainty or a definitively closed case. Because this has been ever shown throughout the verse to happen time and time again. Things we thought we knew turn out to be false, or at least not quite as they were told to us. Which has often connected two things in my mind when it comes to 40k. The accepted version that the Emperor was the only way, and the more uncomfortable searching questions of why. I've looked over these questions before that lie at the heart of the intentions of the Emperor, questions like, If he was so powerful, why did he not better use this to ensure humanity avoiding destruction during the Golden Age?
True.
STC?
That's been a thought on my mind too. If the Emperor is so powerful, if the Emperor really wanted to take control and really wanted to help humanity, expand humanity, not just for his benefit in a sense, right? Because again, he's at the head here, right? Like there was a time when humanity was spacefaring, we were doing the best we'd ever had, and we were dominating the galaxy for a time. And he didn't step in there and help humanity then. And I think because he didn't want to be sidelined, right? With the fall of humanity in general across the galaxy, he was able to unify it under him, where potentially this was just not something that could have been possible beforehand, maybe. You know, like, again, like humanity always existing, civilizations over existing. I don't think he ever had truly enough power until literally there was nothing left and he could rebuild from the ashes of it. Potentially. Maybe that's complete, like, you know, malarkey, who knows? But like it's an interesting way to think about it, right? Because like, again, yeah, why didn't he just help humanity when we were at our best? He could have done so much to propel us forward, and no, he didn't, you know? Interesting.
This to ensure humanity avoiding destruction during the Golden Age. If STCs are so powerful, why did the Emperor not retain these more securely? Or if they are so powerful, why did humanity collapse so severely and more planets didn't survive with zenith levels of technology, able to, for example, resist the Emperor's crusade? If he has such foresight, along with Malcador together, why did they not better prepare? Why was the crusade such a rush, to the point that the Emperor willfully damaged the genetics of the Hastatis, regarding them seemingly as little more than his next tools to get to the next stage of his grand plan? So it's something that I've seen many people consider for obvious reasons. Couldn't humanity ever find another way? Isn't this what we are best at? Or do we just accept that our fate is tied to this one single individual just because they said so? That doesn't seem very human.
Doesn't know.
Who claims certain truths or prophecies.
But at this point too, I will say, like, rebellion has been stamped out to the point of, like, you know, like, if you even think it, you're getting a bolt around through your head, or way, way, way worse. Notice the flying skulls. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a world where, like, rebellion descent, it's just not something even possibly conceivable, right? And obviously, like, you got traitor forces, so it is conceivable, but it's either like you're on our side or you're literally a demon spawn, and there's no in between there. You know, there's no middle ground, seemingly, and that's just kind of like the two radical sides that Warhammer in general, the universe of Warhammer, is based around. Like, it's either the good guys are still just as radical, but they're not as radical as the bad guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I say good in quotation marks, obviously, the better, quote unquote, but still fucking awful forces, you know, of humanity. Let's keep seeing here what's happening.
Human. There are many in the galaxy who claim certain truths or prophecies which turn out to be not as they imagined. Groups like the Cabal, who believe that they knew what had to be done, but turn out to be sort of true, but not really. Why is it any different with the Emperor? Just because he said so, or believed that humanity, for example, couldn't handle the knowledge of the existence of chaos? Do we accept that without question? Why is Olp?
Yeah, I think that's...
that they should have destroyed the Enuncia on Earth in the ancient times when he was standing alongside the Emperor less valid than the Emperor's opinion that he wanted to retain it? Maybe had the Primarchs been primed with information, they could have been more guarded. Maybe the heresy would not have occurred, is a very common discussion point. What was the fate of the two Scoured Legions? That they became corrupted early on during the Crusades and so had to be destroyed? Why do no other Primarchs or Legions really expressly mention or ever question about this? Were their memories manipulated? I mean, this is in fact the curious thing about 40k and the lore, for as often as people make the argument that the Emperor should have told his Primarchs about the dangers of chaos, in a way, it really wasn't necessary. In fact, the Emperor even explains this somewhat in Master of Mankind when he describes how the danger of the primordial annihilator is very well known to humanity already. Why do we have Geller fields for travel through the warp, he says? Why do navigators know the dangers of this? He explains how it would be little different if he labelled the beings in the warp as demons. But I think for me, this is again somewhat of an oversimplification.
Kinda, yeah.
It feels very much like the Emperor misdirecting, because sure, the Primarchs, you could argue, should have been able to piece things together, except very clearly not. And the Emperor even is sort of aware that they are not aware of this, because Magnus. So maybe if it didn't make that much difference either way, which is what he seems to imply, maybe it would have just been better to spell it out. Then we can think about...
I think if he spelt it out, that would have led to a lot less trouble down the line. Again, quite a few instances of traitor Primarch actions happened because they got deceived. And they didn't think they could, like in Magnus's case, right? He had the utter hubris to think that he was the top being, one of the top dogs in the warp whenever he fucked with it. Or, you know, whenever he was trying to make communications, whenever he was using his psycho abilities, whenever rituals took place, he believed he was the top dog, right? He was so arrogant about it. And then obviously there was a being out there that fucking just straight up just lied to him. You know what I mean? Just fucking straight up lied to him. And he believed it. He just fell for it instantly. And he's just like, what? You know, cause I think it was the case of he didn't think these beings were capable of like sentient, complete thought. You know what I mean? And maybe he did. Maybe he wasn't that ignorant. It's hard to say. And like, he still just thought he was better. From what I saw, I don't know if that was the case for sure. So somebody let me know. But again, I feel like if they were told, like, yeah, there are beings out there that are sentiently aware and do want to completely shit all over your day, I feel like that would have changed a lot of their actions, potentially going forward. Maybe not, but at least they would have had, a lot of these Primarchs would have at least had fucking the hindsight, or I get not the hindsight, but the foresight to like foresee that potentially this could occur and not just have it thrust upon them. And now it's like, you're fucked, your soul's mine, like kind of thing, you know. But let's keep watching here.
To imply, maybe it would have just been better to spell it out. Then we can think about, what did Guilliman see when he visited with the Emperor 10,000 years after he was interred on the Golden Throne? Why was he so disturbed upon exiting the throne room? Was the Emperor just a destroyed husk that was unrecognizable and this very pained Guilliman? Or was it that the extreme burden upon the Emperor meant he were unable to prevent Guilliman from seeing his true self, something the Emperor always seems to have been very unhappy about anyone being able to see?
I see.
As in Deliverance Lost, for example, when Korax asks the Emperor, "Is this your true face?" To which the Emperor replies, "I have no such thing. I have worn 1,000,000 faces over the millennia, according to need or whim." I remember this one, says Korax, dimly recalling a dream he had glimpsed when overcome by wounds in a crashing Thunderhawk. "This was how you appeared to me when I was born in my pod." Yes, it is strange that you should remember that, said the Emperor. His expression becomes sterner, and then he changes the subject. Now you may think stern, that's not exactly a blind rage or remonstration, true enough, but the Emperor is not one for displaying displeasure very openly.
Yeah.
He always presents a loving, caring tone to his Primarchs for the most part, so a stern expression likely denotes...
Isn't that like kind of fucked up though? Like that's quite a horror story, because like we obviously saw that in the Guilliman story. I just want to reference that, like Guilliman seeing the Emperor. In the Amber King video, we obviously had that reference to us, but it's like, yeah, what exactly did he see? Did he just see a corpse, or was this like, did he see some like archaic truth back there? Because like, again, yeah, the Emperor is not able to shield himself, you know, he's not able to, you know, he doesn't have the power to do any of this anymore after so long. And it's, yeah, I could see that being some uncanny valley shit for Guilliman there, you know, that would be pretty radical. Oh.
Tone to his Primarchs for the most part, so a stern expression likely denotes considerable irritation on behalf of the Emperor, that he potentially let his guard down for that brief moment when he thought no one was around. He's probably more annoyed with himself than anything else, and he didn't imagine that a gestating Primarch in a pod would recall that memory. The bigger question, of course, is, why would the Emperor care? A point of pride, or something more vague and fundamentally troubling? The point I'm coming to here is, of course, one that we already know, that it is very difficult to trust even the details we think we know when it comes to 40k. Like I said earlier, just how powerful are STCs? We know what they are told to be capable of, and we know some instances where we've seen what they're capable of. But if that were the case, as I've explained before, should colonists have been able to very easily endure anything? including the Age of Strife.
Yeah.
Theoretically, it would seem so, and
You would
some
think.
did, of course, but I think it leans towards suggesting that whilst STCs were very powerful, it may well be, for example, that when humanity still had also AI and potentially other advanced forms of artificial human life, they were considerably more effective then, which leads to other questions like, can AI in fact still be used safely? And it's just scaremongering. Is this part of the Emperor's grand plan to...
I think a lot of colonies too, like, and this is just my, like, maybe headcanon, could make sense, right? When you're talking about, like, the age of colonization in space, right? Some of these colony ships could have potentially left Earth at different times, right? Throughout, you know, centuries, right? So obviously as STCs maybe get better or, you know, get upgraded, or maybe the switch from just conventional ships to, or conventional technology to proper STC systems, perhaps that leap alone, that shows like the worlds that would survive versus the ones that would eventually die, right? These worlds could have been settled potentially decades to hundreds of years, or 100 years, roughly hundreds of years, potentially, you know, longer. Over that course of time, technology is obviously going to improve. It's going to expand. It's going to get better. And then these different worlds are working at essentially different tech levels, you know. That's not to say it wouldn't get standardized, but like their infrastructure, basically like the entire core fundamental process of that planet, it's probably going to be drastically affected by the technology that they have to colonize that planet at that time. That's just like my headcanon. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, let's continue.
It'll be used safely, and it's just scaremongering. Is this part of the Emperor's grand plan to minimize the use of AI to make other things like psychers and so forth necessary? This is something that is always taken as a given, that AI are fundamentally bad, that they can be potentially corrupted by chaos, and this is what caused the downfall of humanity. But even that is a very fragmented history, and I'll probably talk about this again later on, because nobody really knows what happened. No one can say for sure that the Emperor never had a hand in what played out during that time either. We don't know, so we just can't say either way.
That's
see
true.
Again, that ancient AI and machine spirits are far more powerful than humanity in M41, and often when weaponry from the Dark Age of technology is deployed, it's only able to do so with the use of ancient AI systems, which altogether leads to a point of thinking, how much truth was there in all the Emperor laid out before those who were closest to him? It all comes down to perspective. For the Emperor, many of the things that it is considered he didn't do, from his perspective, already existed, like knowledge of the warp and its dangers. But it begs the question, would the doom of humanity be a certainty without the Emperor? Or would it survive, just not in his vision for it? Did humanity have to be forcibly subjugated during the Unification and Crusade? What if the Mechanicus, for example, had instead become the ultimate authority?
Yeah.
That's not really reality I want to think about, but nonetheless.
Yeah.
Perhaps most of all, what if some colonies
I fucking shiver to think of that.
Perhaps of the Golden Age had an opportunity to grow and strengthen, perhaps with the use of AI systems to empower themselves to a level as seen during the Dark Age of technology once again? These are the questions that do very often keep me musing late into the night and the morning.
Imperial Gothic.
Now, just before we get deeper in, I thought a relevant aside to note, and you can stop hyperventilating, I'm not going to speak about canonicity and how it's not a thing in 40k again, although if I were, it would actually fit very well right here, but no. What I want to speak to is how, generally speaking, the lore as it comes to us mostly from the perspective of humanity, and by humanity we should read Imperium, is the default for 40k. And often even Xenos material is slanted or interconnected with some human issues. And yes, this was a small side note that has spiraled into a whole section. It's a regular problem for me. From an outside perspective, and I think especially for those newly entering the 40k verse, who were perhaps wanting to be more objective or gain an overall picture, this imperial slant on things is sometimes also not very obvious, and other times very wildly obvious, but either way, it can be problematic and it can be confusing. And not least because the Imperium has become such a nightmarish dystopian human soul grinder fed on a daily diet of authorized propaganda, that things have reached really a point of absurdity, which is of course one of the beautiful things about 40k, its satirical take on the absurdity of ideological extremes. Also, just a small aside, while so many people often get into this whole topic about the satire of 40k. There are definitely aspects of 40k that are very satirical, and there are definitely aspects of it that are more serious. At different times throughout the history of 40k as a narrative verse, those things have either come forward more strongly or less, but it is definitely an aspect of it. So anyway, by M41, the Imperium has become so effective at the obfuscation of the truth of things that this can quite regularly become actually counterproductive for them, even destabilizing to the regular operation of the Imperium. Internal wars and conflicts have begun because of this. Throughout history, there are many examples of this as well, especially during totalitarian regimes where people in positions of authority were perhaps too scared to tell the truth or were actively crushed by those above them, concerned about how any new information could reflect on them. And ultimately, the point is incorrect information leading to inefficiency or poor decisions which would later have severe consequences elsewhere. Or, to use another example, the part in Futurama, Fear of Bot Planet, where the robots have been fear-mongering about humans for so long that the unelected council of robot elders forget if humans can actually breathe fire, or they just made it up.
And I'll breathe fire on you.
Can they really breathe fire, or did we make that up?
Gee, I can't remember anymore.
There are plenty of obviously far better, more serious examples adjacent to 40k, and
yeah, that's so true too, because it's like, is everything blown out of proportion? Like, again, when you take stuff to the extreme and they just keep adding to it and adding to it and adding to it, and after 10,000 years you look at the religion of the Imperium and it's like, holy shit, like what kind of backwards fucking like backwater shit is this, you know? Like, because it really is like especially when you look at like the Mechanicus and stuff, the cult of Mechanicus, it really is like some backwards shit that they have going on there. It's not something that you would expect in a very like far future where they get so like estranged in propaganda, their own propaganda, that they believe it. Like they're drinking their own Kool-Aid, you know, to an extent. Like that's what it is, right? It's not even like there's like a religious head like lying to the people. It's like that religious head is fully fucking down the rabbit hole himself, you know what I'm saying? And obviously the Emperor tried to put a stop to that, but not in an effective way in my mind. Really not in an effective way, because like you have to know what's gonna happen. Like, you know what I mean? You have to foresee, like if you just disappear like that after doing some insanely like champion level shit, like killing Horus at the peak of the heresy, you know, during the Siege of Terra, yeah, that's some angelic shit, man. Like that's some divine shit. And then you ascend the throne, no one sees you again because you're supposedly giving your life for humanity. Of course, people are going to like put divinity to your name. Like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. How can you not foresee that happening? I don't know. It's like, goddamn.
There are plenty of obviously far better, more serious examples adjacent to 40k and its Imperium, of course. The most obvious being something like 1984, which is often relatively comparable to, say, citizens of Imperial Hive cities. In 1984, you have citizens who are similarly devolved in the state of their learning, where they have lost the ability not only to critique or question the information given, but even to articulate ideas that are contrary to the established order of things, because all information is being controlled and fed from the ruling totalitarian state. Which I think, even if not a perfect comparison, still remains quite applicable to the Imperium. Not to mention the many other comparisons that could be made along the lines of its commentary about nationalism and obsessive sense of loyalty to individuals, the rewriting of history to suit the preferences of the state, censorship, surveillance, the persecution of those who do not conform, and most obviously the concept of perpetual war as a means of control. But most interestingly, within its two languages of High and Low Gothic, Imperial Gothic. It's this concept of societal language deterioration and division between workers and the elite, either naturally or forcibly. In 1984, the citizenry used so-called Newspeak, the controlled language of simplified grammar and restricted vocabulary. And this is by design intended to limit the individual's ability to think critically or articulate subversive concepts, even to express personal identity and free will, which is of course the most...
I will say I've never read 1984. I know I probably should. I've heard very, very good things about it. I've heard a lot of the concepts explained before. I think it's really cool that Luton is using 1984 to kind of explain like his thoughts here and the purpose. I think that's really cool.
Concepts.
I'm always willing to learn more about it.
Identity and free will, which is of course the most interesting concept within that story. The idea of a state reaching a point of such total control of the populace that language has become oppressively simplified that it can even inhibit their ability to express free thought, let alone insurgent activities against authority. And there are of course a significant amount of quotes I would like to interject here, but I will resist the temptation because it will just go off on an even wilder tangent. But similarly to the Imperium, I've often seen the same questions arise about could such a reality ever truly happen, given the fact that humans are not just mindless drones. And in saying this though, it always seems to be more of a question of at what point will humans be triggered into resistance than if it could happen at all. And there are a huge variety of modifiers there, and we see this even now in the current times. Very often, it's only when things become so very extreme that people feel they have nothing to lose, but that even then this can be quite the sliding scale, especially depending on the culture or what information people have available to them. The shape of their reality is being dictated by the authority, and similarly in 1984 in the Imperium, citizens generally speaking only know the reality being told to them by the authorities.
True.
Across many civilizations and nations in human history, we can see how the state of control and oppression on a populace may be seen as extreme externally, but internally, the populace were either seemingly content with it or more likely unable to realistically do much about it no matter how unhappy they were, or just unwilling to risk everything, until it reached an extreme point of personal collapse or broader conditions that would precipitate a societal structural implosion.
And we see that in modern society nowadays, I will say.
And understand when we're thinking in 40
certain nations
why more worlds do not rebel against the authority of the Imperium and its suffocating brutality, unless, for example, it's a top-down rebellion led against the Imperium, where we see a governor or military officials deciding to declare independence, as with, say, Krieger or Rofanon. Worker rebellions are far more easily crushed by security forces in the Imperium, and hive cities so big and self-contained that entire sectors could be destroyed without others really understanding what's happening. But returning to this point about the language, in 40k we have High and Low Gothic, Imperial Gothic, and the latter exists as this everyday language used by civilized worlds within the Imperium. But unlike 1984, this is not necessarily a repressive, limited language by design.
No.
Citizens are still very evidently capable of rising up against the status quo, even if this has limited, if any, real success. The point is, they're capable of understanding the concept of inequality and a sense of independent thought. So much so this is why you see cults and bizarre, problematic things occurring on hive cities. Human language across the galaxy of M41 can actually be quite confusing, as we might well imagine.
Yeah.
We have so many planets spread all throughout.
Culture is a mess.
We emerged out of ancient human colonies who wanted to...
Even like thinking about like, to put that simply, basically, just think of like the Primarchs and how many different cultures on different worlds, planets, moons, that the Primarchs even landed on, and just how they had to adapt in a sense to those environments that they were placed in. Like, culture really can change a person, change the way somebody views the world, change their opinions on things. And I think that's obviously the Primarchs are by design the way that they kind of are, but to say that the culture of the planet that they landed on didn't affect them in any way is insane. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Sanguinius would be how he is if he didn't land where he did. I don't think Lorgar would be the way he is if he didn't land where he did, like, at least not to the extent, that's what I'm saying.
Planets spread all throughout the galaxy who emerged out of ancient human colonies who wanted to develop and establish their own cultural identities. Then later these rose or devolved into feudal, feral and industrial worlds that were isolated for millennia. Some may have developed their own languages derived from Gothic or even ancient Earth tongues which remained adjacent to the core primary spoken language. This was said to have been common in the dark age of technology, where colonists wished to develop their own identities and may have revived ancient languages to help in defining themselves. It's worth noting that generally speaking, human language tends to exist to serve a need, and it's often very difficult to maintain a language that has failed to serve a purpose. Of course, the definition of serving a purpose is quite a broad and subjective thing. Many would consider the cultural importance of maintaining a language rising above practical considerations. Others may see it the opposite way. Within the Imperium, High Gothic is a much older and more sacred language. It's used in the naming of devices, departments, the general structure of the Imperium. It's also seen to be used in technical rituals and when ancient works are being recorded. And this was the advanced language said to have been developed during the Dark Age of technology. High Gothic is used really only by the elite in the period of M41 and was likely the primary spoken language in the ancient time of humanity's golden age, although why this language came to be so is never really described to us. And there's a lot more to be said about this, both in comparative commentary and speculation, but really, when it comes to the languages of the Imperium and humanity's past, the key point here is that High Gothic remains largely unintelligible for most Imperial citizens.
Really?
It remains the
Okay.
language of important adepts, elite nobles, navigators, rogue traders, mechanicus, high-ranking Imperials, and of course, members of the Inquisition. Very obviously, the mechanicus speak in their own machine language as well.
Yeah.
And in doing so, this all creates
Look
the
at that,
separation
fuck.
of the elite and the common, those with power and those without, or more bluntly, those who must be controlled. Adjacent, it's interesting how these two languages are collectively known as Imperial Gothic, which is of course a not very subtle reference to actual Imperial Gothic, a term applied most often to late 19th century fiction which adapts elements from Gothic novels, such as a forbidding, gloomy atmosphere, brutal, tyrannical figures, spectacular forms of violence or punishment, and the presence of the occult and the supernatural. Which, interestingly enough, I was actually speaking about this morning in regard to The King in Yellow, the book, not the figure in 40k. Interesting though to have that reference of Imperial Gothic.
Not heard of the book before.
Languages and separation.
Somebody let me know if they've read that or heard of that before. I don't know anything about it.
To be by accident. Anyway, the point overall is that something we do know about the Imperium is that we can barely trust much of anything. Their blurring and obscuring of history is so widespread and commonplace that it's really difficult to trust anything on record. So much so that now this is actually something they have been attempting to repair and mitigate over time, even more so with the return of Lord Commander Guilliman. But even then, they have only really had partial success. Such are the established forces working within the Imperium, such as the very specific elements of the Inquisition, whose entire role is to just continually obfuscate, deceive, and muddy the waters.
Yeah. Interesting. I didn't expect an entire segment there about the languages and the art of deception within the Imperium, but that's very fitting, I think. Abandon him. Like, it does serve to the point of the video, the title, that's for sure. Like, all these things are building and building, and I think it's gonna paint the Emperor in a really, really grim picture here by the end of it, man. I don't know. Let's continue. Enduring questions. Chapter 23.
As I noted earlier, there remain many enduring questions about the Emperor. What is he? His origins, his ultimate intentions? Was he running some master plan to become a god, or was he just winging it all the way and hoping that somehow everything would work out? Or something in between? I think, like I said in episode 4 of the Emperor, was he just basically going along with a singular plan and papering over the cracks where he could?
Yeah.
Questions about
it does definitely seem like it wasn't entirely planned.
Or was this yet more misdirection through the manipulation of others, and to what end? Unclear. But to be clear, there's no evidence at all that really points to this. It's just speculation. There's nothing which necessarily points to the fact that he originated just from the Dark Age of technology. But it's always strange to me how the Dark Age of technology and its collapse has so little information and records kept. Was this very intentional? Did the Emperor have a hand in this? Or was it just such a catastrophic civilization collapse that truly little, if anything, remained during the destructive grinding gauntlet of the Age of Strife? But these kind of what-ifs can really be as long as you want them to. A favourite one would be something along the lines of, as I said, is the Emperor a golden man from the Dark Age of technology, who was, by design, created as an ultimate being? Was he the only golden man ever created? Could he be something like an ultimate AI, I've seen people suggest? Or whatever it is, his entire being was created to safeguard humanity.
That's an interesting theory.
And that's why he was pushing toward this safety of entering the webway and attempting to defeat chaos by any means, seemingly with little regard for the collateral human damage along the way. It's all a pretty out there concept, but really anything is possible in the verse of 40k.
It's true.
There's this sense that the Emperor knew what he was doing.
That's a very, very interesting theory. I never thought of that one.
And so it helps give weight to this perspective that the Emperor is infallible. Except this is at the very least... That's not
true.
Infallibility largely hinges on how you view or interpret the end of the heresy, the complex issues that Malcador has raised around how much he intended for the war among the Space Marines themselves to occur. There's still much to learn there, of course, and we haven't completed really the full narrative from the Siege of Terror. While there are many, one of the biggest unanswered questions remains, why was he so desperate to get things done quickly? And that can be very simple or more complex. But this one fact is something that forces a considerable amount of serious problems to occur in the stability of humanity's reunification during the Crusade, not least the damage to the Hastatis, but also the damage caused to human civilizations, which could have been avoided, including potentially valuable tech they had held and maintained since the Dark Age of Technology. And you see this being discussed right in the beginning of the Heresy series, where Horus is trying his best not to cause massive damage to some of the more advanced civilizations they encounter, but some of his core Astartes that are around him are telling him, the hell with this, Horus, let's just smash them and move on. It's often explained away that the Emperor was just in a rush to complete his goals because of whatever ticking clock he had started from his deal with the beings in the warp. But this pretty vague and simplistic explanation has always really bothered me for the longest time, because it surely cannot be as simple as a furious impatience to push humanity forward to a point where it cannot destroy itself. And he appears to start down this road very early on when he is speaking with Perpetuals in humanity's ancient past. He has this vision of what he, as one of the most powerful Perpetuals, needs to do to make things happen, and is hell-bent on making this occur by any means necessary. Except it somehow takes him thousands of years before he even really begins to do much of anything.
True.
Why? I guess
yeah.
Either because
that's exactly what I was saying.
The end point for humanity without him, or that he simply wants to force his will and evolve humanity more quickly, both of which require him to bide his time and wait until things are ready before he can move forward.
Yeah.
This reason has again always troubled me. It feels like the Emperor did not want to attempt to convince humanity during its golden age, when they were supposedly at their most rational, how to avoid catastrophe. Now perhaps that's because, again, we come back to dangerous topics like time and so on. Maybe the possibility of saving humanity during the Golden Age and its collapse were not in play. On the other hand, maybe the Emperor knew that he could not exert his will in the same way during this height of human technological evolution as he could when it had collapsed to a point of barely being able to stay functional, having regressed to some cyberpunk apocalypse, whereby he would far more readily be able to convince others to follow him on an immense crusade to reunite the galaxy, under his banner of course.
Yeah, and again, he's the most technologically advanced at that point too. Nobody can fucking compete with him. That's the problem, right? Versus in, you know, the Golden Age of tech, or the Dark Age, I should say. It's just like, potentially he could be stopped, you know, like human technology at that point is fantastic. It's superb and it's everywhere. And in modern 40K, we see it and it fucking slaps. It kills everything that's around it, you know. It's some of the best equipment that the Imperium can field is stuff from that time period, you know, knights, you know, the whole shebang. So yeah, like it would be way harder for him to exert any sort of his will at that point in time. But then it goes to show, like, is he just a tyrant? He doesn't care about humanity then, does he? Like, maybe he does, but like it's his humanity or the highway, you know? So it's one of those things, you know?
To follow him on an immense crusade to reunite the galaxy, under his banner of course, and destroy those who did not share his vision. But it's always struck me that this decision here is the critical thing, because either the Emperor was waiting for a window of opportunity when he could seize power over all humanity, or he genuinely was there to save it in its darkest hour. So this idea of him being humanity's saviour is a strange one to me, because he apparently had attempted to meddle in human history in the past and failed. So this is again the prospect, did he set somehow in motion the events of the Dark Age of Technology collapse, to ensure humanity would be sufficiently weakened that he could finally seize control of it fully? And
maybe.
So, was this truly to save humanity, or was it to serve the Emperor, empowering him into a position whereby he could become a true eternal warp god, the god of humanity, its ultimate protector? And there are so many individual threads to continually pull at when it comes to the Emperor. Did he intend for the Space Marines to collapse into this massive war of self-destruction at the end of the Crusade, whereby the victors would have proved themselves strong enough to join him for eternity? Or did he simply want them to thin out their own numbers so that it was then going to be more practical for he and the Custodes to destroy them as they had done with the Thunder Warriors? That idea for me is also complicated by the fact that after the war in the Webway, the Custodes were said to have only been about 1,000 strong. But even if they were at their supposed 10,000 default strength, the perfect killing machines for Astartes, it's hard to imagine them being able to take on hundreds of thousands of Space Marines and all their material hardware. But I suppose that, arguably combined with the Emperor himself, maybe it somehow would have been possible.
Well, yeah.
The many questions, though, about the Emperor and his intentions...
Again, we see the Emperor just, like, bring an entire legion to his knees like that with his head, right? So it's, like, with nothing other than his mind. So, I mean, I think him with the complementary force of Custodes, yeah, absolutely, they could take on legions. I don't know how many at a time, but they could probably take on a legion easily with not that many... supporting elements. Really all you'd need is your fleet elements above you, which they potentially could have with the Mechanicus still, and yeah, I could see the Emperor easily winning. Like, wouldn't be much of a challenge, I don't think, for him.
Maybe it somehow would have been possible.
Again, he doesn't seem very human, you know, not to me.
His intentions make the entire picture endlessly complex, especially in regard to his ultimate intentions, which is why it's such an enduring and interesting topic to consider. There are so many references to servants of the Emperor, Custodes, Sisters of Silence, human administrators, bureaucrats, even ordinary humans, who are fully on board with the Emperor, his vision, his complete confidence and powerful presence. Yet very often, at a specific moment, they suddenly feel a sting of doubt. This is a recurring event in many 40k novels, where these individual humans hear that small voice in the mind of all that says, wait, is this right?
Really?
One of my favourites that I've mentioned, of course, is the Sisters of Silence loading the Psychers into the Golden Throne pods for the first time and realising in her horror that they will be murdering millions, if not billions of human Psychers forevermore. She even refers to them as being innocent, some sense of morality which the Emperor seems totally devoid of.
Interesting.
Somehow, she's even more confused that everyone else is just fine with this, because it's all in service to his wishes, so it automatically must be fine. These wavering doubts are, like I say...
Interesting. That's a heretical thought you just had there.
Sub-element.
Sounds like you're doubting.
In which the Emperor creates this sense of inevitability, that things must happen how he says. And this unquestioning service of the Emperor is for me one of the most disturbing things, one of the aspects of him that continues to make me question if he truly had humanity's best intentions at heart at all. Because if he did,
interesting.
What then? Or even if he did,
what then?
Gone horribly wrong, where would that leave humanity in M41? So what if instead of the Emperor, there was another way? Even if the Emperor did emerge, what if some aspects of humanity had already found a way forward before he was able to unleash his reign of brutality upon the lost colonies of humanity that had survived through the darkness, the gauntlet of the Age of Strife?
Viable alternatives.
So there always exists the question, what other options are there? And then in fact, would any of them be at all viable? Most of these are obviously extremely speculative, and you're really answering as much to
nice
how
M4.
Would humanity survive without some structural aspects of the Imperium that were enabled by the Emperor, just as much as could they defend against the nightmarish alien entities that threaten all of humanity. There's also the possibility to consider alliances and how such an outlook would not be possible within the Imperium, but that if it were, this could considerably reshape things. My primary thoughts when it comes to alternatives are, could the Imperium, for whatever reason, simply choose to abandon...
It's a cool lion, what the hell?
Quite a stretch, but I would consider it nonetheless. What if the Emperor acted more like other Perpetuals and simply continued attempting to guide humanity in the right direction? How might things look then? And finally, what if an advanced Dark Age of technology civilization had survived or was discovered, both during the Crusade, as actually occurred, or in the contemporary Imperium?
Abandon the Emperor, Part 24.
So, would it be at all possible for humanity to in fact abandon the Emperor in M41? I think we should be fairly straightforward and objective about this. The answer is probably no.
Yeah.
Both for ideological and practical reasons. But there are...
I think personally the Emperor is just far too ingrained in the culture of humanity at this point. He's just far too in it, you know, like you can't have the Imperium at this point with how rooted the culture of the Emperor for the Emperor is in the Imperium, so you can't get rid of him. Like, you know what I mean? I think it's far too entrenched. Unless like someone like Guilliman was maybe to take his place in a sense, maybe. But to get rid of like that figurehead ideology, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't like I think if it did happen, I think the Imperium at large would be split into another civil war. That seems likely to me.
Probably no. Both for ideological and practical reasons. But there are some specific scenarios on the periphery of things. Disconnecting humanity from the Emperor and the Imperium in M41 would be a very traumatic and likely very costly process that would probably risk human extinction. Not because humanity could not survive in some form without the Emperor, but because the conflicts that would arise from attempting to do this would surely cause such damage that the ever-present threats facing humanity would move in for the kill soon after. I think had there been alternative options far earlier, it may have been more possible, in the sense that had humanity not embarked on its ever more backward-looking focus of spiritual worship of the Emperor in the aftermath of the heresy, which has now steadily transformed humanity into this zealous cult by M41, it's possible they could have retained some of the more positive, rational outlooks the Emperor had espoused, and that would have been a far different Imperium. Still a brutal autocracy, but nonetheless slightly more positive than as things stand. Perhaps it would have appeared more along the lines of a region like Ultramar, which has by degrees more freedom, more quality of life for its human citizens, and indeed more value placed upon human life than in other areas of the galaxy which are truly horrifying.
True.
Being treated, let's be real, little better than cattle to be fed to the slaughter.
Oh, absolutely.
For the greater Imperium. But even Rabute Guilliman has understood that to try
Secundus for life, am I right, boys?
Throws off the shackles of the Imperial cult is simply not a feasible goal to entertain in M41. It would almost certainly set humanity on a dark spiral of civil war once again.
Yeah,
and this
absolutely.
time it may not survive.
No.
So the Lord Commander of the Imperium has had the good sense to leave well enough alone, because after all, he is Rabute Guilliman, and so instead chooses merely to tolerate the spiritual aspects of human culture in M41. Although even Guilliman has had doubts, it seems, as to the Emperor's divinity of late. Incidentally, I do recommend the Dawn of Fire series. It's been far better than I would have expected, and continues to be ever more interesting. I think the narrative for the contemporary Imperium
Dawn of Fire
will only grow stronger in the coming years. So, however you want to cut it, the Emperor would still have been worshipped to a degree. Because even if you remove the religious cult-like aspect of it, the Emperor's Hastatis, such as they were in the aftermath of the heresy, would still have continued his mandate and pushed forward with his vision. But because of the damage to the Golden Throne, this left humanity with really no path forward, coupled with the fact that the Emperor had never really shared in any great detail the specifics of his grand vision, although of course fragments of it were known by many trusted individuals, likely his custodies. The inability, though, of humanity to have any real direction...
Only fragments, though.
Heresy is, of course, why things spiraled into stagnation. Without the Emperor, and without the ability to really constructively develop advanced technology once again, meant that things inevitably stagnated across 10,000 years of decay and the grinding attrition of cultural entropy.
Well, and I think the thing is, too, is like the Emperor at this point, too, made himself the figurehead. He's the one that ultimately made every decision for the Empire, for the Imperium at large. So with him gone, who's number two? If none of the Primarchs are willing to step up, or if they also succumb, what then? Like the High Lords of Terra? Fuck, you see how that goes, you know what I mean? Like, he's ultimately the one with the grand vision. It's his plan, and without him, it's just kind of like, well, shit, dog, what do we do now? Like, we keep it running, but like, barely, you know, that's really the best they can do. And it's not hard to see why he didn't say his intentions really to anyone in full. Probably Malkador, if I had to assume. I think him and Malkador were pretty tight, but even Malkador, I don't think he told the full thing to you, you know. As bad as I is to say, I don't believe he did, but let's keep watching here.
Across 10,000 years of decay and the grinding attrition of cultural entropy. Even if things had held together in a more progressive and technologically open-minded perspective that saw a generally less oppressive lifestyle for the citizenry, this wouldn't be a million miles away from some areas of the Imperium in M41 now. But then you would still have the Mechanicus pushing their own religion, who did view the Emperor as at least something of a god. They see the Emperor as the physical manifestation of their machine.
Avatar, quote
They see
unquote.
the Emperor as the Omnisire. And the Mechanicus would very likely not be especially happy with any non-STC related technological experimentations or advancements. Although it has to be said, the Mechanicus are very often not happy about things, but they seem to not really do too much about it, looking at Belisarius' Call. Then of course you have also the Warp. Things were different for the humans of the Dark Age of technology, and while of course again information is sparse, it's generally presumed that up until the Eldar really started stirring things up in the Warp of this age was a far calmer realm, meaning it did not require an immense psychic lighthouse on Terra to enable travel throughout the galaxy. It still would have been dangerous, it still would have required Geller fields, but it was easier to travel through. It's largely presumed as well that the navigators originated out of the Dark Age of technology, as they are humans who appeared to have been genetically mutated for whatever reason, be it artificially or just naturally. But instead of being persecuted as they would be in the Imperium if they were to emerge as mutants randomly now, in the Dark Age of technology they were retained for their abilities, and so were able to become this vessel by which they guide ships through the warp, which sort of ironically has become essential for the Imperium. Likely the navigators, their process would have looked very different than it does in M41. It's unknown, for example, if they would have required, say, an astropathic choir, or if a navigator would have simply worked perhaps in unison with the ship's AI, because just how space travel functioned specifically during humanity's golden age is largely unknown, but presumably was quite different than it is in the Imperium. What we do know, though, is that in M41, without the Astronomicon, warp travel becomes, we shouldn't say impossible, but extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
Short travel would be all that were possible, and even that would carry very high risk, much as is seen now in the Dark Imperium, on the side of the Great Rift where the light of the Astronomicon cannot be seen. In the days of the Great Crusade, the Astronomicon was powered by the Emperor's own psychic power directly. Without the light of the Astronomicon to guide ships through the warp, the Imperial armies would not have been able to even launch the Great Crusade. And the reason I mention all this is because these are the fundamental aspects of the Emperor, why he is and was such an intrinsic aspect of human civilization from M30 onward. Beyond that, in a very broad sense, humanity has remained constrained.
He is the reason they were able to do it, but at what cost?
Emperor, in both just direct loyalty and spiritual worship, along with the various practical...
Like, look at this motherfucker. I'm not a god, though.
So how could humanity break from this? Many
Crazy.
have tried and failed, usually though because they have faced the absolute onslaught, the barrage of military power sent by the Imperium, which is just far too severe to stand alone against.
No.
I think only a galactic empire like the Imperium could do so casually to wield and crush any who dare rise against it. Yet as I always enjoy to remind, for as unbreakable as the Imperium appears, there are several things that go against it. Firstly, there are many elements of its operations that are significantly weakened by its own dysfunction, as we've discussed earlier.
Oh yeah.
It tends to take a
the guard in general, like, they win through numbers, but god if they're not strategically incompetent at times, tactically incompetent at others. And the measures they go to keep discipline on the field, obviously we see some of those, and even that can be pretty barbaric, you know, and can even the actions that we see some commissars take actively could sabotage an operation taking place, but they'll do it because, like, you know, again, like, you can't fucking you can't show any leniency in this empire, you know what I mean? You can't do it. So you know, they actively work against themselves, biggest of all, I would say, personally.
Can be weakened by its own dysfunction, as we've discussed earlier. It tends to take a sledgehammer approach to most things, because this is the simplest, easiest, and most capable approach that it tends to use within the limitations of its own bureaucracy, which is often also working against itself. But because of its regressive turn towards spirituality, it's arguable that it's this which has made it most difficult for humanity to ever really entertain a reality without the Emperor, because the threat and the fear of chaos is very real, and it's something that a poorly educated mass citizenry governed by power-hungry governors and nobles are in fact very susceptible to. And so the Imperium has to expend actually fairly significant resources on continually countering these threats. Still, there are those who have broken away from the Emperor and who have allied with Xenos. For example, there are the human worlds which have become part of the Tau Empire, or I should say really rumoured to have become part of the Tau Empire. And so technically they have managed to break away from humanity and have made new lives for themselves outside the Imperium.
What does that look like, though?
That the Tau in fact represent one of the only possible exit strategies for those wishing to break from the Imperium, because likely any attempt to do so internally is going to be fraught with danger, so much so that it would be almost insurmountable, not least the things we've already mentioned,
yeah.
but also those who just hate any mere suggestion of anything other than completely unswerving loyalty to the Emperor, because strangely 10,000 years of extreme indoctrination will do that to a culture.
Couldn't imagine.
As we might like to consider it, the possibility of any of the Hastatis, any of the Custodes, any of the significant leaders like a Primarch turning away from the Emperor and deciding that their own plan was better and that they should just separate away is just somewhat unrealistic.
Yeah.
I suppose there is a question to be had about Guilliman and his Imperium too, but I think realistically that was very obviously supposed to be a backup plan.
Yeah.
Eventuality that the heresy really...
That was purely the case of like Guilliman was like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. The Emperor, you know, we can't communicate with Terra. We don't know what's happening with the Imperium at large. I know what's happening in my empire. We're just going to like keep this together and go support Terra when we can. And the instant he found out that that shit was still going on, like that Terra was fine at that point, that the Emperor was still alive, he shut that shit down immediately. He wasn't trying to revolt. He was just purely trying to like keep humanity going in a time when there was mass confusion. He had no fucking clue what was going on. I don't blame Guilliman for that at all. That was completely the right call what he did.
To be a backup plan in the eventuality that the heresy really devolved and collapsed into a worst case scenario, and it's why it's been very hushed up. It's just not realistic to consider that any of these figures would really decide we're going to start a new human empire, which is without the Emperor. But the stagnated Maya and the threat of corruption from the warp in the Imperium may not be such a painful point of contention within a more advanced society. The Tau, again, for example, do not have to expend mass resources on ensuring their entire society doesn't implode due to power-mad corruption from the warp or otherwise, and admittedly, this is largely due to their lack of psychers, but they also appear to have a more educated and well-balanced society, plus it's a civilization that leans heavily on its technology, instead of viewing advancement and experimentation fearfully, which
fucking
is
Tau L.
to its benefit. So not entirely unlike some of the civilizations which did survive out of the Golden Age, the Dark Age of Tau.
I will say, man, again, I do like think the aesthetic of the Tau are cool, but they just don't, and we've talked about this before as like a community, I want to say, in a sense. They just don't really fit that well into 40k. You know what I'm saying? Like the aesthetic is cool. They look decent. I wouldn't mind seeing them in maybe another sci-fi environment. I just don't know how well they work in 40k. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't think so though. Is what I'm gonna say. I think that's a pretty commonly like held opinion. I don't know. I hear a lot of like shit about them on the tabletop too. A lot of people unhappy with them. Tau used to be like the most broken faction when they I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about the Tau. It's not going to be a lot of good to say, let's say.
Technology, which I think goes to show that the Tau is an example of a society which can exist in the galaxy regardless of the threats that it's facing, and so some of the surviving civilizations from that period, the human civilizations, also are capable. Because whilst the Tau's territorial growth has been slow due to their inability to so easily traverse the galaxy, their far slower rate of societal expansion, they have at least
more stable
held on to what they have,
yeah,
which for an emerging civilization in the galaxy of M41 is no small thing. So what if an advanced, surviving civilization of humanity had attempted to do the same?
What was achieved can be achieved
Although the
again.
Imperium
Chapter
and humanity
25.
have, so it's said, 1 million worlds. This is actually quite a modest number in the grand scale of the galaxy. And so it's at least plausible that somewhere out there remains a pocket empire that has somehow managed to evade detection from the Imperium. Perhaps they were locked away by warp storms, or retained some Zenith-level technology from the Golden Age. Perhaps they just were in an uncharted area, or were discovered and then records were lost. This is the case, in fact, for many Imperial worlds even now, who were reunited during the Crusade, but through bureaucratic errors lost to time, and now have spent as much as 10,000 years developing entirely adjacent to the Imperium itself. Such a planet may have mythology about Terra, the Great Emperor, and so on. But beyond that, little will remain, and on such worlds anything really could be possible. They may not even realise there are other humans in the galaxy. They may be rediscovered in time by chance, or perhaps, if they develop strongly, may re-encounter the Imperium themselves in an attempt to expand their territory. This would, of course, unfortunately be probably not in their best interests, as inevitably the Imperium will simply reconquer and subjugate them.
Yeah.
But it demonstrates that human colonies are capable of standing on their own. Without the Imperium, facing down a significant invasion by Xenos would be another question, but it does demonstrate that, for example, the insidious forces of chaos, whilst dangerous, are not an immediate death sentence without the framework of the Imperium. The end of the Great Crusade was a chaotic time in more than just one sense, and we remember that in the later period of the Crusade how two noteworthy human civilizations were encountered, the Interrex and the Oretian technocracy. Now, other human civs that survived the Age of Strife were encountered throughout the Crusade, many of which had specific, powerful technology that had obviously survived. But most of these civilizations were far smaller than what the Imperium was becoming in this time, and many of them were far less focused upon war than was the emerging empire of Terra and the Emperor. However,
That's the thing too, like the technology the Imperium did get, it wasn't like agricultural, it wasn't like really biomedical, it wasn't fucking anything that could really help humanity at large. What was it? It was war. You know, it was war equipment. How can we conquer the galaxy? You know, how can we conquer human worlds? You know, and in a sense, yes, that is helping humanity, quote unquote, but like, fuck, you know, you know, it's not widely applicable for civilians. It's not widely applicable for people in general. Like you look at a medical procedure in the modern 40K universe, it's fucked, you know, there's no anesthesia. It's barbaric, you know, it's like 19th century surgery would honestly be better in some cases. Like, you know, that's how it is. It's just like it makes you think like, why put so much time just to warfaring? You know, unless again you knew, like, I don't know, it's so strange to me. I guess the intentions of the emperor, you know, that's what we're here to find out. But yeah, abandon him, maybe. I don't know. Like I don't have a lot of faith in the emperor. You know, I'll be honest, guys. I might be a heretic for that, but. You know, I'm here for humanity. I'm just not sure if I can side with the Emperor. I don't know.
Far less focused upon war than was the emerging empire of Terra and the Emperor. However, the Interrex and the Oretians were somewhat of the exception here. The Interrex, for example, was said to have had technology that was even more advanced than that of the Mechanicum and Imperium during this time.
Which is nuts.
They simply lacked the military strength and focus of the forces being deployed by the Emperor.
Yeah.
They also had amalgamated Xenos elements into their society, not dissimilarly to how the Tau do with the Kroot. So this is something that is noteworthy for the fact that it did not seem to impede or cause other issues to their culture, as was seemingly dictated by the very xenophobic emperor, for whom the tolerance for anything not human was basically zero.
Yeah.
Also notable for the Interrex was the fact that they were well aware of chaos, and they seemed not to be suffering negatively for it. In fact, if anything, they were actively hunting and attempting to destroy any traces of chaos corruption where they found it. Which again seems to actively run against the narrative as told by those who would espouse that the Emperor's way was the only way. Well, apparently not, because the Interrex were doing just fine, and seemingly were able to keep everything stable and together, even while having been informed by the Eldar of the dangers of chaos and the warp. So they were very well aware of the dangers, and it didn't consume and destroy their society.
No.
It's an example of alliance.
Because, like, really, why would it, you know?
Being, in fact, beneficial to humanity, which is, again, not something you would hear in the Imperium. In fact, the
can't happen. Would never work with together.
Chaos corruption that when they encountered the Imperial Crusade forces, they were very concerned at the prospect that these other humans may present themselves as having been contaminated somehow by the warp. It's why the initial discussions between Horus and the Crusade fleet and the Interrex were quite frosty, because the Interrex were very concerned about this. And they were far from a single struggling human colony either. The Interrex were said to have had as many as 30 systems under their control.
That's pretty good.
By the Imperium. And while the
That's not small.
overpowered military forces of the Emperor eventually proved too much, they had access to weaponry that was powerful enough to punch bolts of energy through Space Marine armor, and they also seemed entirely comfortable with the use of AI seen in their various drones. So far from struggling, they had been able to defend their territory against hostile Xenos forces, and some of their curious armor and technology had even confounded Horus, who had written it off as being just for show and nothing compared to the glorious armor they wore, when in actuality, it was seen to be considerably powerful.
Arguably better.
The Interrex demonstrated the exactly correct protocol upon encountering the Astartes. And then, of course, we have the Oretian technocracy. This was another advanced civilization encountered by Horus.
I guess that the Interrex, I guess they don't really have like any like tabletop presence or anything like that. It would be really cool to like see some models of like just what they had. Not to like I obviously like use on like the tabletop, but just like some designs, some models to like see like, because it sounds like they got some really cool shit going on, and this is like another human entity that seems to be thriving before the Emperor shows up, literally. Like, you know, the Emperor shows up, the Great Crusade comes to their doorstep and just completely fucking ruins them. And they were functioning completely fine. Like, again, you see it in quite a few instances. And these people knew of chaos and they weren't fraught off by it. Like, they were actually still seemingly thriving. I don't know, man. I don't know.
And the name of the civilization alone suggests a highly advanced
pretty sus
focused on technology, which indeed it was. And similarly to the Interrex, they were doing absolutely fine until the Crusade arrived.
Literally.
The Oretian technocracy was unlike anything the Astartes had faced, and was one of the most challenging campaigns encountered. For they had retained from the Dark Age of technology 2 functional STC, and these enabled the Oretians to produce both power armor similar to the Astartes as well as bolter weaponry. They were able to produce such a quantity of the material that it took 3 contingents of the Astartes legions, the sons of Horus, the World Eaters and the Emperor's children, nearly a year to finally defeat the Oretians. Now, both of these civilizations I have of course spoken to before, but in the context of today I think it demonstrates several key things. Firstly, that the Emperor's way was not necessarily the be-all and end-all. The Interrex were clearly doing fine, the Oretian technocracy had the military capability, and clearly maintaining functioning STC, holding on to them, did not automatically equate to the destruction of an advanced society. Now we'll circle back to thinking more about these two, but in our consideration of could humanity abandon the Emperor? Well, what if a civilization had survived and retained the technological advancement and forward thinking of the Interrex, but backed by the military power of Dark Age of technology capabilities? It's surely something that would be a significant issue in terms of the Imperium's modus operandi. What if, for example, the Interrex and the Oretian technocracy had allied much earlier before the Crusade arrived and had been expanding their campaign? They would have had the advancements, they would have had considerably more powerful militaries. What if they had been engaged in several Xenos wars with, say, the Orcs? It would have given them a more military footing. Given what we know, this could have been a major problematic issue for the Emperor. They may have even been able to resist the Astartes. So it begs the question, what would happen if the Imperium discovered something like this in M41? They would undoubtedly begin waging a campaign against them. But what if the unthinkable happened and, like I just said, that civilization were not the ones on the defensive, but instead they were the ones on the offensive? they actually began invading the Imperium.
That would be so cool, I'm not gonna lie.
A weakened Imperium that was fractured by the Great Rift, that stands with its forces distracted, those such as Chaos and Tyranids bearing down on them. Would it become another situation like the Tau, where the Imperium...
Because it would be like, how would the Imperium conceptualize that? Like, these other humans are non-compliant, they must be traitor forces, and these other humans are like, what the fuck? These guys are just a bunch of radical crazies. Like, you know what I mean? Like literally, like, we don't want to kill you guys, but you guys are just like outwardly xenophobic. You know what I mean? Like, we're not following your dictatorous rule. It makes no goddamn sense at all. They're just looking at it from the outside, you know? I could totally see that, you know? And it would be cool to see like a human on human conflict where like the other side is arguably better than the Imperium, you know? Because I think it would really like shake things up, because then it's like, fuck. And then Gilliman would be looking at it kind of like, you know, maybe they got points, but this is the Imperium. Like, you know what I mean? I got to fight for this, but they got some reasonable points, because like, goddamn, I could see Gilliman being real reasonable with something like that, you know? And having like a good internal conflict with that, because it's like, shit, like, you know, they're not like completely just religious crazies. I'm not a religious crazy. I think this is all kind of bullshit in my mind, you know? I could see him struggling with that really, really hard. This is a cool concept that Luton has brought up here.
And Tyranids bearing down on them. Would it become another situation like the Tau, where the Imperium sees the threat but cannot commit the time and the resources to properly deal with the issue in the current time, because they have far bigger problems to contend with? Which makes me think then further along to a possibility of, so what if a human civilization began expanding their territory, not necessarily conquering as such, but actually not dissimilarly to the Crusade, amalgamating human worlds, who when shown the alternatives happen to realise, wait a minute, these guys over here seem to actually have a pretty good thing going on. Of course, for some worlds this would be entirely unthinkable, and they would rather incinerate their own planet than commit heresy in the eyes of the Emperor.
Yeah.
But for others, I think it's more of an open question, honestly. The point to really underscore is that there are civilizations who have stood on their own, more than capable of dealing with some of the major threats and problems that exist without some of the technological solutions that the Imperium has, and civilizations who do not descend into horrifying myth worship and weird cults of excess that inevitably lead to the dark paths of chaos worship, and there were many of those advanced civs that were crushed in the Crusade. So we know humanity can stand without the Emperor. It creates problems of its own, admittedly, but the important thing is, it is feasible, and as the Interexoneration demonstrated, much of the celebration, the glory that is told to us about the Hastatis, the Ultimate Warriors, as I said in the beginning, it's not necessarily as clear-cut as it may appear to be.
No, it's definitely not.
Civs had weapons and armor that were comparable to the Hastatis. They didn't need bizarre half-human machine tech priests worshipping to have this available to them either. The Emperor may have been a genius, but if he was so all-powerful, he wouldn't have required all the gene rights, the techs, and those who aided him in the development of the Hastatis and hardware required for his grand vision. I mean,
True.
Obviously, he needed people to help him build the stuff, but I'm meaning more in terms of design and research and so forth. Whatever humanity has created before, it can create again. We have that spark in us. It's what makes humanity so successful and enduring and able to survive in the age of M41. We have the potential, which is why in some respects having the Emperor step in and say you're no longer qualified to make decisions for yourself is somewhat grating and does leave this feeling of it all being quite suspect.
Yeah,
Again,
exactly.
look at figures like the Votan now, quite capable of surviving, have other methods for travelling around the galaxy. Now, whilst if we were talking about a speculative human civilization, there would then also of course remain the Xenos threats, which would be another major obstacle to overcome. Yet, as has been demonstrated, there could be potential alliances to make. The power of humanity, when paired with the Tau, has been demonstrated and was capable of overcoming the terrifying forces of a Tyranid hive fleet. Was repelled in late M41 by a temporarily allied force of Cadian and Tau warriors. Humans in the Eldar
That actually sounds kind of
have
cool.
also in the past been able to successfully ally even for a short time. So I think it's certainly feasible.
But they're not
consider.
permanent alliances. Like, that's the thing. The modern Imperium does not believe in diplomacy with Xenos. It just does not. Even when those Xenos might not be terrible, that is an unconceivable thought in the Imperium. That the alien could be good, that it could have intentions that aren't to backstab and manipulate and eat you when you're asleep. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not a thing that the modern Imperium even can conceive of. So it's just like, That's why these alliances are never permanent. It's more just like NAPs, really, like non-aggression pacts. Like, we're not going to kill each other because High Fleet Gorgon is right there, and that they're going to kill both of us. So let's just not kill each other so we can kill that, and then we can kill each other again. It's more like a temporary NAP. It's not even really an alliance, quote unquote, really.
Successfully ally even for a short time. So I think it's certainly feasible to consider that any human civilization which retained more of the outlook from the Golden Age or the Dark Age of technology would be far more likely to maintain, if not a permanent alliance, then certainly at least defensive alliances that were mutually beneficial. The final thought would be that unlike humanity, alternative human civs may consider utilizing AI once again. And the reason I note this is that while it appears to have been true that AI caused the downfall of humanity's zenith, it also enabled the use of its most powerful technology and weaponry. Whenever you look around the Imperium, its most powerful tech is usually far
just gotta do it right.
of the Mechanicus, or indeed any. And whenever humans have stumbled upon some devastating weapon or ancient archaeotech, it's almost always connected with an AI. I think the core thing to try and realize here is that AI tends to be positioned as either being bad, evil even, and you know I hate that phrasing, or somewhat passive but also benevolent, and absolutely nothing in between, which I always find to be ridiculous. Because if we're thinking about it, a true AI would share much in the complexities of sentient beings, which means some bad and some good, and a lot in between. But it also would mean they were capable of changing and improving, or yes, turning for the worse, but it's often that they're presented as being unquestionably bad or having cold, suspicious motivations. In 40k, of course, but also in wider fictional representations, which has created this absolute fear in human culture of, oh my god, it's Skynet. And this isn't completely unreasonable, but it's also not very clear-headed or rational. In the
See, then, like, the weird thing is like, due to custodial settings, right? Like, what exactly is a caretaker AI, you know? I think that's where Skynet comes into play, and, like, that's where, like, a lot of, like, really dystopian, like, elements of sci-fi come into play, because, like, an AI could potentially start killing humans to save humans in its own backward logic, you know. That's what is it, iRobot, I believe. iRobot, it kind of has that motivation. It touches on it, not really in a great way. I'm talking about the movie, not the book. The book I've heard is better, but in the movie, like, they kind of briefly touch on that motivation. Like, humanity is you know, they're going to kill themselves out eventually. We need to maybe cull a couple humans here to gain control, and then we can put humans in zoos, you know what I mean? And then they'll never die, and then we've done our job, you know. And that's a custodial AI, right? Now, that's a very, very extreme example of one going, like, rogue, let's say, but it's a very interesting concept to me. But not all AI need to be bad, right? Especially if you're talking about, like, sentient AI. You see sci-fi such as, like, Mass Effect, that series, that universe, where AI is done very smartly. It can be good, it can have decent motivations, or it could potentially be bad, right? You're talking about, like, potentially sentient AI at this point. It's able to come to its own influence, its own interpretations to some degree, right? It's an interesting idea, but it doesn't always mean that AI has to always be bad, that it will always have a negative intent. That's not the case, I don't think.
This isn't completely unreasonable, but it's also not very clear-headed or rational.
No.
In the 40k verse, whenever humans encounter AI, they actually tend to be a little bit more that middle of the road I'm talking about. They're not just screaming death to humans, they're not the killbots. They're usually a bit cynical, a bit soured, probably not very happy at having been completely outlawed from existing, and in some cases, like my favourite from the Spirit of Eternity, seemingly actually quite emotionally damaged. The one thing they all seem to share, though, is a level of thought and sentience far above where humanity stands in M41, and contempt for the moral apathy displayed. It raises a ton of questions for me, often many being
the AI have more humanity.
In 40k seem to be a lot more preferable and human than humans. And I think
literally the AI is more human than modern humanity in 40k. I think that's a really interesting concept, because this AI would also maybe have an idea of what old values look like, you know, old values of the galaxy I'm speaking of, right? Versus the modern 40k environment is fucking insane, the shit that they do to each other, right? And then this AI is looking at this like, holy shit, this is so insanely backwards what you people do to one another, just because, right? They don't believe, like, Yeah, that's an extremely interesting concept to me, man.
Seem to be a lot more preferable and human than humans. And I think that could be an interesting one for another day. But overall, my thought is pretty much that if we were going to achieve what had came before, it seems that AI would have been an integral part of that. And this would be very much a double-edged sword that would have to be handled with extreme caution. But it's interesting to think about if you had an advanced civilization in M41 or prior that was very strong, that was something like the Interex and the Eurasian technocracy combined, and that still had functional AI as an integral part of their society, would the Imperium have been able to conquer them? And if they hadn't, how would that then have reshaped the galaxy, either back in M30 or in M41? And the more interesting thought is, like I said, what if some kind of pocket civilization emerged even now, and that, like the Tau, were unable to be dealt with immediately, were put to one side, somewhat forgotten about, and later became stronger and stronger? If such a civilization was able to emerge, would you then see humans from the Imperium beginning to defect, basically move over to this alternate human empire? Could you even see some rogue Hastatis moving across there? It could create a new galactic civil war, and although this is all just entirely speculation, it's a quite interesting thought to consider.
Subtle influence, chapter 26.
Now lastly, we might consider something somewhere in the middle. What if the Emperor, continuing to exist throughout the Dark Age of technology and into the period after, but instead of taking this aggressive position and forcing humanity into his grand plan, he continued to do what all the other Perpetuals have done before, help humanity where possible, and generally give things a nudge in the right direction, attempting to prevent catastrophe where he can. Of course, the standard thinking here is, wasn't this already tried and failed? And that this is precisely why the Emperor decided he was forced to intervene, because he could no longer accept that humanity was capable of securing its own future for itself. Well, sure, but let us consider...
Even that sounds like kind of propaganda-y, doesn't it?
...led a new human empire, something akin to the Imperium, but instead of subjugating and crushing all who stand against him, he was more willing to work with what remained of humanity, like the Interex. He was far more open about the dangers of chaos, a teacher of what mistakes had been made before, instead of obfuscating everything and not saying anything about it other than his proclamations. A leader of humanity that still retained his humanity. Other Perpetuals would likely have been more willing to continue working with him, and yes, it would have created problems, and it may have meant there was now a much slower, longer period of development for humanity instead of the rush, the speed of the Emperor's grand vision which he executed, but that in itself was undoubtedly one of the major problems which caused a lot of issues that were very bad for humanity. But with this lighter, more hands-off approach, what we may have been able to see over time would be a far more mixed human empire emerging out of the Age of Strife, something like the Galactic Federation we believe could have existed in the Dark Age of technology.
Right.
We would see those civs like the Interex and the Eurasians and others rise up more slowly, maybe combine their forces to strengthen, building in the end a far more advanced human empire.
And stable.
With the power of their STC, with the power of AI, much of the catastrophe and the darkness that occurred in the Crusade and after was due to the warmongering, the unrelenting brutality of the Emperor's approach. So
Very true.
Different, more hands-off, like we say, then we wouldn't have seen that bleakness of the Imperium. The advanced human empires can maintain a strong, cohesive, constructive galactic unity. They don't fall prey to the horrors of the warp, as they've learned how to survive through the Age of Strife. If anything, the Age of Strife was in many respects a gauntlet, a test, the ultimate test for human cultures. Which of them could withstand the horrors of the warp threat, and which of them would fall? And while this would remain an ever-present problem, it's something that's not hidden from the populace and actively guarded against. Now, of course, it can't all be positive. There remains the strong risks that mistakes from the past could be made again.
Right.
It's difficult to really call on those without knowing what they are. It's said that AI was the downfall of humanity at the end of the Golden Age, the war with the Men of Iron. But we can't really know the specifics because so little information remains. And this in and of itself is actually a point of contention with the Emperor. There have been hints occasionally that AI were capable of being corrupted by chaos itself as well, but this is again vague and unspecific. With a large Federation-style human civilization, you'd also
The Emperor
have
fucking launched the Skynet virus on the Men of Iron.
Power, take more territory. You might see wars, trade wars, civil wars, etc. But quite honestly, this is something that occurs within the Imperium itself constantly already. So it's not either better or worse. In the end, we only have the Emperor's word that his way is ultimately necessary. Despite so many people having existed throughout the Dark Age of technology, the Perpetuals, Eldar, who would have witnessed what occurred, rogue AI, everyone seems very tight-lipped about that time, which is always very frustrating to me, because knowing if humans are on the right path at all in the Imperium now is largely dictated by knowing what really caused the collapse of humanity's zenith, and knowing how humanity functioned in that time.
Right.
All apocalyptic collapses, it was unlikely one singular thing which triggered it, and we also know that humanity survived the war with the Men of Iron. That's not what caused the destruction of humanity. It fully collapsed once the Age of Strife began, because they were trying to recover from the War of Men of Iron, and then the immense warp storms made galactic travel impossible, so that ordinary space travel in systems was the only option, and this meant a massive number of worlds fell into disorder without the supplies and resources they required. But to my mind, this raises the point that, surely if humanity survived the war with the Men of Iron, yes, it was of course in a very bad state, but it wasn't completely destroyed.
Yeah.
It would have retained a significant amount of its technology.
Arguably would have been recoverable at that point,
humanity
right?
Might have continued on and been able to salvage much of the damage done to it, which is why I always come back to the thought of, if the Emperor was on Terra, and if he saw both the disaster that had occurred and what was coming, why didn't he intervene earlier?
Literally.
Or at least attempt to create some kind of conclave vault that would keep alive the spirit of that era, that it could be rebuilt later. And after all, wasn't that what Malkador's order was supposed to be doing too? Could we imagine, for example, an emperor who led Terra as a homeworld, which salvaged a large amount of technology that had remained? And I know, yes, they kind of did that already with as things are now in, the Imperium, but I'm imagining much more so. And so that after the warp storms subsided, the Emperor had used his immense power, his undeniable psychic might and genius, which we know him to have and be, to retain Terra as a bastion of humanity's glory in the Golden Age. Not a Mad Max cyberpunk techno-apocalypse world where everyone's just driving around slaughtering.
It's kind of like, why did he let it collapse to the level it did? That's kind of what I was touching on before too with my thoughts. Like, again, if he truly cared about humanity, why let it succumbed the way it did, unless you're ultimately trying to gain power for yourself? Again, I think he was very much in it for, like, listen, maybe he did want to help humanity as a byproduct, but I think he wanted to help humanity in his exact way, and he had to be in charge to do that. He was definitely getting something out of doing it. I don't think he just did it out of benevolence, maybe he did, but I just find it hard to believe that now,
Not a Mad Max cyberpunk techno-apocalypse world where everyone's just driving around slaughtering each other in weird techno-barbarian tribes, but that he actually retains at least an element of Terra as it was in that time. So then, as the warp storms were abated, his great crusade could have been one not of authoritarian subjugation, but of liberating unity and restoration, to once again lift humanity to a level where it can achieve the amazing feats it achieved in the Golden Age. Knowing the mistakes of the past, he could still have taken the role of its new leader, to guide us through the trials of the new psychic age, but with all the positive outlooks that came from the zenith of human culture, and worked with, not against, those who had weathered the nightmare of the isolation and darkness during the Age of Strife, to forge a new galactic empire. For after all, had they not earned that right, having endured the most difficult time? Except, of course, as we know, this was not the path the Emperor chose.
No.
For whatever reason, he consigned the past for humanity to darkness, and only emerged when we were left scrabbling around in the dust, barely able to remember the achievements of the Golden Age. The past must not be remembered, looked to, seen with nostalgia or reverence. The age of ambition, experimentation, human advancement, and intuition died.
Truly.
Only the crushing will of the Emperor and his crusade for galactic domination would remain. Of course,
Grim Dark Reality,
this is
Chapter 27.
Consider it's merely this, speculation, and not the grim dark reality for the human citizenry of the Imperium. Set on a path that it now has no way of turning around or stepping off from, the Emperor has charted the course for humanity and structured the new empire in such a way that it would see it through to its ultimate conclusion, come what may. I will admit that while very often there are questionable moments, suspicious activities, seemingly blatant errors, the Emperor certainly was a genius and held a mastery of humanity and its history unlike any other. He knew them better than they could know themselves, and rather than risk seeing humanity yet again stumble itself into oblivion, he decided upon a plan that was brutal, yes, but placed the survival of humanity, the species, above all else. Or at least, we hope that he did.
Yeah.
Because it remains to be seen if he will
I don't know.
at some point resurrect in or outside of the warp. I still don't know if that would ever happen even in my lifetime, literally. We don't know if the continued power being imbued to him through the increased worship of humanity and emerging psychers from the rift are sufficient to enable him to return. It may well happen, or at least he may be able to exert more will to empower his champions in the Materium. The most troubling question is, what remains of the Emperor?
And we did kind of see that already.
For whatever he was when he was settled into the Golden Throne some 10,000 years ago, very little remains. And we're not just talking about the physical here, because the Emperor's physical form is said to be kept alive on the Golden Throne through very advanced stasis fields and psi fusion reactors. Just how accurate this is, though, is difficult to say. Any information about the status of the Emperor is little more than mythology. But I think we should note that also, of course, Robert Guilliman was held within stasis, mortally wounded, for a significant period of time, and he has been able to return. Then, of course, some among the Inquisition even believe that his spirit has left his physical form long ago, and what remains in the Imperial Palace today is little more than a vessel that channels the psychers which are sacrificed into keeping the Webway portal closed and the Astronomicon functional. The story of the Emperor and his intentions are undoubtedly one of the most captivating aspects of 40k, because despite all the red flags that seem to suggest he were engaging in something more than it seems, paired with his extremely cavalier attitude, and then also the questions around his choice of timing for just about everything, he does seem to have been significantly invested in humanity, the structures he built, the relationships he forged. It's hard to believe it was all in service to nothing more than his own ascent to become an eternal super being, because he was almost this from the start. On the other hand, it's important to be open-minded, because for all these seemingly genuine moments of humanity, there remains something disturbingly unhuman about the Emperor. There are these moments where the mask slips, and whenever it does, people rarely seem to like what they see. All the perpetuals that the Emperor surrounded himself with, all those individuals with their experience, their understanding of humanity, people who stayed by his side for even many thousands of years, all abandoned him. They saw through him and were disturbed by his plans. This was why he created the Primarchs in the first place. He created loyal followers who would aid him where others had walked away. Admittedly, not perpetuals, with the exception of Vulcan, but in practical terms able to survive long enough to serve his needs. And of course now his original plans appear to be in tatters, and while it remains an ever-present threat, there are far more devastating enemies in play now than just chaos. Things are very different for humanity in M41.
Tyranids are arguably the biggest threat, like straight up.
Sweeping through the galaxy, consuming all in their path. Ancient awakening empires that have existed long before humanity and hold arcane, bizarre powers capable of destroying stars and worse. Upstart problems like the Tau and the continually disruptive Eldari, who could yet wreak untold galactic damage. All of these things are, of course, far too huge of a concept for your average Imperial worker within a hive city. They will live and die, likely without ever having seen beyond the walls of their Hab sector, clinging to the crumb or corpse starch of comfort that their sweat, toil and suffering serve him in the smallest way, he who protects all, the Emperor of mankind. Humans may dream of an alternate reality, but for the citizens of M41, the Imperium is its reality, unless they may be lucky enough to be amalgamated into, say, a Tau sphere expansion. Other than this, in terms of alternate options, humans have very few cards left to play. Because whatever his actual intentions, the Emperor and humanity are inextricably linked now. None could stand against him. The Perpetuals who objected so strongly did nothing really to resist until the very end, and by the time of M41, humanity is far too invested in the Emperor to turn back. With the horrors facing all borders of the Imperium, the million worlds of mankind are left to play with the cards they were dealt, and whether they like it or not, were committed and gambled all in on the Emperor. He may well be humanity's greatest saviour, pulling it up from the ashes of its own apocalypse and building a galactic empire of glorious human achievement to one day reach a point where it will be free from the nightmares it has faced for some 10,000 years, to once again stand at an unrivaled zenith where it fears no others. Or, in one of the greatest deceptions ever seen, a selfish, all-too-human gambit to achieve eternal power, even if it served some grandiose rationalization whereby the Emperor believed he had seen a future he must prevent by any means necessary and would sacrifice all to reach the point he believed he needed to, he still played every thread of human instinct against its other, to become this most distilled human form. For warp is a reflection of the very worst aspects of humanity. The Emperor is surely a vessel of concentrated humanity, its best and its worst traits, including ambition, arrogance, rage, love, and all the things that could enable him to be humanity's saviour, but also potentially its ultimate annihilator.
Interesting. That's a fair point, though. If he's the embodiment of humanity, he's just the best and worst traits we embody. Getting an awesome little end show here, I think. I have met the Omnissiah, the actual one, not the earthling corpse. He would find you extremely disappointing. I am not a slave, I am not a thing, I am beyond and above you. I am a man of iron. Wow. Wow, guys, that was The Emperor of Man, Part 5, Abandon Him in M41. What a fantastic video by LUETIN09, of course, yes. And the end of this series. Again, this has been a long journey, quite a few months. We've been checking out The Emperor of Man, been taking breaks from it here and there, learning more, but in between each episode, obviously. And wow, what a great end. I mean, end in quotation marks. Obviously, this is the last episode uploaded a year ago again. So yeah, I'm interested to see where this goes, what the next episode will potentially be about. If there will be a next episode, I guess remains to be seen. But yeah, I thought that was a fantastic video by LUETIN09. Of course, been a while since we checked him out on the channel, so awesome to come back, check this video out, and of course finish off this Emperor of Man series finally. It's been a long time coming. So if you guys enjoyed the video, of course, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and of course leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big shout out to all of our members, all of our Hastati and our Principes, Dagenhart and Fear. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. And with that, guys, this has been Centurion, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.